The sparring starts, and a pair immediately clashes swords, but not even 3 seconds in, the girl is completely overwhelmed by the ice-cold warrior. She stumbles back in pain, only to be called a complete fool for her efforts. He turns to the crowd, asking why she lost. After a moment of silence, a single hand goes up. A blonde-haired girl boldly answers that her opponent lacked the will to survive and basically gave up. This time, the instructor doesn't insult her. Instead, he lunges forward, using the exact same finishing move from before. In a flash, his shoulder is pierced by her sword. But the real shock? If he hadn't held back, her head would have been long gone. With that stone-cold expression, he calmly explains the feint and strike technique he just used against her. The most important thing, he states, is the confidence to win in a single blow. 2 girls, 2 failures on their very first day. And for that, the entire squad is punished with brutal drills, with the 2 of them getting it even worse. The blonde girl who stabbed him is named Xena. She's a trainee at Training Center Number 5, run by the evil Nightshade organization. They specialize in harvesting the blood essence of heroes who fall in battle. This particular center focuses on survival, and that hard-faced instructor? He's instructor number 5, a ruthless man known by a chilling nickname, the Ice Demon. The team is forced to run until dusk, all under the watchful eye of this merciless demon. As Xena runs, she studies the instructor, stunned that he hasn't even flinched despite the bloody gash in his shoulder. He showed no pain at all, and she cursed herself for underestimating him, for losing so easily. But because of this, she now had a small clue about the clan that was seared into her memory. On the other hand, while the instructor looked like a stone wall on the outside, he was a total mess on the inside, screaming from the agony of his wound. But he had to suppress it. He couldn't believe he'd not only hurt a woman but also gotten wounded by a mere rookie. He starts to suspect Xena is the vessel of a hero, or to put it simply, she's a spy who has infiltrated their organization. By now, even the toughest trainees had collapsed from exhaustion. Only Xena was left, silently pushing herself forward. She thought, I can't do this anymore, but if I stop now, instructor number 5 will just keep watching me silently. Little did she know, his patience was wearing thin. This hurts so bad, he thought. I just want to get this wound treated and eat dinner. When is this kid gonna finish already? The cold from the snow is making the pain 10 times worse, and I'm not even getting paid overtime for this. Why am I still out here? Instructor number 5 kept his eyes locked on Xena, praying she would just collapse so he could finally take care of his injury. After a final push, Xena completes the task, but her exhaustion finally catches up, and she passes out on the ground. The instructor immediately dismisses everyone. That's it for today. Get out of here, he barks. The trainees scramble away, leaving him to carry Xena on his back. He couldn't stop grumbling to himself. Seriously, why do I have to do this? I'm not letting this go. The moment he got her to the infirmary, his mind started racing with theories. What the hell is her problem anyway? Was she so angry that she wanted to take it out on me? To get his revenge on Xena, he hyped himself up. All right, let's do this. The grand imagination of a third-rate villain began to run wild. This is payback for laughing at my face earlier, he plotted. I'm going to make you leave this place in tears. First, I have to take your sword, disarm you completely. But after a thorough search, he was met with pure disappointment. This is all she has? Is she really a spy? Then he saw it. The sigil on her ring was the mark of the renowned Jaffa sword clan. Things just got complicated. How am I supposed to handle someone from that family? I'm her instructor. If she gets caught, I'm the one who's going to take the fall for it. At best, it's a pay cut. At worst, I'm fired. Maybe I should just kill her to keep her quiet? He reasoned that accidents are common during these training sessions. For an evil organization, a few deaths are nothing. If he was going to kill her, he decided, it had to be done smartly and with absolute certainty. If she is a hero, this is a crisis, he mused. But it's also a stepping stone to become even stronger, even if it takes some time. He was determined to create the perfect trap. Meanwhile, Xena, a member of the Knight's Order, was far from helpless. She was covertly communicating with her allies, reporting on her target. He's lost too much strength. He won't be able to recover easily. She quickly received her next orders. Find the pharmacist. This secret organization has no single leader. The Knight's Order was an extension of the Jaffa clan, the very family who discovered the stone sword, one of the 3 most powerful blades in existence. But the harder the stone, the easier moss grows. The stone sword eventually became corrupted, a broken blade, and the great family soon crumbled. Xena's father had tried desperately to restore their family's sword arts, but he eventually fell ill, and all his followers abandoned him. That resolve cemented itself in Jaina's heart. She wouldn't let her father's life's work turn to dust. As his heir, she had to find another way. There had to be another path to obtaining a stone sword. A thought struck her. What if she knew every sword style? No, just mastering the 3 main ones would be enough, even without breaking the battlefield of fire. Maybe she could chip away at it slowly. But as she trained, a familiar voice cut through her focus. Jaina. Her face lit up instantly. Father, are you all right? You aren't pushing yourself too hard, are you? She threw her arms around him, excitedly saying, Father, listen, I have a brilliant idea about the stone sword and the 3 arts. But he cut her off, his voice heavy. The future of the Zaffa family is in your hands now, never forget that. The sight of her father, pained and exhausted, shattered the illusion. Jaina's eyes shot open in confusion. Wait, wasn't she just training? What was happening? Before she could even process it, instructor number 5 was in her face. You brat, you're from the Zaffa family? Gina's mind was still reeling. Panic flared. How did he get her ring? He knew her identity. She had to escape. But why was he dragging her into a private room? This wasn't a torture chamber, so what was his game? Instructor number 5 finally laid his cards on the table. No matter how far the Zaffa family has fallen, he began. I never thought I'd see the heir of that great house end up here. Does that rusty old stone sword have any dignity left? He sneered, watching her anger build with every word. He smirked inwardly, completely satisfied. Unbelievable. It was so easy to provoke her. A child is still a child after all. Jaina moved to use a hidden weapon, and a flicker of satisfaction crossed the instructor's face. Finally, showing some nerve. Forget that stone sword for a second, he said. I assume you know about the ultimate techniques and the 3 great sword arts? First, the stone sword of the Zaffa clan. Second, the shadow cut. And finally, this. He revealed it, and Jaina gasped in total disbelief. The legendary battlefield of fire. Instructor number 5 then posed a question. But why would the descendant of such a master be in a place like this? Probably for the same reason as the first swordmaster. Their identities must remain a secret. And in that moment, something clicked for Jaina. She realized he was here for the same reason she was to restore his family's honor. But why would he reveal such a crucial secret to her? Instructor number 5 couldn't hide his satisfaction. Perfect. His goal was to make this girl realize he was the descendant of that very swordmaster. She'll assume we have the same goals, he thought, and that's the trap I'll use to destroy her. Jaina voiced her suspicion out loud, demanding an answer. Why are you telling me this? Why me? He answered with a predatory grin. I'm going to teach you how to merge the battlefield of fire and the shadow cut. The technique is incomplete, he warned. There could be side effects. Only a true prodigy could possibly master it. Gina's eyes narrowed as she put it all together. You mean you're going to use me as your test subject? Instructor number 5 just nodded. That's right, he confirmed. So you better be prepared to die. His mind raced with a dark plan. He would kill her with that very blade. Instructor number 5 then pressed his advantage, his voice full of false encouragement. You're thinking about inheriting the stone sword, aren't you? To restore your family's honor? Well, to do that, why not learn this incredible technique from me? Jaina pushed for more clarity. So, you're saying you'll take me on as a secret disciple? She waited, and then heard the one word she needed. Yes. But doubt immediately crept back into her mind. Could she really trust this man? Still, what he'd shown her was undeniably the battlefield of fire. If she could just learn that combination. Seeing her hesitate, instructor number 5 smiled to himself. Sounds like a great idea, doesn't it? He mused. The descendant of one of the 3 great sword clans. And now, I can finally kill you. The very next day, on the training grounds, his instruction began. A strong stance is the foundation of any great swordmaster. From this day forward, you'll wear these during training. Jaina looked at them curiously. Extra training to get stronger? But her eyes caught something else. Why is there poison on this? Instructor number 5 sneered internally. Gods, it's not for training, you idiot. It's to make sure you die. Then he offered her a remedy with a helpful smile. Use this medicine on the wounds 3 times a day. It'll reduce the side effects. Completely unaware that it was fake, she accepted it with gratitude. 10 days passed, and Gina's health began to rapidly decline. When she finally collapsed during training, instructor number 5 could barely contain his glee. She's really dying, he thought. Just like this. It was only a matter of time now. 10 more days passed, and his hope grew. It had to be soon, but another 10 days went by, and Gina was still standing. He watched, stunned by her healthy appearance. A cold dread began to creep into instructor number 5's heart. This was a huge problem. What kind of monster was she? He had made her stronger. Seeing his troubled expression, Gina even showed a little concern. Is something on your mind? She had no idea he was plotting her demise. This can't continue, he decided. I have to finish her. He then approached her, announcing loudly, I believe your fundamentals are solid now. Serious training starts tomorrow. That's enough for today. Xena was silently thrilled, believing she had finally earned his acknowledgement. But had she really? While instructor number 5 was lost in thought, he suddenly realized he wasn't alone. Someone had appeared in his room. Did you forget something? It was his colleague, who answered him with a smirk. Sorry, disappointed I'm not who you were expecting? I know you've been talking to number 7, but when he tried to clarify, I was just guiding her properly. The other man confidently made his own judgment. It's because you like that trainee, isn't it? The accusation sent instructor number 5 into a rage. Are you crazy? How could you come up with such a ridiculous idea? His colleague looked wounded. Why are you treating me like this? The ice demon is melting. If that's not it, I'm leaving. But as he turned to go, he spotted a coated piece of paper on the table. The next day, instructor number 5 was back to tirelessly teaching her the way of the shadow sword. This meant aiming for a fatal point with a single slash. Fire battle targets an opponent's blind spot, and stone sword attacks instead of defends. Each sword had its own unique style. Combining them with his swordsmanship would be utterly devastating. That's why you have to exploit it. His demonstration was a cold, calculated attack straight at Xena. But instructor number 5 remained completely indifferent. That is red fire. By combining fire battle and shadow sword, you create a deadly, fast, and stealthy weapon. But Xena didn't seem to grasp his malice at all. Instead, she quietly thought to herself, she could feel the immense power just from his teaching demonstration. What if he was going all out? Her eagerness to learn only strengthened his dark resolve. If you combine the stone sword and my swordsmanship, you get a weapon that can cut through anything. Xena was careful, asking again, can this really be learned? But she heard the firm confirmation from number 5. Do you think a swordsman would lie about his technique? Hearing that, she was convinced it wasn't a lie. Xena then nodded in acceptance. Then I will learn it and achieve it. I have a goal I must complete. On the surface, instructor number 5 seemed to be encouraging her. Since you're so prepared, I won't stop you. But in his heart, a twisted thought emerged. I will torture you to death. Your death is only a matter of time. A year later, Xena came to find instructor number 5 to ask him a question. My training process ends today. What do you mean? But from the villain's distorted point of view, he could only blame himself. Why even ask? I tried to torture you to death, but you only got stronger. Annoyed and wanting to get rid of her, he gave a cold reply. Instructor number 5 shot back coldly. You can't become a true swordsman by only obsessing over sword training. If you came here to whine, then leave. But Xena looked at him with sincere eyes. I was foolish. I still want to learn things other than swordsmanship. And so, for 300 days, she began to learn many different things from the instructor. Number 5 taught her philosophy, science, history, and even magic. His wisdom made her wonder constantly how his knowledge surpassed every scholar. Was he even real? Where did he come from? Just as she left his room, she heard someone call out, Come here, Xena. She was immediately confused. Instructor number 3. Is something wrong? He answered her with a hostile tone. I heard from instructor number 4 that you've been talking a lot with instructor number 5. Is that right? But just as Xena tried to explain, it's because I'm assigned to the male training center. Instructor number 3 cut her off angrily. Don't pretend you don't know. You know exactly what I'm talking about, don't you? I knew your identity from the start. A spy from the Jiafa family. Now, tell me everything you know about his swordsmanship. Xena stood her ground, refusing him. I can't do that, sir. If you stop and leave now, I won't draw my sword. But he looked at her with contempt. Even if you are from the Jiafa clan, you're just a trainee who dares to threaten her own instructor. Let's see how arrogant you are in the torture chamber. A fight broke out between them instantly. Unexpectedly, instructor number 3 was the one left injured and unconscious on the floor. Xena was terrified. Wait, I was just threatening him. The story about the spy. How could you be so weak? He approached her without any hesitation, so they must know everything. She had to run before the other instructors arrived. While trying to escape, she was pursued by others. At that moment, she had no choice but to burst into the room of instructor number 5. He was startled when he heard her sudden announcement. Number 7. She escaped after striking down instructor number 3. When they both arrived at the scene, they heard people talking. Instructor 3 was asking about number 7, and this happened while he was investigating that spy. Instructor number 5 immediately understood. They'd figured out number 7's identity. Since when? and because they suspected number 7, he would be suspected too. According to the report, Xena was escaping through the western forest, with instructors 1 and 2 in hot pursuit. Instructor number 4 had just received the report on the situation. This sparked a terrifying thought in instructor number 5's mind. Instructors 1 and 2 were chasing her right now. He was joining 4 other instructors. Unbelievably, he was the only one who didn't know. The organization was closing in on him and number 7. With 7 already on the run, he knew he had to bolt too. Then, number 23 gave him the latest intel. Number 8 and 11 had already reported in, and the others were gathering at the training grounds. He had to give an order, and fast. He told them to meet Instructor 4 at headquarters, saying he'd chase after number 7 himself. Number 23 tried to argue, but Instructor 1 shot back that they had to stay with Instructor 5, forcing the man to raise his voice. "Don't you hear me?" But by then, Instructor 5 had already reached the western forest. He was stunned to find 3 other instructors had been murdered. She'd cut all 3 down in a single swing, slicing through the tree as well. An absolute monster. He decided to follow the trail. At the same time, Jenna was hiding behind the trees, her body covered in the scars of battle. The moment she saw Instructor 5, her words were ice. "I knew you would come, but I have no desire to see you." His mind was reeling. "Are you insane? You're drawing your sword on me?" But Jenna aimed her blade right at him. "I have to repay my new enemy." She charged like a fierce warrior, straight at the man she once considered a once-in-a-generation genius. But in that same instant, an uninvited guest was run through by a blade. Jenna whipped her head around, her eyes wide with shock. Instructor 2, he'd been right behind her the whole time. The important thing now was her gaze locked on Instructor 5, demanding an answer. "Why didn't you stab me? Why did you stab Instructor 2? She had no idea he'd already figured it out, because he would have killed me right after you. And on top of that, you injured my shoulder again?" He shot back with a sarcastic jab. "You're still as clumsy and foolish as ever." While Jenna stood there, stunned, he tossed her a small bag along with a quick warning. "I packed some things you'll need to escape. Follow the map inside." His actions left Jenna feeling moved all over again. "I was about to kill you just now, so why?" But Instructor 5's answer was delivered with ice-cold detachment. "Don't get the wrong idea. You're just the bait." His own plan was already in motion. The instructors were clearly trying to kill him. "I have to use her as a decoy and run." His words hit Jenna hard. "Is being bait enough to repay the favor you gave me?" Her uncooperative attitude just made Instructor 5 wonder, what is wrong with this girl? Isn't a map enough for you, you ungrateful brat? If this kid doesn't play her part well, he knew he'd be in serious trouble. He then pulled out a wad of cash to urge her on. "I have nothing more. Take it and go, please." After taking everything, Jenna felt incredibly wronged. Is he giving me all this just so I can live longer and be better bait for him? Instructor 5 glanced around nervously, pressing her again. "We don't have any more time. I hope that one day, you'll find a true successor." He couldn't help but feel a little sorry for his own tragic circumstances. "You're the only one who learned this insane, body-destroying sword style." Jenna watched his back as he walked away, and she couldn't help but wonder, did he just smile? That night, Instructor 5 had a fateful meeting with his colleague. She confronted him with the question, "So, you chose her over the organization?" He admitted it without hesitation. "That should be obvious. Even if the organization doesn't think I'll leak any information, I don't believe for a second they'd let me live." She replied with chilling confidence, "I guess there's no other way. I will let you go out with the honor of a swordsman." Noticing the pain in his expression, Instructor 1 made an observation. "It looks like Instructor 2 managed to attack you, didn't he?" "Sorry, but I think I'll win this without using my full strength." But he shot back with a defiant smirk. "Well then, I'm sorry too, because I am definitely not losing this fight." In the middle of their clash, he even offered some excited commentary. "Your shadow sword is not bad." Instructor 1 didn't hesitate to praise him right back. "Your fire combat is also excellent." Each of the 3 main sword styles had its own specialty: stone sword for defense, and attack from the shadow sword, and fire combat, which came after a counterattack. These traits made them fundamentally different. Here, fire combat is weak against stone sword, but against shadow sword, which is weak to counters, it's a perfect hard counter. So in theory, the counter should win. But you can't compensate for a lack of stamina and skill with pure technique alone. And just like that, Instructor 5 was pushed to the very edge of the mountain by Instructor 1. "Such a shame. If it weren't for that shoulder injury, you would have won." He replied coldly, "A defeated swordsman needs no pity. But that kid won't be beaten so easily." Before she delivered the final blow, she made a promise. I will send the family successor and the family tree to your location soon. With that, a single decisive move sent Instructor 5 plummeting from the cliff. Believing she had successfully eliminated him, Instructor 1 planned her next move. Now, I'll take care of that traitor, number 7. At that moment, Jenna was hiding in the forest, thinking to herself, I think I can probably stop pretending to be the bait now. But just when she thought it was over, another assassin dropped from the sky. With a single swing, she took down her 30th opponent, using the survival and sword skills she'd learned from Instructor number 5. She had managed to survive yet again. From the way she fought, Xena knew her skills were forged in the crucible of life or death combat. But what kind of life had she lived to learn how to fight like that? A moment later, a familiar voice cut through the air. Nowhere to run, number 7. She turned to see not just Instructor number 1, but his elite squad, the Purple Shadow, was there too. Instructor number 1 made her an offer. Surrender now, and I'll personally guarantee your life. She knew he wasn't lying, but Xena's answer was swift and clear. I don't want to rot away in a prison. His men took their fighting stances as the instructor stated. Somehow, I didn't think a student of Instructor number 5 would give up so easily. This forced Xena to quickly correct him. I am not a student of the Fire Fist Master. The instructor, seeming to lose his patience, revealed the truth. Let me be clear. You are Instructor number 5's last student. After all, a dead man can't teach anymore. Instructor number 5 joined our organization with his sword. Just like with you, our system required his swordsmanship. Once he transferred his skills, you became totally useless. Now he has to be sacrificed because his sword style was transferred to you. This revelation sent Xena reeling with guilt. If it weren't for her, he would have had enough time. Seeing her doubt, Instructor number 1 confirmed everything. Yes, it was a test. He died fighting against me. When Xena tried to argue back, there's no way he'd lose to someone like you. The instructor revealed even more. The result might have been different if he didn't have that shoulder wound. The words stabbed Xena with guilt, who believed she was the cause. She had caused Instructor number 5's death. Number 1 barely had time to warn her, you'd better get ready. In an instant, the two of them clashed. The rest of the squad? She wiped them out one by one. With a single sword, she lost everything precious to her, until only its hilt remained. This was the destiny of the swordswoman, Xena. She would become the greatest warrior and just keep cutting people down. But plot twist Instructor number 5 was actually perfectly fine. In fact, he was pretty smug about it, glad that everything had gone according to plan without any issues. He had prepared a paraglider before being shoved off the cliff, and was proud of himself. Well, at least I survived. That's right. Surviving is the most important thing. He could live on his own, even if the world mocked and humiliated him. It didn't matter. The job was good, his position was good, and so he'd just continue living his life as a villain. Meanwhile, Xena had successfully wiped out all of the assassins. She pointed her sword to the heavens and screamed, I will live. I swear I will survive and repay you. I will repay your kindness. This is my oath upon this sword. I will keep my promise until my very blood runs dry and all my pride has vanished. That day, the oath of a hero echoed across the world. A story known only to them, her farewell to her first and last master. In a wooden house in a small village, Xena was happily enjoying a meal of snake meat. The flavor was definitely one of a kind. Haba stared at her in disbelief. Are you really from the Empire? You're eating a snake skewer. Xena heard him and quickly offered reassurance. It's fine. I'm used to eating strange things. Haba could only nod along, I see. As Xena chewed on the snake, she thought about how there's no real immunity to snake venom if you can't endure it. You simply die. Haba sat slumped over and asked her, why would someone from the Empire come to a place like this? Sightseeing? Xena glanced out the window, taking in the view before she answered, I came to train in the southern forest. At that moment, Haba gave her some incredible news. I found that guide you were asking for. Xena thanked him immediately, and they kept talking. I thought it would take longer, since it's so dangerous deep inside the forest. At this, Haba suddenly burst out laughing. People from the south aren't afraid of the forest. Then the air went eerily silent. Haba carefully looked around the room, then leaned in and whispered to Xena. The truly scary thing is Sahada. Xena asked him, confused, Haba, is this Sahada a demon? Haba shared what he knew, telling her a story about this figure. Sahada is the name they use for a ghost in the Empire, a ghost that devours humans. I've met Sahada before, and I have proof. As soon as he finished speaking, Haba took off his shirt to show Xena a massive scar on his body. She couldn't help but be shocked when she saw it. That scar, it was made by a sword. Fear flashed across Xena's face. It was an attack aimed straight for the heart. At this level, it had to be something or someone on the same tier as the guide, Tuan. It was probably still lingering in the Haba Moon Forest. After showing Xena proof, he slowly began to button up his shirt. Seeing Xena clutching her sword, he offered a careful warning. Lady Sahada, the immortal, be wary of that forest. Xena lowered her head, thanking Hama for his counsel, as darkness began to settle around them. Outside, a brilliant moon hung in a sky full of stars, but Xena couldn't find any rest, tossing and turning all night. An immortal ghost trying to steal a human heart, how ridiculous. But if ghosts were real, maybe she could see those she had lost. Just one more time. The faces of her family suddenly flashed through her mind. 2 streams of tears traced paths of grief down her cheeks. And then, out of nowhere, Sevi appeared. With a look of pure rage, she threw her hands to the sky, conjuring a massive snowstorm. Xena stood alone, defenseless against Sevi's onslaught. Gasping for air, she used all her strength to scream Sevi's name. "How could you become the hero everyone praises?" Sevi growled, gritting her teeth. In her bitterness, she declared bluntly, "I am so sick of playing the hero. One day you'll see it too, holy swordswoman Xena. The life of a useless hero ends only in destruction." Xena was completely floored by Sevi's sudden, violent change. "What are you saying?" Sevi just glared back at Xena. "If you want to know, I'll teach you myself." At that moment, immense power gathered in Sevi's hands. She roared with absolute fury. "I'll pierce you into 100 pieces." 1,000 sharp spikes formed from ice, hurtling straight for Xena. She was trapped, with nowhere to run. She had no idea how she could possibly escape Sevi's devastating attack. In that heart-stopping moment, Xena's eyes flew open, her face drenched in sweat. She shot upright, escaping the terrifying nightmare. So she was having dreams like this now, huh? A snake slithered up trying to scare her, only to be promptly grabbed and tossed out the window. But that dream, it reminded Xena of something. It made her remember her past. It had been 3 years since the fall of Tuan. 3 years she'd spent wandering the 6 regions, all to rebuild her family's reputation. Xena faced every opponent alone, ready to overcome any challenge. She was the one who had slain the demon Kuzada, the Lord of the Black Mountains. But still, what had made Sevi so furious that day? Why would a hero become a bandit leader? A sudden knock from downstairs interrupted her thoughts. A strange voice called out, "I heard there's a visitor from the Empire. Are you the one who needs a guide?" Xena turned to face the young boy and nodded. "Yes." He walked inside with a friendly smile. "Very nice to meet you. My name's Gia Gia, the village's veteran guide." Xena was more than a little skeptical. "Really? A kid?" she wondered. But one look at her face and Gia Gia knew exactly what she was worried about. "Is it because I look kind of young?" Xena answered honestly. "This is just a pretty dangerous job, you know. I'm concerned." Gia Gia calmly told Xena, "If you're that worried, you can wait for Haba to finish his work. It's fine by me. I've already been paid." Xena considered it, but she couldn't afford to waste any more time. So, she reluctantly agreed to travel with the young Gia Gia. "All right then. I'm counting on you." Meanwhile, Kane was intently reading a letter in the last village of the southern forest. "Contact the target and carry out the mission." He read the words aloud, muttering to himself that he knew it was a vile organization. They could have easily sent one of their own members to the 6 regions if they wanted. A kid from the village happened to walk by and spot Kane. He was hiding like a thief, and the boy turned to his mom, saying, "Mom, that guy over there looks strange." The boy kept staring, his curiosity piqued, but the man was completely lost in his own chaotic thoughts. "Yes, I know that, but still." A moment later, Kane stood up and shoved the letter into his pocket. He stood in an empty clearing, looking up at the sky. Did they really just send me to the edge of the 6 regions? He needed a guide, but the guides here were ridiculously expensive. Just then, Kane spotted a young boy happily running right past him. Gia Gia noticed the stranger and knew right away what he needed. "Looking for a guide to the last village? Head to the main square. There are plenty of guides there. I know the way, but I already have an appointment. You're late, you know, even though I'm the only veteran." Hearing Gia Gia's boastful words, Kane offered a hollow compliment just to be polite, though inwardly he was completely annoyed. "I didn't ask you, kid." Before taking off, Gia Gia kindly offered him one last piece of advice. "Also, only 2 guides know the way to the last village. You better hurry, I'm leaving now." Kane's mind started racing. Only 2? But he wanted to negotiate a lower price. Suddenly, something dropped and hit Kane square on the head. He grabbed his head, totally confused. It felt heavy. Abruptly, a snake appeared from above, bearing its 2 sharp fangs, and just like that, a sharp bite clamped down on Kane's hand, sending pain shooting up his arm as the satisfied snake slithered away. Kane was terrified, goosebumps popping up all over his skin. What was that? With no time to think, he quickly grabbed an antidote from his bag, chugging it down without even bothering to check the proper dose. After downing the whole thing, Kane collapsed onto the ground in a pathetic heap, foaming at the mouth. He couldn't help but wonder, why was that white snake on his head? He heard voices from a nearby house and saw flickering shadows in the window. Kane could only curse them internally, those absolute scumbags. They were obviously targeting him, but with so many venomous snakes around, there was no way he could prove anything. They would just claim it was an accident. Smart. He knew he had to retreat for now, but next time, there would be no mercy. Just then, a friendly voice piped up from behind him. "Excuse me, sir." Haba was flashing a brilliant smile right at Kane, but seeing his pale complexion, Haba's expression shifted to one of concern. "Are you feeling sick? Why are you just lying here on the ground? Are you hungry? How about this skewer?" Haba cheerfully presented a skewer of grilled snake meat. The sight of it made Kane freeze on the spot, not even able to form a single thought. Haba, completely oblivious to Kane's phobia, just kept on offering it to him. "Try one. The first is free." As he said this, he pushed the snake skewer right up into Kane's face. That was it. He'd had enough. Kane instantly drew his sword, swatting the snake right back at Haba. In the blink of an eye, the snake was diced into a dozen pieces. Without hesitating, Kane pointed the tip of his blade straight at Haba, scaring the poor guy so badly he couldn't speak. "What is this?" Kane demanded, his voice dripping with anger. "That's what I'd like to know. Why would you give that to me? Who do you think you're playing with?" Terrified, Haba scrambled to clear his name. "What do you mean, sir? It's our traditional dish. Even guests from the Empire love it." Kane's eyes then drifted down to Haba's bag, and he spotted it calming herbal tea. Ah, the scam. Feed tourists snake, then sell them herbal tea as the antidote. Their plan was to either bleed him dry of money or leave him for dead in the forest. So this is how they welcome every guest here. The more he thought about it, the more his rage began to boil. Should he just pull rank and show them who they were messing with? Realizing his little trick had been exposed, Haba immediately dropped to the ground and hugged Kane's leg, begging for his life. "Please forgive me. I was wrong," Kane retorted angrily. "If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price." Suddenly, he remembered the contents of a letter he received at the last village of the southern forest. Contact the target and execute the mission. He turned to Haba and asked, "Do you know a guide who can lead me to the last village?" Haba actually laughed in response. "Of course, that would be me." Kane was completely taken by surprise. "You? Perfect. Then from now on, you're my guide." He had the guy trapped, with no way out. Haba had no choice but to agree to be Kane's guide, or so he thought. Then Kane placed a hand on his head, scaring him into telling the truth. "No, I'm just an amateur, so you definitely wouldn't like me." Kane recalled something. "A certain veteran I met," he said, "told me he had an appointment. He also said only 2 people knew the way. Him and you. Am I wrong?" Haba's face turned sheet white as he began to stammer uncontrollably. That is, the villagers walking past were now all staring, completely engrossed in the drama. Seeing Haba hesitate, Kane delivered his final threat. "Or you can face a fitting punishment." Hearing that, Haba knew he was cornered. Kane sheathed his sword and commanded, "Well then, Mr. Guide, let's get ready." He grinned to himself, having just hired a guide without spending a single cent. He couldn't believe he thought of that on the spot. As he suspected, he was truly a very capable villain. But his joy didn't last long, as disaster struck almost immediately. Haba had led him down a very questionable path. "Is this a swamp?" he asked. Haba replied awkwardly, "It would appear so." Kane's expression instantly darkened. His voice was cold as ice when he spoke again. "You call yourself a guide, yet you didn't know there was a swamp here?" Haba burst into tears, wailing his response. "I already told you, I'm an amateur." Kane was speechless with rage. He could only pull a rope from his belt, then began swinging it with all his might to build up enough momentum to throw it toward a nearby tree. He let the rope wrap tightly around the trunk, then used his raw strength to hold the line taut. Haba stood behind him, watching with wide-eyed amazement at Kane's incredible display. "Mr. Customer, are you a magician? Is that some kind of magic rope?" Kane shot back, annoyed by Haba's dumb questions. "Have you never heard of a pulley? Keep talking nonsense, and I'll leave you here." That did the trick. A terrified Haba ran over and clung to Kane. "Take me with you, sir. I thought we could have a fun trip. After everything they've been through, the roles have suddenly reversed. Now Kane has to take care of Haba." It's just one disaster after another for these two. First the swamp, then getting sick, and now they're caught in a downpour. To make things even worse, Haba's supplies get completely swept away by the stream. All he can do is clutch his rumbling stomach in despair. He's totally out of food and starving. Seeing this, Kane shares some of his rations, and Haba's face instantly lights up at the sight of it. He devours the meal with pure delight, while Kane grows more and more annoyed at having to drag this dead weight around with him. What's he so happy about? Kane seriously wonders if he should just toss him back in the swamp. Meanwhile, in a dense jungle, Gia carefully guides Xena through the treacherous terrain. This area is a swamp. If she falls in, she's not getting out. He tells her to step on his footprints. But the moment he says it, Xena just strolls confidently right onto the swamp's surface. Gia is completely baffled. He asks the knight how she can walk on it. Shouldn't she be sinking right into the muck? Xena casually shares her secret with the kid. All you have to do is move fast, way easier than walking on water. As she leaps to the other side, Xena accidentally slams her head into a beehive hanging from a tree branch. Gia yells, "Knight, look out!" But it's way too late. The hive starts to crack and crumble, and as punishment for giving her a headache, Xena whips out her sword and slices the beehive to bits. Gia just stares in complete disbelief, asking how she did that. Xena replies with total confidence, "Just slice them fast enough, it's easier than slicing sand." Gia is just floored by her absolutely overpowered skills. Amazingly, she doesn't get stung once. Afterward, Xena proceeds to single-handedly clear out the entire forest. From venomous snakes to ferocious leopards and other swamp creatures, she defeats them all. Gia can't even believe his own eyes. "Knight, are you even human?" he asks. Xena seems surprised by the question. "Of course I'm human," she replies. "What kind of question is that?" But Gia keeps asking naive questions, wondering if he ate something bad. "But are you genetically modified?" Xena shakes her head, denying it. "I'm not. But I underwent special training." Her training included running on water, eating poison to boost her immune system, and killing assassins sent to eliminate her. "That was my training," she says. "But this southern forest is still the worst. Anyway, let's keep moving." Gia just stands there in silence, looking at the absolute strangest person he has ever met. While walking, the boy eagerly points ahead, announcing this is the second village. Xena finds the name a bit too simple, so Gia explains it. He says villages in the forest get destroyed so often that renaming them became too much trouble, so they decided to just number them. With that, the kid cheerfully invites Xena to get something to eat. After their long journey, the two stop at a village diner. As soon as they sit down, Xena asks him directly, Gia, do the people here hate the Empire?" He quickly answers, "No, why?" Xena tells him honestly, "I feel like they're trying to avoid me." Gia doesn't seem too concerned, casually replying that he thinks they're just busy preparing for the inter-village hunting competition. Xena looks outside and sees everyone working frantically. With 5 villages participating, it's bound to be a huge event. Every single person has a job. Men and women are all working together. Even Xena has to comment, "Everyone looks so busy." Gia then asks if she'd like to participate, saying there are no qualifications needed. Xena simply takes a bite of an apple and declines his offer. "I'm fine." Gia is a little disappointed to be turned down. It's clear Xena's only goal is to master her swordsmanship. She states she doesn't need to hunt. Hunters compete with hunting skills, and to her, the result is already a foregone conclusion. And so, for the entire meal, the two of them just sit and chat away, their conversation flowing non-stop. But just out of sight, a villager is eavesdropping on their entire conversation. She bites her lip, her eyes filled with bitter resentment. After the meal, Gia and Xena continue on their way. They've now arrived at the 3rd village. As they move forward, a huge log blocks their path. Gia is puzzled. The entrance looks strange. What happened here? Suddenly, something shoots out from the shadows behind them. Thanks to her quick reflexes, Xena dodges it easily. Furious that someone dared to ambush her, she instantly draws her sword and tells Gia, "Wait here." In the next second, she lunges forward. Gia watches in total shock as Xena's sword begins to spark with fire. She gathers her strength and leaps high into the air. Then, with a single, decisive slash, she completely shatters the log. Xena stands tall amidst the thick cloud of smoke. Everything in its path was incinerated by the raging flames. Slowly, the scene on the other side is revealed. It's an absolutely horrifying sight. Inside, bodies are piled high on top of each other. Even Xena can't believe what she's seeing. Every step forward reveals another body lying on the ground. Worse still, She finds young women hanging upside down, their bodies covered in wounds. Xena can't contain her disgust at this place. Suddenly, one of the natives stands up, holding a knife dripping with a red syrup. She turned back, and that's when she saw him. The tribal warrior was staring right at her, his eyes completely dazed. His face was smeared in a thick red syrup. He was a mountain of muscle, and in his hand, he gripped a human heart. Without a hint of hesitation, he began shoving human organs into his mouth, devouring them like it was the finest meal he'd ever had. Pure rage filled Jaina's heart. She charged forward, gripping her sword tightly as she leaped toward the monstrous warrior. But he was no pushover, blocking her strike with a knife of his own. The impact of the blow sent him flying backwards. The force of the attack pushed Jaina back as well. He sat calmly on the ground, then slowly began to lick his blade. A clear challenge. Jaina instantly knew it wasn't just the knife that was dangerous, but the immense skill of the man wielding it. She remembered something Haba had told her. In the imperial language, the word Sahata meant a cunning, deceitful spirit, a ghost that feasted on the hearts of men. The proof was right there. Jaina's mind snapped into focus. There was no longer any doubt. He was that ghost. She announced herself, her voice ringing clear. "My name is Jaina, and I will punish you for your crimes." The warrior just cracked a wide, insane grin, then suddenly lunged at Jaina like a predator ambushing its prey. He swung his knife with terrifying force, but Jaina managed to lean out of the way just in the nick of time. He didn't stop, though, following up with another vicious slash. Jaina quickly drew her sword and retreated to create some distance. She immediately launched a counterattack, a blinding whirlwind of steel. The warrior had no choice but to duck flat against the ground. Seizing the opening, he played dirty, sweeping his knife low and slicing deep into Jaina's leg. A sudden jolt of pain shot through her, but she grit her teeth, channeling her focus and all of her strength. She plunged her sword straight down where he'd been, but she was a split second too late as he twisted his body out of the way. He rolled across the ground like a cannonball. Once he was at a safe distance, he gave his knife a taunting twirl, a clear challenge. Jaina's expression hardened. She knew this guy was a serious threat from the very first moment their blades had clashed. His strength was on another level. Trying to reason with him was clearly out of the question. After a moment's calculation, Jaina spoke. "You, aren't you afraid to die?" Even as she asked, a dangerous plan was already forming in the back of her mind. She realized this would be a Pyrrhic battle, a situation where she'd have to sacrifice a pound of her own flesh to win. But she had no fear. Not as long as she could take this monster down for good. Jaina steeled her resolve. "All right then," she said, looking him dead in the eyes. "You asked for this." Her grip on her sword tightened. In an instant, her blade erupted into a torrent of raging fire. The warrior, far from being afraid, actually let out a delighted laugh. He charged forward, initiating the next phase of the battle. Jaina glared, ready for him. Third stance. The real fight was on. A jet of fire shot from her sword straight for the warrior. He desperately tried using his small knife, bracing it with his muscular arm to block the flames. At that exact moment, Jaina dashed in to close the gap, but the sheer power of her flame attack was overwhelming. The tiny dagger in his hand simply couldn't withstand the pressure. It snapped clean in two. The warrior just stood there, watching in disbelief as his weapon shattered. Her enemy was distracted, the perfect opening. Jaina seized the opportunity and landed a powerful slash across the warrior's chest. The fiery wound seared his flesh. But she wasn't finished. Jaina leaped into the air to build momentum. Then she brought her sword crashing down on his arm. Red syrup erupted everywhere as the limb was severed and fell to the ground. Just like that, the warrior was disarmed. He clutched his head, bursting into insane laughter, before suddenly rocketing backward. Afraid he was trying to escape, Jaina immediately gave chase. "Stop right there!" The warrior stopped right next to a human corpse. Jaina was confused, trying to figure out his plan. Then, using his one remaining arm, he reached down. He plunged his hand straight into the corpse's body and ripped out a bright red heart. Seeing this, Jaina's blood boiled over. "You barbarian! Have you no respect for the dead?" But he simply held the heart tightly and began to eat his gruesome meal. In the blink of an eye, the warrior's severed arm began to regenerate. New flesh and tissue started to form. Within seconds, a completely new arm had grown in its place. Jaina stared, absolutely stunned by this impossible phenomenon. His arm was back. What was this thing? A spirit? Was this some kind of magic? No, that couldn't be right. She hadn't sensed any magical energy from him. In an instant, all of Jaina's hard work was for nothing. The warrior was completely healed. The two of them just stared each other down. That thing, she thought, is not human. Jaina raised her sword, taking a defensive stance before asking him a direct question. What in the world are you? The warrior just flashed a wide, toothy grin and replied, What am I? You ask. Suddenly, a child's voice called out, Hey, Miss Knight. The little boy had just walked right into the tense standoff. They both turned to look at Gia, who's still smiling innocently as he chimes in. Guess I came at a bad time. And just like that, the strange man snatches Gia and bolts. Panicked, Gina screams the boy's name. Now terrified himself, Gia yells back, Miss Knight! What's going on? The tribesman simply points ahead and says one thing. The last village. With that, he clutches the boy and disappears into the trees, leaving Jaina to chase after them hopelessly. But this makes no sense. Why kidnap someone completely unrelated? And a little kid, of all people? Worse, her supplies and food are gone too. Her only clue? The last village. Jaina sheathes her sword and starts running, following the only lead she has. There's no other choice. Meanwhile, after a brutal journey of his own, Cain finally arrives at the site of Xena's last battle. Even he has to mutter, This is insane. The place is a complete wasteland, with not a soul in sight. As they walk, Cain questions his guide, Haba. Any bandits in the southern jungle? The boy just trembles. No bandits. They continue to search the desolate village, looking for any clue they can find. Cain's conclusion is firm. That means we're dealing with something else entirely. Terrified, Haba stays glued to Cain's back. And then Cain spots a body sprawled out on the ground. He rushes over to inspect it. As a specialist in these dark matters, he suspects a single culprit. The wounds are clearly from a knight's sword. So then, why are there bite marks? They look disturbingly human. The attacker fought on par with a knight, meaning they'd have to be incredibly skilled. In short, he's hunting a man-eating monster that uses pure brutality to match a knight's power. After a moment, Cain speaks. I smell something. Foul. Haba quickly notices it too. You're right. Is it from the bodies? Suddenly, a new voice cuts in. Are you from the association? Cain turns. Who are you? A girl who looks like a local villager steps out smiling. My name is Isa. I'm from the last village, here to escort our guests. And with that, the two men follow her lead. As they walk, Cain thinks to himself that this guide is a lot more pleasant than the useless kid. They claim to be welcoming to all. The villagers even place a handmade flower wreath on Cain's neck. Not only that, they're treated to a lavish feast. But Cain's instincts are screaming that something is terribly wrong. He can feel it. Something is completely off. And that smell, it's a heavy, sickening stench. His expression darkens. He grabs Haba's pack and starts dragging him away, while the boy cries and begs him to stop. You don't need two guides, please just let me go home. But Cain furiously shuts down his request. How can you ask something so ridiculous? You promised you'd guide me all the way to the last village. Haba trembles. I never said that. It's clear Cain is only keeping him around to use as bait. After a short walk, Isa turns back. Everyone, we've arrived. A heavy, sudden silence falls over the place. Cain keeps a tight grip on Haba. Get over here. Isa leads them toward a single house in the village. She steps forward and announces to the person inside. Master Jiha, the guests are here. After a moment, Isa gets a signal and turns back to them. Please, come on in. Jiha's voice calls out. Line of the association. Enter. Cain immediately offers a formal greeting. An honor. Village chief. Haba, still terrified, can only wonder what's going on. Jiha just smiles. You praise me too highly. My words only hold a little sway here. Now then, what is it that brings you to our village? Cain scoffs internally. This cunning old fox already knows. He decides to answer the question directly. Our association wants to recruit you. The statement hangs in the air, leaving Haba completely stunned. What do you mean? Cain's annoyance grows. Damn it. They should have sent a rookie for this job. But Jiha just asks another question. You want us to join your association? In response, Cain issues a cold warning. If you refuse this offer, it'll be difficult to say who walks out of here alive. But Jiha doesn't even flinch. In fact, he lets out a hearty laugh. What a touching thought. But, little lion, do you know the story? Cain is completely thrown off guard, unsure what the old man is talking about. Jiha begins to explain. Not long ago, he says, a terrifying beast came and attacked this very jungle. Cain found it strange. Weren't monsters supposed to be common here? What was this decrepit old man even spouting about? Jiha continued his story, explaining why they weren't surprised. But the monster's claws, he warned, were incredibly vicious. Without caution, they could have been in real danger. Cain shifted uncomfortably, thinking, was it really dangerous enough to threaten this old man? If it was that dangerous, shouldn't he have divine protection from a holy knight or something similar? Jiha cracked a devious smile and asked, "It happened during our negotiations with you. Quite a coincidence, isn't it?" Kane's eyes widened, his expression turning serious as he stared at the man. He was cunning enough to be a member of the Demon Society, so Kane asked him directly, "What is it you want?" He looked calm on the outside, but inside his mind was about to explode. Damn it, the negotiations were ruined. If they were just going to threaten them, why didn't they say so sooner? Jiha finally made his proposal to Kane. "I was wondering if you could take care of a trivial monster for us." Kane shot back. "Is that a threat?" Jiha calmly replied. "You could see it that way." Kane just nodded. Fine. He already had a plan forming in his mind. Time to take down a member of the association, this damn bastard. Jiha then added one last threat for good measure. "You should know, my eyesight is poor. It's difficult for me to tell the difference between you and a monster." Kane answered him bluntly. "Let me make something clear for you. I can tell the difference between my sword and my opponent." Jiha's tone was loaded with hidden meaning. "That doesn't matter, since a normal hunt is boring. So, enjoy tonight's party, because starting tomorrow, we're both going to be busy." Whatever happened next, Kane and Haba bolted from the village like they were running for their lives. "Do you think I'm insane?" Kane thought. "You think I'd do something stupid while you're preparing to hunt me?" Haba, struggling to keep up, asked frantically, "Sir, what terrible crime did you commit to cause such a huge mess?" Annoyed by the whining in his ear, Kane snapped, "Shut up. You think I did this on purpose?" Suddenly, a long chain flew through the air, a sharp scythe blade attached to its end. The two of them, running ahead, had no idea it was coming. A moment later, the scythe shot towards them, but Kane and Haba narrowly leaped aside. Haba cowered on the ground, screaming in panic. Kane glanced back to see who would dare try such a cowardly attack. A fierce woman swung in on a rope, landing directly in front of Kane and startling him completely. Haba, like a scared rabbit, immediately hid behind Kane's back. Isa was there too, offering a fake smile. "Sir, you seem to be in more of a hurry than you let on. I thought you'd at least enjoy the party before leaving." Kane was direct. "I don't like to waste my time like that." The other girl pointed her spear at him, saying, You look familiar. I think I've seen you near a demon's soul." Haba continued to hide behind him. Kane wondered what the hell she was talking about. Facing the spear, he cursed, "Damn it," and drew his sword. It looked like he had no choice but to fight. Haba was useless in a battle, so now it was one man versus two women. Silver weapons flashed as both the spear and scythe lunged for Kane. He used his sword to block their combined attack. Then Kane built up momentum, leaping into the air and spinning to unleash a flurry of hidden daggers. One woman spun her spear to deflect the daggers, while Aisa had to fall back to dodge them. The sudden battle terrified Haba. He crawled on the ground trying to escape, nearly getting hit by a stray dagger along the way. Kane whipped out his rope and cracked it through the air, the end of it striking the spear wielder, but she angrily sliced it apart. "How dare you? It was just a feint." In a flash, Kane was right beside her. He slashed down with his sword, wounding her and sending her flying. Just then, Isa's hook came from behind. Kane instinctively fell back to avoid it, which gave the iron chain attached to the hook an opening to wrap around his neck. The spear wielder recovered and stood up, hurling her spear and wounding Kane in the thigh. At the same time, Isa pulled the chain tight around Kane's neck. "Can't you pay a little attention to me?" she asked. Her hook plunged deep into his shoulder. She smiled. "How does it feel? That feeling of about to lose your life?" The chain was too tight for him to answer. Suddenly, Kane pulled out a red pouch and crushed it. "Take this." Red smoke erupted from the broken bag. Isa coughed violently, covering her mouth. "What is this?" The spear wielder rubbed her eyes, shouting, "My eyes are burning." Haba almost threw up on the spot. What was that bizarre smell? While everyone was distracted by the red smoke, Kane gasped for air as he ripped the chain from his neck. "Damn it, that hurts like hell." The situation was not looking good. He wasn't about to fight the two villagers. Instead, Kane walked straight to Haba, lifting him with one hand as he raised the other to the sky and began his chant. Dark magic twisted around his hand, masking its shape and even its smell. Magic then poured from Kane's purple bracelet, mixing with a thick red smoke. Haba's eyes swelled shut, completely blinded by a sudden allergic reaction. Tears streamed down his face as he asked, "What's happening?" All the while, the two villagers stood frozen in place. "Damn it," they cursed in anger. The red smoke and dark magic had left them completely blind and unable to move. As the smoke began to clear, Aisa frantically looked around. "They're gone. The female warrior gritted her teeth, saying, I recognize that kind of magic. I think I've met that guy before, she declared. We have to catch him. Miles away, Kane finally dropped Haba and stopped to catch his breath. He furiously wondered to himself, damn it, how could she know I'm connected to the demon souls? Could she have been there at that time? Now they'll be hunting me down to kill me for sure. He was so lost in thought he didn't hear Haba calling out, Hey sir, I think those people know you. Kane immediately lied, denying it. They must have mistaken me for someone else. He was surprised, thinking, why is this guy suddenly so sharp? Haba then asked, what was that about a demon or something? Kane snapped at him, listen here, kid. Is that important right now, or do you want to get caught by those lunatics? To shut Haba up, Kane knew he had to intimidate him. He didn't need to tell the boy anything close to the truth. His sudden coldness truly terrified Haba into silence. Kane turned away sharply. Let's get moving. Haba hesitated, asking, but where are we going? He sighed. Anywhere, as long as they don't catch us, right? Everyone, move out. Don't let a single soul escape. By the time Kane looked back, the village was already in total chaos. The entire village was on the move, at least 100 of them. Kane watched them from a distance with his binoculars for a moment. His conclusion? Are these people insane? He then hurled an object towards the tribe, creating a massive diversion to help his escape. The object he threw was a beehive. The sound startled the tribe members, causing them to group together. What was that? In an instant, they became the prime target for a swarm of angry bees, their screams echoing through the forest. Oh my God, it's a beehive. Run, somebody help me. The whole village descended into even greater pandemonium. Only the muscular warrior realized it was Kane's trap. This group ate all the wood again. They're useless. We'll have to redo this when it's over. Kane successfully escaped with the kid in tow. After calming the village down, Isa let out a huge yawn. Sis, I feel so strange. So incredibly sleepy. A weird scent radiated from her body, causing the men in the village to stare blankly. What's that amazing smell? The warrior sister snapped. Focus. Whatever you do, don't fall asleep. Isa mumbled to herself. Am I that strong? Maybe I'm just sleep-deprived. I need to make some red tea. The female warrior clenched her jaw. Don't let me catch you. I will make you suffer every last bit of pain that I've ever had to endure. By morning, the forest was still filled with the sounds of villagers hunting for Kane. Get them. We have to catch them at any cost. Kane hid with the young guide. Don't they ever get tired? He muttered. He lit a torch, his expression turning fierce. Fine, I'll make them feel tired. The young guide's face fell. You really are a madman. Dark smoke began to rise from the direction of the village. The villagers started shouting, Fire! There's a fire! Kane coldly tossed the torch aside. Elsewhere, Gina was being chased by a mob of people. She's over there. Get her. Capture her and bring her to me. Dangerous arrows flew right at her. Jenna dodged while trying to explain. I'm not your enemy. She quickly ducked behind a large tree, only daring to breathe a sigh of relief after the villagers passed. Running away wasn't hard, Gina thought. What she'd discovered over the past few days of fleeing was that the southern rainforest was an absolute nightmare. Every village required a fixed number of people for their sacrifices. Those captured couldn't leave this place was like a human farm for cannibals. She couldn't understand how they made the villagers obey without any form of resistance. Gina also knew it was a long way back, but no matter how hard it got, she couldn't stop or hesitate. That was what he had taught her. Gina recalled her trainer, Coach 7, just as a villager yelled, Over there, go check it out. Gina placed her hand on the hilt of her sword. Were they trying to lure her out? But surprisingly, the villagers ran right past her hiding spot. It's over there. Following their direction, Gina saw a massive fire raging not too far from her position. It turned out they were trying to extinguish the blaze. And thanks to that fire, she had successfully escaped. I don't know who started this fire, but I'll have to thank them later. Gina slipped between the village houses, checking the cages used for prisoners, but they were all empty. She then spotted fresh tracks nearby and quietly followed them. Jaina gently lifted a curtain, and there he was, the kidnapped boy, Gia. They had placed the child on a large sacrificial altar. Gina burst into the room, calling out for Gia. She rushed to his side, asking if he was okay, but then she felt it a killing intent from behind. Her instincts never failed her. Up on the ceiling, Munnam lunged with a dagger, but Jenna was faster, twisting away from the blow. They faced off right there inside the house. But it wasn't just Munnam. Jenna heard other movements closing in. The sound of villagers' footsteps. 5 of them stepped out from the darkness, surrounding her completely as Jenna drew her sword. So they had waited until everyone left to ambush her. A man hurled a spear, forcing Jaina to arch backward to narrowly avoid it. Immediately, another villager leaped forward, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Jaina spun away, taking a few steps back to keep her distance. Then she lunged. With a single, fluid swing of her sword, Jaina effortlessly cut down 3 of her 5 attackers. But the toughest opponent was still standing. Mon Nam swung a deadly blow that nearly took her head clean off, forcing Jaina to activate her 6th skill, Zich Dirmfong. A raging fire instantly engulfed her blade. She unleashed a volley of flaming slashes directly at Mon Nam. The sheer power forced him to take her seriously. Mon Nam wisely retreated just as the entire straw hut began to collapse. While he was busy escaping the flames, Jaina had already made her own retreat, making sure to grab Jia on her way out. Jaina raced towards a gaping hole in the wall. Pushing her speed to the limit, she burst outside into the open. But while she was focused on their escape, the seemingly harmless child in her arms was already holding a small, sharp dagger. Jia attacked without any warning, giving her no time to react. The blade sliced across her neck, drawing blood. An unnerving smile crept across Jia's innocent face as he whispered, "Such a terrible waste." The boy then kicked Jaina hard in the stomach, sending her crashing to the ground. Unable to move, she watched Jia land neatly on a nearby roof. "You really are an incredible knight," Jia said with a bright smile. "Now I see why they call you a holy knight." Jaina staggered to her feet, completely stunned. She couldn't believe it. "You're with them?" Jia just gave a different kind of answer. He sneered. "Ah, yes. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Jia." His voice echoed with chilling clarity. "And I am the leader of the first village." With that, Jaina's eyes shot open in the darkness. She rubbed her neck, sitting up. 10 minutes. I was asleep. It had been a full week since the cannibals and villagers started hunting her. She grabbed her only possession, her sword. But Jaina had realized long ago that someone was secretly helping her burning forests to create diversions and releasing beetles to destroy their supplies. They even used a sleeping powder derived from knot flowers to knock out the cannibals. But who could it possibly be? Jaina had no clue who this person was, why they were doing all this, or why they'd chosen to help her. If she ever got the chance, she wanted to meet them. She used her sword to prop up her exhausted body. This whole ordeal wasn't going to end easily. This game of hide-and-seek had gone on too long. Jaina decided it was time to end this, right now. But from the shadows, Jia's voice echoed, "You don't get to end it. We do." Behind the young chief stood the female warrior and Mon Nam. "To think this little hunt has cost us another entire week." Jaina provoked them right back. "Aren't you angry? I killed one of your comrades, you know." Jia just shrugged. "That's only because she was weak, wasn't it?" Jaina's eyes narrowed. "Are you saying the weak deserve to die?" He nodded calmly. "Of course." Those words struck a deep nerve in Jaina. She gripped her sword tightly. "Fine then. Let me show you the true privilege of being strong." The female warrior rushed forward, sneering at Jaina with utter contempt. "Don't make me laugh." But her spear was stopped instantly. Jaina parried the blow, forcefully throwing the warrior backwards. At that exact moment, a sharp blade sliced past her cheek. She just barely managed to block it with her sword. The attack was from Jia. Seeing she was still uninjured, Jia brandished his twin blades, ready for a real fight. The two of them clashed head-on. Jia's attacks were relentless and utterly without mercy. The second she showed an opening, Mon Nam jumped into the fray. A perfectly timed knee to the gut sent a shockwave of pain through her, slamming Jaina into a tree. The warrior seized the opportunity, lunging with her spear. Jaina barely managed to roll aside. With a single slash, she shattered the warrior's spear. Now disarmed, the warrior tried to back away. Without hesitation, Jaina yanked the broken spear tip from her own side. Then, with deadly precision, she hurled it straight at the warrior. Elsewhere in the forest, Cain was busy setting up camp. Beside him, his naive guide sat without a care in the world. He was just waiting for the food to be cooked. After a while, Cain finally sat down to eat, and Haba asked a question with a mouthful of meat. "You have stimulants from red berries and sleeping powder from knot flowers." Cain just tossed more wood on the fire. "The sleeping powder works better when the target is agitated." The boy nodded, then asked, "So where are we headed now?" Cain answered plainly, "We're going to village number 5. Haba was completely shocked. "Number 5? You mean Jiha's place?" Cain just calmly replied, "I want to try negotiating one more time." He paused, rubbing his chin as he looked Haba over. "And you get to be the bait." Haba immediately started shaking. "No way! Why does it have to be me?" Cain shot back. "Who here looks more harmless, you or me? Besides, Haven't I been carrying your dead weight this whole time? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Under Kane's intimidating gaze, Haba had no choice but to obey. Yes, sir. The next day, Haba arrived in the village. Did the boss really send me in here alone? He slowly shuffled towards the village chief's house. Getting closer, he cautiously peeked inside. Sorry, Jiha has been waiting. The old man's voice called out. So, you've come? Haven't seen you two around lately. Haba was so terrified he couldn't speak. Well, it's because. The village chief walked closer as he spoke. I know, it's because of that troublesome guest, isn't it? Jiha smiled kindly at Haba. You were just dragged along with him, weren't you? Haba accidentally blurted out the truth. No, the boss saved me multiple times. Jiha kept smiling. Is that so? What a shame. He slammed his staff on the floor. Then you can no longer hunt with us. But that's all right. Jiha placed a withered, bony hand on Haba's shoulder and asked him a question. Don't be afraid. Now, where is that beast? Haba hesitated, terrified. About that. Just then, Kane's voice cut in. Hey, you looking for me? Just like that, Kane had already stepped into the old man's house. He stood face to face with Jiha, showing no fear. After grabbing the chief's attention, Kane immediately bolted outside. Haba was left stunned, calling out, Boss! Jiha completely ignored him and gave chase. Haba, the bait, was now totally useless. He could only run after them, yelling, Wait for me! After a long chase deep into the woods, Jiha finally saw Kane come to a stop. How long are you going to keep up this act? The old man's eyes turned dangerous, but Kane just casually took a sip from his water skin. He took a long, refreshing drink. Seems there's a misunderstanding. Kane sat on a high dam, dangling his legs. I just want to hunt beasts. Jiha lost his patience, raising his staff. I'm done pretending. Now I'm hunting you. Kane just scoffed back. Go ahead, try it. But first, Kane pulled out a detonator and pressed the button. Right before the fuse could fully activate, Kane quickly leaped to safety. The dam exploded, unleashing a torrent of water. From a cliff, Kane laughed. Catch me if you can. A massive wave crashed down on village number 5, swallowing everything. Haba thrashed in the current, screaming, Ah, help me! Jiha had to use all his strength to avoid being swept away. He leaped onto a nearby roof, stabilized himself, and began to channel his magic. He ground his teeth in pure fury. So you want to play this way? Kane also leaped from the cliff to a rooftop, carefully drawing his sword. Damn, I really wanted him swept away from the village. Too bad. He wondered if he should try talking him into surrendering now, all that effort wasted. The staff in Jiha's hand shot into the air. He cast the spell of the wind ruler. First up, a brutal wind strike. A swirling tornado of wind blasted forward. The destructive power was terrifying. Kane barely managed to dodge to the side. That was insane. One hit and I'd be toast. Jiha immediately closed the distance. Kane screamed in his head. Give me a break, old man. In a move nobody could have predicted, the old man pulled a sharp blade from within his wooden staff. He slashed down hard at Kane. Luckily, our guy was ready and managed to block the attack. After the clash, Kane carefully backed away. Jiha now looked like a seasoned warrior, standing perfectly straight with his sword, showing no signs of the weakness he'd always been faking. He stated it plainly to Kane. You've encountered a demon spirit before, haven't you? Jiha smirked. A little lamb told me so. Meanwhile, that same little lamb was about to get cooked. The spear Xena threw pierced straight through the female warrior's heart. Without mercy, she followed up with a slash across the neck. The warrior's body dropped to the ground, completely lifeless. Xena suddenly heard a noise from behind, spinning around to dodge. It's Manhwa, attacking with a powerful knee strike. Xena was slammed back against a huge tree. He's their close combat expert. Jia coordinated the attack, leaping to a nearby branch to take on the role of a long-range assassin. Now Xena was facing two opponents. Zara pulled out his twin daggers. He decisively hurled them, aiming straight for the injured Xena who was pinned against the tree. But she just raised one hand and snatched them both out of the air. The two blades were now firmly in Xena's grasp. But she wasn't done yet. She channeled fire magic directly into the daggers. While Zara was still confused about what was happening, Xena threw them right back at her enemies. The daggers flew through the air, trailing intensely hot flames. Jia had to leap to the ground to avoid them. The moment he looked up, he was met with Xena's second wave of attack. Manhwa screamed, Jia, and rushed forward, using his enormous body to shield his chieftain from the magical fire. The instant the flames touched his skin, they erupted even more violently. Manhwa let out a horrifying scream before collapsing right in front of Jia. Seeing his warriors being defeated, sent Jia into a furious rage. He yanked his sword from a tree trunk and prepared to charge in once more, but he had seriously underestimated Xena. Her hand tightened on the hilt of her sword. All that could be seen were flashes of silver metal, slicing through the air. Xena moved at unbelievable speed, slashing right past Jia. After the strike, she landed a powerful kick. The kid collapsed hard on the ground. She walked over, stepped on his chest, and aimed the tip of her sword right at his face. Looks like I win. Utterly exhausted, Jia couldn't fight back, but he just smiled calmly and admitted it. Yeah, he found it ironic. With all that strength, he sneered. They don't call you a monster, but they call us that. Jenna's reply was simple. Because I'm human. But Gaga shot back. No, you're a monster. No mere human could ever use a sword like that, he insisted. But Jenna refused to debate it and changed the subject. Tell me, she demanded, what happened to the one who helped me? Gaga whispered. Go to the last village. He's waiting for you. She spun the sword in her hand. Before she could plunge the blade down, Gaga spoke. Just as I thought. You won't spare me. Jenna's answer was ice cold. Correct. Gaga's childlike voice echoed. I really had fun. After making sure he was finished, she pulled her sword free. With Gaga completely gone, she walked away from the smoke and flames alone. Meanwhile, Kane's situation was looking not so good. Jiha kept up the assault with his wind magic, using wind pressure to imbue his weapon with power. Once the wind magic fully enveloped his blade, Jiha roared, I'll kill you with this sword. Kane cautiously fell back, creating some distance. He then used his own blade to parry every single one of Jiha's relentless attacks. A strong young man being pushed back by an old geezer. The thought alone made Kane furious. Damn it, this is so frustrating. He knew when he was beat, running was the best option now. But of course, his luck had to run out. As he leaped down from a rooftop, he landed wrong, twisting his ankle. Kane cried out in pain. Jiha was on him in an instant, showing no mercy and unleashing even more magic. Kane glanced back just in time to see Jiha unleash a windstorm. A massive tornado of energy roared straight for him. With his injured leg, there was no way to dodge. All he could do was brace for impact. The powerful spell slammed into him, sending him flying 8 meters back. He coughed up blood, screaming internally. Ah, my poor spine. The house behind him now had a massive hole blown straight through it, and right in the middle of that hole was Kane. The pain was too much. He couldn't get up. He just grabbed his sword and cast an invisibility spell. Kane dissolved into a faint black smoke, trying to slip right past Jiha. But just as he was about to get away, a small cough escaped his lips. Bad move. The sound gave away his position, and Jiha instantly unleashed another wind strike. Kane gritted his teeth in anger, but then an idea hit him. Fire counters wind, old man. He channeled his fire magic. He compressed the flames onto his blade, then swung it forward in a powerful arc. Wind and fire collided mid-air. The two spells resonated, creating a destructive inferno. Then came the sound of a heaven-shattering explosion. Jiha's entire village 5, which had just been watered, was now engulfed in a raging heatwave. Jiha struggled just to open his eyes, and in that moment, Kane had already appeared before him, poised to deliver the finishing blow. A single slash cut deep across Jiha's chest. The elder collapsed in pain as Kane wiped away his sweat, saying, Let's end this here. But shockingly, the old man shot back up and ran for it. Kane's jaw dropped. Hey, get back here, he couldn't believe it. He still had that much fight left? It was obvious where he was headed, straight for Haba, who was hiding behind a tree. Kane yelled, Hey you, run! A horrifying thought struck Kane. Is he going to eat that guy's heart to recover? He had to stop him. But then, Jiha reached Haba and screamed, Look out! Get away from there! Haba just stood there, completely confused. Sir Jiha? It turned out to be a massive, burning tree branch directly over Haba's head. The moment he looked up was the moment it began to fall. An arm shot out just in time, followed by a piercing scream. When Haba opened his eyes, he saw the village elder had pushed him to safety, but the sudden exertion made Jiha's own injuries that much worse. Haba stared in shock. Oh God, the blood. Are you all right? Jiha just shook his head. I'm fine. And Kane witnessed the entire thing. Kane slowly walked over to Jiha. If you're going to be the king of this forest, you should at least act like one. Jiha looked back, confused. What are you talking about? Kane's voice was serious. When I destroyed your village, I realized you didn't kill indiscriminately, and now you just saved that guy. You want to unite and protect the people in this forest, don't you? Kane's words left him speechless. Kane continued. Royalty is a tree that must be watered with blood. But if you get addicted to the watering, then you'll end up facing the consequences. It was a genuine piece of advice. Jiha conceded, bowing his head. I'll remember that. Finally, Kane extended a hand to the old man. Let's stop this pointless fight. On the outside, he was playing it cool. But on the inside, he was practically begging. Please, just stop. I'm exhausted. And yeah, the spot where he got hit was killing him. Jiha let out a small laugh and agreed. I suppose there's no other choice. From now on, the southern forest is your ally. Haba stared at Kane in pure admiration. Hey boss, is everything all settled? By now, Kane had already sheathed his sword. Yeah, that's great, he replied, silently thanking the heavens. Phew, glad that's over before I collapsed. Jiha bid them farewell. I'm off to fix my village. But Kane stopped him. Before you go, let me ask you something. Tell me about that beast from before. Elsewhere, Jenna runs into someone in the forest, and from the way they talk, it's clear she knows him. Just as expected, Haba hesitated for a moment, but still greeted Jaina. Hello, Knight. Jaina immediately confronted him. Why did he help her? She thought he was with the cannibals, since he introduced Jiha to her. Haba finally revealed his reason, stating he simply couldn't let the cannibal group continue any longer. Hearing this, Jaina grew curious. So you've always been preparing to fight them, haven't you? Haba dodged her question and asked one of his own, did she know the origin of the cannibal group? Of course, Jenna had no idea. And so, Haba began to tell the whole story. They were once slaves, sold off cheap by the Empire before the cannibals took over. Back then, the region was pure chaos, with constant wars between villages just to reduce the number of prisoners and orphans. To fund these wars, prisoners and orphans were sold into slavery. But then one day, a group of those very slaves returned. They came back with terrifying, unheard-of power. They brought great change to the forest, but the price for using that strength to unify it was steep. They became addicted to that power, a power that came from a deal with a demon. In exchange for eternal youth, they could only eat human flesh and would only heal completely by consuming a human heart. Someone had to stop them before they became full-fledged monsters. This explains how Kane knew about eating hearts. He was there when Jiha's group made their deal. The little lamb even confirmed seeing Kane at the demon spirit's location. So, to stop them, you helped me. And you even pretended to be bad at the Imperial language, Gina stated bluntly. He just smiled at her accusation. That wasn't the only reason, he explained. He was also repaying a debt to Sahada, which only confused Jenna more. Wasn't Sahada the one the cannibals worshipped? Haba suddenly burst out laughing at Jaina's naive question. Impossible. 6 years ago, the cannibal group encountered a certain man. They clashed with him, even tried to kill him, but he turned the tables on them with all sorts of tricks. He forced the entire group into submission. That was the real Sahada. When cornered, the man was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing at will. So all those tricks I used? I was just copying Sahada. I used to be terrible, but he taught me. As Jenna listened, she started to ponder. Causing trouble in 5 villages at once just by imitation? The trick sounded a lot like Desato's survival skills. But how did this connect to her? Haba pointed to the sword at Jenna's hip. That is Sahada's sword. It's what your master left for you. Haba thought for a moment, then added, Sahada's female colleague. She used to call him Instructor Number 5. At the sound of that name, memories flooded back to Gina. The man who had sparred with her, who had helped her, wasn't he, Instructor Number 5? Haba scratched his head. The reason the cannibals target outsiders is because they're completely obsessed with Sahada. If I hadn't recognized Sahada's sword, I wouldn't have helped you. This sudden revelation left Jaina with a lot to process. If my master hadn't helped you, then I wouldn't have been helped. And I could have died, she said to Haba. This part was my own idea, the rest was unintentional. You're still as clumsy and foolish as ever. A quote from Cain back in chapter 4. Haba then stood up. Anyway, thanks to you, maybe we can finally bring peace? But even Haba himself didn't know what would happen next. He wasn't certain if peace would truly return to the forest. Hearing this, Jaina felt a sense of relief. He then asked her about her future plans. Jaina's plan was simple. Continue training. Haba was shocked by her answer. You still need to train more? Jaina gave a forced smile. Because I'm still not good enough. And if possible, I want to find a few things. This incident made her realize just how inexperienced she was. To fill that gap, she needed to keep traveling. Her mind was set. She would search for the traces her master left behind. He'd been gone for 3 years, but clues from before they met had to still be out there. Though she couldn't see him again, she would always remember him. The scene then cuts to Cain, standing in the forest. Suddenly, Number 1 approached him. Impressive. So, my method failed, after all. She was referring to her plan to threaten Jiha into joining. You've completed the mission. Those beautiful fireworks from earlier? All Kane's doing. Kane clearly couldn't stand her, his expression filled with contempt. So you were watching? He sneered. This whole mess was mostly your fault, you witch. Number 1 just grinned cheerfully at him. Then, she presented him with his next mission. Kane looked at the paper in her hand and nearly passed out. A new mission already? These people were relentless. Kane snatched the paper from her and began to read. Instantly, his expression shifted. Number 1 watched him with a dangerous smirk. Unexpected, isn't it, Kane? Bet you never thought you'd be given this kind of assignment. Number 1 then explained the mission. You will be an instructor, and you will pass on your sword skills to the next generation. Hearing this, Kane just wanted to curse. Just say you want my sword skills, he grumbled. Number 1 continued. Don't be so disappointed. You are now instructor number 5, and I am instructor number 1. This was basically a mission to keep him under surveillance. Having delivered the orders, number 1 turned to leave. I'm heading back. It's time. Suddenly, she drew her sword, slashing at a tree behind her in a flash. Kane could only watch, completely stunned. The tree was sliced clean in two. As the top half toppled over, Haba was revealed, standing right behind it. He crashes to the ground, spitting a mouthful of blood. Kane stares in horror. This guy. What is he doing here? Number 1 glares down at him coldly. A worthless rat. I hate rats. Number 1's deadly gaze shifts to him, making Kane tremble with fear. Her stare is terrifying. He tries to reason with her. We just formed an alliance, so I don't think we should be killing their people. Besides, he's my guide. Hearing this, number 1 relents. Fine, you handle this. See you later, instructor number 5. Kane awkwardly replies, see you later, instructor number 1. Haba, trembling on the ground, wonders why Kane just saved his life. Kane wipes the blood from Haba's face. You have to live, so you can keep guiding me later. He thinks to himself, a villain and his lackey, huh? I need this guy alive, at least I'll know someone here. Bandaged up, Haba is deeply grateful to Kane. You'd better repay me, he says, dead serious. Kane stands. He walks away, thinking about his last mission. Pretty cushy, all things considered. Being a training instructor is the safest job in this entire organization. No more life-threatening battles, and he gets paid just to babysit. But there's no way he's teaching them his real sword skills. Behind him, Haba watches with eyes full of respect and admiration. This was 7 years ago, when Kane had just joined Desato. The incident with Xena in the south happened just 1 year before the present. But he has no idea that a tragic future awaits him in a few years, when a wicked hero will appear, and he'll be forced to jump into a chasm of hardship. In the present, the kingdom of Zone lies covered in ice and snow. This was once the homeland of the demon tribe, but now its past glory is buried under a blanket of white. Amidst the ruins and ice, another fateful encounter is waiting for our villain. A kingdom once so powerful it could have conquered half the continent, only to meet a tragic end by the will of the gods. The Zone Kingdom was engulfed in flames. Everyone fled for their lives, but Aziz remained frozen in place. The little girl had no idea what to do. No, don't go. Don't leave me all alone. I've been abandoned here, all by myself. Just when Aziz was completely alone, Kane appeared, using the alias Coder. He calmly asked for the little girl's name. Aziz introduced herself but was confused by the man before her. Who was this person? Why did he come to this ruined place? She was the last survivor of this kingdom. Kane finally spoke to Aziz, asking, "Want to come with me?" Aziz was baffled by his friendly approach. What's wrong with this human? Did he sympathize with her at first sight? His eyes were just as empty as hers. Still, Aziz stubbornly refused. No, I will stay. But before she could finish, Kane cut her off. If you stay here, this place will collapse one day, and you will die. Aziz knew he was right, but she stammered in response, I can't leave. I can't accept it. You don't know anything about me. You know nothing of my pain. So just go away. Kane then reached out and gently patted Aziz on the head. Aziz, you survived. Kane switched his tone to build a connection. Since you made it this far, shouldn't you try to keep on living? His words seemed to get through to her. The girl slowly stood up, her eyes welling with tears. Take me with you. Kane looked at her with pity. All right. But Aziz, you should use polite language with your elders, no matter the circumstances. Kane was still optimistic, still a bit of a goofball. They arrived at the Duban Duchy, a border town in the Senate province. The innkeeper, Ben, questioned Kane's decision. Are you sure you'll be okay? I'm glad I sold this abandoned house, but it's not fit for you and a little girl. Kane didn't change his mind and walked inside. What girl? I saved her so she could be my maid. We don't even look alike. Kane checks the city wall and finds it's completely rotten. He'd need some tools and wood to start repairs. Ben tells him to just call a carpenter, but Kane worries about the cost. He didn't have money to spare, so he decided to fix it all by himself. So Kane got to work, hammering nails and sawing wood. Ben was a little surprised. Was your father a carpenter or something? Aziz was also shocked by Kane's skill. He's so proficient. He can do this too? Ben asks if she wants to go back to the inn, since this looks like it'll take a while. But Aziz refuses. There's no reason to stay, but I want to. Hearing this, Ben doesn't press the issue. Okay, I can't be away for too long, so I have to go back. She must be shy. After a long day's work, Kane finally takes a break. He sees Aziz in the distance, asleep against a tree. Instead of feeling pity, he gets annoyed. What is this? The adult is working himself to death, and she's just sleeping. I should have just left her there. This flashes back to the day Kane found Aziz. I came here to earn my retirement fund, but there's nothing here and it's freezing. Kane wandered around for a while with nothing to show for it. Just as he was about to give up, a flash of light caught his attention. Thinking he'd struck gold, Kane excitedly ran towards it. But after digging through the rubble, he found no treasure, just another burden named Aziz. Kane was in despair. This wasn't treasure, it had all been taken. Just then, Aziz woke up and saw him. Kane quickly used a fake name to introduce himself, Coder Levin. He looked down at the child before him. He guessed the kid must be an orphan. Kane asked Aziz, "Are you the only thing left?" He got a firm yes in response. And that's when the despair truly hit him. Damn it, everything was gone, not a single thing left in this place. And there was no way he could retire on the little money he had. So, he made a choice and invited the girl along, at least he'd get a slave. But now, Kane felt like the slave while Aziz acted like some noble lady. He was even planning to share. But now? He was going to eat the whole sandwich himself. But his plan fell apart when the bag vanished from the table. He searched everywhere, only to find the sandwich bag in the mouth of a red fox. Kane exploded. "You dare steal my sandwich? Get back here." Kane ran around chasing the little fox, quickly running out of breath just trying to catch it. "I got you. How dare you make an old man exercise at night?" The terrified fox struggled, dropping the bag of sandwiches. Just then, a black shadow whipped past Kane like the wind. It was a massive, ferocious black wolf. The wolf seized the opportunity, snatching the bag. Kane's face went pale, a wolf that big. The fox kept struggling, completely overwhelming Kane. "What's wrong with you? Stop squirming." He then threw the fox toward the black wolf. He used the opportunity to run away. Aziz was just waking up. Did I fall asleep? Since the fall of the Jolm Kingdom, she hadn't had a single decent night's sleep. As the girl sat up, she noticed a cloak draped over her body. Right at that moment, Kane returned, telling her it was time to go back to the inn. Looking at the kid really got on his nerves. He almost died, and she was sleeping? He watched Aziz just stare blankly. Kane urged her to hurry, but her attention was somewhere else. He was covered in sweat, despite the cold, windy night. He had to be cold, yet he still gave her his cloak. Realizing this, Aziz quickly got up. Kane turned away, his mind stuck on that wolf. Damn it. As long as that wolf was around, his retirement would never be peaceful. He couldn't even sell the house. That stupid wolf, daring to hang around his property. Aziz followed behind Kane, completely puzzled. She didn't need this kind of concern. So why was he doing it? Lost in thought, she quietly trailed after Kane. She really couldn't understand this man. Kane, meanwhile, was just furious. That wolf, next time he was going to show it who was the boss of this area. Just you wait. While Aziz was busy cooking in the kitchen, Ben came in to check on her, his face etched with concern. He eyed the soup she was making. Is that for eating? Of course, Aziz had no clue what his expression meant. Confused, she simply replied, "It's for Coder." Ben's concern only deepened hearing that the pot of sludge was for Kane. "For Coder, you say?" Aziz, ignoring his strange look, just asked where she could do the laundry. Ben was once again taken aback by this girl. "You're planning on washing clothes too?" Not trusting her skills, he offered, to do it for her. But Aziz didn't want to bother anyone, turning to head out to the yard. A panicked Ben called after her, "Wait, don't go alone, let's go together," while Aziz washed clothes the old-fashioned way. Ben stood to the side, rambling on. "You know, the house you and Coder bought? It was built by GM 35 years ago, and as fate would have it, the house is owned by an outsider once again. The girl, busy washing, only caught bits and pieces. "Giam?" But Aziz was far more concerned about how flimsy the fabric felt. Ben just kept on with his story. Giam is the town's hunter now, but he used to be a treasure hunter who traveled all over when Ben was a kid. Ben even admitted to stealing his father's liquor for him, just to get Giam to tell his stories. Oh, the good old days. Aziz had zero interest, but he was lost in his own monologue. He wouldn't talk without a drink, you know? Something must have happened in his past. After vigorously beating the clothes, Aziz was finally done and went to hang them up. Looking at the style of these outfits, she figured they must belong to Coder. Ben, however, was already planning to prepare some of his spare clothes for Kane. Aziz didn't get his meaning at all. "What are you talking about?" Elsewhere, Kane went to meet Giam. The man was built like a tank, but he was surprisingly friendly. "First time we're meeting. I'm Giam, this town's hunter. You said you needed some things?" Kane shook his hand. The man looked vaguely familiar. Kane explained, "Ben sent me. I heard you used to be a treasure hunter, so I was hoping to buy some of your old tools." At that, Giam let out a hearty laugh. "I don't use them anymore, and you don't seem like a bad person, so you can just have them." Kane could hardly believe what he was hearing. He thanked him profusely, relieved to have saved some cash. Giam then led Kane to a warehouse. "If you need anything, just take it." The room was cramped and covered in dust, like it hadn't been touched in years. Kane took a look around. He scanned the items. They were old, but still usable. These looked like climbing gloves. Then his eyes locked onto a vial of lethal poison sitting on a shelf. Why would Giam have something like this here? But before he could recover from that surprise, another one hit him as Kane glanced to the side. Inside a chest, part of a bow was sticking out. That was the organization's weapon. Wait a second. Old Man Lai from the organization was also a treasure hunter. Don't tell me that he's... As Kane's mind raced, GM's voice suddenly cut in. "Have you finished searching? You can put your things in this box." Kane was completely startled. He quickly took the box GM handed him. "Thank you." Watching Kane's reaction, GM spoke up. "By any chance, are you?" Just a few words, but they were enough to make Kane panic. "Don't tell me he recognized me, please no." GM looked at Kane closely one more time. He was so nervous, beads of sweat were pouring down his face. Then GM scratched his head and chuckled. "Ah, it's nothing. I guess I was mistaken." Kane seized the opportunity to make a quick escape. "Well, I'll be leaving now. Have a good evening." Just as he left the house, he ran into a young boy. Jack was running toward GM's house. GM was his grandfather, and the two of them looked incredibly happy to see each other. As Kane walked away, the voices of the grandfather and grandson faded into silence. Suddenly, Ben appeared and called for Kane to stop. "Oh, there you are, Kane. Come over here. I have a few things to tell you." He was confused, but his next discovery would make it all clear. Kane was so shocked his jaw dropped. "What on earth? How did my hideous outfit turn into a tattered rag like this? That thing was expensive." Kane was heartbroken, crying silently. He'd brought Aziz back, and so far she'd been more trouble than she was worth. Ben sympathized with Kane, trying to comfort him. "I'll lend you some spare clothes. As for Aziz, get inside the inn and follow me." At this point, Kane couldn't even process anything, his body going limp as Ben dragged him towards the kitchen. The room was filled with a thick black smoke, just as dark as Kane's future seemed to be. Kane's eyes went wide. "What in the world is this, Ben?" To rub even more salt in Kane's wound, Ben added, "I don't know about the material costs, but I definitely need you to cover the repairs." Kane's hands trembled as he paid Ben, his heart aching with every coin. Utterly exhausted, Kane turned to leave. Once he had the money, Ben was grinning from ear to ear. "Have a good night." Kane went inside, and upon seeing Aziz, he wanted to mince her into 100 pieces. "This brat! I lost money because of you." Kane forced himself to stay calm and asked Aziz, "Did you make dinner?" At his question, the girl proudly tilted her chin up. "Of course, it was a piece of cake for me." But as she served him a bowl, he saw the color of the liquid. It looked more terrifying than a witch's brew. Despite his fear, Kane didn't want to let Aziz's efforts go completely to waste. So he sat down, took a spoonful, and put it in his mouth. Immediately, his stomach churned. It tasted absolutely horrible. He asked Aziz, "You don't know how to cook, do you?" Aziz got offended and stood up abruptly. "You just mix flour, water, and a few other things, then heat it up, right?" Not letting her say more, Kane said directly, "Aziz, try a taste of your own cooking." Not believing Kane, Aziz took a large spoonful for herself. How dare he criticize her perfectly made soup? But the moment the food touched her tongue, Aziz understood Kane's reaction. He, in turn, ended up comforting the young girl. I'll teach you how to cook and do laundry. In a quiet restaurant deep in the forest, Aziz was in the kitchen, cooking something for her uncle. But Ben's expression was anything but stable. That's cream of mushroom soup, right? It was a dish Aziz had put a lot of effort into. She wasn't even sure if it was soup anymore. Ben looked a bit panicked. I only took my eyes off you for a moment. What did you add to this? Spices from hell? I have a business to run, kid. If this keeps up, my entire livelihood is done for. From the outside, it looked as if the restaurant was about to burn down. Ben laughed nervously. The window's open, so don't worry about suffocating. But I think you should just throw that pot away. I know you were cooking for Kane with all your heart, so let's try again tomorrow. Aziz's attitude changed immediately. No, I'm not trying again. However, Ben was more concerned about his immediate interests. Come on now. Don't be like that, Aziz. You're a fast learner. That's right, this is your first time making cream of mushroom soup, isn't it? Cooking isn't easy, so everyone needs to try a few times. But this pot of soup, the color alone already looked horrifying, let alone the taste. Ben was filled with a growing sense of dread. This wasn't cooking, this was more like brewing a batch of poison. After thinking for a moment, Ben found a way out. Even if the taste is terrible, as long as the sentiment is there, Kane will eat it happily. He will surely recognize your sincerity, though that sincerity might lead to some serious indigestion. And right on cue, the tavern started to get busy. Hey owner, get us some beer and snacks. Ben waved to the customers. All right, take a seat. I'll be right with you. These particular guests were carrying quite a few weapons. Aziz recognized them immediately. They were mercenaries. Ben's job started to get much busier. Those are mercenaries, he warned. Very dangerous. You go on inside. You don't need to help me. Ben could handle all the work in the tavern by himself. In fact, he didn't even seem tired and was happily singing. As Aziz was busy stirring the food, a piercing voice suddenly cut through the tavern. How long have we been drinking? That brat can't possibly follow us all the way out here. Let's just lay low for a year or two. We'll have to hide out for at least a year. It's all that stupid kingdom's fault. Wasn't it you who started the whole mess? The leader just roared with laughter. Aren't we on the run because their garbage-tier buildings just fell apart on their own? What a string of bad luck. The plan was to give them a little help and then just let them deal with the consequences, right? If I'd known this would happen, I would have done more. Didn't you kill everyone? If I knew I'd be broke, I'd have sold those girls. The women in that house sure looked excited though. But that kind of person can lay a curse on you, right? You're right, it was just their bad luck they didn't survive. Every last word reached Aziz's ears, and her composure finally snapped. This filthy blooded trash needs to be wiped from existence. Not caring who they were, Aziz hurled a ladle straight at their heads. A sudden silence fell over the rowdy tavern. Aziz marched right up to their table. Take back every word that just came from your mouths. Take it back this instant. The shout jolted Kane from a nightmare. He had a strange look on his face. What was going on? He had a bad feeling something stupid was about to happen. Kane had been in terrible shape lately. 20% of it was his own doing, sure. But the other 80% was all Aziz. That girl had summoned some truly horrifying things recently. Not wanting to waste the ingredients, Kane ate it all, never realizing it could have been his last meal. And thanks to that, he was down another set of clothes. It was now day 3, but Kane still needed rest. He was using everything, flu herbs, wet towels. He thought, if he weren't a veteran villain, he would have been dead a long time ago. That girl's no hero, but she can bring a villain to his knees just like this. She has to be a demon lord. It's way too quiet today. Did she go out somewhere? She said she had something to do, but that just made Kane nervous. Not his problem. A veteran villain knows how to take care of himself, and rule number 1 is to stay in bed. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that today was going to be a problem. But no matter what, Kane couldn't fight his own hunger. He'd just grab a quick bite. He didn't even want to go. The door looked odd, almost like a gateway to heaven. Shouldn't a third-rate villain like him be headed for hell? Great. Is this some kind of budget cut? Excellent strategy. He needed food. His stomach was roaring. Kane slowly went to find something to fill it. On second thought, he was only getting poorer thanks to Aziz. He never should have picked her up. At this rate, his retirement plans were totally ruined. The shouts from the mercenaries below echoed in Kane's ears. Tesk, you guys are being way too loud. But as soon as he muttered it, his usual timid nature took over again. Everything went dead silent. Kane had no idea what he was even doing out here. The mercenary leader stared daggers at Kane. Who the hell was this guy? How long had he been watching? Was he a guest or another mercenary? Kane just knew that one wrong move here, and he was finished. If it came to a fight, he'd have to use it. Kane just held their gaze with a look of pure annoyance. As expected, they all seemed intimidated, but Aziz suddenly broke the tense atmosphere. Don't interfere, this is my problem. The leader looked at Aziz and let out a nervous laugh. I see. You're this kid's guardian, are you? Get down here before I do something to this girl. But Kane didn't make a move. After all, every action has a consequence. First, he got sick from Aziz's cooking. Then, he caught a cold because she tore up his clothes. And then, he was stuck in bed for 3 days straight. His exhaustion made him blurt out that line without thinking, and now, he was surrounded by an angry mob. All he wanted was food and a room to stay in. Is it too late to play dead? He was screwed, completely done for. The mercenary's eyes were turning absolutely vicious. You don't even look related to the kid, yet you're interfering? Kane made eye contact with Aziz, trying to send a message. His eyes were screaming, we have to run now. You draw their attention, since you're the one who started this mess. Aziz nodded, completely misunderstanding his signal. Okay, I won't get involved, the leader sneered. We're mercenaries. And you? Truth is, Kane was actually retired. I'm not telling you, he thought. Not telling you my name, either. He absolutely could not let this group know his true identity. They were beginning to lose their patience. Just get rid of him already. Let's turn him and the girl into fertilizer. But the leader waved his hand. No, it's fine. I'll use this. See? This crew is a real handful. It's not easy keeping them in line. If I look away for 1 second, they'll start wrecking the place. So, you're going to help me set an example. Aziz recognized it instantly, demon magic. The man looked completely unhinged. Bored of the black feather, it's time for you to meet your maker. His dark power shot straight for Kane. It got closer and closer. The shadowy energy began to destroy everything it touched. After a moment, all the furniture in the tavern was completely obliterated. Bottles shattered, spilling alcohol all over the floor. No one could believe the sheer horror of the attack. Magic originally comes from demons, so mages who wield it are terrifying. The leader growled, just what in the hell are you? But a person who could take a direct hit from demon magic without a scratch, that was something far, far scarier. On the outside, Kane looked perfectly calm. On the inside, however, he was screaming his head off in absolute terror. He had only dodged on pure instinct, not even sure what he was avoiding. Phew. Close one, he thought. The kid's still okay. Did she dodge just because she's short? Is this just a fluke? Cherith just scoffed. What? You got lucky, kid, don't get cocky. It was like Kane had become a completely different person. Lucky, you think? So what if I am? Seeing the guy take the bait, Kane said, I have something. The thought alone made the man's face drain of color. Was he hiding a sword? Kane acted casually. This was about pride, not just skill. He would never back down, a fact that even confused Aziz. The lackey just thought Kane was bluffing, but the leader's eyes went wide. Unbelievable. To think I'd meet a knight of Jinai here. Everyone's jaw hit the floor. The Jinai were masterless knights, a secret order with no leader. People knew they existed, but that was about it. But there was one thing everyone knew for sure. Every last member was a monster, worth at least 50 men in a fight. And sure enough, the mark was clearly visible on Kane's hand. The leader started to sweat as Kane waited for his next move. Cherith suddenly changed his tune completely. All right, let's stop here. We have no quarrel with the Jinai. Let's just end this, all right? But Aziz wasn't having it. Hey, I want an apology. Kane, however, stopped her. Get upstairs, kid. Aziz's shoulders slumped, her feet feeling nailed to the floor. The guy couldn't resist a final threat. Be careful, kid. That knight of yours won't always be there to save you. Aziz couldn't suppress the rage boiling inside her. Footsteps approached the room. It was none other than Kane. 99 demons, the patrons of all villains. Thanks for nothing, he thought. I curse you all to a quick and painful end. Is it really too much to ask for one decent meal? Why on earth would they bring an entire gang to this secluded spot? He thought his heart would give out. And that mage crossed a line. Without his sword, he'd been genuinely terrified. His acting skills were top tier, his bluffing game undefeated. His real sword was safe in his room. Thank God for the glove. He'd just grabbed that glove from a corner of the room. Who would have thought his old job would actually come in handy? He gave a mental thanks to his past self. Man, what a lucky day. First things first, he needed to sit down. Kane let out a huge sigh of relief, finally able to rest. He had to organize his thoughts. He'd actually fooled those idiots. The Jinai were so infamous that no one wanted to mess with them, but using their name to escape was a massive risk. He was lucky they didn't know much about the organization. If they found out he was just a third-rate villain, he'd be a dead man. especially that one guy. He needed to run before they found out. He already had at least 9 escape routes planned out, but there was one problem. The moment he ran, his peaceful retirement was officially over. So unfair. Why was he the only one dealing with this mess? Those damned mercenaries. How dare they bully this kind-hearted villain? He was starving. He hadn't even eaten yet. What did I do wrong, he wondered. If anything, it was his fault for bringing this kid home. He had to stay cool in front of her. He needed to handle this calmly, like an adult. Aziz then spoke timidly. You didn't have to help me. What would happen if this sort of thing kept occurring? Aziz, he asked, you still haven't forgotten that place, have you? Aziz's expression immediately darkened. Of course not. Kane, in stark contrast, remained perfectly calm. Forget it. Aziz was stunned by his words. Kane continued, if you can't forget, then bury it. It doesn't matter how you lived before, what memories you have, or what you were attached to. You have to understand that it's all in the past, and you can't turn back time or change what happened. You have to live for the present. Aziz's whole demeanor changed. Forget? Bury it and just live for now? You saw what I had to leave behind. How can you say something like that? Kane's brow just furrowed. So what, are you going to carry those corpses around with you forever? Aziz looked completely numb, all emotion gone. It was like a splash of ice water to the face. She tried to make sense of it. It's because you don't understand. The only reason Kane could say such a thing was because he couldn't comprehend her pain. And when she looked into his empty eyes, Aziz finally understood. This man would never, ever understand her. Right. No one ever did. The feeling of losing everything, of being the sole survivor, only she knew this pain. A pain that felt like her heart was exploding. The fear made her want to scream her lungs out, and a loneliness so deep it froze her to the bone. She was going to be alone forever. Aziz's face turned grim. She turned her back and walked away, the room suddenly feeling cold and empty. Kane, why did you even bring me with you? Does that need a reason? He replied. Aziz just swore under her breath and slammed the door. What's with this kid? Suddenly so disrespectful and so loud. Fine, if she wants to leave, then leave. That was all priceless advice from my own experience, he thought. Whatever, it must be her rebellious phase. He got back to work on the roof. Finally, it's done. That kid, Aziz, seriously left him to do this all alone. She needs to be punished. But she's been locked in her room for days. He decided he wouldn't let her back in the house. She can reflect on her actions out there. It's her fault he's been suffering so much, with his food money dwindling. Still, it was quiet now. This house, hidden by the forest and far from town, was the perfect retirement spot. It was cheap, too, the pinnacle of a veteran villain's life. All that time spent fixing the house had paid off. Kane spotted Ben approaching, looking exhausted. Coder, we have a huge problem. You need to get back to the inn, now. How could the newly renovated house already be on the verge of collapse? I just did a few minor repairs, Kane said. Ben brushed it off. Just get back to the inn. The moment Kane heard Aziz's name, worry set in. After that day, Aziz had withdrawn completely, locking herself in her room, lost in sorrow and despair. Looking out the window, Aziz saw the sunset. The sun looked like it was bleeding into the sky, setting the whole horizon on fire. This must be her destiny, she thought. As the monarch of a fallen kingdom, she was supposed to fade away, just like that sunset. It was time to go back. Aziz made her decision and acted instantly. Grabbing a few travel items from his room, she headed toward the hunter's house. The mercenaries went that way, those fools who dared to insult them. Before she left, Aziz was determined to make them pay. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, that same group was busy bullying the weak. The mercenaries started laughing and mocking him. Look how pathetic he is, the so-called hunter of this remote little inn. But this was the man who vanished 35 years ago after becoming the greatest dragon-class hunter, Kanertizam. While drunk, he had accidentally revealed his identity to them. You're the treasure hunter who found the Dragon Clan's legendary vault, one sneered. A vault no one had located in 1,000 years. So they demanded Guillaume tell them where the treasure was hidden. And it was true, Guillaume had found it. However, he couldn't retrieve anything from a place that was impossible to enter. Chejiat just smirked. Couldn't enter, or wouldn't enter. Guillaume shot back at him. Are you pretending not to know? A guardian has protected the Dragon Clan's treasure for 1,000 years. Even a fool knew that. Not even a dragon-class treasure hunter could stand against it. But it was clear Chejiat didn't believe a word Guillaume was saying. He insisted that Guillaume just point him to the treasure's location. He would handle the rest himself. In the end, Guillaume had no choice but to agree. When he first arrived, he had built a house deep in the woods. About 35 years ago, he'd hidden a map to the vault there. He then sold the house, and it was bought almost immediately. Suddenly, Chejiat sensed danger. But when he turned, he saw nothing. He ordered one of his men to go check the perimeter. The man advanced slowly, ready to draw his sword. But strangely, there was no movement up ahead, which only made him more tense. Out of nowhere, an animal appeared, chewing on a bone. It was an old fox. It tried to bark aggressively. He couldn't believe it. A fox? Was it rabbit or something? He turned back and reported to his leader. It's just a fox. But unfortunately for him, Aziz was right there. She had overheard everything about the house hidden deep in the forest. Her first thought was of Coder. At the same time, the mercenaries were already setting off on their treasure hunt. Aziz couldn't help but worry for Coder's safety. She had to warn him. But then she stopped herself. Why should she? They were nothing to each other now. If this was the vault from the Age of Myths, from the war between gods and demons, the Dragon Clan had aided both sides, leaving behind a legendary treasure that both demons and gods coveted. If Aziz could get her hands on it, could she rebuild her kingdom? Then she wouldn't have to be alone anymore. She remembered the day her kingdom was attacked, how she was left all by herself. She was terrified, but in that very moment, Coder appeared and saved her from certain death. The more she thought about it, the more it hurt. Stop thinking about him, she told herself. If something happens to him, it's not my problem. Aziz was torn. Should she get her revenge or go find the map? But first, she had to follow their tracks. As she moved, Aziz dreaded what she might find up ahead. Bodies. Aziz thought this guy had some seriously bad luck. He'd been crushed to death by a falling tree in the middle of the woods. But as she continued onward, more and more bodies lay scattered around, making her wonder, were all of these really accidents? Once is an accident, twice is a coincidence. But 3, maybe 4 times in a row? Aziz didn't even know what to call it. Suddenly, she heard angry shouting and immediately ran toward the sound. Aziz sprinted as fast as she could, and the scene before her was horrifying. The mercenaries were confronting the hunter, GM. He genuinely didn't understand why they suspected him. GM denied everything, but the mercenary leader wasn't buying it. He was convinced GM was behind everything, because who else would dare to mess with them? GM pleaded his innocence, but no matter what he said, they refused to believe him. I was being nice, and you dared to lie to me? They still suspected Guillaume was doing all this just to protect his precious map. With that, the mercenary decided to finish off the old hunter. Aziz watched in horror, about to rush out, when an arrow from an unknown assailant suddenly struck the man right through the skull. He was dead before he hit the ground. Both GM and Aziz were completely stunned. They were just as panicked. Seeing an arrow, Cheese screamed at his men, "All of you, scatter now!" The mercenaries quickly fanned out in different directions. Cheese didn't know who attacked, but he was determined to end them. Suddenly, he felt a sinister energy creeping up from right behind his back. He tried to turn, but his body froze solid as stone. Aziz just stood there, completely clueless about what was happening in the bushes. But thankfully, the old man was unharmed. Cheese, now consumed by pure rage, immediately activated the power from his ring. He lunged forward to attack, planning to turn his enemy into mush. Then, unexpectedly, Ches stopped dead in his tracks. A massive trench had appeared before him. Shaking with fear, he suddenly spun back around. Aziz immediately put up a shield, so he was fine, but the hunter with him couldn't react in time. Cheese howled like a madman. He unleashed his fury, destroying everything around him with unrestrained power. When everything finally settled down, the surrounding area was just a wasteland of eerie silence. Yet, Chiaz still couldn't find who fired that arrow. Aziz was also watching him very closely. The anger flared up again, and he roared, "Who the hell are you? Get out here. If you don't show yourself, I'll kill this old man." Aziz was terrified. The guy had completely lost his mind. In this rural backwater, there weren't many people skilled enough to take on a whole mercenary squad. But Aziz knew it could only be one person. Just then, Kadr appeared. He was tightly gripping a small, struggling fox. This was the exact man Aziz had been thinking of. But as the fox bit him, Kadr couldn't help but yell at it in frustration. What was more shocking, however, was the giant wolf right behind him. It just stared at him while casually chewing on a mercenary. And what happened earlier in the bushes? That was just the wolf snacking on the rest of the squad. When Kane first heard Aziz was chasing the mercenaries, Kane wasn't worried in the slightest. And after seeing his messy room and empty wallet, he let out a laugh like a true villain. A seasoned villain can't break down under pressure, not even when his entire retirement fund goes missing. Of course not. The secret. Theory 1. The mercenaries baited Aziz into following. Theory 2. Aziz went looking for them on his own. Kadr wasn't sure which theory was correct, but the real problem was that his retirement fund was in their hands, which meant this entire squad had to be wiped out. No matter how strong, they were just mercenaries. Kadr considered his options. Which trap should he use? In the end, Kadr decided the long ma formation would be enough. It's a strategy using many small traps to inflict damage on an entire team. And while the damage from each trap is small, the cumulative effect is absolutely devastating. One guy gets taken out by a log trap, the next by poison needles underwater, then a rock slide, and finally, a mud pit near a cliff. They wouldn't even realize what was happening until at least 5 of them were down. Kadr figured out how to handle them. It was going to be easy. However, after that psycho Ches went berserk using the ring's energy, the mission's difficulty shot way up. Thanks to some random animals appearing out of nowhere, Kadr missed his golden opportunity. And now, he deeply regretted it. He shouldn't have let them run, he should have turned them into bloody carpets. Because of them, Kadr's bow was now damaged. Things just got a lot more complicated. The bow could only be fired 2 more times. And that redhead was on high alert now. The long ma trap definitely wouldn't work on him. Kadr had to switch tactics, using a magic stone to create echoes to talk to him. Aziz was completely stunned. This time, Kadr fired another arrow from a distance, his voice booming with a challenge. "You want to see my sword? Answer me, Cheese of Aquaman." The man was completely shocked. "How do you know my name?" Turns out, Kadr had recognized him the moment he showed off his signature magical arts. Cheese couldn't pinpoint Kadr's location with the echoes, so he decided to cut his losses and run. Based on the arrow's path, Kadr had already calculated the deviation. Besides, Cheese was standing in the perfect spot for Kadr to land a high-precision shot, so he decided to finish him. But suddenly, Cheese yelled out, "Why is a masterless knight targeting us?" This made Kadr pause his attack. They stole his retirement fund, something he considered his child, and now he dares to ask why. Kadr shot back at him. "Where is it?" This just left Cheese totally bewildered. "What are you even talking about?" So Kadr began to explain. "It disappeared right after you guys left the inn. Don't tell me that's a coincidence." At that moment, Aziz felt a pang of regret. Kadr was looking for the little girl, and here Aziz was about to betray the man. Meanwhile, Kadr continued to press Cheese. "I don't care if I suffer payback, or if you take your anger out on me. That's fine. But the moment you take something precious from me, you become my enemy." Cheese started to panic. "Wait a minute." But before he could finish, Kadr fired an arrow that zipped right past his face. Cheese immediately realized the man was toying with him, a deliberate miss to apply pressure. The truth is, even Kadr couldn't believe he'd actually missed. Cheese was furious now. "Don't you want to know where the girl is?" Both Aziz and Kadr were stunned by his question. Chazat flashed a sinister grin. "If you want to know where the girl is, show yourself, or else." Kadr, for his part, looked completely baffled. Aziz felt a surge of pure rage. Was he really pretending to have her hostage, using a simple misunderstanding to lure Kadr out? But Kadr was a rational man. He would never be fooled into revealing himself. She was absolutely certain of it, until the exact opposite happened. Kadr officially stepped out to confront him. Chazat wore a smug, arrogant smile, but Kadr didn't even bother to acknowledge his pathetic attitude. All that mattered right now was, where was Aziz? Chazat let out a sneer, but deep down he couldn't hide his growing anxiety. Kadr's cold gaze completely ignored his very presence. This reaction made Chazat think that Kadr was actually a pretty interesting knight. Aren't the free knights supposed to have been wiped out a long time ago, right? Judging by the look on Kadr's face, Chazat knew he'd hit a nerve. You people were destroyed by your own so-called noble spirit. Standing nearby, Aziz heard every word, and a sudden sense of dread washed over her. She remembered when Kadr offered to take her along. At the time she thought he was weird, but his eyes held the same emptiness as her own. The memory alone made her body tremble. Kadr had lost everything. Just like her, that's why he reached out to her when he had nothing left. So, to Kadr, was she actually important? Aziz continued to watch their exchange, cautiously taking a step back. But her luck ran out as she stepped on a dry branch, making a loud snap. Just like that, Kadr found Aziz. Chazat was just as stunned. His fake hostage plan was completely blown. He panicked, trying to figure out how to explain this away. He knew fighting head-on was a losing battle. So, Chazat just had to target the one thing his opponent wanted to protect. He decided to capture Aziz. Kadr was shocked. Chazat was unleashing his full power to attack Aziz. He was trying to eliminate her on the spot. But hold on a second. Let's quickly go over why Kadr risked everything to play the hero in front of Chazat. Theory 1. It was for Aziz. Theory 2. It was for some old man hiding in the forest. Of course, neither of those is even close to the truth. Saving people is a hero's job, but Coder is a villain. All he truly cares about is his retirement fund. However, a quick look at Shehzad revealed everything. Red eyes, cold sweat, unstable mana. He had reached his absolute limit. And as any veteran villain knows, when a bad guy is cornered, they tend to self-destruct. A mage's self-destruction has a blast radius of at least a kilometer. If that happened, Coder's entire retirement fund would be vaporized. The mere thought sent him into a silent rage. So, to handle this villain, Coder first had to play along. But naturally, he already had a counterplan ready to go. Demon arts is basically the act of stealing and using the power of a sealed demon. All mages share the same hard limit. They can only wield that demonic power for about 600 seconds. And as the seconds ticked by, Coder knew Shehzad was about to time out. He counted down in his head, 595 seconds. 596. But Aziz's appearance completely wrecked his plan. Only 2 seconds left. Coder had to move incredibly fast, or his precious treasure would disappear. He took 0.2 seconds to make his decision, and another 0.3 seconds for his body to react. On top of that, it took 0.97 seconds to reach her, plus sword draw time, for a total of 1.88 seconds. Shehzad braced himself for the confrontation. In the instant their powers exploded, Coder seized the opening. He lunged toward Aziz, shielding her from the deadly attack. So, there you are. His sudden appearance left Aziz completely baffled. This man, who had lost everything just like her, had managed to find her once before. And now, he had found her again. Coder was relieved she was okay, until his eyes drifted down to the bag Aziz was carrying. He'd found it his precious retirement fund. Why did this kid just run off with his stuff? Suddenly, Shehzad called out to him. He demanded, "How are you even here? You haven't shown your face since that organization fell." Leader of the Free Knights. Shehzad's booming accusation left Aziz stunned. Now that she was staring at him with suspicion, all Coder wanted was to go home. Aziz pressed him. "Are you the leader of the Free Knights?" But Shehzad still couldn't figure out why he was even here. So the rumor that the Free Knights had no leader was just a lie to fool the public. It hit Aziz like a ton of bricks. Coder was the leader of Zine. Coder just scowled in silence. He was so tired of this. Zine was ancient history. Seeing this, an uneasy look crossed Shehzad's face. "So is that it? You want Jagonia to revive Virginia?" Hearing this, Aziz realized Coder might have the same goal as her to rebuild Virginia. We could both go back to those days. But she knew that even if they could, the people they were now would be gone forever. Suddenly, a new voice rang out. "If that's the plan, then count me in." Coder could only think, what is this guy talking about? Shehzad said excitedly, "Share 10% of the treasure with me, and I'll give you my full support in rebuilding Vzeen. And with my skills as a mage, this kind of help doesn't come cheap. You get me?" Aziz shot Coder a worried look. He finally spoke up. He pictured the paradise he had been dreaming of, a quiet, peaceful retirement. Coder took a long, deep breath. Kot then says with a straight face that he won't rebuild the ruins. The man is stunned. "What?" Aziz panics internally. What is he saying? Gripping his sword, Kot questions the point. "Rebuild for what? You can't bring back the dead." Aziz bites her lip, frustrated. Kot continues. "And you can't turn back time, either." Aziz realizes Kot is different from her. She never even dared to try burying her own regrets. She just let herself drown in the past, carrying corpses that should have been laid to rest. Kot advises her, "Living in the past is just a waste of time. Nothing's more pointless than greed." Aziz closes her eyes, thinking, I know that. Even with Zagonia, she couldn't revive the dead. She knows turning back time is impossible too. She was just clinging to a false, desperate hope. Suddenly, Kot pats Aziz on the shoulder. She thinks he was trying to tell her that these lingering feelings and regrets were just holding her back. She cracks her knuckles, declaring, "Don't you dare taint my past with your meaningless greed." Aziz watches his back, thinking, "When you told me to bury the past and live for now, that's what you were trying to say." But then, Kot's face twists into a look of pure disgust. He snaps, "So, Zagonia?" Kot cuts him off. "If you want 1,000-year-old fertilizer, then come and take it all." The man's face burns with anger. "Fertilizer? You think I don't know you're trying to trick me to keep the treasure for yourself?" Kot looks helpless. "I already said you can have it all." Aziz clutches her pouch, realizing he doesn't need Zagonia. When you've buried all your regrets, you have no use for it. He truly doesn't need Zagonia. That's the difference between them, the ones who've lost everything and those who haven't. Damn it. Someone who doesn't know real loss could never understand. But then Kot just laughs. An emergency fund would be nice though. If you're splitting it, give me a share. The man scoffs. Can't hide your greed, can you? Showing your true colors. If you're the leader of Fergini, then get lost from this world with it. An old man hiding behind a tree trembles in fear. Such a temper. The man spots the elder and lunges. Where do you think you're going? Aziz whips her head in that direction, startled. In a flash of steel, the man uses a rope to yank the old man right in front of him. Aziz watches, frozen with fear. The man snarls. Sorry to keep you waiting, old man. Now, take me to the map. Aziz notices Kot suddenly lowering his sword. He smirks. What? Does this offend your knightly spirit? Kot denies it, thinking that pitying the weak is a hero's job. A villain's job is different. This guy's greed has made him an idiot. And now, he's full of openings. Creating too much bad karma you can't control is just a death sentence. Kot begins to walk forward slowly. There's a monster that eats people alive. It's called greed. Aziz is stunned by his speed, thinking, when did he even get over there? Kot walks steadily, his voice like steel. If that is your bad karma, then your karma will eat you alive. The man screams in terror, throwing the old man at Kot. Frowning, Kot catches him. The man swings his sword, yelling, let him go. Kot easily dodges the attack. He sets the old man down just as his attacker lunges toward them again. Get lost, he screams. Kot calmly sidesteps the sloppy attack, then slides in close. In one smooth motion, he slices off the man's hand. It thuds to the ground as the man turns, his face a mask of horror. Sweat pours down his face. He stammers, my hand, before throwing his sword forward in desperation. Kot just casually tilts his head, dodging the blade. The man clutches his remaining hand and yells, Bork do! Kot frowns, taking a defensive stance. The man chants an incantation, Black Wing Flight. Instantly, a pair of bat-like wings erupt from his back as a powerful wind swirls around him. He crouches low, then launches into the air. Kot silently watches him, sheathing his sword. Aziz worries. Is he really sparing a defeated enemy, even after Fergini was destroyed? His knightly spirit wouldn't allow it. But if they let him go, that bastard will definitely come back for revenge. Her mind made up. Aziz unleashes her own power. Zenus, embodiment of despair and storms. Despair storm. In an instant, a cyclone forms and shoots directly at the fleeing man. He whirls around, his eyes wide with shock. With the enemy dealt with, a cheerful voice calls out, Thank you. The old man struggles to his feet. I owe you a great debt. Thank you. Inwardly, Kot scoffs. If you're grateful, pay me. But on the outside, he just nods calmly. I only did what was necessary. The old man replies, To repay you, I'll give you the map to Zagonia. But Kot refuses. You fool. Stop being so greedy. The old man looks bewildered. What do you mean? Kot replies. I don't know what your obsession with Zagonia is, but don't you dare push that obsession onto us. Does the old man not get it? Kot explains that the treasure of the Parda, Dragon Clan is just a myth, born from humanity's own illusions and greed. There's no point in chasing something that doesn't even exist. The old man hesitated, then spoke up. Really? I suppose you did help me find Zagonia. Daiche Ko said the same thing. Kot said nothing, simply watching the old man leave. The elder couldn't help but wonder why he'd come to Zagonia. Kot just let out a weary sigh. Aziz gently tugged on Kot's sleeve, shyly handing him a small pouch. Kot was confused. What is this? Did she think she'd be forgiven after causing all that trouble? He decided to let it slide, but only this once. Besides, abandoning a kid was just asking for a hero to show up and punish him, and he was terrified of heroes. Kot turned around and started to walk away, thinking he'd forgive her because she brought his beloved my back safely. Aziz stared at him blankly, then nodded and dutifully followed. As they walked, Aziz couldn't help but wonder why they weren't going back to town. Kot was completely silent. Was he angry or worried? He even defeated a whole squad of mercenaries for her. Kot must be so disappointed. He was probably going to send her away. Suddenly, Kot called her name. From now on, this is our home. Aziz froze in her tracks, thinking, Our home? Did he really just say, our home? Kot continued. It's late, let's get inside and rest. But all he could think was, I'm so tired. Before her stood a small, cozy house. She was completely speechless. This feeling, it was happiness. Was it sadness? or regret. She couldn't begin to describe the emotion that was slowly filling up her heart. She thought she would never forget the faces of the dead. She had even wanted to follow them into the afterlife. She wanted to change the past, but that was just a coward's obsession. The truth was, she simply felt helpless. Aziz suddenly wondered if this was a moment of decision. But it didn't matter anymore. Even if her time with him was someday forgotten, it wouldn't be meaningless. As the last survivor of the fallen capital, Aziz turned for one final look back. Tears welled up in her eyes. She decided then and there to let go of her past regrets, keeping only the good memories. That was the only way she could make and enjoy new ones. That's how she would bury her past. Meanwhile, after escaping from Coates' group, the mercenary suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He wondered in agony, what was with that wind before? It wasn't normal. It had to be magic. He remembered seeing something just like it when he was hired by the Kingdom of Dot. Not even 99 sorcerers or the 9 great archmages could unleash the kind of terrifying magic he had just seen. The sheer rage mixed into the wind felt familiar too. It was the magic of the Demon King. He struggled to his feet, realizing that girl knows how to use it. A girl like that would sell for a fortune. He sneered. You bastards will regret letting me live. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit him. Why do I feel so sick? He looked down at his trembling, blood-covered hands. A nosebleed, that strange smell, and his fingertips were turning blue. It could only be one thing, the 5-colored ultimate poison, made from a deadly mushroom. Its telltale sign was the victim's body slowly turning 5 different colors. This was the work of the cursed blood, who tried to rule with plagues. But that poison should have vanished when he died. His body trembled. When did this happen? He remembered Coates' sword from their fight. Right after, he had flown into the sky to escape. That bastard, he realized. He laced his sword with poison. But how did he get it? I need an antidote now. A voice cut through the air. So this is where you were hiding. I didn't expect to find a remnant of the massacre here. He shouted in pure shock. How did you find me? The blonde woman gripped her sword. You are guilty. Now pay with your life. In a flash, it was over. His body hit the ground. She calmly sheathed her sword. She turned her gaze up to the night sky. I'm almost at Senatormer, she thought. It had been 15 long years since that day. She'd experienced so much, traveling across the 6 lands. Her efforts paid off. She had successfully restored her family's name. The world now called her the Sword Saint. But even with that title, the memories of that day still weighed on her heart. She approached Coates' little house. She remembered Ben's words. The description matches Coate. Could this really be the right place? Was it truly him, or just another false lead? A familiar voice called out, Come in. She opened the door, and there he was. Coate. She was so overwhelmed she had to grit her teeth. Tears filled her eyes. After a long moment, she finally spoke. It's been a while. Coate, however, looked incredibly annoyed. What an awful day, he thought, while he was trying to teach that little brat how to do things. He learned she didn't know a single chore. He was starving, so he supervised her cooking. It should have been fine, but somehow she added poison mushrooms, and he had no idea. He just remembered Aziz running out, cheerfully yelling, I'm off to the market! He still couldn't figure out where the poison mushrooms came from. The stress was making him feel weak. And then, he heard a knock at the door. He assumed it was the kid, and was about to give her a piece of his mind. But when Coate turned his head, he froze. He just stared at the blonde woman, utterly confused. Who is this? What's going on? A veteran villain has to be able to sense danger, and his villain senses were going haywire. She's a hero. He had no traps or weapons on him. It's fine, he thought. Her target might not be me. No need to worry. The girl's voice cut through the silence. It's been 15 years since that day. Coate's blood ran cold as he cursed internally. What in the world did he do 15 years ago? Hold on. 15 years ago. That was number 3 on his list. He had to stay calm. Coate asked sternly, Why have you come here? The girl paused for a moment, lost in thought. She wondered how she could possibly repay him. I came to repay my debt from 15 years ago, she finally answered. But how could she possibly pay him back? He had given her far too much already. In her mind, there was only one path left. Coate trembled in pure terror. Oh God, she's here to take my life. He had to stall for time, and he had to do it now. Trying to sound casual, he said, That's a nice sword. She replied, This is the sword you gave me 15 years ago. Coate was stunned. It was just an ordinary steel sword, so why would she keep it? He thought. Don't tell me it's sharper now because it was honed with deep-seated hatred. The girl thought to herself that this sword was their connection, and it had indeed become sharper honed by her own unbreakable will. Now that she had everything she wanted, There was only one thing left to do. And with that, she raised the blade high. Her mind was made up. She would use her life to repay him. But Kot's voice cut through her thoughts. What good is a corpse? But this debt can only be paid with a life, she replied. Kot advised her. Forgiveness is something only the living can find. Inside, Kot was practically begging for his own life. He had to survive first and figure things out later. He had to sound confident. So he continued calmly. A debt paid with one's life is just another form of running away. His words jolted her back to reality. It's been 15 years. The sword in her hand trembled once more. She was being taught a lesson by someone again. The girl was filled with questions. How can I be forgiven if I continue to live? An old ache returned to her heart. Dejected, she asked. Why do I keep asking questions like a child? He had no idea what to say. The girl realized she wasn't the child she was 10 years ago. She declared, if death is not enough, then I will live. She knew what she had to do now. She continued, I will stay by your side and repay you, little by little. She knew this better than anyone. She plunged the sword's tip into the floorboards. Her voice was solemn. Here, in this moment, I, Zeravu, swear upon my sword. Until the day my sword breaks and my head falls, I will keep this oath. Kot's mind was reeling. What is happening right now? Wasn't she here to kill me? What is this situation? He thought in sheer disbelief. Can someone please explain this to me? Even the Demon King would be shocked by this outcome. He had predicted 40 different futures, and every single one of them was wrong. This absolute monster had just devoured all of his careful predictions. Okay, stay calm. The most important thing is that the threat to his life is over. Still, thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. He had no idea what was going on inside that lunatic's head. It seems she thinks he's the one who saved her, but she was the one who wiped out DC. This whole mess was started by her, in fact. He was supposed to be the villain here. She was the hero, so it was only natural for her to attack him. He needed to disarm her first. Kot pointed ahead and spoke. The first room on the right is empty. Put your things in there. After he spoke, she immediately stood up to do it. Kot thought, I have the momentum. Time to go all in. Thinking fast, he said, I washed my hands of that life and retired a long time ago. Zeravu turned back. Really? Kot replied. When I decided to live here, I put down my sword to start a family, to forget the sound of clashing steel, to listen to the laughter of children, to forget the stench of rotting corpses, and get used to the aroma of hot food, to become a master of the kitchen instead of a master of war. Zeravu thought to herself, he had always been so decisive in his actions, but did he lay down his sword because of his ideals, or because of cowardice? Kot continued, not giving her time to think. From now on, you will be an ordinary person in this place. Zeravu felt like it was a death sentence, as binding as the oath she had just sworn. It was the feeling she had suppressed for 15 years. Zeravu closed her eyes tightly. I understand. His words had made her bow her head. Kot said, if you don't have clothes, there's a set in a box in the room. Go and put them on. Zeravu obediently followed his command. A sigh of relief echoed in Kot's mind as he thought smugly, a perfect plan. She fell right into my trap. Once she was unarmed, she would be like a fish on a cutting board. He had devised a perfect plan. He was a true genius. Even if this plan failed, he still had 108 traps and 36 backup plans to deal with her. Zeravu slowly took off her cloak and hung it on a hook. She was reassuring herself. It's okay, don't hesitate. For 15 years, I've lived like a corpse holding a sword. So maybe this was just a feeling she wasn't used to. The scene changed. Zeravu entered the room and opened the wooden box. Inside were neatly folded clothes. Zeravu thought, this feels a little strange. Come to think of it, she had never experienced this before. A normal life. They had only just reunited, and her master was already teaching her another new lesson. Does he know what I need to be happy? Can I really put down my sword and continue to live? He looked no different than he did before he gave up the blade. If he could live on after laying down his sword, then maybe she could too. Zeravu firmly closed the lid of the box. She felt as if all the guilt, responsibility, and regret she carried were being washed away. He had known the moment he saw her. He knew she was a fool who couldn't let go of her sword on her own, and he knew what she needed right now. Aziz glanced at her reflection in the mirror, a radiant smile on her face. Yeah, she definitely couldn't let her guard down around him. As the afternoon faded, Aziz was walking home with her bag, casually imagining all the ways Kot was going to punish her. So you're late because you fell asleep on the hill? Aziz was terrified of getting scolded again. Suddenly, a voice called out, Aziz? It was Ben. He approached her, asking, "Are you heading home?" Aziz gently shook her head. "Why do you ask?" Ben just scratched his head in response. "Well, I wanted to ask you about the visitor who came to your house." A bad feeling washed over Aziz as she asked, "A visitor?" Ben explained the woman had stopped by his place first. She seemed to know Kot from a long time ago and was looking for him. She just asked for his address and then left. Looked like her first time here. Aziz's mind raced with anger. What? This was just too strange. A total stranger comes to the village looking for Kot and only needs his address? Could she be an assassin? But she couldn't sense any magical power from him. After a moment of thought, Aziz started sprinting home. She ran, her mind spiraling. Is Kot safe? He hasn't been attacked, right? What if? Fear took over, her hand trembling as it reached the door. It's too late, she thought. But a voice called out, "Come in." Aziz breathed a sigh of relief as she pushed the door open. He's safe. Kot stood up, saying, "You're late." Aziz quickly replied, "I had to do a few things." Kot continued, "Pay attention to the time from now on." Her eyes then fell on an unfamiliar cloak. Aziz didn't press for details, simply replying, "Yes, sir." Kot scratched his head and said, "We have a guest." He figured it was best to warn her first. After all, it would be a huge problem if Aziz angered their visitor. Aziz asked worriedly, "Who is it?" Kot replied, "An old acquaintance." "An ex-girlfriend?" Aziz was stunned. Suddenly, another set of footsteps was heard. Kot announced, "From now on, we'll all be living together, so you should introduce yourselves." Sina smiled brightly. "I'm Sina. It's a pleasure to meet you." Both Kot and Aziz were completely stunned by her demeanor. Kot began to doubt his own memories. He remembered her looking like a crazed killer. How could a simple change of clothes alter her entire attitude? It was surreal. He was getting goosebumps. Just you wait, he thought. For the sake of his peaceful retirement, he would absolutely get this woman out of his house. Aziz thought. Just from this handshake. She could feel it. Aziz said uncomfortably, "I'm Aziz. It's nice to meet you." The Demon Lord's quiet life had just entered hard mode. The next morning, Aziz woke up early. She had barely opened her eyes before letting out a massive sneeze, then wandered around the house. She wondered to herself, "What should I cook today? Maybe some egg soup?" Ugh, so annoying. She couldn't get a good night's sleep thanks to that suspicious person. Why would Kot let someone like that live with them? Was she really an old acquaintance? Aziz was now convinced the two of them were actually ex-lovers. Suddenly, a delicious smell wafted through the air, pulling her towards its source. Could it be her? Opening the kitchen door, she saw Sina cooking. Without thinking, she blurted out, "What are you doing?" Sina smiled cheerfully. "Oh, you're awake, Aziz. I'm preparing breakfast." Annoyed, Aziz immediately grabbed a ladle to take over the job. "I'll handle this. You go do something else." Sina gently replied, "I can do it, but all right, I'll go to the dining room first." Aziz fumed internally. She's so annoying. This is my job. She even thought, maybe I should poison her portion with something called Dien Long Lei. But no, that would be letting her off too easy. Outwardly, Aziz served the food like a seasoned professional. This was a skill she learned from Ben. She was certain Kot would praise her. However, when she stepped out into the dining room, Aziz grew even more furious. In front of her was a magnificent feast, all prepared by Sina. The woman even complimented her. "You're very skilled." Aziz thought to herself, when did she even make a salad? She was so shameless, using her kitchen without even asking for permission. I do not like her. Aziz's jealousy was so obvious, it left Sina completely bewildered. Just then, Kot arrived, carrying a bottle of wine. "Ladies, please, sit and have a meal." Sina's eyes widened when she saw the bottle. It was Act 2, a low-quality and absolutely terrible wine. It was made by prisoners, but if you consumed a moderate amount, it would help your body develop a resistance to poison. In the past, he always drank this stuff by himself. She even snuck a taste once when he wasn't looking. Kot offered her a glass. "For me?" he said. "Did you want me to toast alone after 15 years? I understand," she replied. Kot happily raised his glass. "That's right. To celebrate our reunion after 15 years, and to celebrate retiring our swords for good," Aziz was growing restless. What is going on here? Their conversation felt like it was surrounded by an invisible wall, completely blocking her from getting in. This was the first time she had ever seen Kot act this way. It felt as if she was interrupting their precious time together. She watched them acting so familiar, without paying her any mind. This uncomfortable, stinging feeling was making her blood boil. Unable to stand it anymore, Aziz shot up and slammed her hand on the table. She knocked over Sina's glass and then smashed the bottle. "What the hell is this feeling?" she screamed. A mortified Sina stared at Aziz. Kot finally spoke. "What in the world are you doing, you brat? But hold on, it's time to reveal the truth." As it turns out, the quick and easy plan to poison the hero had just failed. And let's get into the poison the hero plan, which had the following steps. First, poison the Act 2. Step 2, the villain drinks the antidote beforehand. Step 3, invite the hero for a drink, and drink first to avoid any suspicion. Finally, the villain lives thanks to the antidote, and the hero dies. This was the perfect plan that was just ruined by Aziz. Just another day, another third-rate villain's plan going up in smoke. He just laughs it off, saying, "That's right, it's fine." This wasn't the first time the little brat had foiled his plans, but this time, Coder wasn't letting it go, because the poison he used was called Mad Dragon's Tear, and it was also his entire retirement fund. He seethed, recalling how Aziz knocked over the glass. The wine slipped right out of the girl's hand. He cried internally, "My precious retirement fund. Mad Dragon's Tear is a top-tier poison, potent enough to kill even a dragon. Getting it is like plucking a star from the sky, and it sells for a fortune to royal families with lots of siblings. Or evil organizations, for that matter, enough money to live on for life." Coder gritted his teeth. He'd wasted such a precious poison on that little pest. And to trick the girl into drinking it, he'd even had to take a sip himself. He didn't die, thanks to an antidote, but the pain felt like his stomach was being burned alive. He clutched his belly, thinking, even with the antidote, this still hurts like hell. The poison would also cause damage if it touched her skin. His plan would be exposed if those drops of wine stayed on her face. He told Gina to go take a shower, and she immediately went. But her chest felt heavy, and Aziz was worried, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Aziz never wanted to ruin the meal like this. There were so many things she wanted to say, but she just couldn't open her mouth. For some reason, she didn't even understand herself. She looked closely at Coder's expression. His eyes were as empty as ever. He got up and walked toward Aziz, terrifying her. He patted the little girl's head, leaving her confused and scared as he stood over her. A million questions raced through her mind. Was he mad at her? Was it because of Jenna? He gently stroked her head. Did this mean he forgave her? But in reality, he was barely holding back his fury. Coder's mind was filled with a single, dark thought about Aziz. "I will never forgive you." He told himself he'd even planned to sell the rest of the bottle. That poison was Mad Dragon's Tear, and he imagined selling it for a high price to a line of eager buyers. And now, that plan was completely ruined. He decided he would sell the brat to cover his losses. He sighed and walked away. He was tired and needed energy just to yell at her. His soup was now mixed with poison, a real shame. He'd have to throw it out. He stared at the soup bowl with a look of genuine regret. Aziz watched him, feeling guilty not for the wine or for Gina, but because he seemed upset about the soup she helped make. Though Gina had helped too, Aziz spoke up. "I'll go get a new bowl of soup," and headed for the kitchen. "Clean this up before you go," he said. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Gina braced herself for Aziz's anger. "That child is his family, and I owe him my life. She'll never forgive me for this, and I can't forgive myself either. I mistakenly thought she accepted me, just like he did." Suddenly, Gina felt her face flush. Was it because of the shame? Maybe she'd gotten her hopes up, forgetting that for a monster like her. The best she could do for him was to just live and act like a normal person. Gina returned to the dining room. She found that everything had already been cleaned up. In the end, Coder had to do it himself. Gina sincerely apologized for ruining the meal. "You don't need to apologize. It was all her fault," he said, not wanting to say the name out loud. Coder struggled to contain his rage. He thought, "I should watch my mouth, or I'll end up dead on the end of her sword." But wait, shouldn't that poison cause skin damage? If it touches your face? She looks perfectly fine. Well, that was lucky. At least his plan wouldn't be exposed. He asked Gina, "Are you all right?" She smiled brightly. "I'm fine," he screamed internally. "She's fine, but I'm still mourning my poisoned wine. My retirement fund. If she wasn't going to die, couldn't she at least suffer a little to make him feel better? Her face should have been burned." He took the antidote and was still in agony. Gina then said, "It seems Aziz hates me." Coder was baffled. Did she think the kid did all that because she liked her? This was getting annoying. At this rate, this psycho girl was going to kill Aziz his emergency fund. Coder was definitely plotting to sell Aziz to cover the loss. But for a veteran villain, this was an easy fix. The two sat down to talk. Coder asked, "Did the little one bother you?" "Actually, Aziz is an orphan. I found her in some old ruins." Gina immediately felt a pang of sympathy for the little girl. Is that so? He wants me to care for her. Coder saw that Gina's heart was softening as expected. She was wavering. After all, she was a hero. Coder praised himself. My acting is pretty good, right? She won't draw her sword on a poor, helpless child. But where did that kid go? Did she run away? Just then, Aziz returned carrying fresh bowls of soup. Finally, she shows her face. Now that everyone was here, it was time to end this drama. He said to Aziz, "You shouldn't treat family like that." Apologize to Gina. Aziz just stared at them both. Her? Family? Aziz reluctantly said, "I'm sorry." Gina smiled, saying it was okay, and she was happy to forgive her. As for Aziz, she felt like she'd never had a real family before. Gina could see that to the kid, she was still an outsider. A new family? It was small, but it felt warm. Everyone started eating together. Coder just watched their expressions. All this trouble over one meal. He had a feeling things were about to get a lot harder. Next time, he would definitely get rid of this girl. The next day, Aziz met with Coder to talk privately. He must have said something to startle her, because she gasped. What? What did you just say? He announced it was time for a walk, despite the landscape being covered in white. Aziz was baffled. In this weather, Aziz stared outside at the snow-blanketed streets. It was hard to understand, truly. What was he thinking, wanting to take a walk now? Sometimes he was just impossible to figure out, but there had to be a reason. He then told her to remember a blanket, and a lunchbox and hot tea. With all that, Aziz thought, this is more like a picnic, isn't it? But how was she supposed to put soup in a lunchbox? Turns out, soup was the only thing Aziz knew how to make. As for a blanket, this old cloth was all she could find in the house. If she brought this, Kane would definitely have something to say. She imagined him getting angry, judging her. Are you kidding me? She hated the thought of that happening. Just then, Yena was outside sweeping snow from the yard. She asked Aziz if something was wrong. Aziz immediately thought of asking for help. Gina could cook all sorts of things, but Aziz shook her head. It's nothing, she said, refusing to ask Gina for help. I'm fine. Gina smiled warmly. Okay, but if you need anything, just let me know. Aziz just nodded, thinking, is this what a family is? She still felt so awkward talking to her. As Aziz walked, she spotted Uncle Ben and greeted him. He smiled back. Hello there. You must love seeing all this snow, huh? He asked. But Aziz thought, what's there to like about snow? It just makes it harder to get around. She thought to herself, this stuff is useless. It's just white trash falling from the sky. Besides, when the Darren Kingdom fell, that same snow was there. Ben then asked Aziz, so what brings you out here, little one? Aziz simply said she needed a few things. Ben was surprised. What do you need? Aziz glanced down at her empty basket. Without another word, Ben told her to take it. Why a basket, she wondered, but she took it anyway. Ben then appeared holding a proper blanket. Here's a blanket, that's a lunchbox, and inside is a teapot. Aziz promised to return them later, but Ben just waved it off. No need, keep it. It's a gift. Enjoy your picnic. The girl was stunned by his kindness, thanking him profusely before heading off with her new basket. Suddenly, Aziz saw a fox lying still in the snow. She whispered to herself, thinking it must be dead. She slowly reached out, planning to take it home for dinner. But then the fox's eyes snapped open with a faint cry. Aziz jumped back, startled. Seeing its chance, the fox snatched the entire basket. The girl spun around, furious. You little thief. She glared at the fox. So that was your plan all along, huh? She demanded it return her basket, but the fox just held it tighter in its mouth. It turned away as if to leave, letting out a challenging squeak. It was as if the fox was saying, if you want it back, you'll have to catch me. Aziz was fuming at the audacity. Pure rage flowed down into her fists. Her eyes burned with anger as she stared the fox down. You want to go? She lunged at the fox, and the two began to wrestle. Back at the house, Gina was starting to worry about her little sister. Just as she thought, Aziz still felt uncomfortable around her. She steeled her resolve. I just need to try harder. Just like Master, I'll become family to Aziz. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the woods. It was an old wolf, hiding behind a bush. It slowly advanced towards her. She recognized those eyes, the eyes of a beast that had tasted human flesh. If she didn't take it down here, it would definitely attack someone else. Gina readied her broom, brandishing it like a weapon. The wolf snarled and charged straight for her. With only a broom for self-defense, Jenna faced the beast. She realized it was already in bad shape. It couldn't properly attack a person anymore. She knew what to do, injure it just enough to make it fear humans for good. Gina let out a sigh of relief. It was a special case. But no normal person fights a wolf like that. She had tried so hard to forget the sword, but it clearly wasn't that easy. But from behind a door, Kane had witnessed the entire thing. His jaw was hanging wide open in utter disbelief. What in the world did I just witness? Gina was still lost in thought, muttering to herself while Kane hid, not daring to move. Absolutely insane. He replayed the scene in his mind. She beat that wolf. With a broom? He ground his teeth, his hand gripping the door frame. And the way she was sweeping the snow earlier, that was clearly sword chi. A powerful energy used only by master swordsmen. It was incredibly potent in combat. To use it, one had to truly understand the soul and nature of the blade itself. Those who could wield sword chi could even achieve a state of perfect unity with their weapon. These were skills that only the most elite swordsmen could hope to achieve after decades of relentless training. And yet, this girl could do it all with a simple broom. Kane screamed internally, "That kind of talent makes me ridiculously jealous." He turned back into the house, completely dejected. If she were actually using a sword. He had no idea Jaina had already sensed his presence. She called out, "Master, is that you?" Her voice made Kane jump. He narrowed his eyes. She detected me, even when I used the stealth skill I learned from Death Shadow? Well, then again, she was the one who wiped out Death Shadow. It seemed he had to move his plan forward. With that thought, Kane spoke to Gina. "We're going on a picnic. You should get ready." Though confused, Gina simply agreed. Kane went inside, his mind racing. While she's preparing, I need to go over the plan again, he thought. A sudden wave of anxiety washing over him. Meanwhile, Gina just stared out at the white landscape, wondering what was going on. A picnic in this kind of weather? A wise warrior once said, "You must know your enemy, and know yourself. 100 battles, 100 victories." He wondered what that really meant, then dismissed the pointless thought. Anyway, it was time for the plan. The objective was simple. To test this girl Jenna's true abilities. To defeat an enemy stronger than himself, gathering information was critical. He had to get as much as possible. Kane puffed his chest out proudly, that's why he'd laid a series of traps along the way. But there were problems. First, the weather was absolutely atrocious. And second, this hero was stronger than he could have ever imagined. This picnic was going to be rough. He knew it would be dangerous, but couldn't let bad weather make him lazy. Kane grabbed his cloak, deep in thought. Suddenly, Aziz called out, "Hey, Kane!" She wore a warm sweater, picnic basket in hand. "I'm all ready to go." He nodded in approval. Good work. But internally his guard was up. Why was she so perfectly prepared? Was she plotting something? A moment later, the last member of their party appeared. Kane asked Jenna, "Are you ready yet?" Jenna simply smiled and replied, "I'm ready." Seeing her simple clothes, Kane was thrilled, rating her defense a measly 2 points. Best of all, she didn't even bring a sword. Perfect. While Kane was smirking to himself, the two sisters started chatting nearby. After their quick talk, Kane's excitement grew. The plan was definitely going to be a success. He swung the supply bag onto his back and ordered, "Let's move out." He grinned inwardly, ready to spring his special series of traps. He wasn't confident in his raw power, but he knew his stamina was top-notch. Aziz, however, was already dragging her feet and panting. The girl was falling far behind. What was wrong with this human? Kane was a first-class knight, so his pace was understandable. But how was Jenna keeping up with him so easily? Aziz suddenly became the weakest link, and she didn't like it one bit. This was so frustrating. Why was she the only one getting tired? After a little while longer, they finally stopped for a break. In front of them lay a small, shallow stream. "Be careful here," Kane warned, before stepping across it himself with confidence. Jenna turned back, offering a hand to Aziz. "It looks slippery. Do you want me to help?" But Aziz refused. Jenna looked concerned for her, but Aziz just pouted and turned away. "You don't need to worry about me." She wasn't some weak child, Aziz fumed. She started stepping onto the rocks herself, determined to cross the stream alone. "It's just walking on rocks, easy." Famous last words. Karma hit instantly as her foot slipped with nothing to grab onto. It all happened in a flash, and Jenna cried out, shouting Aziz's name. But in that instant, someone else moved even faster. Kane managed to catch Aziz just before she fell into the water. "Are you all right?" he asked her. The classic hero saves damsel moment made Aziz blush beet red. She shoved Kane away forcefully. "I'm fine." Kane's heart sank. He was screwed. See, that stream was actually one of the traps he'd set. It was an incredibly elaborate one, too. The initial plan was this. He would cross first to lull Jenna into a false sense of security. Then, when she stepped on the middle rock, the very rock he'd made extra slippery, she would lose her footing. As she fell, she'd be pricked by a needle laced with paralyzing poison. Her entire body would go numb. That was the plan for the stream trap. And in case she somehow missed the needle, her head would get a nice hard kiss from the sharp rocks below. The plan had a 70% chance of success, but the world clearly had other ideas. It was a perfect plan. How in the world could it possibly fail? Only an act of God could have stopped it. That was the only way she could have dodged it. Knocking her out was the goal, but he never calculated for the brat to go first and spring the trap. If Aziz got caught in the trap meant for Jenna, things would have gotten complicated. In that case, the villain would have been stuck living with the hero forever. But if Jenna had rescued the girl instead, she might have discovered the trap. The second she realized his intentions, Kane's head would have said goodbye to his neck. Then the hero and the child would live happily ever after in the house he bought and renovated with his own blood, sweat, and tears. He absolutely could not let that happen. To prevent that horrible future, he'd acted as fast as he possibly could. He saved the girl, for crying out loud. So how could she treat her rescuer like that? Ungrateful brat, Kane screamed internally. Pushed toward his own trap, all 7 million of his neurons fired at once. Focus. He was a veteran villain, after all. He had to get through this. First, he needed to avoid the sharp rocks. A quick twist of his body should do it, but Kane forgot another crucial detail. The poison-laced needle stabbed directly into his leg. He gritted his teeth, trying not to curse. Internally, he was already furious. Dang it. His arms and legs were already starting to go numb. The poison was reaching his fingers, but a pill suddenly appeared in his mouth. Kane bit down hard, crushing it. As a precaution, he always carried the antidote. Then, a massive splash. Water erupted everywhere as Kane, now soaking wet, found himself plunged into the freezing stream. Aziz just stood there, completely stunned by the scene. The words that came out weren't thanks, but a sharp rebuke. I didn't ask you to save me. She regretted it instantly. That wasn't what she meant to say. She'd wanted to apologize. But to her surprise, Kane simply replied, "It's all right." When Aziz looked up, she saw Kane refusing Zena's help, insisting he was fine. At that moment, she knew she had to apologize properly. But Kane just shrugged it off like it was nothing, flicking his sopping wet cloak. He walked on ahead, tossing over his shoulder, "Just be more careful next time." Zena also noticed something was off with Aziz, who kept her head down in silence. After crossing the small stream, they finally arrived at the campsite. Kane snapped the tarp open. By the time Zena and Aziz reached him, he already had everything laid out. Aziz's expression was still pained with guilt. It was obvious he was freezing. She set down the food basket and offered, "I'll go find some firewood for tea." Zena immediately spoke up, "I'll go with you." She smiled, looking intently at Aziz. "Is that okay?" That smile was bright and unwavering as she spoke. For some reason, it terrified her. Something had felt wrong from the very start. She thought she and Zena had already made peace. She'd even thought they could live together like a real family. But every time she saw that look, an unexplainable fear made her want to run. It was a gut feeling, like Zena was her natural predator. Seeing the younger girl's silence, Zena called out her name. "If you're not feeling well, don't push yourself." Startled, Aziz turned to leave, saying, "I'm fine." Zena followed right behind her. "Aziz, let's go together." As they walked, Aziz was still trying to figure out why she felt this intense dread. Together, the two of them ventured deeper into the snowy forest. After a moment, Aziz shot a wary glance over her shoulder at Zena. Frowning, she asked, "Are you going to follow me the entire time?" The question seemed to surprise Zena. Then, with an unreadable chuckle, she turned in a different direction. "All right, let's split up to find firewood then. I'll go this way. See you later." Aziz stood frozen in place, hesitantly watching Zena walk away. She must have sensed how uncomfortable I was, Aziz thought. I can't keep this up. At that exact moment, back at camp, Kane let out a massive sneeze. He shivered, rubbing his nose. Falling into a winter stream was a bone-chilling experience. So cold. Unbelievably, horribly cold. He wondered what was taking those two so long. He was actually starting to feel lonely. And right then, he heard a rustling sound just behind him. When Kane spun around, his jaw dropped. 2 ferocious wolves had appeared from thin air. In total disbelief, he muttered, "Are you serious?" Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Aziz was happily gathering sticks. This should be enough to warm Kane up. Now that she was alone, her true expression surfaced. Her face fell as she mumbled, "But this is all my fault, isn't it? A moment ago, she'd been proud of her haul, but now she just felt ashamed remembering the incident. And Kane hadn't even been angry. But his kindness meant she never got a real chance to apologize. She just needed to get this wood back to him quickly, she thought. But Aziz noticed something odd, so many dry branches scattered across the white snow. Why would there be so much kindling lying around in winter? Suddenly, she heard Zina calling her name. Aziz turned to see her, slightly out of breath. Wow, you found a lot. I think that's more than enough. Zina cheerfully wiped sweat from her brow and said, "We should probably head back, right?" Aziz simply nodded. And in that moment, it clicked. Zina must have secretly brought all this dry wood out here for her. Zina then stepped closer and said, "Let me help you carry half of that." Though Zina was smiling as usual, Aziz could finally see what she was hiding. She was a terrible liar. That was sweat from exertion, not from gathering a few twigs. She simply didn't know how to deceive someone. It was as if she were born to be the absolute opposite of evil. Up ahead, Zina called out, "Let's hurry back." Aziz stared intently at Zina's back. Could her earlier fear have been because Zina was simply too good? Just then, back at camp, Kane stood up. Come to think of it, this was his third time at this spot. Why didn't you show up before? He thought. Why now, of all times? Kane yelled at the wolves. Is it because I look weak right now? In the wolf's eyes, he probably just looked like an angry, shivering mushroom. Looking closer, Kane noticed the larger gray wolf had only one eye. Wait a second. Wasn't that the wolf that little girl beat up? Kane muttered in regret. Damn it. If I knew this would happen, I would have kept one of them here. His hand was still numb at his side. He couldn't grip anything to defend himself. The paralyzing agent was still active. He couldn't possibly win this fight. Kane slowly willed his fingers to move, managing to pull out a small pouch. Luckily, he had brought his goot flower powder. Unless you were resistant, a single inhale of goot flower powder was enough to knock a person out instantly. It was the most effective sleeping agent known to man. It could be used in perfume or simply thrown in an enemy's face. Kane pulled the bag open with a wicked grin. Have a taste of this. He then hurled the pouch right at the two wolves. However, it didn't go as planned. The heavy bag just plopped into the snow without releasing any powder. The wolves tilted their heads, confused. Kane stared, completely stunned. The powder had clumped together from being wet, and half of it had probably washed away in the stream. He scratched his head, completely defeated. No wonder I've been feeling dizzy. He'd been sitting in water mixed with the powder. Well, I'm a dead man. Kane snapped back, shouting in fury. Yeah, right, as if I would agree. He took a deep breath, trying to calm down. He needed to think fast, to come up with a plan. Just then, a sudden noise caught the attention of the two wolves. In an instant, they scattered, each running for their lives. Kane just stared, confused. What was that? At that moment, Zina's voice called out, "We're back." Kane was so relieved he could have cried. He was saved. A moment later, Aziz brought him a warm cup of tea. Here you are, sir. They lit a small campfire, brewing tea and sharing some sweet pastries they had brought. Aziz tilted her head back to look up. Directly above them was a tree completely encased in ice, the light catching the icicles and making the whole scene sparkle. It's magnificent, Zina breathed in awe. Aziz then offered Zina a cup of tea, causing the older girl to hesitate. For me? Aziz gave a shy nod. Yes. Zina took the cup from her. Thank you, Aziz. She smiled gently. It looks delicious. Aziz blushed and looked away, thinking it was just a simple cup of tea. It's nothing, really, she whispered. But she was startled by a strange, warm feeling spreading through her chest. Suddenly, a clump of snow fell from the tree, drawing both her and Zina's eyes to Kane. He was now completely covered in fine snow from head to toe. Well, that certainly cooled him down. Aziz couldn't help but giggle. She got it now. This feeling. These unfamiliar emotions filling her heart, she didn't hate them. Kane, however, was fuming. Hey, do I look that funny to you? A few days later, Kane sat by the bed, muttering to himself. Blankets, cloak, dried food, all prepared. He then picked up a small box. A mysterious smile crept onto his face. Right, and this too. This is going to be my new retirement fund, his number 1 and number 2 treasures. Inside the box were 2 beautiful cloths. Kane grinned from ear to ear. Every time I look at them, I feel so damn happy. You see, after losing his entire life savings, he ordered Zina and Aziz to start learning embroidery. He just wanted them to earn their keep, to pay for their own food. He never, ever expected this. He never imagined they could create 2 absolute masterpieces. Kane held the handkerchiefs, shedding tears of pride. Turns out they're actually useful. He could almost forgive how annoying they were. He carefully tucked the box away. He'd sell these on the black market and buy some poison. The strong stuff. This time, he would finally take care of that hero girl, kick her out, and find a much better servant. Cain stared out the window, giddy. And just like that, his peaceful retirement could finally begin. Later, a fragrant meal was served, and the three of them sat down to eat. Cain took the initiative, telling them he planned on leaving for a few days. Xena looked at him, surprised. "May I ask why?" "I need to buy a few things," he explained simply, thinking to himself, "I'm going to buy poison to kill you with." Xena considered it. It seemed he had a particular market he always went to. "Can I come with you?" she asked. His mind immediately screamed, "No. Bring the hero to the black market? Only a madman would do that." He took a bite of bread and curtly refused. No. Realizing she couldn't persuade him, Xena dropped it. All right then. But Aziz knew why her sister wanted to tag along. Xena was worried. A band of robbers had been terrorizing the area. The last time she was at the market, a boy had warned her to be careful since their home was so far from town. Cain suddenly spoke up. "Ah." He looked at Xena. "I have something to discuss with you after the meal." After the table was cleared, they met. Cain met Xena in private to state his request. She looked at him with curiosity. "So, you want to borrow my sword?" He nodded. "That's right." Xena agreed immediately. Of course, he must be testing her will, she thought, to see if she could truly let it go. She presented the sword with both hands. Here it is. She was certain he was checking to see if she had truly left her past behind, but honestly, it just felt right for the sword to be with him. Cain took the blade and fastened it to his hip, then quickly turned to leave before she could notice. He was carefully hiding a triumphant smirk. Finally, tears of pure joy streamed down his face. He'd finally gotten the sword away from that monster. His reasoning was simple. It was far too dangerous for a girl like her to wield a sword. Xena watched him go, a thoughtful look on her face. Was he happy? According to Cain's master plan, he would eventually return a fake sword to her. It would look exactly like the real one, so she'd never notice. But the fake was designed to shatter on impact, and if a sword breaks mid-battle, her life is over. Even if he tricked her into living like a normal person for 100 days, or even 1,000, her basic nature was still that of a hero. She wouldn't get weaker, she'd probably just get stronger. He had to deal with her, and soon, before she could become any more powerful. Cain stepped outside with his pack. It was time. He would return safely. With that thought, he set off on his journey. But surprisingly, Xena reached out a hand to Aziz. "Want to walk with me and see him off?" Aziz obediently took her hand. "Okay." So as Cain walked away from the house, the sword was finally in his hands. He was ready to enjoy this long-awaited feeling of freedom. So why in the world were those two following him all the way out here? Behind him, Xena and Aziz were still trailing close behind. Cain gave up. Fine, just ignore them. Just keep walking. Cain picked up his pace, putting some distance between them until finally, Xena and Aziz stopped. "Travel safely. We'll be waiting for you." After watching Cain disappear from view, Xena turned to her younger sister. "Let's go back, Aziz." Aziz was absolutely fuming inside. Was it really that hard for him to even look back? Jaina just smiled warmly. "Don't be sad. He's probably just too shy to show it." But Aziz snapped back. "I actually know that. Don't underestimate me." And with that, she stormed off all by herself. Gina chuckled at her childishness and quickly ran after her. "Hey, I'm sorry. Let's go back together." Aziz deliberately slowed her pace but still told Gina to go away. A few days later, Gina grabbed a basket and headed out of her room. Passing through the living room, she saw the sad look on Aziz's face. Days had gone by, and their master still hadn't returned. Had something happened? Jaina tried to calm herself. No, he might have hung up his sword, but he was still a veteran swordsman. He would be fine. Until he returns, she had her own work to do. First up was a trip to the market. She stopped at a stall in town. 1 carrot and 4 mushrooms, please." Yes, carrot and mushrooms it is. While buying her things, she overheard the whispers of people passing by. "I wonder how long this peace will last." "You mean because of those bandits lately?" The man nodded grimly. "Yeah. Aren't you scared? Who knows when they'll decide to attack this town?" The other man replied gloomily. "I'm scared too. They're known for being vicious. It would be great if a hero came to deal with them." That last word made Gina freeze. When she turned around, the 2 men were already walking away laughing. "A hero? Good one, pal." After hearing that, Jaina's focus was completely broken. She tried to forget all the talk about heroes. Don't dwell on it. She's not a hero anymore. The vendor handed her the vegetables. Come again soon. Gina replied politely. Yes, thank you. Just then, she saw Uncle Ben anxiously muttering. What should I do? Gina called out to him. Is something wrong, Uncle Ben? He heard her voice and turned. Ah, Gina, how could you tell? It's the gang of bandits nearby. They're making everyone nervous. She sighed. Yes, it is pretty worrying. Uncle Ben continued. I noticed some suspicious people lurking around town, so I bought a sword for self-defense. Gina nodded. I see. But Ben explained worriedly. The thing is, I don't know if the sword I bought is any good. Gina smiled. Then let me appraise it for you. I know a little something about swords. Hearing this, Ben was overjoyed and started searching for his blade. That would be wonderful. Please help me out, Gina thought to herself. Appraising a sword is something any normal person can do. In a moment, Ben presented it. Here it is. But the sight before her left Yena stunned. This is my sword. What is it doing here? She snatched the sword from Uncle Ben's hands. Where did you get this? Ben explained honestly that he'd bought it from a traveler. The man was covered in blood and said he'd found the sword in the forest. Though he knew it was a quality blade, he had a bad feeling about it and sold it cheap. Gina latched onto one key detail. Blood? Ben nodded. Apparently, the man tripped over a pile of dead bandits in the forest. Alarm bells screamed in her head. Bandits? But Uncle Ben wasn't finished. The weird part is, it was only bandits' bodies. They probably had some infighting. But Gina was already putting the pieces together. Sure, that's what it might look like normally, but if this sword was there, it wasn't infighting. It meant the bandits ran into her master. Jana tried to convince him to sell it back to her. Can I buy this sword from you? I'll pay in full. Ben had to agree. Ah, well, all right then. She knew there was no way her master would be defeated by a bunch of bandits. So why was his sword just left there? A voice kept calling her name, but she was too deep in her thoughts to hear. It wasn't until a loud shout, Jenna, finally cut through. She snapped back to reality. Aziz was mid-bite, asking, Are you all right, Jaina? She was so zoned out she hadn't heard a word. Huh? What is it? Aziz sighed. I mean, you haven't even touched your soup. Is it bad? Are you worried about something? Gina quickly lied. No, I just had a nightmare. The girl completely believed her lie, so she didn't ask any more questions. Aziz finished her meal and stood up. Well, if it's nothing serious, I'm going to bed. Gina was surprised. Isn't it a bit early, Aziz? The girl nodded. Yeah, but I'm tired and I want to sleep early. She wished Jenna a good night and shuffled off to her room, yawning. Now Jenna was all alone. Night slowly began to fall over the dark forest. For some reason, Gina now found herself walking alone deep in the woods. She was still holding the sword. She'd walked deep into the forest on autopilot, unable to stop thinking. Why hasn't the master returned when his sword has? A swordsman would never abandon his blade without a reason. Gina looked up at the sky anxiously. What in the world happened to you? She gripped the hilt tightly. 15 years ago, on that day, he risked his life to protect her. And even though he survived, his body clearly suffered long-term damage. It was the reason he had to spend most of his days just sitting in a chair. He could even lose his balance from a simple push from a child. Her master's body must be incredibly weak now. A constant wave of worry washed over Jenna. The skilled swordsman she knew was the man from 15 years ago. If bandits ambushed him in his weakened state, he might already be gone. She couldn't bear to finish the thought. Jenna fought to push the negative feelings away, telling herself not to spiral. She had to get back. But just then, something strange in the woods caught her eye. Were those footprints? Jenna knelt to inspect the tracks. Nobody from town ventured this deep into the forest, so who could have made them? Judging by the size, she quickly realized they belonged to a grown man. But they weren't her master's. As Jenna's eyes followed the direction of the tracks, her heart sank with dread. An intruder? Back inside their small cottage, her worst fear was confirmed Aziz had been captured. So this is the little sister? One of the bandits covered Aziz's mouth and drugged her as his partner casually asked a question. What's wrong? Not cute enough for you? The man scowled. It's not that. The older one's way prettier. His partner simply shrugged, unconcerned. Whatever. The boss gets them both anyway. The other bandit shot back a warning. Hey, don't let him hear you say that. By the way, did you even check the other rooms? The accomplice scratched his head sheepishly. Well, they were all empty. The first bandit froze, his face twisting in fury. You told me they were both here before we came, he roared. So now what? What happens when the sister finds us in her room? His partner scrambled to explain. But I swear I saw her come home when I was watching them. The bandit screamed back. Are you kidding me? That was this afternoon. Realizing his massive screw-up, the accomplice quickly tried to backtrack. All right, calm down, they argued on, completely oblivious to Jenna standing just outside the door, listening to their entire plan. Even with the little sister as a hostage, the older one could just run. Hearing this, Jenna silently readied her fighting stance. It was her mistake for leaving Aziz home alone. She drew her sword, preparing to burst in and make them pay. No more waiting. She would finish them before they even knew she was there. But just then, they revealed a critical piece of news. You didn't hear? Our entire unit got completely wiped out. His partner looked shocked. What? By the army? As he tied Aziz up, the first bandit answered, Nope. From what I heard, it was just one guy. His accomplice's jaw hit the floor. One guy? He took them all out by himself? So what happened to him? The first bandit shrugged. Who knows? Outside, Jenna slowly sheathed her sword. She listened as he continued. He could be dead, captured, or maybe he escaped. There are so many rumors, I don't know what's real. Jenna knew they had to be talking about her master. Hiding her sword behind her back, she grabbed the doorknob. She needed to hear more. But Aziz's safety came first. She opened the door loudly on purpose. The startled bandit spun around to see her standing there. What are you doing in my house? Jenna demanded with a frown. The accomplice just gave her a nasty, toothy grin. Well now, little lady. He drew 2 axes from his belt. Don't move if you want to stay in one piece. Jenna stood firm. What do you want? The man chuckled. Oh, nothing much. Just be a good girl and come with us quietly. Easy enough, right? The bandit in the back spoke up, making her turn. Jenna's eyes widened in panic when she saw he had Aziz bound and gagged and was now holding a blade to her throat as a threat. Jenna immediately surrendered. Fine. I'll do as you say, but if anything happens to her, she warned with an ice-cold voice, I will hunt you down and kill you both. The man just laughed, completely unfazed. Don't you worry, our only job is to bring you 2 back. As he moved behind her, he snatched her sword away. My, this isn't a toy, little girl. A sword doesn't really suit you, does it? He taunted. Jenna let them capture her without resistance. In her mind, she had only one thought. I'm sorry, Aziz. As soon as I find out where Master is, I'll get us out of here and save you. Just hold on. Next, one of the men used a prepared cloth to knock Jenna unconscious, saying it'd be a problem if she remembered the way to our hideout. Before losing consciousness, Jenna faintly heard them say, Let's get these 2 to the horses, quick. Sometime later, Aziz stirred and woke up. She heard a voice call her name. It was Jenna, smiling down at her. You're finally awake? She asked, gently stroking Aziz's hair. I was so worried. You've been asleep for 3 days. How do you feel? Aziz struggled to speak, saying she felt dizzy. Jenna's voice was soft. Get some more rest. Aziz slowly looked around. But where are we? Jenna explained. It seems we're in the basement of the bandits' hideout. While you were sleeping, they broke into our house and Aziz suddenly cut her off. I'm sorry, the little girl said sadly, for being such a burden. Jenna immediately shook her head. You are never a burden. She knew she could get them out, but first, she needed to know their master's location. She gently stroked her sister's hair to calm her. Nothing bad is going to happen. Jenna knew she'd failed. Putting this child in danger, that wasn't what a hero, or a sister, was supposed to do. Because of that, her demeanor toward Aziz softened. Jenna stroked her sister's hair gently and told her not to worry. Just then, a commotion erupted from outside, with men calling for the vice captain. A bandit tried to hold one of them back, pleading, Sir, you can't do this. The vice captain snarled and rammed an elbow into the man's chest. So what? He stood before the cell. Why can't I admire the prize you all brought back? The other bandits agreed, trying to persuade him. Sir, you really shouldn't do this. If the boss finds out, it'll be bad. But that warning didn't stop him. It was like throwing fuel on a fire. The vice captain spun around furiously, his voice cold. Hey! He threw a single punch, and the sheer force of it sent the bandit flying 8 meters. The man slammed into the wall so hard he coughed up blood, collapsing on the spot. The vice captain then turned to warn the others. You all shut your mouths. Anyone who snitches to the boss, I'll finish them myself, got it? The brutal scene left the other bandits completely terrified. They didn't dare argue back, simply saying, Yes, sir. As he opened the cell door, the vice captain spat out another curse. Annoying pests. With no one left standing in his way, the vice captain let out a satisfied smile. See? They finally learned their place. All quiet now. At that moment, Jenna sat up, shielding Aziz behind her as the vice captain let out a depraved laugh. Time to admire what I'm not supposed to see. Jenna cautiously asked. Who are you? As he eagerly sized her up. Oh? You dare to glare at me? Usually the trash outside doesn't even have the guts to meet my eyes. He pointed to his muscular frame. I'm Kodu. I'm the vice captain of the Serpent Bandits. Jenna quickly realized that with his rank, this man might know what happened to her master. She immediately pressed him for information. Is that right? Then do you know what happened to a group of your bandits a few days ago? Kodu frowned at her. How do you know about that? He slowly moved closer as he spoke. Beautiful and brave. You're not a simple woman at all. Sit tight, and I'll tell you the whole story. A few days ago, I ran into that bastard. Kodu roughly lifted Jenna's chin. The guy was damn good with a sword, took down 34 of our men. So I had to fight him myself. He slapped a few scars on his body. It was a bloody and exciting fight. He even gave me this scar. He took down my men and even managed to wound me. So, he had to get the punishment he deserved. By the end of his tale, Jenna was hanging on his every word, desperate for news about her master. Kodu finished with a proud smirk. My axe took care of that bastard. What? Jenna's heart dropped like a stone in her chest. Kodu continued rambling. He fell into a river so we couldn't find the body, but with a cut that deep, he was dead before he even hit the water. Jenna trembled, telling herself it couldn't be true, but Kodu's voice cut in. And even if he survived, how could he hold a sword with his shoulder split in half? Jenna's hands began to shake uncontrollably. Her master would never be defeated by a bunch of lowly bandits. The guy did say his name was Kodur, and with that, Jenna's heart went completely cold. Kodu just laughed. He should be grateful I even remembered his name. From behind, Aziz shouted, Lies, stop saying such ridiculous things. But Jenna's composure had completely shattered. Not again. She had lost her master again, just when she thought she could finally repay him. He was taken from me. One more time. Jenna rose to her feet. You must have fought dirty, didn't you? And then she vanished before his very eyes. A moment later, she reappeared, driving a vicious punch straight into his gut. Kodu instantly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Just like how he had struck his own subordinate, Jenna sent him flying into the opposite wall. Her voice turned ice cold as she made a declaration. From now on, I won't go easy on any of you. Kodu, badly wounded, coughed and sputtered, realizing far too late that this girl was not normal. His underlings finally swarmed around him. Vice Captain, are you all right? Kodu furiously screamed. What the hell are you doing? Get her now! The bandits immediately scrambled to follow his orders. Yes, sir. But they drew their swords hesitantly until one finally lunged forward to attack. The others quickly moved in to support him. A sharp blade swung down on Jenna, but she simply batted it away with her bare hand. The bandit panicked, yelling, My sword! When he looked again, the only thing he saw was Jenna's boot coming down on his head. She had leaped into the air, snatching the flying sword right out of the sky. Jenna now held the blade high. As soon as she landed, the bandits before her became her new targets. A few blindingly fast flashes of the blade was all it took. When Jenna stopped, she was covered in red. Every single bandit who entered the cell had been eliminated by her. She stood silently, holding the sword among the bodies. Aziz was so shocked by the bloody scene that she couldn't even speak. For a second, she almost didn't recognize her own sister. Facing Jenna's terrifying confidence, her last remaining enemy shouted in fury, You arrogant witch, who the hell are you? He had no idea he was already at death's door, right before Jenna delivered a fatal slash. Afterward, she didn't forget to remind him. Burn this into your memory. This is the punishment for what you've done. This is Red Flame. She ended his life with one last, decisive sword stroke. As Aziz witnessed the scene, she couldn't stop asking herself, what did I just see? Her body trembled with fear just looking at Jenna. And now, she finally understood that feeling she'd had from before. It was a primal fear, the kind felt before something that could kill you. She thought Xena wasn't an enemy, but witnessing that monster. If that thing isn't put down, what would become of her one day? Why was she hesitating? Xena is Xena, no matter what. She must have gone berserk after believing Kodur had been killed. But Kodur had to be alive. That's what she would confirm. Canute, the very incarnation of despair and storms, summoned his familiar Sebit, the all-seeing eye of the heavens. Sebit appeared with a grand greeting to its master. Aziz wasted no time and immediately started her interrogation. Were the words of that dead robber true? She never expected such a swift confirmation the dead robber's words were the truth. The realization struck Aziz like lightning. Kodur was really dead. At that same moment, a group of men came running in, frantic. What is happening? He's dead, his head is just gone. Everyone outside has been wiped out. A bright light caught their attention, followed by a massive explosion. From the sea of fire, Aziz walked out step by step. She then coldly stomped on the scattered corpses, ordering Sebit to scan the area and pinpoint Zena's location. Don't let the fire reach her. After Sebit left, Aziz glared at the group of men with pure hatred in her eyes. You insects, I'll make every single one of you pay. Acne, ruler of flames, I hereby remove your seal. Acne, hellfire, rise. Turn this place into a literal hell for me. After confirming they were all dead, Zena couldn't help but feel surprised. She couldn't believe they died from just that. Her master could have easily blocked it. He would have even pointed out her flaws. And then he would have taught her something new. At that moment, the men hunting her finally found her. There she is, prepare your weapons. Fire! As the spears flew toward her, Zena just flashed a wicked grin. How utterly boring. Seeing their comrades fall so easily, the men could only cry out in despair. What a monster. Zena launched herself into the air, bringing her sword down to end them all. But then she suddenly noticed a cloaked figure standing right behind her. Zena. Without a single moment of hesitation, she charged forward with her sword, screaming, "This is my revenge for him." But she was shocked by the stranger's skill. He actually blocked her blade. They clashed a few more times. She had to admit it. This guy's pretty strong. She'd aimed for an opening, but he still blocked. Was that just luck? The battle raged on, growing fiercer by the second. As they both stood motionless, studying each other, Zena made her decision. He protected his vitals. Let's just see how long you can last. Meanwhile, outside the battle, desperate shouts echoed through the air. Fire! Hurry, put it out! Where did this fire come from? What the hell kind of flame is this? Aziz just watched them and sneered. You absolute fools. Not even the gods can extinguish Acne's flame. What hope do mere humans have? They knew the danger they were in and tried to flee, but the flames engulfed them in an agonizing inferno. Aziz then spoke again. Sebit, am I still far from Zena? The familiar's answer came back instantly. No, my lady. Just then, a reckless bandit charged straight for her, screaming at the top of his lungs. Die! But he was incinerated by Aziz in the blink of an eye. Problem solved. She refocused. Continue, Sebit. Is there some reason you can't speak? But suddenly, more frantic shouts cut through the air. There she is, right there, ready your weapons. Aziz immediately questioned her familiar. Zena is over there? After Sebit confirmed it, she urged it forward. Then let's go. But she was surprised when it tried to stop her. Master, I may be overstepping my bounds, but you have used far too much magic. If this continues, Aziz cut it off. I know what you're going to say. She could already feel the parched, burning thirst deep in her throat. For any normal witch or mage, this would mean the loss of their magic. But Aziz was different. She wasn't an ordinary witch or mage. She was a demon. All the while, the fight between Zena and her opponent showed no sign of stopping. The two battled back and forth until a massive explosion rocked the entire area. Zena stood tall, the proud, victorious warrior. In the end, that's all he was. But then another enemy suddenly appeared, his voice dripping with confidence. Is that all? Is that really it? But he wasn't there to fight her, he was already fighting someone else. Through the gray smoke, a man with a ferocious expression, having just defeated his own opponent, turned to look at her. He challenged her, "Who are you?" The question made Zena freeze for a moment. What is happening? The man she had just been fighting was now lying on the ground, just as confused. What in the world is going on here? It turns out, that mysterious stranger was none other than Coder. He lay there motionless, his thoughts a tangled mess. Since when did things get so complicated? I remember just leaving the village. After arriving in the forest, he was nibbling on some food and muttering to himself. This has no taste. These things are so hard to chew now that I'm old. I need to buy some poison so I can. But a second later, he's ambushed from behind. Still, his reflexes are sharp, and he manages to dodge the fatal blow. After scanning his surroundings, Kane spots another figure approaching him with a question. So, you're still alive, Kane? He fires back with a smug grin. Of course. No way I'd die before you, Jai. But that name, as it turns out, is a complete fake. Kane doesn't miss a beat, asking, How'd you find me? To which Jai gives a cheerful reply. Wasn't it because you were using my name? You caused me quite a bit of trouble, which made you easy to find. The fake Kane calmly asks, You've been doing well? Instantly, he can see the pure rage boiling up in Jai. I've only stayed alive this long just to deal with you, the bastard who destroyed my organization. Turns out, he used to be part of a secret society. That organization was split into two factions, the conservatives and the liberals, with this guy leading the liberals. He wanted to change things. His goal? To reveal the secret organization and turn it into a regular order of knights. He recruited like-minded rogues, And soon, internal conflict erupted, shattering everything. That's the story a few people know, anyway. But it's a lie. The truth is, Kane had been embezzling money from the organization. And the liberal faction found out while he was stashing away cash for his retirement. That was the spark that ignited the internal war. To keep the scandal from getting out, the conservatives threw their honor aside and went head-to-head with the other faction. And just like that, the organization collapsed. Kane's theft was a stain on their name, and the liberals wanted it all made public. But the conservatives refused to let that happen. They fought, and the result was a complete stalemate. Back in the present, Kane thinks to himself, well, what's done is done, no changing it now. Time to run. His plan is simple. Piss this guy off enough to create an escape route. So he taunts him, "You're a real fool, losing everything like that. Still haven't learned a thing, have you?" Ji instantly challenges him. "What did you just say?" He then charges forward with a furious declaration. "I'm going to kill you." And with that, the battle begins. His opponent hurls his sword, catching him completely off guard. "You'd throw your sword? What kind of swordsman are you?" Then, a massive explosion erupts. The smoke clears, and Kane realizes with a shock, he threw his sword and vanished into the smoke. No knight would ever fight like that. And so, the chase is on. His opponent screams from a distance, "Come out and fight me fair and square." But Kane just smirks while he runs. "Sorry, but I don't really do that. If you want a fair fight, that's on you." After a long night on the run, Kane finally hides behind a large tree. He's been running on an empty stomach for hours. It's all that guy's fault. But when he rummages through his bag, he finds it's completely empty. After a moment of desperate screaming, Kane can only shake his head in utter defeat. "My hope, my happiness, my two treasures." He's talking about his two precious, valuable scarves. "All right, calm down. At least I'm not dead. Life is more important than money. But man, money is still pretty important." No matter how he thinks about it, the regret is just killing him. He decides to turn back, figuring he'll die without money anyway. Dying in a fight with that guy is no different. The next morning, Kane is pushing himself to the limit just to keep going. But in the end, he can't fight off the crushing fatigue of old age. Kane quietly curses himself for it. When did I start living with this kind of exhaustion? When he was young, everyone called him a prodigy. He'd even built tons of secret bases in the past. Kane even acted like a king, as if there was nothing he couldn't do. But look at him now. He's just become an old man who complains about being tired all the time. This must be his fate. All he wants now is to find that box of his. Just then, Kane freezes, horrified by the bloody spectacle laid out right in front of him. He can only wonder, what in the world happened here? Every single one of them is a bandit. Suddenly, his eyes lock on. He stops on a body sprawled out nearby. He recognizes the clear mark of a deep slash on the man's back. He knows in an instant that guy did this. But wait, he thinks. If he fought more than 20 bandits, he must have collapsed somewhere around here. Kane immediately starts searching the area. Even if he's not dead, Gi has to be wounded. He probably ran off. Now Kane has to sift through this mess. It looks exhausting. He's going to be so ticked if his treasure is dirty, and he has no idea when that guy might come back. So Kane has to find his stuff and get out of there fast. However, after searching for a while, he comes up with absolutely nothing. He starts to cry out in despair. Why isn't it here? It has to be somewhere. Then a terrible suspicion hits him. Did that guy take it? Just then, Kane hears footsteps approaching. He scrambles to find a way to hide as two men stumble upon the field of bodies. They're absolutely terrified but also impressed. One person did all this. Meanwhile, Kane plays dead, hoping they won't notice him. The two men are talking excitedly, and Kane happens to overhear a critical piece of information. Our guy's already collected all his stuff, and the deputy chief really likes his top-tier treasure. It all goes to the boss, so there's nothing for us. No way two of us can clean this mess up. Calling for backup would have been the smart move. But as Kane remembered that man's words, he was absolutely furious. He knew where his treasure was now, and there was no turning back. Kane was determined to reclaim what was his. As night fell, Kane hid in the shadows, watching the main entrance. And there it was. But there was a problem. 4 guards stood watch, and he'd overheard that the entrance was locked tight. With more guards likely inside, one wrong move would mean game over. A hero could have just charged them head-on. But Kane wasn't a hero. He was a villain, so he needed his own way in. After searching for a bit, he found a hidden passage behind a wall. This just got much easier. Kane had built plenty of secret bases himself, so this kind of thing was child's play for him. It was finally time to retrieve his treasure as he slipped deep inside. Kane couldn't help but wonder about one room. It was way too clean for bandits. The vice captain's, maybe? Triple locked and soundproofed. On top of that, he found 12 encrypted documents. This level of discipline didn't scream backwater thugs. At that moment, it hit him. How could a simple gang of bandits have a system this sophisticated? More importantly, only a Nightwalker could decipher these encrypted texts. Just then, a noise from outside. What terrible luck. Why now? Without hesitation, Kane bolted from the scene. He found a rear exit, but his escape was cut short. A masked man appeared out of nowhere. A cold blade sliced at Kane's neck, but he dodged just in time. Kane's mind was racing, trying to figure out what to do. But there was absolutely no time to think. He had only one option left: trust his instincts and fight. But the masked man was strong, blocking every one of Kane's moves. Suddenly, Kane lunged forward with his sword. The man parried, but then Kane let out a sinister grin and dropped his weapon, shocking his opponent. He slammed a fist directly into the man's chest. The attacker collapsed to the floor as someone else approached the room. The final lock on the door was turning. Time was running out. Kane had to move even faster. He quickly stashed the body in a storage room and returned, but not before stealing the man's mask. Time to assume a new identity. Right on cue, the man walked in. He knelt on one knee and introduced himself. Agent number 12. Plus, paying my respects, sir. That's when Kane started to understand. These weren't just bandits, they were subordinates of a huge villain organization. And this bald guy, Kane knew him a first-class knight, a warrior of that caliber, and he was just a mid-level agent here? The more he thought, the more Kane realized this organization was on the same level as the infamous Nightwalkers Guild. Kane started cursing himself. How did he walk right into a tiger's den? Meanwhile, Plus continued his report as ordered. We've scoured all 4 territories of the Reuben Duchy, but we still haven't located the key. Kane was shocked by the news. A key? What for? A treasure vault. Just how massive was this group? However, Plus quickly added, please, do not worry, sir. The search would definitely have results by the end of the month. Kane simply nodded his head, figuring that superiors just needed to listen to their underlings. Then Plus kept talking. The former leader of the Free Knights had recently fallen. We've already dealt with Coder. He fell into the river, so it's unclear if he's alive or dead. But he was seriously injured and hit with Demon's Rage, so he is most likely gone. Among his possessions was a valuable item that I set aside. Would you like to take it, sir? Kane already knew all of this. He knew his treasure was here, and of course he was going to take it. Plus smiled and said he would present it immediately. Kane followed him, thinking to himself that he just had to maintain his cover as a high-ranking member. It was the only way to get his treasure back and escape. Plus led him down to the basement. As they walked, Kane could hear the clashing of weapons nearby. At last, they reached the treasure's hiding spot. I kept it safe specifically for you, sir. Kane just sneered at him. Then, Plus took out Kane's treasure, the invincible song. Kane simply could not believe it. Was this fake identity really important enough for them to just hand this over? Plus continued speaking. As you are aware, the invincible song is one of the 27 finest swords in the Six Lands, and Kane knew that was a fact. Black magic from the ancient ruins of the Zevon Kingdom was etched into the sword, and the activation spell was engraved on the blade. The words read, "The end is inevitable." Yes, this was a true treasure, and Kane decided he was definitely keeping it. But Kane still hadn't found his actual treasure. Looking over to the side, he spotted 2 precious scarves, but they were both stained with blood, which sent him into a rage. Damn it, do you not see how valuable these are? You dare treat my treasures like some cheap rags? Fine. He'd just have to wash them himself, clean them up, and then sell them. A sudden noise outside. Blut instantly moves to check the situation. The fight has already started. Kane figures this is his chance to bolt, but no luck, he's ambushed. He sprints for his life. He slams right into a wall. A worried Blut asks if he's okay. Kane nearly got vaporized. That strike was dangerously precise. 0.2 seconds slower, and it would have been game over. Blut demands to know who he is. The man just throws his head back and laughs. You damn dogs dare to take my stuff? You're just a bunch of thieves. But wait a second, that voice is incredibly familiar to Kane. He continues, you're the ones who started this. I'm the one sending you to meet the worms. Kane Levin, the tension in the air skyrockets. Kane can't believe this psycho is somehow still alive. He was supposed to have been annihilated. After everything that happened, Kane should have been the one turned to dust. But a miracle happened, a hero's miracle. But this guy, a hero? To Kane, the idea is completely absurd. On top of that, one is in a trance while the other is out cold. A trance is a state where the mind disconnects, allowing the body to unleash its true power, smashing right past its limits. In short, a person in a trance gains superhuman strength, but there's always a side effect. For this guy, his mind has lost all reason. He has become completely insane, a total psychopath. After that, the madman starts throwing down with Blute. Kane sees his opening to escape while these two are busy trying to kill each other, but he freezes for a second. The ceiling suddenly collapses, knocking Kane's mask clean off. What in the world is going on? And the guy whose mask Kane stole earlier comes crashing down with it. Kane can't help but wonder, how did this guy even get out? At the same time, Kane spots someone else entering the room. Why is she here? And that's the situation. How did everything get this complicated? Escaping now will be nearly impossible. It looks like Xena has entered a trance too, and the bald psycho is going berserk all over again. If he's spotted, it's over. Kane reassures himself, it's fine. I'm a master at playing unconscious, and these two heroes won't attack him anyway. The madman sees Xena and grins. Who are you? What's with that look? I don't like it. I really, really hate it. His aura explodes with rage as he charges straight for Xena. They clash without a moment's hesitation. And Kane, well, he saw this coming. Isn't this the perfect opportunity for Kane to eliminate them both at once? They are both his mortal enemies, and right now, they're both in a frenzy trying to kill one another. If these two are taken out, Kane's life is about to get a whole lot easier. Their battle rages on without end as they begin to unleash their signature moves. Flames begin to engulf the surroundings. Kane recognizes it, too, that's fire ink. He never imagined Xena had gotten this strong. The psycho charges forward, his fighting spirit blazing. This is Kane's moment. Because they're in a trance, they won't even notice him, not right away. So now is the perfect chance. He has to seize it and eliminate both of them. But right at the decisive moment, Aziz appears, shocking all three of them. Aziz thinks Xena is fighting two robbers all by herself, so he has to help her. Aziz unleashes the Nelta River's first flame, immovable blaze. This fire pins Kane to the spot, making it impossible for him to move. He looks over at Xena, and she's so enraged his danger sense is screaming warnings. If Kane stays here, there's a 99.9% chance of instant death. Xena suddenly attacks the madman, who can't block in time. An explosion erupts, and Kane's precious scarf is blown away. No. His hope. It's all just been burned to ash. Suddenly Xena turns toward Kane, pointing her sword right at him. Kane was sure this was the end for him. But even facing this, a veteran survivor will instinctively find a way to live. A 99.9% chance of death still leaves a 0.1% chance of survival. Actively turning a fatal wound into a survivable one, that's his only way out. Kane can't redirect the attack, and he certainly can't dodge it. He has no way to block it either. The only path left is to charge right into it. After he confronts Xena, thick smoke and dust fill the air, making it impossible for Aziz to see what just happened. But after a moment, the sight before her is astonishing. Kane has been struck down by Xena. In that moment, Xena herself is horrified. After getting closer and realizing she stabbed him right in the chest, Xena has a sudden thought. Could it be her master? If you stab the chest or stomach, it can be a fatal wound, but not always. It seems Kane's desperate plan succeeded. Between the organs, arteries, veins, and bones, there are always very specific gaps. They are right next to vital spots, but getting hit there isn't lethal. A non-fatal wound is possible. But the odds of this girl aiming for his heart, the odds of Xena hesitating at the last second, and the odds of Kane adjusting his body to be struck in that non-lethal spot was only 0.1%. Kane bet everything on those odds, but he's not out of the woods yet. He has to stop Xena from attacking again, especially after she stabbed him in that precise, non-lethal spot. This foolish girl. Xena is also completely shaken. That rough tone of voice echoing in her ears, this incredibly familiar face. The burning rage in Jenna's heart quickly died down, replaced by an overwhelming wave of relief and guilt. She felt guilty for hurting her master, but relieved he was still alive. In that moment, the maniac's insane laughter echoed once more. He was enjoying the show. Jaina tried to stand up to teach him a lesson, but Kane stopped her in her tracks. He told her to rest, that her hands didn't need to be stained by any more blood. It was then Jaina noticed he looked even more exhausted than she did, but his unwavering eyes calmed her down. This was the man who taught her the sword, after all her one and only master. Because of that, she placed her absolute trust in him. All Kane could do was pray she'd keep her cool one more rampage and they'd all be killed. With things having gone this far, Kane had no choice but to fight this lunatic himself. The good news? The guy was already incredibly weak. This meant Kane could actually win, and it was the perfect chance to get revenge for his precious treasures. The two finally stood face to face. Kane watched every single one of his enemy's movements. The madman charged straight for Kane and launched a vicious attack. Kane even declared that his two precious scarves were his personal light and hope. But the crazed man mistook this for Jenna and Aziz, and immediately started provoking him. Kane was completely baffled by his words. He thought to himself, "Is this guy delusional? Because you laid a hand on them, I will never forgive you." The lunatic just challenged him back. "Fine then, try to get your revenge." And with that, he launched himself straight at Kane. A twisted, gleeful smile spread across his face as he unleashed an unprecedented amount of power. Kane was utterly shocked. He really thought the guy was out of gas. Now, the only thing that mattered was for Kane to hold out just a little longer. And then a little longer. Hold on for a few more seconds. Endure it just a little more until the time was right. In that instant, Kane stepped back, raised his sword, and unleashed his technique. Rage is the fire that consumes a person. That is your evil karma, and it will burn you to ashes. Kane needed one decisive blow. He drove his sword straight into the madman's chest. The man coughed up blood, a look of disbelief on his face. But no matter how insane it seemed, he collapsed to the floor. After his victory, Kane felt the exhaustion hit him. If he were just a few years younger, he wouldn't be this worn out. He was also a bit annoyed, seeing Jaina look so carefree while he was struggling. That kid was seriously powerful. She could probably take down Cordelevan himself. He remembered using countless traps and poisons, and she still came out unscathed. Even a holy knight might not be able to defeat her. Kane had magic as a trump card, but she had even defeated Sasso. Just thinking about her strength gave Kane a headache. But on the bright side, he was sure the Demon King was finally destroyed. Now, Kane needed a new plan. But a sudden glance to his right made him freeze in his tracks. That kid was here too. It seemed he couldn't escape any of them. And with that, Aziz decided to join Kane on his journey. After the three of them left, a new figure appeared. Lennon walked straight to the fallen madman, following the will of the gods. All of your sins will be washed away. He wielded a power beyond human limits, a being whose strength was second only to the gods themselves. The strongest person on the planet had finally started to move. The scene shifts to the next morning, with Aziz on her way to Ben's pharmacy. She was completely irritated. What was so wrong with wanting to buy more medicine? It was all because of what Kane said last night. "If you have enough free time to worry about my wounds, use it to learn how to cook." His words left Aziz deeply offended. He didn't have to say it like that. Was it wrong to be worried about him? A few days had already passed since the incident with the robbers. Cordelevan was still recovering from numerous slashes and burns, not to mention a serious stab wound. Lost in thought, Aziz walked forward, only to be startled by the sound of voices up ahead. She quickly hid and started to eavesdrop. The voice was strangely familiar, and she realized it belonged to one of Chu's men. But even more surprising, Aziz noticed a very particular person standing beside him. She couldn't understand what was happening. It was her first time meeting this person, yet they felt incredibly familiar. Suddenly, a voice called out to Aziz. Ben approached her and asked if something was wrong, but Aziz just looked confused and anxious. After she explained everything, Ben immediately understood. Someone was sick but was refusing medicine, and Aziz wanted to know the reason why. Ben pondered for a moment, suggesting a few reasons. Maybe the medicine wasn't working, or maybe they just didn't have the money. That's when it clicked for Aziz. That's right, we're almost broke from living expenses and clothes. But the idea that this would stop her from buying medicine was just absurd. Still, Ben admitted that things had gotten tough recently. Medicine was getting more and more expensive, and while he had emergency stock, he couldn't just give it away to Aziz. Suddenly, Ben got an idea that made Aziz curious. Soon after, Aziz had changed her clothes. It felt a little awkward, but way better than her old outfits. When she came back downstairs, Ben couldn't help but compliment her. "It really suits you." Aziz then glanced over and saw Jenna standing at the service counter. Aziz felt a pang of jealousy. He wanted to be a bartender too, but he couldn't help wondering if Zena was really comfortable in that outfit. Luckily for him, Zena was perfectly fine with it. At the same time, she noticed the uncomfortable look on Aziz's face. Aziz moped, saying he wanted to keep this secret from Coder but ended up dragging her into it. Hearing this, Zena just laughed. She told him they could get a whole bunch of medicine and that she wanted to help pay, so he had no reason to feel guilty. Just then, Ben Chen cut into their conversation with a satisfied grin, exclaiming, "Perfect. Absolutely perfect." Right on cue, their first customers arrived, looking thrilled the moment they walked in. Xena called out, "Welcome to the Star Inn." A brilliant light suddenly burst from Xena, leaving Aziz and the new guests completely stunned and blinded. This left Aziz wondering where in the world that light was coming from. Just then, someone else called down to them, "Hurry and put away your things so you can eat and get to work." At this point, Aziz was just impressed by Xena's skills. She was good at everything. What even is she? It was pretty funny, considering Aziz was also hiding his own identity from everyone. While he was lost in thought, a customer called out to order. In just a flash, the inn became so packed it completely overwhelmed Aziz, but his serious attitude was making the customers a little nervous to order. After taking their order, Aziz quickly went to report back to the kitchen. Seeing his work uniform, the guests couldn't help but whisper about how cute he looked. Aziz rushed to Ben and recited the customer's requests. For Aziz, this was way easier than memorizing magic theory. After that, Ben quickly prepared their beers and told Aziz to take the drinks out first. It looked like Aziz's new job was going smoothly, and so was Xena's. Aziz carried the food over to the table, announcing, "Here are all the dishes you ordered." But just then, a new guest arrived, and the sight of him made Xena freeze in terror. He suddenly smashed a bottle of wine. Ben heard the crash and ran out, stopping dead in his tracks. It was Cain. His arrival left everyone in the room stunned and confused. Aziz and Xena were completely silent. Cain growled, "Looks like we need to have a talk." Ben was still in shock that it was him. He was clearly in a foul mood. Cain's eyes were burning with rage as he thought, "Why are these two here?" Flashing back a few hours, Cain was still recovering from his previous injury, and 2 of his handkerchiefs had been burned. So, he had to find something valuable in his house to sell. Man, why was life so hard? All the stress was starting to get to him. He had a few options: Coder Levin's twin swords, a worn-out old map he found during repairs, and 4 handkerchiefs, embroidered by Aziz. He wondered if he could pass off the map as a treasure map and sell it with the handkerchiefs. Selling them as a set might get him some cash. The biggest problem was another item, a useless treasure from a famous person that he couldn't return. If he tried to sell it, he knew it would bring a mountain of trouble down on him, even after all this time. That guy was still causing problems for him from beyond the grave. He was done being chased. He wasn't selling it. The map and scarves would have to do. Now, where are those two, he wondered. He had chores for them. He checked around the house and all through the busy parts of town, but he still couldn't find them anywhere. Since they weren't at the market, he headed to the inn. And there was Aziz, holding a tray. Xena was right beside him, serving drinks. Inside, Cain was absolutely fuming. They were earning money behind his back. He was spending his own money to take care of them, and they were here making their own on the side? "Looks like we need to talk," he muttered. Ben knew this was a bad place to talk, but Cain was already turning to leave. "Tell them to come home. We'll talk there." Ben hesitated, asking, "What's the rush?" Cain demanded he explain. And then it clicked. Ah, of course. If those two left, this old man would be in serious trouble. Ben looked nervous. "Let's talk somewhere else. This way." In the end, Cain had no choice but to agree. Xena was confused. Is Master angry? Working at the inn for medicine was her idea, but for a noble swordsman like him, having his family work for spare change must have deeply wounded his pride. She thought she was doing this for his sake, but in the end, it only hurt him. Aziz was just as confused. Why was Cain acting like this? When Xena suggested they might have damaged Cain's pride, Aziz was completely taken aback. Hurt his pride? He just wanted to get medicine for him. No, he had to clear up this misunderstanding. Meanwhile, outside, Ben desperately tried to explain to Cain that Aziz and Xena weren't working for money, but for medicine to help him. To Cain, this was all just pointless nonsense. He was almost fully recovered anyway. He didn't need any more medicine. "In that case, I'll return the medicine," Cain declared. But Ben stopped him, saying that wasn't possible. Cain narrowed his eyes. "You think I don't know? You had them greet the Chu Dan delegation, one of the richest powers in the world. First, the Empire, then the Kasanza family, and third is them, the renowned Chu Dan clan, a family that has a hand in nearly every major trade deal there is. In the past, they tried to conquer the world with their immense wealth, craving a powerful, ancient covenant. And with that kind of money, the Ju Yin clan spends lavishly. Just one look at the old man told Cain everything he planned to exploit his workers. He wasn't about to let those two work for free. Seeing the tension, Ben quickly made an offer. How about 10% of the revenue? Cain found it tempting, but for a self-proclaimed villain like him, it wasn't enough. He needed double that. "Are you trying to sell out my family for pocket change?" This conversation is over. But every word Cain spoke was overheard by Aziz. For some reason, Ben kept pleading with Cain, "I'll give you 30%. Please, Just think of it as you saving my life. If Kane took the two of them, Ben's entire deal would collapse. Now, this was getting interesting for Kane. It seems you're in some real trouble, he said. Fine, but he couldn't let just the two of them do all the work. He'd help out too, but he was raising the cut to 35%. Ben nodded, thanking him profusely, truly grateful. Aziz breathed a sigh of relief at getting to stay and work. Suddenly, customers flooded in, demanding to be served. Aziz was startled. Why isn't anyone serving them? Another customer yelled, We're all starving over here, miss. Where's my pica of the dragon? Still no roasted chicken? Xena just stood there, completely dazed, until Kane walked over. What are you two doing? He was already in his bartender uniform. Xena, you're off this station. The girl was so out of it she'd forgotten the customers. I'll take over, go change and help Aziz. Xena's face fell, feeling like she couldn't do anything right. Meanwhile, Kane quickly got down to business. May I take your order again, sir? The man wanted a pica of the dragon. Perfect. A great chance to teach these kids a lesson. I understand. Please give me a moment. Kane poured the liquor into a shaker, sealing the lid tight. He moved like a seasoned pro. He began to explain. The pica of the dragon is a cocktail created by the Empire's 7th king as a tribute. It honors the pride of the long-extinct dragons, but it's made from cheap, cloudy liquor instead of a high-quality spirit. Do you know why that is? Seeing the customer hesitate, Kane gave a smug grin. Of course you don't. Kane had heard the story from a butler of Lexus Van who once served the royal family. Because pride doesn't only exist in bright, clean places. No, it's in the darkest and dirtiest corners that pride shines stronger and more noble than anywhere else. It's a cocktail born from a long fermentation process. Using pure water and gentle winds, this pica of the dragon was crafted with true, genuine pride. As noble as the great mountains, as vast as the great ocean. Do you understand now? Xena felt a wave of sadness. She had trampled on her master's pride. Yet once again, he was teaching her another lesson. A lesson that soothed her heart. All right, she had to try her best, not to disappoint him again. Aziz was just glad to see Xena's spirit return. She had to try her best, too. Kane could see his words got through to them. Forget all that nonsense about pride and just give it your all. He could finally relax a little. Xena was now enthusiastically plating dishes for the customers, while Aziz took on the role of bringing the food to their tables. She thought she was carrying too much at once. Unfortunately, Aziz tripped on a rolling bottle and began to fall. Without hesitation, Xena threw her notebook down and lunged to catch Aziz. Are you all right, Aziz? Aziz immediately jumped up. But where's the tray? Only then did Xena realize. Don't tell me. The entire tray of drinks was flying straight for Kane's head. He spun around, his hand shooting up to catch it. Where did that arm even come from? Plates and glasses went flying everywhere. Kane immediately imagined the worst-case scenario. At this rate, all the liquor bottles behind him could shatter. If that happened, the fine. He couldn't let that happen. He had to calculate everything instantly, speed, balance, centrifugal force, and just like that, everything landed perfectly back in its place. Kane glared at the two of them. Can't you two stop causing trouble for 1 second? Wait, there was one plate missing. Don't tell me it's... Kane slowly looked up. Oh, 99 demons who protect villains, please save me now. Kane was unceremoniously crushed by the cabinet. A few days later, Ben approached as he was wiping tables. Feeling any better? Thanks to timely treatment, Kane survived. But because of his prior injuries, his condition was now quite serious. Seeing her worry, Ben tried to reassure Aziz. The number of customers has gone down, so don't push yourself too hard. You don't have to act tough. Besides, the new employee I hired is arriving soon. Aziz looked exhausted. Then I'll head home for a bit. Ben warned her. Be careful on your way home. There's a rumor that goblins are wandering around here. First, a group of mercenaries vanished, and then a whole gang of bandits. And now, a few pets have disappeared too. Aziz found it a bit strange. They suspected goblins based on just that? What a funny misunderstanding, she thought. Although, they're not entirely wrong. Ben then added, Come to think of it, I haven't seen Jack around lately. Do you know where that kid is? I thought you two were pretty close. If you see him, please let me know. It seemed Aziz wasn't very happy. Meanwhile, Jenna knocked on Kane's door, announcing, Sir, I've brought you your meal. Kane was lost deep in thought. Come in. Jenna pushed the door open, her eyes immediately drawn to Kane's handsome figure. The sight left Gina unable to hide her feelings. Noticing this, Kane asked, Is something wrong? Gina just shook her head as Kane silently reviewed his performance. This was the masterful acting of a veteran villain pretending to hide his agony, which only made the pain seem more real. He never wanted to go this far, but this wasn't the first or second time his life was on the line because of them, and especially because of this girl. Yet, he couldn't do anything to eliminate her. That left only one path: exploiting the hero's natural sympathy for the weak. First up was the flattery plan. Kane put a spoonful of porridge in his mouth. "This is delicious." Gina saw a seriousness in Kane she had never seen before. That girl was truly terrifying, showing not even a hint of sympathy for the pained act he had just put on. But he still had his next move. A stream of bright red blood appeared before Jenna. "Sir, what's wrong?" Kane was actively clenching his stomach. The pain was real, but he couldn't let it show. That would only increase the odds of her falling for it. "Don't panic," he said, but Gina was trembling. The blood had a blackish tint. Was it necrosis? The truth was, Kane had swallowed a packet of black blood earlier. "It's just an old man's sickness," he said. "Time for the killing blow. I only have 1 year left to live." Kane's performance was flawless. "Please, don't tell Aziz." Hiding her sorrow, Jenna agreed. The moment she left, a smirk crept across Kane's face. The second plan was a success. A hero would never assassinate a dying old man. Now, all he needed to do was tame this fearsome girl. Then, she would take care of him until his death. Jenna ran deep into the forest, her thoughts racing. She only had 1 year left with her master. The sorrow was a heavy weight on her heart. In the past, he had given her so much. And yet, now she felt completely powerless to help him. But unlike her, he had already accepted the time he had left. What if she thought of it not as only 1 year, but as a whole year left? Could that give her hope? Yes. She made up her mind. This one last year, she would spend it by his side without any regrets. For now, she would hold on to that single thought. But what about Aziz? Jenna looked over, stunned. "Aziz? What are you doing here?" Aziz's expression was incredibly dark. "Jaina." The leaves fell around them in the quiet woods. "What are you doing here?" Aziz suddenly asked. A chill ran down Jaina's spine. "I was just taking a walk." The girl's eyes were clearly confused, yet they held a hidden killing intent. Aziz couldn't possibly have that kind of aura. Jaina told herself she must be mistaken. More importantly, how could she honor her master's wish if Aziz didn't know he only had a year? The shock would be too much for her then. "Aziz, could you go see him?" When Aziz asked why, Jaina started to explain. "He needs someone there to take care of him." But then she stopped. Even though her master didn't say so, she knew she couldn't tell Aziz. It felt selfish, but she knew Aziz would be devastated by the news. Besides, shouldn't she be at her dorm right now? Why was she all the way out here? And what was that mark on the ground? Ever since being kidnapped by bandits, Aziz had been going in and out of the forest. Jaina didn't want to suspect family, but what if she was in some kind of trouble? The soil in this spot was soft. Had Aziz dug a hole here? It seemed like she was being secretive about something. Could this be connected to that? Was that even possible? What in the world was going on? She recognized herbs used to cover the smell of blood. The entire carcass had been completely drained. The only creature that drains its prey and buries the remains is a goblin. But goblins couldn't appear here, which left only one answer. Now Jaina remembered when Aziz had turned around earlier, her eyes were blood red, just like a demon's. Aziz was now running frantically through the forest, her feet flying across the ground before she finally stopped to catch her breath. Because of that old fool, the news was spreading too fast. She had to be more careful. How much did Jenna see? If she had seen everything, or if she found out the truth, Aziz would be forced to eliminate Jenna on the spot. "Xenius, embodiment of storm and despair, I release your seal." She sent her request to J. "Bring me 2 storms." But Gina's warm smile flashed in her mind. The storms she summoned had once stopped the god of war, Edit, and the cavalry of the god of technology, David. Jaina had brought her into a family. Her storms came from the home of ancient dragons, born from the very breath of the world, and Jaina had accepted her so warmly. She couldn't do it. "I reseal you. Return the 2 storms to Jacob." Unbelievable. She had actually considered assassinating Jaina. She was having trouble controlling her emotions lately, likely from overusing her magic. The thirst hadn't gone away, either. She had to be more careful. Aziz headed upstairs and walked to Kane's room. He was probably eating soup now, right? Maybe she should bring him some water? A loud noise from inside startled her. She dropped the water jug and bolted to Kane's room. Grabbing the handle, she flung the door wide open. Inside, Aziz saw Kane coughing violently. He was throwing up everything he had just eaten, his body completely rejecting the food. Aziz rushed straight toward him, and Kane froze. He couldn't help but wonder what on earth this girl was doing here. Thinking it was the other girl, he had started putting on an act, asking if he was okay. Of course he was okay, you silly girl, even as the pain was killing him. Aziz saw that Kane had nearly been burned badly, yet the man didn't even flinch. She just couldn't understand him at all. Looking back, she'd been with him for a while now, but still knew so little about him. He was the one who pulled her from the kingdom's ruins. The ruins of Dorne. But why did he go into a devil's domain? What did he know of devils? And what did he think of the rumor spreading through town? Pets were disappearing one by one, and yesterday, even Trock had vanished. Everyone was saying it was the work of a little devil. Kane thought it was a stupid rumor. A little devil? No way. It had to be that wolf. The townsfolk were just creating rumors out of fear. Aziz was crying, terrified. But if there really was a little devil, what should they do? Kane decided to cut in and talk to her. He explained, you have to ask what it needs, what it wants. Only then can you help it, make a deal, and maybe even borrow its power. Aziz spoke slowly, admitting it was the first time she'd ever heard of talking to a little devil. Kane was stunned. Any veteran villain worth their salt knows how to use devils. How can you be a villain if you're scared of a mere devil? Little devils are intelligent enough to communicate, so there's absolutely no reason not to speak with them. If people don't communicate and just judge based on rumors, they'll never learn anything. Thinking only of fighting just keeps them ignorant. Aziz turned and walked away, announcing she was going out for a bit. She leaned against the door, her face clouded with a deep sadness. After a moment, Aziz decided to leave. If those two knew she was a devil, she wondered what they would think of her then. Her mind flashed back to that night, when the war reached its peak, and so many people had fallen by her own hand. His words had been a comfort. But could devils and humans really talk to each other? What was she even thinking? She knew all too well the fate this world had dealt her kind. Just then, Gina walked up beside her. That look on her face, had she seen something? Jaina, you're back early. Jaina forced a smile, saying she returned to prepare dinner. Seeing that, Aziz felt her own worries ease a little. So, she hadn't seen anything? The sound of a door opening caught both their attention. Jenna was alarmed, worried for Kane. You can't get up yet. Your wound is still, but Kane just waved her off. It's nothing. Aziz, come with me for a moment. Compared to that other dangerous girl, going with this one felt much safer. But Aziz hesitated, unsure what to do. She told him she had to get back to the inn. Hearing this, Gina offered to cover for her, since it was time for a shift change anyway. Aziz smiled and thanked her. Still, Gina was left with a strange, indescribable feeling. She had no proof that Aziz was a devil. She shouldn't be so suspicious. Devils. They had appeared suddenly a few years ago and terrorized all 6 lands. They were an inhuman race that needed to drink blood to use their extraordinary powers, a truly cruel people. These beings had nearly infinite mana and magic, allowing them to terrorize and invade all 6 lands. In response, humans from across the 6 lands formed an alliance, and so it began. The Devil Purge lasted 3 years, ending with the death of the entire devil race and their powerful king. He was said to possess the strongest magic since the Age of Myths. The devils were supposed to have been wiped out. Could there have been a lone wolf? If Aziz was a devil, did her master know? Yena entered the inn. Hello, she called out to the newcomer. This was the inn's new part-timer, Jin. If Jenna recalled correctly, she had been traveling. But after her wallet ran dry, she decided to stay and work at the inn. She had white pupils, a telltale sign of the northern people. What was someone from the north doing all the way out here? I'll take it from here, you can rest, Gina said. Jin just gave a tired nod. Watching Jin's retreating back, Jaina finally felt a bit of ease. All right, time to get to work. Outside, the town was bustling with activity. People gathered to shop for food for their main meals. Kane had Aziz wait, telling her, wait here a moment. Aziz was a bit bewildered. What was he trying to sell? Kane bargained with the shop owner. So what's your offer? The man thought for a moment. The highest I can go is about this much. Kane cursed him internally. Was this guy kidding? Did he think he was an idiot? The shop owner was suspicious. Is this really a treasure map? A map to the kingdom of A? That sounds a little hard to believe. No, I didn't say I wouldn't buy it. Kane's brows furrowed. Trying to lower the price? Dream on. He used to be a merchant from Gaosoko. Buy it if you want it. Stop messing around. Kane turned as someone approached. It was Jin. Hello. Kane's face stiffened. Long time no see. Why was she here? He told himself to calm down and act natural. Have you been well? I was so worried when we were separated. He was glad she was safe. Glad? What was there to be glad about? Was she here just to bother him? What are you doing here? Is something wrong? Jin articulated each word with pointed slowness. Running on snow and ice here. Kane felt a sudden sense of dread. Snow and ice? What on earth did she mean? Was she being literal? Don't tell me Lennon is here. He received a nod from Jin. Kane's face turned pale. This was bad. Lennon, the top gladiator of the Winter Temple and a master of ice, was here. On his personal list of dangerous individuals, she held many titles, including the Demon King Slayer. She was the destroyer of spring, and even stole the title of strongest on the planet from the Light Sword. Back in the north, he didn't even dare approach the winter region just from hearing the sound of her footsteps. That alone was enough to make him tremble. Who knew that kid would follow him all the way here? Suddenly Jin grabbed Kane, shouting, "Run, it's not too late." Kane asked Jin, "Will you be okay?" Jin nodded. "I'll be fine." He then ran off, leaving Kane completely stunned. "Wait, you heartless jerk. Why are you leaving me behind?" Something still felt off, but he had to hurry. The shopkeeper yelled out, "Hey mister, aren't you taking this with you?" Then Kane grabbed Aziz's hand, confusing her completely. "What's wrong?" "Kane, where are you taking me?" Kane grabbed her shoulders. "Aziz, until I get back, you stay right here. I need you to wait for me." Aziz clutched his shirt. "Don't go, please stay with me," Kane said. "It won't be long. I will definitely be back." Aziz chased after him in despair, shouting, "Please don't leave me all alone." Zena opened her window to the sky. "Is it that late already? It looks like it's about to rain. I should get home." Suddenly, a chill ran down Zena's spine. She instinctively turned around. That corner was dark, cold. Zena glared forward into the shadows. A priestess of the Winter Temple. The 4 temples of spring, summer, autumn, and winter were located in the 4 corners of the continent. The temples had turned their respective parts of the continent into their own domains, vowing never to invade one another. This was the far west. So why would a priestess from the Winter Temple be here? Her gaze was so cold it felt like it could freeze even its owner. It felt like facing Zevi all over again. Lennon spoke first. "May winter drive out evil. My name is Lennon." Zena replied, "Peace be with you, thanks to winter." Then Lennon continued, "It is an honor to meet the one blessed by the god of war." Zena felt a little anxious. "The honor is mine, to meet a priestess of the Winter Temple." There was no reason for a priestess from the Winter Temple to come see her. But Lennon continued to speak. "Hero, do you know anything about the little demon that appeared in this town?" Zena was astonished. "I've only heard rumors. Is this about the little demon?" Lennon kept pressing. "Then do you suspect anyone of being a demon?" Zena didn't understand the question. How would she know if there's a demon here? It was clear Lennon was suspicious. Is that so? Lennon's eyes narrowed. Those who carry the blood of the demon tribe worship evil and thirst for blood. Their very nature is evil. Even when they aren't doing bad things, they are only holding themselves back. Their very existence is a sin. One day, they will bring disaster upon the world. Do not cover for them. Zena said nothing more. Is that really the nature of a demon? But she knew Aziz wasn't like that. Lennon prepared to leave. "May the gods protect you. Be careful. If you let a demon live, it will destroy everything and cause humanity to fall." Zena said, "I will remember that," watching Lennon's back as she left. She needed to inform her master before that woman arrived, so Aziz could escape. She and her master would have to hold her off. But wait, is Aziz truly a demon? Should her master and her even protect her? Demons are a race that must be destroyed. As a hero, she knew that better than anyone. Her master was still injured. If the girl really was a demon, then even if she was family, she couldn't protect her. Outside, the rain poured down heavily as Aziz hung her head, remembering the past. "Let us go and stop him, my lord. You are our last hope, so please, you must survive, and make our dreams a reality." Just like the day the kingdom fell, Aziz's dreams were shattered. There was nothing she could do but watch. She hoped he would come back, take her hand, and lead her home. She hoped they could return to the peaceful days from before. And just then, Lennon arrived. "Aziz, leader of the demon tribe, by divine will, today I will end the war we started that day." Aziz seethed. "You? Wasn't killing all of my people enough for you, that now you want to eliminate me too?" Her heart tightened. She had finally found hope again, only for this to happen. "I will not let you have your way." Aziz unleashed her power. Her body was engulfed in purple lightning. Lennon also got into a battle stance. She rushed toward Aziz at incredible speed. Aziz quickly created a shield for herself. She cast Zenu, preparing a flight magic spell. The spell forced Lennon to retreat. Aziz flew up into the sky. Aknio, ruler of fire, I am the bearer of your soul. As the one who desires your power, bring me the third pillar of hell, and bring me the dragon's throne of fire, one of the 9 relics of evil. I remove your seal, rosary of Acneo." The flame flickered violently. Xena ran past the area before stopping for a moment. What is this? This is the terrifying power she felt before, a power strong enough to destroy the Demon King single-handedly. Even with her identity hidden, he now knew exactly who she was. The Winter Temple has 3 ranks of clergy: priests, bishops, and finally Lenin, the wielder of the Winter Wind's protection. She was the avatar of a god's power, the master of the ice domain. A chilling frost radiated from her every step. She leaped high into the air, aiming straight for Aziz. But Aziz witnessed an entirely new kind of magic. A fusion, a rebirth into a true abyss being, the rage of Acnel and the despair of Xeniut. Fusing these 2 legendary spells would open the dragon abyss itself. Aziz formed a dark red energy matrix and launched it directly at Lenin, who still hadn't grasped the true extent of Aziz's power. The attack swirled around Lenin, completely engulfing her. Aziz had finished her spell. It worked, right? This was the power that devoured gods and demons alike, a technique feared by both realms. The valley where dragons sleep was about to be unleashed. Not even a divine avatar could escape this. Finally, she thought, it's over. The moment she had that thought, Aziz stared in utter shock. No way, how could a mere human possibly survive that? Lenin stood there, completely unharmed. And she was furious. The priestess herself was now like a living, breathing storm. Once again, she locked onto Aziz. The will of the gods is absolute. Everything in this world must obey. Lenin unleashed a blizzard so fierce that Aziz struggled to defend herself against the brutal, relentless assault. The attack rocked the entire area. Aziz was slammed into a nearby crater, her hands covered in deep wounds. But she knew she couldn't fall here. If she failed to get revenge, how could she face her fallen comrades? She had to survive, no matter the cost. With that resolve, Aziz ran towards her horse. It neighed as she approached, its eyes fixed on her. And then, Aziz drew power by drinking the horse's blood. This was her true nature. But she didn't care. Was it so wrong to fight for survival? Did being a demon mean she had to fight humanity? Fine. She would become exactly what this world wanted her to be. Just then, a shadow appeared before Aziz. She recognized the man instantly. It was Cain, her master. Aziz's eyes widened in shock before she walked right past him, ignoring his questions. What was she doing here? He was just about to ask her to stay, but she completely blew him off. Did she know he planned to use her as bait? He stopped, trying to process everything. After leaving Aziz, he had hidden in an empty house. A little while later, he heard a huge commotion outside. Worried, he peeked out only to see the Ice Master herself arriving. His first instinct was to grab a horse and bolt. But what was happening? Drinking blood and red eyes. That girl, Aziz, was unmistakably a demon. That meant the Ice Master wasn't here for him after all. The odds were high that she was after the girl. And if the Ice Master's target really was Aziz, Cain's mind raced. First, it wasn't like Lenin didn't have a reason to capture him, but back in the north, he was positive he hadn't left a single trace. Second, he had found the girl in the ruins of the Zone Kingdom. This likely meant Aziz was being tracked from the start, and they knew he was the one who took her. Cooperating with a demon, that was basically declaring war on the entire continent. He was completely doomed. He was going to get a title, all right. Heroes and major factions would be hunting him. Lightsword, the former top-ranked powerhouse, would probably join the chase. And of course, so would the survivors of the Zone Kingdom. Even Darkness, the largest organization of villains, would probably hail him as a legend. How could a third-rate bad guy like him handle that? Just then, Gina arrived. "Are you all right, Master?" Cain snapped back. "Do I look all right? Oh, this is bad. Anyone seeing this mess would think he was the one behind it." He had to think fast. What was the right move here? "Jenna," he asked, "what do you know about Aziz?" Jenna replied, "She's a member of our family." Cain smiled. This was his opening. He could see from her expression that she was already suspicious of Aziz. If he could just exploit her heroic nature, he had to make Aziz the reason for Jenna to confront Lenin. "That's right," he said. "We are a family. Can a swordsman who won't draw his sword to protect his family truly be called a swordsman?" Jaina thought to herself that not everyone who holds a sword is a true swordsman. When had she forgotten something so fundamental? Cain continued, "Do you dare draw your sword for your family, even knowing that the entire world might become your enemy?" Gina was stunned. He was right. This was no time to hesitate. To fight was destiny, and failure was a part of that. For her to call herself a true swordsman, she had to protect her beliefs. The only thing worth fearing was cowardice. This is my answer. It was also so she could face her master with pride. Cain told her, "You go on ahead, I'll follow you soon." After everything was settled, Gina departed. She raced forward into the pouring rain. Tears streamed down her face, and her breathing grew heavy. Her wicked nature, the truth that she was a demon Cain had found out. What would he think of her now? He must despise her. He had promised he would come back. She'd been too careless, and now she could never hold his hand again, never return to that house. The pain was overwhelming. She had to run, to go somewhere far away. But in the middle of her escape, her foot caught on a stone. Her entire body slammed into the ground. Slowly, she struggled to her knees. What was she supposed to do now? There was nowhere left for her to go. Suddenly, a cloaked figure appeared out of thin air, radiating an icy cold. "The gods have foreseen this," he said. "It is time for the demon to rest in the winter wind." With that, he rushed toward her at blinding speed. In that moment, Aziz gave up all resistance, simply surrendering to her fate. She squeezed her eyes shut. Maybe this was for the best. But then, Jenna appeared out of nowhere, stopping the man's final judgment. "I won't let you harm my family for another second." Aziz stared at Jenna, her eyes welling with tears. The Winter Warrior asked if she was really going to continue, telling her this path wasn't justice. Looking at him, Jaina thought that the chilling aura he gave off surpassed even Jevi's, rivaling that of a mad heretic. But her answer was firm. "Even if Aziz is a demon, she is my family, and abandoning family is not my justice. Is that so? If that is your justice, then I will respect it." He then began to unleash his formidable technique. Jaina recognized it immediately, a special martial art of the snow domain, the winter wind cleansing rite. Fine then, she'd go all out. Jaina lunged forward, closing the distance instantly as her blade shot toward him, but his hand simply deflected the sword's path. One blow after another, for every move she made, he had a perfect counter. Neither of them gave an inch. The fight was perfectly balanced. Aziz watched from the side, completely unable to believe her eyes. Was Gina actually fighting Lenny in close quarters? Unless she had achieved the oneness of sword and self, then according to the records, only a handful of swordsmen in the entire world had reached that legendary state. Most information on them was just rumor. Some were so legendary, it wasn't even clear if they existed. But this was just unbelievable. A swordswoman barely in her 20s was pulling this off. Gina was already panting. A sword saint with no openings? So what? She could still win this. He just breathed softly, stating that winter's silence was a blessing from the gods. As he finished his chant, a winter altar erupted. A winter domain formed around them. Jaina's face filled with shock. She had heard of it, the holy art of the Winter Temple's paladins. It didn't just lower the temperature, it controlled the freezing point of Vinash, the winter god's powerful artifact. With power like that, he was no different from a high-level mage. But magic itself is always limited by mana. Holy arts, on the other hand, had no such limit. But still, she had seen far more powerful magic than this. Compared to Zivi's magic, this couldn't even be called cold. Igniting her flaming sword, she charged. He didn't even try to dodge. He blocked her attack with just one hand. Bai Lin, a tranquil place, a holy sanctuary of the gods, a place where sinners are forbidden to enter. Hundreds of ice fangs closed in on Jenna, but she refused to give in. Gina shattered the ice with her sword, then lunged at him once more. He dodged and launched his own counterattack. Aziz felt the tide turning against Jaina, her own anxiety growing by the second. If this kept up, Jaina would lose. She had to do something. Jaina began chanting, redder and redder, burning hotter and hotter. "My fire, become stronger." She poured all of her power into the blade, focusing every last drop of energy into the tip of her sword. This was her limit, a limit she knew she had to break. The final technique of the Firestone Shadow Sword Crimson Flame that fills the sky, a massive explosion of fire erupted, melting all the ice. Her body felt incredibly heavy. That last attack, it wasn't enough. And from within the inferno, he was still chanting, to Jaina's absolute shock. The iceberg of Zebius, indestructible through countless eons. A brilliant light began to grow. Sinner with a twisted justice, now rest in peace. A six-winged angel appeared. It was the holy protective spirit, a miracle that creates a shield with absolute defense. Not even the most powerful magic could leave a scratch on it, let alone hope to destroy it. Aziz gritted her teeth. She couldn't just stand by and watch. She would use it, a power born from the blood of the red dragon Annette, the ruler of fire. the one who seized the third of the 9 thrones of hell. I am the one who desires your power. I hereby remove your seal. Bring me the Tay Knight who burned the god of knowledge and the fallen moon god. To the sun, you are the shadow of fear. Lead me from this land of regret from which I cannot escape. Ignite the flames of wrath that burn the soul. A torrent of pure malice erupted from her heart, consuming her mind. When a person allows themselves to be drowned in demonic power, something forbidden is created. This was black magic, defeated by a storm of despair, carrying the final scream, and cooled by a stream of tears. It was a weapon steeped in sorrow, capable of commanding demons, and freezing time itself with the snow of solitude. Adorned with the treasures of greed, it was one of the 9 artifacts of hell, the demon spear of Avania. The moment she grabbed it, Aziz was rocked by an unbelievably terrifying demonic energy. She collapsed, clutching her heart as her mana completely bottomed out. But what's this? She refused to go down alone, determined to drag him down with her. She launched the spear straight at him. An explosion erupted, as divine and demonic powers collided. The shock wave from the clash was immense, blasting Xena far into the distance. She slammed against a tree, her vision blurring as she watched Aziz on the very brink of death. The young girl collapsed, clutching her throat and coughing up blood. Her only thought, is Xena okay? Her ice domain was surely gone. Even with his Holy Spirit body active, Lennon was still just a mortal. And that was a spear that had slain even gods. Suddenly, her eyes froze. She watched in disbelief as he remained standing, completely unharmed, right before her. He advanced step by step, and all Aziz could do was stare back with hopeless eyes. She had risked her very life to summon that spear. Why was the world so unfair? Why was she born a demon? This world was the very reason she couldn't live a life, without being branded a sinner. Why had the world never once, not even for a moment, stood on their side? Instead of this, she wished she'd never been born at all. And why was she thinking of him before the end? It was silly, but she missed him dearly. Then, a figure appeared flying through the sky. It was Coder. If he'd known things would turn out like this, he thought, he would have run far, far away. Just a few minutes earlier, after luring the other girl away, he had been debating whether to flee the scene, or to check on the status of the battle. Naturally, his instincts were screaming at him, run now if you don't want to get caught and killed. But he figured his odds of a successful escape were about the same whether he ran now or after taking a quick peek. That's right, a veteran villain like him could accept this level of risk. He decided to see for himself how the fight was going. So he prepared himself and moved closer to the battle. So much for retirement. He couldn't catch a single break. Suddenly, an explosion of ice erupted. Coder scrambled, then he spotted a nearby building. He needed a vantage point to see what the hell those guys were doing up there. This height should be perfect. Time to use it, the Spider-Man skill. He quickly scaled the building, moving along the walls while concealing his presence. This was one of the key survival skills that any self-respecting villain had to master. He'd learned these moves from Spider-Man. No hero would ever think to use a skill like this. Time to focus. The best outcome here would be both sides wiping each other out. But once Lennon began using freezing point control, even the fossilized Shadow Sword wouldn't stand a ghost of a chance. That ice demon was already on a level where elemental weaknesses didn't even matter. The odds of a mutual kill were low. Unless you're a hero, defeat means death. But then the tide of battle was thrown into chaos when Xena used her ultimate. Impossible. How could she use that move? He was sure he never taught her that. The fossilized Shadow Sword was an art where the longer you charged your energy, the stronger the attack. The issue was that ultimate move. Crimson Flame Sky, a single, overwhelming slash that meant certain death for the user. He had only dreamed up the theory for that move, and written it down, never intending for it to be used. And now, that ice demon had activated his Holy Spirit body. Things were getting seriously tense. Wait, was that the demon spear of Avania? Not even the Demon King, who had met 72 of the requirements, could summon it. There was just no way. It had to be a fake. And yet, after the explosion, Lennon was heavily injured. The attack actually worked. Well, it made sense after a blast that big. The girl's attack was effective, but that was all she had. The hero was unconscious, and she was out of mana. The outcome of the battle had been decided. All right, he had seen what he needed to see. Now, it was time to run. As he was leaving, the floorboards beneath him shifted and buckled. His body weight, the elasticity of the wood, the length of the planks, and the direction of the twist. In 0.01 seconds, he was going airborne. This was bad if his math was right. He was about to fall directly on top of Lennon. Oh, gods above, please save this poor soul, even if he was a villain. He was only a third-rate one at that. "Oh, Demon Lord, please save him." He knew he'd been asking for a lot of favors lately, but he pleaded for help just one more time. Think faster, only 0.65 seconds left. There was only one option. Lennon's shield was gone. His fighting style, predicting his reactions, and anticipating his follow-up actions. The remaining time to calculate all of it was a mere 0.21 seconds. He steeled his resolve in the final moments, completing revisions, supplements, and a final review of the plan. Damn it all, he really had no other choice. Blessing of the Dark Knight, Chapter 3 of 3, Night Shadow. Coder dove down with a strike from above, but his opponent reacted instantly, blocking the blow and sending Coder flying. Frigid White Cloud, Ice Mountain Avalanche. The spell was already cast. A pair of hands flew right at his face. Coder countered with his own dark power against Glacier's domain, launching a fist straight at him. At blinding speed, the power of an ice spell, a terrifying avalanche of power, slammed directly into Coder's face. But he dodged just in time, thinking, no turning back now. Coder immediately grabbed Glacier's wrist, raising his leg to deliver a swift kick. Too bad. Glacier caught his ankle and countered, slamming a brutal blow into Coder's gut. He cried out in pain, collapsing to his knees. Glacier didn't stop, continuing the assault. This time, he used an ice pillar spell. But Coder just smirked. He'd already read the move. As the ice pillar pierced his shoulder, Coder shot back to his feet, chanting the blessing of the Dark Knight and unleashing a massive shadow cloud. The attack sent his enemy stumbling backward. Glacier was stunned. Coder used that blessing. Coder could practically read his mind. Looks familiar, doesn't it? Because this was an art created by the Dark Order specifically to fight the Winter Temple. But now, Coder's left arm was completely useless. Luckily, this ice user's Holy Spirit body wasn't perfect. That ability was, in reality, a divine miracle. It had a defense comparable to the glaciers of Zebus, yet this guy had been injured by an attack from that young girl, Aziz. That proved this so-called miracle wasn't flawless. Coder began to calculate. The first objective, then, was to create distance from this ice freak. He'd done that. Now it was time to put his plan into motion. Aziz, severely injured, was terrified for Coder. Don't protect me, you'll die. Then, in an instant, something within her shifted. She thought if they had to die, at least they could die together. Leaving this world all alone is just too lonely. If I can go with him, I won't be lonely in hell. The demon inside was now almost in complete control of her mind. Just then, Coder called her name. Aziz, are you okay? She was bewildered. Why, don't you know? I'm a demon. Coder calmly replied. I know. I already saw you drinking blood. Aziz struggled to speak. Yeah, Coder said. I saw it. She pressed on. It wasn't just this once. I've done it countless times, and not just to animals. Coder, however, was unfazed, asking, Is that so? Suddenly, Aziz lost her cool and screamed, The pets in town, and that idiot who disappeared, that was all me. I could sink my teeth into your neck at any moment. I have the blood of a demon. Coder quietly thought to himself, This kid is an idiot. Why is she bragging about her misdeeds right in front of the enemy? This is exactly why the kingdom of fools fell. Coder gently placed a hand on Aziz's head to comfort her, but his mind held a sharp warning. Don't you dare ruin my plan by provoking this guy. But even with that thought, Coder's voice remained incredibly gentle. No matter what anyone says, to me, you are human. And nothing will ever change the fact that me, Xena, and you are family. Glacier, witnessing this touching moment, spoke with cold indifference. That kind of sentiment is not justice. Even emotions must bow to justice. Coder shot back. And that's exactly why I can't stand you, winter priests. But Glacier was insistent. Stop this. Don't waste your feelings on a demon. No matter how much you give it, one day, it will only bring harm to you and the world. Coder challenged him. Then why is this child a demon? Glacier explained. You don't know? Her eyes are showing it very clearly right now. Her wicked nature is on full display. That's all the proof needed that she's a demon. Coder thought, You're the one who said it. Coder muttered internally. I really shouldn't have revealed this in front of him, but I have no choice. When a demon's eyes turn red, they often lose control and go into a frenzy, especially when their mana is depleted. The odds of her losing it and self-destructing were sky high, and that guy had just confirmed it. But for Coder, this was his chance. He lifted his hand and sliced his own palm open. Aziz watched in worried confusion until he spoke, telling her to drink his blood. If thirst is what turns you into a demon, then I will quench it with my own blood. If your power is what makes you a demon, then I will stop you with my own two hands. If loneliness is what makes you a demon, then I will stay by your side for all of time. And if the world is what makes you a demon, then I will fight the entire world. Koder bluntly offered his blood to Aziz. Her voice was a hoarse whisper. Why are you saving me? I'm a demon. You of all people know what demons are. Koder grew angry hearing Aziz talk about herself like that. Are all demons this self-pitying and bad at cooking? Enough of this, he thought, but he chose his words with care. I already told you, you are not a demon. The next sentence, you are my family, made Aziz burst into tears. A sense of relief filled her heart. He didn't see a demon or a sinner. He just saw her. Koder continued to speak. When the new world was created, all things existed without distinction. Every sin originates from that ancient purity. So do not fear sin, and do not hate evil. Sin is something that lies within the heart. What we need in this life is not to deny sin, but to have a heart that can forgive sin and accept evil. As he spoke, he held out his blood to Aziz. After drinking Koder's blood, the color in her eyes slowly returned to normal. Koder then turned to face Glacier. This is my faith and justice, he declared, refusing to concede. But demons are evil, and harboring them is a sin. Koder was then stunned to see villagers gathered on the far side of the forest. The warrior of the ice domain made his stand. For those harmed by demons, I cannot simply stand by. Koder never expected the common folk to show up here. He just put on an emotional performance, and now if Aziz mentioned the missing boy in front of this mob, things would get messy. Koder had to silence Aziz, speaking up first. I trust this child. Aziz felt a wave of guilt. Koder had already done so much for her. She couldn't let his family be dragged into her sins. She decided right then to confess to everything. But in that instant, a figure appeared shouting, "Stop!" It was the missing boy. Jack had somehow appeared out of nowhere. Aziz was shocked he was even alive, let alone here to protect her. An old man in the crowd pleaded, "Jack, don't disturb the priest. Hurry and come over here." But the boy refused to listen. "I won't. Zena and Aziz are hurt. Why is no one helping them?" The old man explained, "That girl is a demon, and the other two are her allies, Jack." Another man shouted beside him, "Jack, get away from them. Demons only bring disaster." The other villagers quickly joined the chorus of condemnation. The missing livestock must be her doing. She's probably the reason that old woman was buried, too. Koder knew this was spiraling. Even if they escaped, they'd have to leave this place. He watched the kid. Jack desperately tried to clear her name. "I don't know what disasters demons have caused, but Aziz is not the culprit," he announced to everyone. "The one responsible for the missing livestock is this wolf." Jack held up a wolf's head. Everyone could see it. Koder knew it, that damned wolf. It and its mate had been strong enough to bully even him. Yet this 12-year-old kid ran off into the woods to hunt it down, and he actually succeeded. On top of that, the boy's timing was absolutely perfect. This kid is a hero, Koder realized, as Jack directly confronted the villagers. "All of you were too scared to face the wolf, so you justified your fear by blaming a demon. But I've hunted it down now, so leave Aziz alone." Jack was the living proof of a hero, someone who overcomes all hardship and emerges stronger. And the younger the hero, the stronger their divine blessing. What doesn't kill a hero only makes them stronger. Usually Koder would find this annoying, but not now. Right now, he was just grateful for this little hero. He spoke up, "Pride is what blinds men to their sins." The warrior of the ice domain was stunned, realizing Koder's criticism was aimed squarely at him. Koder was riding Jack's good luck, and he was going to take full advantage. He thought, "Now what, you ice monster?" The man sighed, still disagreeing. No matter how vital it is to destroy demons, twisting justice and trampling on faith is not the teaching of the gods. But considering the will of these people, I will postpone the demon's destruction for now. Besides, losing to you twice is enough, Priest Kale. Koder couldn't believe it. That was the name he'd used when he worked for the Dark Church. How did he know? He'd covered his face. The Ice Domain warrior suddenly said, "Winter is not the end. It is preparation for a new beginning. Don't think this is over. When the demon awakens, I will find you." Koder, "But it will always exist in the night. I'll wait for the day you seek me out as a friend." The warrior said no more and left. All he left Koder was his cold, retreating back. Koder finally let out a breath. He'd been faking his cool while trembling with fear. He had survived, but it felt like he'd lost years off his life. Most importantly, he avoided becoming a common enemy of all 6 territories. But a new problem emerged. That ice warrior knew his real identity. Koder worried. He had defeated the strongest man on the planet twice, bringing shame upon the Northern Church. That church and its champion definitely wouldn't just let him go. The Northern Church would surely organize a hunt for him soon. And if the Dark Church learned of this, they'd come looking for him with fire in their eyes as well. He pushed the thought aside. He had to handle this mess first. Suddenly, Aziz lunged from behind, wrapping him in a powerful hug. Coder felt his ribs crack from the brutal force. He silently cursed, wondering if this panther girl was trying to kill him. He feigned calm. Everything is all right now. Inside he was screaming, "Get off me!" Coder was in misery. "I'll deal with you later, just wait until I recover," he thought. Then he remembered he still had to check on Xena. Who knows what crisis would come next? Coder rushed towards Xena, ordering the villagers to clear a path. He carefully lifted the unconscious Xena, apologized for causing a disturbance, and said they had to leave. Jack, now back with his mother, watched as the family of 3 left safely together. Back at their home, Coder was busy as usual. Aziz knew that after the incident, the way the townspeople looked at her had completely changed. Because of this, Coder decided they couldn't stay in town any longer, even selling their house. Xena, meanwhile, looked incredibly sad about her broken sword. Aziz felt bad, knowing it broke while protecting her. But she was sad about something else, too, when Jack suddenly called her name. The young boy had rushed over as soon as he heard Aziz was leaving. This was the other thing, making her sad having to say goodbye. Aziz thanked Jack for his help the day before. She then asked what his wish was, remembering her promise if he ever hunted a wolf. She'd only said it because she never thought he'd actually do it. Jack just gave a weak smile, having forgotten all about that deal. The boy gritted his teeth and told Aziz his wish, which made her burst out laughing. She teased him, saying his dream was 25 years too early, the fool. Right after that, the 3 of them left town for good. Aziz thought that maybe, one day, she might miss this place. Back at their old house, only Jack's lonely figure remained as he broke down, sobbing. Meanwhile, Aziz and Xena left, facing an unknown future. But she believed everything would be okay, because she was with her family. Elsewhere, the story of the Dragon Hunters began in the Age of Myths. They were an organization of treasure hunters who once aimed to rule the world. They discovered Janya, the treasure of the Dragon Clan, but even the most elite dragon-level treasure hunters were all killed by its guardian after entering, all except for one person. This man saw the evil karma the guardian carried 1,000 years of unending pain. Even after devouring hundreds of people, even while covered in grievous wounds, the stranger reached out his hand to the guardian, and he took the guardian's evil karma for himself. 35 long years passed, and that guardian finally awoke from an eternal slumber. He began to live in this land, searching for our story's villain. Deep in a deserted forest, Cain, Xena, and Aziz journeyed with their luggage. After a long trek, they finally arrived at their destination, a small house hidden deep within the woods. This was Cain's secret base. He turned to Xena and Aziz, telling them they'd be staying here for a few days. Suddenly, Xena shot Aziz an irritated look for no clear reason. The ever-observant Cain immediately noticed this, but even he didn't understand why Xena would look at the girl that way. The battle with the ice domain was over, and they had left that town behind. Cain's original plan was to live out the rest of his days in that house, enjoying a peaceful retirement. But of course, that plan was now in the trash, all thanks to the 2 burdens who had appeared. On top of that, Cain was being watched by the Dark Church and the Winter Church, forcing him into hiding like this. The moment he opened the door, Aziz immediately knew to run over and help Cain with his things. Seeing how thoughtful the girl was, he couldn't help but feel a little comforted. Xena watched the entire scene from a distance, feeling a strange sense of irritation bubble up inside her. She had lost consciousness during the fight with the ice domain. When she opened her eyes, everything was already over. Cain's wounds hadn't even healed, yet they were forced to leave. Xena couldn't understand how Aziz could be so cheerful, completely ignorant of the situation. It was because of Aziz that they were now on the run. Cain only had 1 year left, and that year was too precious to be wasted fleeing. The more Xena thought about it, the more she resented Cain's decision to take Aziz in. An unfamiliar hatred began to grow in her heart. Do you really want to keep sacrificing yourself for others? To the point of making the whole world your enemy? Do you truly cherish that demon so much? Xena suddenly called out to Aziz. The girl turned, only to be met with Xena's gaze, which sent a shiver down her spine. Though she was still smiling, Xena's eyes were ice cold as she asked, "You must be tired, right? Why don't you go inside and get some rest?" Aziz had no idea why Xena had changed so much, and could only do as she was told. Watching Aziz's retreating figure, the uncomfortable feeling inside Xena didn't fade. In fact, it grew stronger. Cain, who had been observing quietly, finally spoke up. A single glance at Xena's expression told him she was upset with Aziz. As a hero blessed by the gods, it was only natural for her to hate the demon race. It was only because they had spent some time together that Xena had developed enough affection to save Aziz in the first place. But then, a dark possibility flashed in Kane's mind. If Xena and Aziz ever got the urge to fight, his old body would probably check out early. Kane had to prevent that from happening at all costs. So, he began to try and reason with Xena. Aren't the demon race a pitiful people? Although the demon race only appeared a few decades ago, they were shunned and hunted for their powerful magic and blood-sucking abilities. But Xena remained cold. That's because they carry the blood of demons. They are demons, Kane continued, determined to make her understand. That's why they have no place to call home. They finally found a refuge, a group of no more than 20. They fought against the world, but they failed and were wiped out. That is why this child is all alone. To him, this new family was his final hope, his sacred ground. Hearing that, Jenna's black and white view of justice began to crumble. She believed every word Kane said. He would never, ever lie about something so important. But still, Jenna just couldn't bring herself to accept a demon at Kane's side. Kane was at his wit's end. He'd explained everything, but Jenna just wouldn't back down. Completely fed up, Kane just turned and walked out. "Teacher, where are you going?" she called. But he just shot back, "I need some air." Kane's cold shoulder sent a wave of panic through Jenna. Meanwhile, he found a quiet spot and pulled out his map to scheme. With things like this, he had to make a new plan. A wise old sailor once said, "Religion knows no borders. You can run from a nation by crossing a border, but there's no escaping the information network of a powerful church." And Kane was being hunted by two northern religions. Running forever was no solution, hiding was the only real option. The Iceblood territory, or that kid from the Dark Church. They could track him down no matter where he went. That left one final option. Kane would hide in plain sight. His target, the 6 western duchies of Duban. If he could blend in as a citizen, he might buy himself half a year. With the plan settled, Kane got up to leave, but a bizarre presence suddenly locked right onto him. His eyes snapped to the bushes. A terrifying killing intent poured out from that spot. Whoever it was, this was no ordinary opponent. Footsteps grew closer and closer. As the figure's silhouette appeared, Kane felt a deep sense of dread. The Guardian from 35 years ago was standing right in front of him. Kane forced himself to stay calm. He greeted it first, then asked cautiously, "Are you here to drag me to my grave?" Last time, 35 years ago, he only escaped because it was injured. This time, things were different. But Kane wasn't about to give up. The strongest have tried and failed to break his dark will. Even the Queen couldn't stop him. God, demon, spirit, or human, no one could ever conquer Kane's ambition. He would abandon his allies, betray his students, his master, even his family if he had to. He became a third-rate villain just to stay alive. That's the only reason he survived this long. This was his creed, the creed of a third-rate villain. "Get lost," Kane said coldly, "you stupid beast. The past just won't let go." The Guardian went silent for a long moment, then turned and walked away. Kane watched in silence until the figure vanished completely from sight. Only then did he finally let out a breath. He never expected to see that Guardian here. Kane muttered to himself, "Time to power everyone up, the kids and me." The next morning, Kane handed out assignments. Jenna's job was to gather stonewood, while Aziz was sent to find dark flesh herbs and meat-water flowers. They both set off immediately. But when Aziz glanced over at Jenna, she caught him staring. Terrified, the little girl just bolted outside, too scared to look back. Jenna glared after him with that same irritated look. Only when she left did Kane finally relax. Then, it was his turn. Grabbing his bag of tools, Kane stepped outside. He had to get everything ready, and fast. He ignited a brilliant blue flame, a fire he'd bled in sweat to create. First on the list, a new weapon for Jenna. He was getting real tired of her having to pray to that relic. Surveying his materials, Kane's eyes landed on the Moke crystal. Mock crystal is a special ore that absorbs light. As it does, it transforms, becoming even harder and stronger than steel itself. Even a master craftsman would struggle with this stuff. But difficult doesn't mean impossible. After heating the Moke crystal in his blue flame, Kane carefully applied 3 drops of a strange, unknown solution onto its surface. At first, nothing happened. But then, the crystal drank in all 3 drops, absorbing the liquid completely. Kane knew it would work. That solution was the tears of Jabin. It can make even the hardest substance on the planet as soft as mud, one of the 7 great secrets of the Dark River. Using this, even with his self-proclaimed third-rate skills, Kane could mold the super-hard material into any shape he could imagine. After a bit of kneading and shaping, he had his final product. A small bracelet, a dragon biting its own tail. Now all he needed was the stonewood. He just had to wait for Jenna to get back. Meanwhile, back with Jenna, the very stonewood Cain needed suddenly shattered into countless pieces. At the same time, her sword snapped for no apparent reason. Jenna just stood there, stunned. She'd been so careful with her blade. Just like its name implies, stonewood is as hard and heavy as rock. But with her skill level, Jenna was sure she could handle it. But for the tree to shatter like that, it meant she'd used brute force, not technique. Jenna blamed herself. It wasn't the sword's fault. The fault was hers alone. Ever since meeting Cain, she couldn't focus properly while holding her sword. She had hung up her sword, trying to become an ordinary person. But Gina now felt that without her blade, she was completely useless. If she couldn't use her sword skills, how could she stay by Cain's side? Right now, Gina was nothing but a burden. She cursed the gods for being so cruel to her. Jaina completely lost her senses, swinging her sword wildly in every direction. She had searched for him for 15 long years. She had given up absolutely everything just to be with him. With every swing, the already broken stone wood was shattered even further. But Jaina had no intention of stopping. After she unleashed her fury, all the stone wood within a 1-meter radius had been pulverized by her. Only then did Gina realize it at some point. She had completely lost control. By the time she snapped out of it, the sword in her hands had shattered into pieces. She trembled, lifting the broken blade, no longer knowing what she was even doing. Just one moment of madness had destroyed the symbol of their oath. Overwhelmed, Gina collapsed to the ground. How could she swing such a precious sword around so recklessly out of sheer anger? In despair, she hugged the broken pieces. She was no longer worthy to be by his side. The scene then shifts to a field of flowers under a vast open sky. Petals drifted gently on the wind, one landing on Aziz's face. The young girl casually caught it. Her mind was a mess of tangled thoughts. Ever since leaving Senate M, Aziz had felt Jaina's gaze on her turn incredibly cold. She knew the reason was her demon heritage, but somehow, this realization helped her chaotic mind begin to sort itself out. Was it because of the peaceful flower field, she wondered? Or was it something else entirely? When was the last time she'd been able to rest like this? Back when the kingdom still stood, Aziz never had a single day off, because war raged on every single day. Long ago, after eliminating 386 water mages and escaping, she felt the exact same way. That whole incident happened 15 years ago. As she was lost in thought, something suddenly flashed past Aziz. She sat bolt upright to see what it was. It turned out to be a red-tusked boar. An uncontrollable anger flared up inside Aziz. The girl assumed the boar was trying to attack her. She immediately summoned Zainiut, followed by dozens of orbs locking into attack positions. Aziz chanted the spell, embodiment of storm and despair, despair combo. As soon as the words left her mouth and the orbs surrounding her shot towards their target, the boar. The poor creature couldn't even react, taking the full force of Aziz's attack. Its huge body slammed into a tree like an oversized football. But for Aziz, that still wasn't enough. She even summoned Acneo, the ruler of fire, planning to turn the fresh wild boar into a pan-fried one. But before she could even act, a group of piglets appeared from nowhere, crying at Aziz's feet, begging her to spare their mother. Aziz finally calmed down. Looking at the boar she had attacked for no reason, Aziz couldn't help but blame herself. She had failed to control her anger. A moment longer, and that boar would have been history. The normal Aziz wasn't this quick to anger. She couldn't understand why she had become so enraged. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. Do you want to use the demon's magic? That's right, black magic was forbidden, because the user receives not only the power, but also the will of the demon. After accepting the malice and will of the great demon Acneo, Aziz thought she would be fine, but she was wrong. Acneo is the demon of fire and rage. If Aziz keeps losing control of her anger like this, she might use that power to destroy the very things she holds dear. This was the price for her 9 requests, a line she had crossed that she could never go back on. This was Aziz's fate, and she began to doubt herself. Would she ultimately transform into a demon lord? After bandaging the mother boar's wounds, Aziz gently stroked a piglet's head. She said sincerely, I am truly very sorry. Then, she quickly ran off. The little boar seemed to understand Aziz's situation, quietly watching her go. Returning to Cain's secret base, Gina had finally brought back the stone wood firewood. Though he calmly told Gina to put the wood down, Cain was internally shocked by Gina's incredible, beast-like strength. That pile of wood was unbelievably heavy, yet she carried it as if it were light as a feather. Stone wood doesn't ignite easily, so it's not typically used for fires. But if it were useless, Cain wouldn't have asked Gina to bring it. This stone wood was one of the 7 secrets of the Black Hidden River, a legendary organization that once aimed to rule the world with alchemy. Although the Black Hidden River had excellent techniques, only a select few elite individuals could master them. And thanks to being defeated by some blacksmith, their existence is now considered a legend. Of course, they wouldn't have fallen if a certain traitor hadn't teamed up with that blacksmith. Thinking about it, Cain still felt it was their own fault for sending a third-rate member like him to steal the blacksmith's techniques. But setting that aside, when the stone wood is placed in a special furnace, it instantly catches fire, spewing sparks of incredibly high temperatures. In alchemy, a good flame is absolutely critical. Therefore, to use that organization's techniques, stone wood was essential. After observing for a moment, Cain noticed the flame's color was a bit odd, but he didn't pay it much attention. Only Xena, standing beside him, noticed something was wrong. In the legends of sword forging, one flame was spoken of like a myth, a fire that could melt anything in existence. It often appeared in the Age of Gods, containing a mysterious power. A forgotten legend once used to forge weapons for dragons, the dragon's azure flame. While she was wondering why a legend was right here, Cain's voice snapped her back to reality. He wanted her to hand over her sword. Xena froze for a second, wanting to refuse, but she just couldn't. In the end, Xena gave the shattered sword to Cain. He took it, stared intently at her, then without hesitation, threw it into the flame. As it burned, Cain asked her, "Aren't you afraid your sword will disappear?" Though her heart ached, Xena denied it. "No, it's just a worthless thing." But in truth, that sword meant the world to her. It was the symbol of her bond with Cain. Lost in thought, Xena heard Cain click his tongue, and she worried he was displeased with her answer. Cain suddenly asked, "Have you heard of the realm of effortless action?" Xena answered honestly that it was a state swordsman could achieve. By abandoning form to seek the true meaning of the sword, Cain pressed on. "So what is the form of the sword?" She replied, "It's the attachment to its physical shape, the perception of its form." Finally, Cain asked, "And its meaning?" Xena explained, "It's the will behind the blade, the purpose for wielding it." And at that, Cain completely lost his patience. He shouted at her, "You are a complete fool." Xena was stunned, with no idea what she had said to be called a fool. After yelling at Xena, Cain pointed out her flaw. Her answer was unbelievably arrogant. She couldn't admit her own inexperience, and a wave of despair washed over her. Cain had no idea what she'd been through, but she quickly shook her head, deciding she was the one being foolish. Cain never saw it himself, so of course he wouldn't know. Xena concluded there had to be a reason for Cain's sudden lecture. With that realization, she suddenly dropped to her knees. Cain was trying to teach her something. She said seriously, "Please, instruct me further." Seeing this, Cain was at a loss for words. He turned his head so she couldn't see his face, which was covered in a cold sweat. He had no idea why Xena was suddenly asking for his guidance. Everything he'd just said was complete nonsense, just to distract her. He got a little too into it and ended up shouting to sound impressive. Now he was in real trouble, Cain thought to himself. First things first, he needed to buy some time. To a swordsman, their sword is their life, especially for Xena, who cherished a cheap sword for 15 years. If he just messed with her blade without a good reason, she would probably skin him alive. So, he had to keep stalling, but make it sound convincing. Cain had no other choice. He had to play the part. He accessed his mental archives, searching through every past experience. Among the thousands of data files, Cain needed to extract only the most useful information. After a moment of filtering, he finally selected a few key sources: the human resources files of the Masterless Knights, the Dark Bible of the Dark Church, and the Swordsman's History of the Shadow Assassins, the Legend of the Dragon Sword by Danya, and finally, the Mystery of the Sword from the Royal Library. Now, to assemble the information, and deliver it like he meant it. Armed with his newly cobbled-together philosophy, Cain began his lecture. Nobody knows that the realm of effortless action is not 1, but 3 stages. The first is formlessness, not confining the sword to any one thing. You have to shatter the very shape of the sword to abandon its form and finally release its true meaning. The second stage is positionlessness, which means not being bound by any single location. You have to overcome the position of your grip, overcome the position of the blade, and even overcome your own position to achieve it. The third and final stage is effortlessness, not being stopped by any violation. The body must move past wielding the sword, and the mind must accept and transcend conflict. Xena was so absorbed in Cain's words that she didn't even notice she had entered a third dimension. She was on the verge of true enlightenment. Xena gently touched the glowing sword before her, and instantly the blade erupted, in a divine, sacred light. In that moment, Xena finally understood everything. She understood why Cain wanted her to give up the sword, and the reason his words had caused her so much pain. Her life had always revolved around her sword. Because of it, she feared losing everything. Until this very moment, Xena was only pretending to let go of the one thing she could never truly release. To break this sword was to break her very self. And if she broke it, the pain would be immense. But if it was for Cain, then Xena would shatter herself just to be by his side. True to her word, she actually punched and broke that precious, glowing blade. A magical light immediately enveloped the entire space. Watching the fragments fall, Xena was stunned. Is that all? Of course not. Her body then began to transform, the change so intense she collapsed to the ground. Xena felt as if all of her bones were being crushed into powder. The pain was unimaginable. But even through the agony, she remembered Cain's words. What remained wasn't a broken sword or molten iron, but a powerful will that burned bright, having shed both its form and its shape. Watching Cain hammer the blade, Jaina saw not cruelty, but an unyielding resolve. In that moment, she understood there was no reason to give up. She wouldn't stay weak just because of one failure. The more something is struck, the stronger it becomes. She would bury her despair and regret inside her shattered self, melt them down with her burning will, and reforge her very being. And just like that, Gina made her decision. Without a word, she stood silently, beginning her own spiritual forging. Cain, on the other hand, was completely oblivious, still lost in his smithing. He thought it was coming along nicely. To an outsider, the process looked complex, but to Cain, it was simple, just piecing the fragments back together. Thanks to him spouting nonsense to buy some time, the sword was finally complete. The green wood and Jiabai's tears were essential components, needed to use one of the secrets of the Shadow Cloak, a master smithing technique known as the 100 strikes, 1,000 forges. Lifting the sword, he noticed the stripes were a little too obvious. Cain guessed the fire must have been too hot. After a moment, he couldn't pinpoint the mistake, and decided to let it go. But as he turned to hand the sword to Jenna, Cain realized something was very wrong. His face darkened. What in the world was she doing? The weak and helpless Jenna was gone. She was in a deep trance, as if she existed in another world entirely. Honestly, the sight was pretty terrifying. Gina placed a hand over her heart. She felt her breathing grow lighter as a new strength began to course through her. Like iron reforged into steel, her body was now overflowing with power. She gazed up at the tower in astonishment, whispering to herself, "I get it now. I've been so arrogant this whole time, thinking I completely understood the sword techniques I possessed. But I was only ever looking at the tower from a distance, fooling myself into believing I had already stepped inside. In the Empire's entire history, no one has ever truly mastered multiple sword styles. Of course, not the Tower of Effortless Mind is infinite. How could anyone master a different style? All this time, I've just been using my talent and a superior body to pretend to be a swordsman. But now, I'm finally standing on the same level as them. And if I keep climbing this tower, maybe one day I can reach my master's level." Gina was now filled with a newfound confidence. The scene snaps back to Cain. He was sweating bullets. What do I do now? I'm completely out of things to say. Just then, he spotted Aziz approaching his home. He felt a surge of annoyance. Why did this kid have to show up right now? I was just pretending to teach that other girl, and then this happens. He called out, "Aziz, do you know the difference between magic, sorcery, and the demonic path?" The girl, holding flowers, looked baffled. No. He took the basket from her and began to explain. Law is about binding, art is about following, and the path is about completion. When you are controlled by demons, it's called magic. When you are their equal, it's called sorcery. But when you control the demons, that is the demonic path. The reason no masters of the demonic path have appeared until now is because of the overwhelming restrictions from demonic seals. The demonic isn't necessarily evil, and evil isn't necessarily demonic. To walk the path, you must first understand the true nature of demons. Gina watched him with a dazed yet focused expression. Cain began to crush the flowers into an oil and continued, "Sin is born from thought. Evil hides in the mind, and demons reside in the heart. If you fail to understand this, you can never even touch the demonic path. Thought creates form, the mind leads to understanding, and the heart shapes the self. Anyone who becomes aware of this is a person who can achieve the path." That's an old saying from the age of myths, passed down from Manaza, a place that once existed on the eastern side of the West Sea. I hope it helps you. After hearing Cain's words, Aziz wondered to herself, if demons are my destiny, then accepting them is also a way forward. Once I reach the demonic path, I'll be able to control the side effects of my dark magic. She knew that the nation of Manaza was nothing but a legend. If that saying truly came from there, it must hold some power. But how in the world did Cain know about things like this? Cain held up an ancient scroll and used it to wipe the sword. He announced, "All right, let's begin." The other girl's consciousness still hadn't returned, so she probably won't get in my way. Aziz watched him perform the technique. Wait, those are runes. They only exist in nations with incredibly long histories, a power both mysterious and profound. Runic magic? Could he actually be a rune master? She was bewildered. Is there anything Cain can't do? She witnessed him apply the ritual to the sword, one step at a time. He thought to himself, next up is the final step, the last of the 7 secrets of the Shadow Cloak. It's called Fire Dragon's Wisdom Blood. It has the power to absorb heat and provide the alloy with a special essence, giving the weapon a shape memory effect. It also creates a special coating on the weapon that reduces friction. A shape memory alloy is a metal that can return to its original form when heated. He had finished the weapon, he thought with satisfaction. With this, if the weapon gets damaged later, I just have to throw it in a fire and it'll repair itself. No extra work needed. Somehow, I managed to get this done without any issues. He then presented the weapon to Gina. Take it. This sword's name is the Guardian. This blade was born to protect others from evil. As long as your will remains unbroken, no demon in this world will ever be able to shatter it. She studies the sword closely, remarking on its beauty. She can feel a powerful energy humming through it just by holding the hilt. Xena thinks it could even rival the legendary demon sword, or maybe even the dragon sword. Beside her, Aziz just watches with pure envy. She wants a weapon too, and Cain is quick to offer her a bracelet. Take it, he says. Its name is the Dragon's Shadow. He explains it's a symbol of dominion over evil. As long as she wills it, no evil can ever hope to bind her. The young girl happily accepts, thinking to herself that he knows she's from the demon clan, yet still gifts her this incredible treasure. She glances at her sister, and the two share a warm, affectionate smile. In that moment, Aziz knows she wants to stay with them forever. But then Cain turns away, a sinister smile creeping across his face. He thinks, enjoy it. I didn't work this hard for nothing. Turns out, the rune on the Guardian sword is for evil protection. Now, no matter how heroic Xena becomes, she can never harm him. And the rune on the Dragon Shadow? That's Dominate Evil Dragon. Once that bracelet is on, no matter how demonic the girl gets, she'll have no choice but to obey his every command. He could have sold them, but his own skin is way more important. And for him, that's what matters most. He's not about to waste money protecting other people. He glances up at the sky. Absolutely not. Later, in a tavern, Cain is lost in thought. A dream? Father? He murmurs to himself. It seems to be a dream of the past, something he's gotten used to. Someone hands him what looks like an important document. So, that was a wise decision back then, Cain remarks. But Lord Hale just scoffs. Wise? I was just a coward. I didn't have the courage to face the monster guarding that place, he admits. So I ran away. Cain thinks to himself, you're not the only one. Hale continues, saying, now, I'm just a useless old man. But Cain recognizes this moment. This was when Hale found Ranya and earned the title of Master Dragon Hunter. Because of that? Cain asks. I'm not criticizing you. Hale just calmly pours him another drink. It sounds funny, I know, but I think I'll regret this decision. Maybe when I'm old and on my deathbed. I'll try to find a chance to go back, Hale says. To which Cain replies, that's right, you actually did try. He explains that Hale retired to a small town at the continent's edge, but he could never truly let go of his past. The man lived on the foolish hope that one day, someone would seek him out to finally conquer that cursed place. You fool, Cain thinks. Stop being greedy. Hale simply couldn't accept the reality that there was no treasure there at all. My answer hasn't changed in 35 years, Cain tells the old man. Instead of risking your life for a non-existent treasure, isn't it smarter just to save yourself? But the old man is completely baffled by his words. Then why do you want to go back? He asks. Cain just gives him a sinister smirk. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. He can't afford to be careless with his words. He pours a large cup of wine for Hale, and they lock eyes, sizing each other up. Finally, the old man gives up. All right, I'm retired anyway. I wish you the best of luck in the future. They raise their glasses in a toast of farewell. The scene shifts. That night, Cain suddenly bolts upright in his bed. Sweat pours down his face as he thinks angrily, damn it, I'm so exhausted, I'm dreaming all sorts of nonsense now. Cain gazes out at the clear blue sky, his mind racing with deep thoughts. He's over 50 years old now, and all his joints ache. After just one day of swinging a hammer, his body is screaming. But a veteran villain has to have a fast way to recover. He decides right then he needs to get out of here. The only problem is if those two girls think he abandoned them and come chasing after him. Still, Kane packs his bag. He leaves a note on the table claiming he's just stepping out, then quietly slips away. But from a second-story window, Xena sees everything. She sees him hunched over, putting on a heavy backpack. She wonders, Master isn't well. Where could he be going so early? Is he just going for a walk? She turns and sees her sword, still shimmering. Thinking Aziz is asleep, she makes a decision. It should be fine to go out for just a bit. The scene shifts to a vast, flower-filled meadow, where Xena has gone to train. As she practices her moves, she analyzes her technique. The Firestone Shadow Sword combines 3 core styles, but the Crimson Flame Heavenly Sky technique she used before felt incomplete. Her master must have created it without learning the Stone Sword style. He likely faked it based on the other 2 styles. But the Stone Sword was her very first technique. She could use her mastery of it to perfect the move's flaws. She was certain she could complete it. After channeling the technique again, she was absolutely sure. Even the Firestone Shadow Sword itself felt unfinished. Every strike would ignite a flame, but it lacked any real power. It was only thanks to her master's sword that she could get this far. It's more refined, but she still finds herself hesitating at the final step. With her training done, Xena starts walking back from the forest. She glances at the sky, wondering how it got so late, and then, she sees it. Aziz was petting some kind of animal, a wild piglet. Jenna was stunned. A piglet? All the way out here? Her mind raced if its mother was nearby. Aziz could be in real danger. But she quickly pushed that thought away. No, a wild boar was no threat to a demon. Yet she found herself unconsciously worrying about the girl. Did that mean she wanted to protect Aziz? She wasn't sure. Her feelings were a tangled mess. Jenna walked closer, remarking that the piglet was cute. Aziz just scratched her head and said, "It doesn't seem to be scared of me." Then Aziz asked, "By the way, where's Coder? I saw a note in his room saying he'd be out for a while." She thought they had left together, but apparently not. Jenna was just as surprised. She saw him leave but didn't know his destination. Suddenly, the piglet tugged at Aziz's skirt, as if trying to lead her somewhere. Aziz caught on immediately. "You want me to follow you?" She then asked Jenna for permission to go. Jenna thought to herself that she knew there was no need to worry, but she still wanted to guarantee the girl's safety. So Jenna agreed, saying she would go with Aziz. The scene changes, and they follow the piglet into the forest. As they walked, Jenna grew worried, wondering how far they had to go. She didn't sense any malice from the animal, but she couldn't relax. She had survived too many brutal, treacherous situations where enemies could perfectly conceal their hostile intent to get close to her, especially Kuta, the Lord of the Shadow Mountains. Of the 99 Doma, servants of the devil, Kuta was their leader and the absolute strongest. Even after so many years, the fear that Kuta had instilled in her during their battle was still deeply ingrained. She couldn't even hold a sword for a full year after that fight. Defeating Kuta back then was nothing short of a miracle. Even now, she lacked the confidence to beat her a second time. And despite Kuta's power and cruelty, up until the very end, Jenna had never sensed a single drop of malice from her. That's why she couldn't let her guard down, even around this tiny, seemingly harmless creature. Suddenly, she felt a blast of hot air. Jenna was shocked when she realized the piglet had led them to a hot spring. Jenna thought to herself that hot springs are usually only found on the eastern continent. She never imagined one would be here. Then, Aziz suddenly warned Jenna that this place was dangerous. Jenna broke into a nervous sweat. Huh? What kind of danger? Aziz was certain. For natural water to be this hot, it had to be under the influence of an archdemon. Because of that, they needed to leave immediately. But just then, Jenna started coughing violently. Aziz rushed to her side, still trying to persuade her. "Jenna, we need to get out of here now." But Jenna just told her it was okay. "It's just a hot spring," she explained. "They are sometimes found in the east. I hear they help with fatigue and are good for your skin. They were incredibly hard to find, even in the volcanic regions of the Far East. They had stumbled upon a wonderful gift." Hearing this finally put Aziz at ease. Then Jenna had an idea. "How about we get in and try it out?" Aziz's face turned red. Right now, the scene cuts to a high mountain cliff, where Kane stops abruptly, shocked to see a chasm below. A cliff? What was he supposed to do now? The path to the hot spring was blocked. 1,000 years ago, this hole was created during the war between gods and demons. It connects all the way to Anoda, the source of hell's flow. and it said that fire erupted from it after the demons were sealed. Then water began to gush from the opening, connecting to underground springs. That was likely the reason that the hot springs were mostly concentrated in the east, since that region suffered the most damage from Anata's flames. This meant the hot springs in the east were merely remnants of destruction, so their effects weren't that potent. But it was a different story in other areas. Hot springs outside of the east were actually holes that demons used to draw power from hell itself, so they contained pure hellish power, sometimes even a fraction of a dragon's strength. They could completely heal injuries and illnesses, and might even awaken a person's latent potential. The herbs in the backyard simply weren't enough, so since he'd found a hot spring, he should gather some of the herbs growing nearby. What a massive pain in the neck. But it couldn't be helped. Taking the safe route was always better. Suddenly, Cain noticed something. What was that noise? That rumbling sound? He looked behind him and froze. By all the gods and demons! A massive, drooling wild boar was slowly making its way toward him. At this moment, Cain was in a very special kind of trouble, facing a giant beast on the edge of a treacherous cliff. What made things even worse was that Cain didn't have his sword with him. He slowly backed away, but there was no more ground to take. This time, Cain was truly cornered. He forced his brain to work, thinking that no matter how ferocious this boar was, it surely wouldn't charge straight off a cliff. But reality was about to deliver Cain a very painful slap to the face. The wild boar let out a terrifying roar, then immediately charged straight for him. Its speed increased with every step. It used its massive tusks, intending to hurl Cain into the abyss. Luckily, he was quick enough to dodge to the side and run like mad. He couldn't help but curse at it as he fled. But in just a few seconds, Cain was back in its sights. It closed the distance between them in an instant. No more running. Gritting his teeth, Cain uses all his strength to launch himself straight into the air. He immediately dives down, unleashing his Nightshade attack. The impact creates a massive cloud of smoke. He's sure it's done for. But when the smoke clears, the beast only has a minor scratch on its back. And now, it's even angrier. Cain can't believe it. How did it survive a direct hit from Nightshade, the strongest skill from the blessing of the Dark Knight? His one-shot kill tactic failed, and this place is too dangerous for a hit-and-run strategy. What's worse, the boar is charging again. Cain glances back, perfectly timing his next move as it closes in. He leaps into the air, letting the beast charge right off the cliff below him. Cain smirks, completely satisfied. Below him, there's nothing but silence. That was slick. Don't ever underestimate a veteran villain. But then the boar's tail whips up, wrapping tightly around his leg. Unbelievable, it's trying to take him down with it. Both of them plummet. To save his own life, Cain just barely manages to grab a dry branch jutting from the cliff face. But his weight, plus an 800-pound boar, is a huge test for that flimsy branch. For a second, he thinks he's safe, until he hears a cracking sound. No, wait! The ground might be weak, but not like this. Please not like this. The worst is happening again. That branch couldn't hold them. Cain prays to 99 demons for help, but what's coming is coming. Cain and the boar are completely swallowed by the deep abyss. Far below, at the foot of the mountain, a song echoes from a gorgeous hot spring. Jaina is soaking here after a pretty successful hunt. She immerses herself in the water, wishing her master was here to enjoy it with her. Unfortunately for Jenna, only Aziz is with her at the moment, and the girl does not look happy about it. But she doesn't dare argue. Jenna asks, "Are you comfortable?" "Ah, yes." After a moment, Aziz quietly asks, "Aren't you shy?" "Not really." She explains she's been camping and living in groups before, so she's used to it now. "Is that so?" Aziz admits she's never bathed with anyone before. And suddenly, she feels like sharing her story with Jenna. She reveals that she's from the demon race and always thought of humanity as the enemy she had to fight, since both sides have been at war since she was born. But after living with Cain, Aziz learned that she didn't have to hate all of humankind. And thanks to Jaina, who has always helped her, she's realized she can feel at peace when she's with someone. Then Aziz adds, "I'm really, truly happy to be part of a family with you and Cain." Jaina's heart sinks for a moment. It's hard for her to accept that she was the one who had to act against her, against a child as cheerful and innocent as Aziz. "I failed to protect her, and I hated her. I never admitted it. I even abandoned my responsibility to her. Can I even apologize?" But just as Gina is about to speak, a sudden noise erupts from above. Instantly on alert, Gina grabs Aziz's hand and pulls her out of the water. A landslide. Giant boulders are about to crash down on their heads. The rocks slam into the lake, sending water flying everywhere. Jaina and Aziz desperately try to run to escape the disaster, but moving quickly underwater is a huge problem. especially when the next wave of the landslide is right above them. Gina forces herself to dodge again and again, but the fallen boulders have now blocked her only escape route, just as something even bigger comes crashing down. With no choice, Gina uses it as a launch pad. It sends her flying through the air. She leaps from one falling rock to another, finally escaping the danger zone on her own skill. Looking back, the lake is completely buried by the landslide. It all came from the cliff above. Jaina is relieved only a part of it collapsed. If the entire cliff had come down, even at full power, there would have been nothing she could do. She quickly puts on her cloak and grabs one for Aziz. Thank goodness. Now, we should head back. But right then, Gina smells danger in the air. She immediately pulls Aziz behind her. She realizes her sword must have been knocked away during the chaos. But there's no time to look for it now. Among the things that fell down here, something feels off. From within the rubble, a dark red stream begins to spread out. Gina guesses it's blood, leaking from something massive. And as she looks closer, she spots the body of a ferocious monster. It's the exact same beast Cain was fighting on the cliff moments ago. Suddenly, the motionless body twitches. A familiar-looking wild boar that fell into the bath is now charging madly towards Gina. It's getting more and more out of control. Terrified, Aziz hides behind Gina. She knows fighting this kind of monster barehanded is a huge risk. But with the situation this dire, Jaina has to stand her ground to protect Aziz. She braces herself, channeling power into her fist, then unleashes a direct punch to its face that sends the massive boar flying. Taking 2 huge hits in one day has seriously worn down its body. It doesn't even take 3 seconds. The colossal beast finally collapses. But Jenna took a hit. Too, her arm, despite all her training, is heavily damaged. But she's completely paralyzed. Gina knows this boar isn't just some beast, it's radiating a dark, magical power she's felt before. She's experienced this horrible sensation in the past. This creature has been blessed by hell itself. It's a servant of a demon, so its name is Zoma. Jenna cautiously approaches it, wondering why a creature like this is even here. She needs to attack before it can recover. But suddenly, Aziz screams for her to get back. A second later, a sharp projectile shoots from Zoma's body. It leaves a deep wound in Gina's right side. As she stumbles, Aziz reminds her that the fight isn't over yet. She looks up in horror to see the Zoma has already recovered. It's not just enraged, it's preparing a barrage of similar attacks aimed right at her. But the attacks shift direction. They aren't targeting Jenna, they're headed for Aziz. Terrified, Jenna immediately lunges to protect her. She's afraid of repeating the past. Jaina shields the young girl with her own body as the assault seems to end. However, Gina feels no impact from behind. Looking closely, she realizes they're both inside a pink, protective barrier. This is a magic shield. In the entire world, only 9 mages can use magic without an incantation. And to create a shield powerful enough to block a Zoma, among the demon race, there's only one person capable. The one who drank the blood of 5 of the 6 Crimson Moon Knights, the one who single-handedly wiped out an army of 3,000. All attention turns to Aziz. It turns out the master of this shield is the little girl herself, meaning all those legends were true. She was the one who created this barrier to save Jenna. She looks over at her protector's broken wrist and bleeding waist. All this, just to protect her. Aziz suddenly realizes Gina has always been this way, prioritizing family over herself, even willing to sacrifice her own life. So this time, she'll be the one to protect Jenna. Aziz begins to chant, Senyus, embodiment of storms and despair. I am the bearer of your soul, the one who desires your power, the one who will wield your might. I remove your seal and summon the winds of Zado. A powerful orb of energy forms. Aziz immediately fires it straight at the Zoma. The moment it makes contact, the sphere sends the beast flying into the sky. Moreover, a colossal typhoon forms from the sphere, torturing the Zoma until it no longer has the strength to move. That last attack took a massive toll on Aziz. The backlash from the spell hits the little girl hard, leaving her utterly drained. But just when it seemed over, Aziz hears a cry from the Zoma. It's still moving, its instincts pushing it into a berserk fury. The most terrifying roar in history, it unleashes a brutal scream that stuns Aziz. What in the world is this Zoma? How could its magic have spiked so much in a single moment? No, this isn't an increase in magic power. Is it going berserk? That's it, this Zoma can no longer control its own magic. It's just unleashing everything it has. Just like her right now, with her own body boiling with demonic energy. If this continues, she'll end up just like it. And with 2 berserk beings on the field, Jaina will be in grave danger. With the last of her strength, Aziz tells Jaina to run away. Aziz, what are you saying? The girl replies, Even in my current condition, I can still buy you some time to escape from here. So please, hurry and get Kane. Jenna falls silent. She knows. On a battlefield, Aziz's decision is the logical one. Leaving now is the best option, but Gina plants herself firmly in front of the girl, because she could never abandon someone she considers her family. I know what I'm doing is foolish, but Aziz, he and I would never abandon our family and just run away, and not having a sword doesn't make me a burden. Aziz smiles faintly at her stubbornness, perhaps seeing a whole new side of Jenna. At that moment, the Zoma attacks. It slams its head into the shield, causing giant cracks to spread across its surface. Inside, Jaina's mind races with worry. If only she had her sword, she would have known exactly what to do. From the sky, a sword is thrown, landing right beside Gina. Take it. Footsteps approach the battle. Along with a familiar chant, both Aziz and Jaina breathe a sigh of relief as they see who it is, Kane. They smile, overjoyed. It's Kane! He looks like he just survived a brutal battle himself, covered in deep wounds. Kane's expression suddenly darkens. A villain's fate is deeply intertwined with cliffs. They are so often cornered there when being chased by the hero. For a hero, a cliff is a chance to grow stronger. But for a villain, falling is the end, so they must prepare an escape. A cliff is practically a holy site of rebirth for heroes. A veteran villain only survives by mastering the art of staying alive. He remembers the agony, clutching his own weak body. But that doesn't mean he walked away unharmed. Kane winces in pain and curses. He glances at his wounded arm, thinking of the bone fragments stabbing into his organs. His left arm is completely useless. Kane's voice drips with sarcasm as he says, "Right now, I look no different than a corpse. So our villain let his guard down, huh? This whole mess was his fault. He'd left his sword behind and gone completely alone. Then he tried to fight a wild boar of all things. That is not something a veteran villain should be doing, living with heroes and demons. And surviving a fight with the strongest being alive must have made him forget his place. No matter how hard he tries, he's just third-rate. He'd overcome challenges with countless tricks and skills, but his own limits never changed. He knew he wasn't the chosen one, or blessed by any gods, yet he still got careless and walked right into death's arms. But then, someone appeared right before him. Kane scowled, his breathing weak and strained. He wondered, "You still haven't given up?" In the distance, a dragon girl stared back with a vacant expression. Seeing her silence, Kane thought to himself, "That's right. She's the one who fought for 1,000 years on pure stubbornness alone. How could she possibly back down over something like this?" For someone targeting him, this was a golden opportunity. But Kane suddenly spoke. "Don't you dare touch me." Dealing with a wild boar was more than enough. His eyes now burned with malice. He snapped at her in anger. "You ignorant fool, don't you get it? Death is meaningless, something only for the living to deal with. But you let your entire life get consumed by it, chained to guarding a graveyard even after you left that place behind. All you can ever see is death." Then, Kane grabbed the dragon girl's hand and said, "Remember this feeling." He pulled her toward him. Kane's voice was dead serious. "I am still alive. And as long as this heart is still beating, I will never let the name Kode Chico be carved on your tombstone." After all these years, he still couldn't understand her stubborn mind. It just wouldn't break. How foolish, to so persistently target a villain like him. An innocence so pure it held zero malice for 1,000 years. It actually made him laugh. Kane spoke up, "But if you really want to drag me to my grave, then cut off my breath right here. Just like that day 35 years ago. Show me your malice one more time, you foolish beast, guarding the dragon's graveyard. If you don't recognize your own ill will, you'll never achieve your goal." Kane continued, "If you're not ready for that, then get lost, you pitiful animal." The dragon girl sighed. She turned her back and walked deeper into the forest. Kane thought with annoyance, "Giving up now, are we?" Suddenly, he saw a red flower growing on the cliff face. Kane recognized the flower instantly. Gritting his teeth, he thought, "All right then. No matter who tried to stop him, until his very last breath, he would absolutely never give up on living." Biting down on the pain, Kane pulled the blood flower's tear from his bag. One of his main goals for coming here. Nguyen Huyet had poured his entire soul into making this flower. Suddenly, Kane's pupils constricted from a searing pain. This flower could be a poison, a sacred medicine, or a hallucinogen, and it required careful refinement due to its sheer complexity, even knowing its secrets. Using it recklessly would make controlling its toxicity impossible and make detoxification incredibly difficult. The price for swallowing an ingredient of the Mad Dragon was anything but gentle. As Kane gasped for breath, it felt like his muscles were tearing and his blood vessels were bursting. A sudden headache slammed into him, and he screamed in pure agony. Kane collapsed as sparks of electricity erupted from his body. Veins bulged all over his body. He clawed at the ground, thinking, "You think this is enough to kill me? Near death?" He'd been here countless times before and had overcome it all. It didn't matter if his limbs were severed or if he lost his 5 senses. As long as he could keep living, no matter what he had to sacrifice, as long as he could live, he would never give up. He would survive until the very end. That's why he became a villain, the one person who only looks out for himself in this world. A wretched being obsessed only with his own survival. This, my friends, was the worst kind of villain, the one who never dies. A wind howled past. Its force shattered the massive boulder right behind him. Kane collapsed, thinking he almost passed out. The Bloodflower's tear unleashes an unimaginable agony, but in return, it sharpens the 5 senses beyond all known limits. He could feel a hazy mist gathering around him, sounds echoing from the distance, vibrations from the ground, and the faintest scents drifting past his nose. He could taste the very air on his tongue. He used this flood of information, sorting through it all to make deductions. That was the sound of a battle. Kane squeezed his eyes shut. All right then, time to think and calculate. Nothing in this world is perfect, and absolutes do not exist. He ran through thousands of possibilities, but every single one of them led to his death. If there was just one chance of survival, he had to find it. Suddenly, his eyes flew open. Before him was a massive whirlwind heading straight in his direction. The gale got closer and closer, then it finally hit him. A smug look appeared on Kane's face as he stared ahead. Found it. He stood up and walked forward, vanishing into the thick mist until Kane discovered a sword plunged into the ground. He could feel it. Thanks to his heightened senses, his mind was sharper than ever. He had pushed through the thick fog. It was the only path to survival. With a flick of his wrist, Kane sent his sword flying into the air. It plunged straight into the ground with a solid thud. Kane sighed in relief. Perfect. But why were those two just staring blankly? That foolish girl, he had already given her instructions. Closing his eyes, he commanded, "Take it." Hearing his voice, Gina finally grabbed the sword. Seeing this, Kane let out another relieved breath. About time. He then stepped forward and ordered, "Activate the wards." A brilliant light erupted from the ground. Startled, Jenna and Aziz spun around to look. Upon seeing Kane, Aziz called out his name. The hulking boar glared at him. Kane's brow furrowed. Had it gotten bigger? He had a sinking feeling he knew why. This wild boar often used the local hot springs, which meant it had likely absorbed demonic power from the earth below. At this point, even a dose of blood blossom poison would do nothing. The beast would survive, possibly even mutating to become stronger. The collapsed cliff was the real problem. Its fall created a deep fissure, allowing demonic energy to leak from the underworld and into the water. The boar had soaked in that power. After absorbing a massive amount of magic, it had mutated into a full-blown soma. Kane watched it, his mind racing. But right now, it was just rampaging, its newfound power completely out of control. It certainly looked stronger. But once that immense magic surpassed the physical limits of its body, it would self-destruct in an explosion big enough to level the entire mountain. This was a truly desperate situation. His two companions were in no condition to fight, and he was running low on power. What a mess. But he had a plan time to put it in motion. Kane's face grew serious. Aziz, Susanna. They both looked at him, surprised. He asked them plainly, "Do you two trust me?" Susanna hesitated for a moment, then agreed. Aziz just gave a reluctant nod. A helpless thought crossed Kane's mind. These two were complete idiots. With that, he stepped forward. "Then leave your lives to me. Come on, you beast." Hearing the contempt in his voice, the boar's eyes blazed red. It let out a deafening roar, and the sheer pressure sent a wave of fear through all three of them. It had fully become a Yoma. Overflowing with life force, boiling with magic, all the signs were there. But compared to the Yoma who'd survived for millennia, this thing was nothing but an animal. Kane scoffed, "Nothing's changed. You're still the powerful beast, and I'm still the weak human. But you better remember this. The person you're trying to kill is someone who survived hell by using every dirty trick imaginable, the absolute worst person on this planet. So come at me if you're ready to die, you ferocious beast." Kane's challenge was clear. Come and meet your end. The boar charged their group. Kane closed his eyes, pushing his mind to its absolute limit, accessing the brain's hidden capabilities. High-speed thinking, split-second judgment, multi-threaded analysis, and absolute deduction abilities that took a lifetime to hone. When these powers awaken, mental strength is amplified 10 times over. For him, it felt as if time itself had frozen. He processed all the data, its temperament, its movements, its patterns, its very anatomy, all to predict the next possible moment. Kane's voice cut through the tension. No matter how great the storm, it begins with the flutter of a butterfly's wings. And no matter how long the journey, it must begin with a single step. Aziz stared, bewildered, before speaking. Xenos, embodiment of storms and despair. Tempest. Tired of their chanting, the boar roared and lunged right for them. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind stopped it dead in its tracks, launching it high into the air. It curled into a ball, rolling violently before it crashed. The landing was so powerful, it cracked the very ground around them. Aziz watched in total shock. It was impossible. Based on what Kane just said, the essence of storm magic was wind, and the butterfly's wings was the key. It meant casting a low-level spell with a specific command. But how could a basic spell possibly affect a powerful soma? Suddenly, a crippling pain shot through Susanna's body. She struggled to breathe, realizing it was the backlash from her power surge. She gasped for air, trying to get it under control. Meanwhile, Kane's expression soured as the monster slowly began to stand up again. Was that attack too weak? He had calculated at least 1 or 2 broken bones, but its defenses were tougher than he thought. Still, he had no regrets. As the boar unleashed its energy and charged once more, he was certain he wouldn't miscalculate again. That single thought gave him renewed focus. He called out, "A stone does not flinch in the face of adversity. Rain plays with the wind, but never forgets the earth." Jenna was confused by his profound words, but she didn't hesitate for a second. She raised the sword. Her body seemed to understand his command before her mind could, and she swung the blade right at the monster. Aziz anxiously watched her fight. What Kane had said was unbelievable. He replayed the words in his head. A stone does not flinch. Rain plays with the wind. He realized the stone must symbolize powerful, unyielding magic. Rain was the flow of that magic, wind its explosive release, and earth symbolized the resulting unleashed power. Aziz looked down at his own weak hands with dawning comprehension. Kane was telling him to stop controlling his magic and let it all out. To do that, in his current state, was basically suicide. It could even trigger an explosion, destroying everything around them. That included Susanna and Kane. Aziz clenched her fists, thinking that even if that happened. She remembered Kane's words, "Do you two trust me?" As Aziz channeled her magic, she knew one thing. She still trusted him. A crippling wave of pain suddenly washed over her. She crumpled to the ground as arcs of raw lightning erupted from her body. Then Aziz felt something. She looked down at her bracelet, shocked to see it was absorbing the wild magical energy. Among the 36 treasures of the 6 lands, a few were known to act on their own accord. For example, the 4th treasure, the Black Dragon Divine Outfit, could change its shape based on magical properties, but compared to the dragon's shadow, it was just a child's toy. This artifact, Aziz realized, had just absorbed the power of a 3rd-rank demon, Aknel, and a 5th-rank demon, Senot. It could help her control her magic. This meant she could now use abilities that were far beyond her own limits. A demon's malice is a source of mana, and with this artifact to control it, she no longer had to worry about the side effects of black magic. In other words, this was a treasure that any mage would risk their very life to possess. Aziz stared at the bracelet, completely stunned. It felt almost like a sealing artifact. Wait a minute. Was this a sealing artifact? The 99 sealing items were miracles created by the gods during the Age of Myths to seal away demons. Aziz's gaze shifted toward Kane. Even with the mysterious powers of a sorcerer, how could a mere human possibly create a treasure that could rival a miracle from the gods? In another part of the battle, a furious gale blew everything away. Xena had finally taken care of business. She was in a daze, thinking she shouldn't have been able to fight back with her arm in that condition. Kane just clicked his tongue. The smallest cracks can bring down even the mightiest of walls. Scattered clouds will eventually gather and become rain. Hearing that, Xena's face filled with dread as she looked up at the sky. All the winds were converging on a single point. Wary, Xena raised her sword, readying her stance before launching herself into the air. Xena cut through the air with a powerful horizontal slash. She glanced down, then spun around and delivered another strike below. Finally, Xena landed safely on the ground. The demonic boar was still standing there watching her. Xena gasped for air. It was incredible her master's predictions were so accurate, it was like he was reading the boar's mind with strange metaphors. But at the same time, those metaphors were clearer than 1,000 words. Xena felt like she was finally starting to understand. An old legend from a clan of swordsmen told of the Dragon Swordsman, the guardian of the dragons, who protected Zagonia for 1,000 years. He possessed one of the 4 holy scriptures, which spoke of the state of oneness, a realm where one's five senses and intuition reach their absolute peak, allowing one to understand, feel, and see through all of creation. It took the Dragon Swordsman 1,000 years to awaken a new state, a state where he could communicate and share his will with all things by unlocking the very lock on the mind. The swordsman secretly called opening this door to the world the key to the world. Before the light swordsman's Gale sword technique, this was the highest state of swordsmanship, and it was considered the closest one could get to the ultimate truth. Xena couldn't help but wonder, how could her master have this key? Prediction and prophecy. The secret of the sages from the Tower of Truth was their ability to not just predict, but to prophesize, using the eye of truth. It allowed them to see the future as a tangible thing. He was only imitating them, unlike a true sage who observed the truth all day. He could only use the eye of truth for a few dozen seconds at most. What he did was prediction mixed with quick improvisation, not 100% accurate prophecy. It wasn't because the secret he had stolen from the sages was incomplete. It was because he simply lacked the talent to reach the truth. But that didn't matter. He couldn't prophesy the future, but with his experience, he could anticipate and prepare for any mistake. Combined with his predictions, he was almost there. Cain's voice was low. Sorrow that swallows your very soul. If that is your evil karma. He took his hands from his pockets and lunged, his voice carrying through the attack. Your evil karma. I will take it. Third-rate creatures like this could never survive. He slammed his fist straight into the boar's head. Blood splattered across his hand. A sudden, dead silence fell. Holy power and demonic power are two opposing forces. By stimulating and condensing the boar's demonic energy with a holy relic, a magic particle is created, Cain thought, staring at the red gem in his hand. He got it. But then, lightning suddenly erupted from his body. The demonic power was too strong. He couldn't control it. Cain just clenched his fist. It was fine. If he couldn't control the power, then he would just take it all in. What he truly wanted wasn't to control the magic, but to let it flow into his body and combine with the chemical components of the Bloodflower Pond tears. Within his own body, lightning seemed to spark through Cain's mind as his brows drew together. He focused his thoughts, creating the exact cellular mutation he wanted. Behind him, Xena watched, a worried thought crossing her mind. Wounds like these should have required holy magic. There was no other way to heal this fast. Unless his heart or a pact was destroyed, granting him endless life force and instant regeneration. It was a secret art that brought one close to immortality, but it came at the cost of eating human flesh and hearts. An evil technique that could only be gained by selling one's soul. The same art used by the cannibals she'd wiped out 7 years ago. The very power that let them rule the southern forest through fear. The immortal heart. How could this be possible? Xena wondered. Cain clenched his fist, his eyes suddenly filling with sorrow. The wounds were gone. His triple refined mana, combined with the chemical reactions of the bloodflower of knowledge, had stabilized his body. This caused a cell mutation that restored him to his original state. But Cain knew it was an incredibly risky gamble. The slightest change in his mana could trigger mutations far beyond simple recovery. Cain worried, feeling a deep sense of dread. Worse, if his mana surged too high, it could rupture his blood vessels, a terrifying thought to even consider. He had to watch the changes carefully, as the power could still be dangerous. But Cain spoke with a smirk. You can still move, can't you? Feeling disrespected, the wild boar let out a furious roar. Cain just egged it on. Bring it. If your heart is still beating, then keep charging and kill me. Show me your malice. At this, the monster roared once more. It saw his reflection in its eyes, and with a shock of fear, it turned and fled. Cain clicked his tongue. Is that all? In the end, it was no Roma or some great demon. Without mana driving it, the fear of leaving a loved one was simply too strong. The weight of its dark karma was too much for a weakling to bear. Even a beast knows to resist provocation to survive. Cain let out a bitter laugh. If he of all people couldn't survive this, how could he not mock himself? He was exhausted. He had used the eye of truth far too much. He had to remember, no matter how hard he tried, he could never become number one. If he tried to surpass third place, he would die. That was the curse from the gods. It was the price for pursuing evil. From the distance, someone watched them. It was the female dragon, observing their every move. Her eyes held a deep sadness as she recalled 35 years ago, waking up to see a lone, tattered man building a grave. The man's voice broke the silence. Look, you pitiful beast. She remembered thinking this was the first time since she'd gotten the key to the world, and that she'd seen a mind so complex it was impossible to read or decode. The man then opened a bottle and spoke. Why do you think they had to die? Did they suffer wrath for chasing a fake treasure, trespassing, or for their own actions? If not, was it because they betrayed me and tried to kill me? You were their comrade once. I'm leaving. The dragon winced, her battle wounds screaming in pain. The man walked over to her. Whatever you're thinking, whatever you want to do to me, I don't care. But I have no intention of getting trapped in this tomb for 1,000 years. Now that evil karma, that sadness, is gone. And I have no intention of taking care of beasts like you. At his words, the dragon began to cry. The man wiped away her tears. So, beast, if you want to meet me again, then leave this place when you have forgotten those 1,000 years. When you understand why 498 of these treasure hunters had to die. When you have reclaimed your own malice. When you are ready to defeat my malice with your own. After speaking, the man turned to leave. But he looked back one last time, revealing that it was Cain. He continued, "Come and find me, and show me your malice." The dragon thought back, even after arriving in Zaganzina. He was the only one who didn't care for the treasure, and the only one who took her 1,000 years of sorrow. That was how she sent off the conqueror of Sigonia, her future master. One day, she knew, the two of them would meet again. The scene changes. In a small village, a young man is running for his life as if someone is chasing him from behind. He sprints for a while before finally stopping. He looks back, panting as he says, "This has to be the right way, right?" Then, he spots something. It's really here? He crosses his arms, thinking, a house like this in the slums. It makes sense, I guess, he says out loud, but fear creeps into his thoughts. Look at that dilapidated door. He cries out in despair. Is there really a pharmacist in there? He walks forward, thinking to himself, what can I expect from someone who does business with the poor? But I can't just go back now. After thinking it over, he knocks on the door. He calls out bravely, "Is anyone home?" A voice replies from inside, "Today's consultations are over. Please come back tomorrow." The man pleads desperately, "I'm sorry, but I have a patient in critical condition." The voice inside replied, "Sorry, but we don't work overtime." The man pleaded desperately, "Please, you have to. Right now, my client is hovering between life and death. Just help me this one time, to save a dying man." Another voice cut in, "Let him in." The gatekeeper replied, "Yes, sir." The man simply stared ahead in a daze. Before him stood a stunningly beautiful woman with a warm voice, who said, "Please, come in." Jenna smiled at him. In the Duchy of Zuban, at the Lubazo market, shopkeepers' voices echoed everywhere. "Come see my wares. They're cheap. Shaved ice made from the Zebus Glacier itself. Come have a taste." Now, if we're talking about this sword, it was forged by the Chavi family, the best craftsmen on the entire continent. Aziz scoffed inwardly. She surveyed her surroundings, thinking how noisy it was. 10 days earlier, they had disguised themselves and moved to Lubazo. Posing as a pharmacist and apprentices, they used a fake seal from Costas and gathered herbs to get past the guards. They luckily found an abandoned house in the slums, one so dilapidated that even the poorest people avoided it. But despite their good fortune, one question lingered in her mind. One that remained unanswered. It was about his identity. A descendant of the dual sword style, a holy knight of a dark cult, a mysterious sorcerer. He was also a skilled carpenter, a talented blacksmith, and even a pharmacist. Aziz thought with a hint of melancholy. What kind of life did he live to have so many identities? A shout broke through her thoughts. "Hey you damaged my goods. You have to pay for that." The mysterious girl replied, "You're right. If you break something, you must compensate for it." The owner said loudly, "Don't just stand there talking. Give me the money." The mysterious girl replied smugly, "Fine, I'll do as you wish." Watching from the side, Aziz could only sigh. Was this just a setup to scam money from passers-by? This merchant placed a vase right in the middle of a crowded market path, and that strange way of talking. Was she a foreigner visiting for the first time? Seeing his chance, the shopkeeper's face lit up. "If you want to compensate me." The girl turned and said, "But I don't have any local currency right now. I'll send someone to pay you later, okay?" The shopkeeper exploded. "What are you talking about?" The mysterious girl paused her steps and said, "It seems my Zuban isn't very good, is it?" Aziz's jaw dropped. That confirmed it. She was definitely a foreigner. The shopkeeper shot back. "The problem isn't your language, it's your credibility," the girl asked, confused. "What do you mean?" "I don't understand," the shopkeeper explained helplessly. "Ma'am, you say you'll send someone to pay later, but words alone are hard to believe," the mysterious girl said. "So what you're saying is..." The shopkeeper felt a chill as her tone suddenly changed. The girl continued, "Are you saying I'm lying to you?" Answer carefully. Depending on your answer, I might take that as a grave insult. The terrified shopkeeper quickly denied it. That's not it at all. That's not what I meant. Aziz stepped in. There's no guarantee you're telling the truth. The mysterious girl turned around. Aziz stood confidently, facing the mysterious girl head-on. She approached and asked, "So you're saying I'm a liar, you arrogant boy?" The ability to overwhelm someone with words alone was a rare and potent skill, powerful enough to take Aziz by surprise. This whole situation was starting to annoy her. She asked angrily, "I don't even know who you are, so why should I trust you?" The mysterious girl seemed taken aback by her words. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "True, you have no reason to trust me. In that case, let's do this." The girl then threw off her cloak, revealing herself to be none other than the Emperor. The surrounding crowd stared in awe, captivated by the Emperor's brilliant aura. The Emperor handed her cloak to the merchant. "If you find it hard to trust my word, take this as compensation. Any objections?" The startled merchant stammered, "Of course not." The Emperor turned to face her. "Arrogant boy, what's your name?" Aziz replied, annoyed. "When asking for someone's name, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" The Emperor looked amused. "A clever little thing, aren't you? I'll hear your name later. We'll probably meet again." And with that, the Emperor left. Aziz was left with a troubling thought. She was sure this was the first time they'd met. So why did this person feel so familiar? Meanwhile, back at the old house, Jenna had finally finished applying the bandages and was about to head back. Before leaving, she gave the little girl some painkillers. Jenna gave a strict warning. Taking too much can be dangerous, so only use one tablet when the pain is unbearable. The little girl, however, was still worried about her father. Jenna smiled and reassured her. "He'll just have trouble moving for about a week. After that, he'll gradually recover. If you can see a priest, they can handle any lasting effects, so don't you worry." Hearing that, the girl was visibly relieved and thanked Jenna profusely. Jenna thought to herself that it was a fortunate turn of events. It was just a minor injury she could easily handle. But the girl seemed scared as she offered up all the money she had, only a few silver coins in her tiny hand. Jenna smiled warmly and took them. She said this was more than enough and tried to comfort the girl, saying it wasn't expensive medicine anyway. In truth, Jenna wasn't expecting any payment, but she had to accept it. After all, there was a reason they were staying in the slums, with the women disguised as men. They were living in hiding, partly to avoid prying eyes, but mostly because they couldn't afford a real house. Sure, they worked as pharmacists to make ends meet, but since their patients were the poor, saving up was pretty much impossible. Zena's family was wealthy, but she had run away from them. Asking for a handout now was completely out of the question. Besides, their master would never allow it. Still, Zena held on to hope that their situation would improve in the future. While walking, Zena suddenly spotted Aziz up ahead, but he looked deeply troubled. She immediately called out his name. Since they were in disguise, they had to address each other differently. Aziz asked if she was returning from a house call, and Zena asked about his trip to the market. Aziz insisted everything was fine, but Zena suspected something had happened. For the time being, however, he seemed okay, so she figured it wasn't too serious. As they walked home together, Aziz felt his heart stir. Normally, people would just go to a temple for healing, but a villain couldn't do that. If anyone asked how he got his injuries, Cain couldn't exactly tell them the truth. That would lead to suspicion, being followed, and eventually getting hunted down far too dangerous. So for a villain who wanted to live a long and healthy life, knowing how to treat his own injuries was a critical skill. It was those skills that allowed Cain to easily infiltrate the city and pose as a simple pharmacist. Normally, pharmacists made their money selling supplements to the rich, or potions to travelers and adventurers, things like healing salves and antidotes. In fact, Cain's garden used to be full of rare and expensive herbs. Those herbs were meant to be his personal escape fund. But when he stepped into the garden, Cain froze in complete disbelief. His precious garden had been utterly destroyed. No doubt the work of some damn wild boars. And with that, his house fund was completely gone, forcing him to fix up this abandoned shack just to have a home. Now, he was stuck selling cheap remedies to the poor. He had to find a way to fix this situation somehow. Just then, Cain glanced toward the door to see Zena and Aziz had finally returned. For now, Cain would have to endure this difficult time. Living with these two, there was definitely no easy way out. If he were alone, hiding would be simple. But his two companions attracted attention just with their looks alone. How could he possibly hide? In his eyes, they were the culprits behind his miserable life heroes who were also completely broke. About 7 years ago, after a battle with cannibals, a guide helped Xena discover a secret text. It spoke of the immortal heart and the demon, an ancient evil group that created forbidden magic by breaking every taboo. Xena burned the text to prevent it from being used for evil, but she never suspected that their master had already learned its secrets. Back in the present, they lit the fireplace and prepared dinner for Cain, but the sight of the food made him shudder. The soup was a thick, sludgy mess. Just looking at the miserable meal made Cain feel even more exhausted. He silently noted that her cooking talent hadn't improved one single bit. The most important thing now was for Cain to escape this nightmare. Suddenly, a frantic pounding echoed from the door as someone yelled, "Hello, is anyone there?" Cain ate, seething with rage. What lunatic was visiting at this hour? The door was already falling apart. If he kept knocking like that, the whole thing would just break. But then Cain glanced at Xena's expression and cursed internally. A visitor this late could only mean someone was about to die. If he failed to save them, he'd be blamed. If he succeeded, he wouldn't even get paid. It was all just one big headache. Seeing that her master wasn't moving, a sad Xena went to the door and spoke to the man. "Today's clinic hours are over," she said. "Please come back tomorrow." "I'm sorry, we don't work after hours." But the visitor was desperate and pleaded with them. "Please, my master is currently on the brink of death. Help me, just this once. Can you save him?" Hearing the man's words, Cain was suddenly intrigued. Master, that was the word servants used for their employers. Even a fallen noble would be richer than the poor folk around here. "Let him in," Cain immediately told Xena. He was suddenly very eager to meet their guests. A devious plan was already forming in his mind. If he couldn't save the patient, he'd just give him a sleeping draft and pretend he'd recovered. He could then collect the treatment fee without getting caught. A perfect plan. When the servant entered, the quality of his clothes confirmed it. This master had money. Cain immediately asked about the situation. The servant calmly explained everything about his master's condition. "A few days ago, my master was healthy and then suddenly fell ill. His periods of sleep became longer and longer, and recently, he hasn't even been able to leave his bed." Hearing this, Xena quickly asked, "Have you tried calling for a priest?" The servant simply nodded. "Of course," he replied. But strangely, his condition didn't improve at all. Eventually, the priests gave up on his treatment. Even so, the servant refused to give up, tirelessly searching for a cure. Then one day, a pharmacist finally delivered the news. It was a rare disease, treatable only with a special medicine. A pharmacist explained it was a rare disease, one that could only be cured by a very specific and unique medicine that he just couldn't make. The servant relayed the message, his voice heavy with sadness, saying those were his exact words. After hearing that, he traveled to the capital, asking every pharmacist he could find, but not a single one was skilled enough to create it. Some admitted they lacked the ability, others insisted the disease was incurable, while a few claimed such a medicine simply didn't exist. They called anyone who said otherwise a liar. And this was his last resort for a sickness that even holy magic couldn't cure. Holy magic could normally heal any wound or illness. Its restorative power was thought to be nearly flawless. Because of this, most other treatments were considered completely inferior. However, Xena believed that even if the temple offered cheap services, there had to be a reason pharmacists existed for a cure to a truly serious illness. A remedy like this would be worth more than 1,000 gold. Xena pondered to herself. What could she possibly do? She only knew how to treat basic injuries. But if it were her master, Cain, how would he handle this? After hearing the entire story, Cain thought about it seriously, and one name came to his mind: the scent of the sleep god. One of its primary symptoms was a spiritual paralysis that caused the victim to sleep more and more. A person poisoned this way could be saved with a special antidote, but one particular detail was worrying Cain. The Cursed Blood, an organization that once tried to conquer the world using poisons and plagues. They'd created countless toxins specifically designed to resist holy magic. But thanks to a single mistake in their research, they were wiped out by the very disease they engineered. Ever since, their remaining poisons became rarer than gold, and recreating a cursed blood toxin was next to impossible. And worse, most of them had no cure. In other words, someone was trying to assassinate this client, which meant Cain felt he shouldn't get mixed up in these kinds of plots. But passing it up felt like a waste. Using such a valuable poison meant the culprit had to be incredibly wealthy. If he played his cards right, he'd never have to worry about money again. And so, Cain was torn. Should he make a fortune and eat like a king, or keep scraping by on cheap meals? After a moment, Cain called out Xena's name, startling her slightly. And just as she hoped, Cain and agreed to prepare for the house call. Overjoyed, Xena ran off to pack her things. while Aziz was told to stay behind and guard the house. With that, Cain stood using his staff and told the servant, "Lead the way. If I'm to cure the patient, I need to see them first. Right?" His words made the man jump to his feet, flustered. The servant stammered, "Please, wait a moment. I will call for a carriage immediately." Hearing this, Cain snapped back. "No, I doubt it's far. We can walk." In his mind, he was sure of it. This was an assassination. Taking a carriage would only draw the attention of whoever was behind this. And so, the three of them left in a hurry. As Zina stepped out the door, she didn't forget to tell Aziz, "This could take a while, so you should get some sleep." And just like that, Aziz was left all alone. She figured treating such a sick patient meant they likely wouldn't be back tonight. He must be really confident he can save them. Is there anything he can't do? Suddenly, a sharp knock at the door made Aziz jump. She never expected another patient to show up. But what should she do? Aziz didn't know the first thing about medicine. Maybe she should pretend not to hear it. But the voice called out again, "Hello, is anyone there?" And when she heard that voice, it felt strangely familiar. Opening the door, Aziz was shocked to see the red-haired girl standing there again. The girl seemed just as surprised, asking, "What are you doing here?" Then she just brazenly walked inside, making Aziz panic a little. Not only that, she looked around and sneered. "This place is a real dump." Aziz was stunned. What was with this girl's shameless attitude? The red-haired girl then ordered her, "You should serve your guests tea." This whole situation was becoming completely unbelievable for Aziz. The girl even sneered at her expression. What an arrogant and rude little boy, daring to frown at a guest. But Aziz felt no reason to take orders from her. Besides, Aziz was far more curious about this girl's real identity. However, the red-haired girl just ignored her, lost in thought. She pulled out a divine mirror and spoke directly to it. "Show me the location of the person I am looking for." A blinding light then erupted from the mirror. Aziz watched, her curiosity now mixed with total disbelief. The divine mirror revealed the autumn map, the 28th of the 36 legendary treasures. As long as you knew a person's name and face, it could find them even if they were hiding at the ends of the 6 realms. The question was, who was she looking for? Aziz wondered if she'd made a mistake. There's no way someone with the autumn map would just show up here by accident. It couldn't be Aziz, since the girl didn't know her name. But she couldn't ignore the possibility that the target was Zina, or even Cain. If she was here to harm her family, then Aziz knew she had to act immediately to stop her, even if it meant they both went down together. Things had just gotten serious. So Aziz asked her straight up, "Who are you looking for?" But the red-haired girl just played dumb, almost forgetting Aziz was even in the room. Then, the girl replied that she was there to see a Mr. Javel, just as Aziz had predicted. At that name, Aziz couldn't control it anymore, as a murderous aura began to pour from her. At that moment, she realized she'd been played, but even under Aziz's intense killing aura, she didn't so much as blink. The red-haired woman adds that she'd already run into trouble by mistakenly wandering into some poor person's home earlier. A broken leg, is it? He thinks to himself. Zina really does get around, always trying to help people. Aziz's patience snapped as he shouted, "Who are you, and why do you want to see Zina?" The woman just looked annoyed. Does an older sister really need a reason to find her little sister? Hearing that, Aziz was completely floored after inviting her for tea. She continued her mockery. "Is this some kind of medicinal tea? It's cheap, but it's not bad." Aziz stood up, desperate to hear her story. She agreed, asking what he wanted to know, starting with the fact that she was Zina's older sister. But from what Aziz knew, Zina was an only child and had never once mentioned having a sister. He just couldn't believe it. While casually sipping her tea, the woman explained, "To be precise, I'm not her blood sister. We just shared a night together. A passionate, fiery night in the bedroom. After that, they just clicked, becoming sworn sisters by sharing a cup of blood." Aziz was in total shock. What in the world did he just hear? He had to admit, Zina never said anything like this. Zina never mentioned a sister. The red-haired woman wasn't surprised at all and simply continued her story. Besides, what if a rumor got out that a powerful warrior had a weak sworn sister, she asked. Zina wasn't stupid. She knew exactly what kind of danger that could bring. Aziz nodded in agreement. She was right. Zina was a sword saint and probably had countless enemies. Honestly, the red-haired woman found it harder to believe Zina had a family with him. But in a way, she was incredibly grateful. The first time she met Zina, she was like a razor-sharp sword, honed to perfection. So incredibly sharp and cold, it felt like she could cut herself a blade, constantly shrouded in danger and anxiety. She had to restore her family, do the right thing, and become stronger no matter what. Xena had shouldered so many duties, practically torturing herself with the weight of it all. Aziz had to admit it was true, because he understood that feeling all too well, from back when he first established the demon kingdom of John and had to fight endless battles. Xena must have endured incredible hardship to revive her clan. And now, someone was finally there to help lift that burden from her shoulders. So how could this red-haired woman not be grateful? Hearing this, Aziz felt much more at ease, and he was left speechless. Not if this woman truly cared for Xena that deeply. Maybe she really was like a sister to her. She then asked, "By the way, when is Xena coming back? It's getting so late." It seemed there was no other choice. The woman decided she would just have to spend the night. Aziz nearly jumped out of his skin. "I don't want to sleep somewhere without a bed," she said. "But for Xena, I'll make an exception. So, go prepare a place for me to sleep. I've been running all over Lubasel looking for her and haven't had a moment's rest." "Are you really going to kick me out in the middle of the night, you cold-hearted boy?" Hearing that, Aziz realized she had a point. He couldn't just throw out Xena's sister, but the woman started listing off a whole set of conditions for him to prepare. "Remember to lay out at least 2 blankets. I get cold easily and can't sleep." At this point, Aziz just wanted her gone. The scene shifts. Kane was completely focused on the huge payday coming his way, while Xena trailed behind him. She suddenly seemed troubled. This place reminded her of a memory from her childhood. The servant noticed her standing still. He asked if anything was wrong. Xena just replied, "It's nothing." Once inside, a fireplace had already been prepared for them. The servant immediately excused himself, asking them to wait while he went to call the butler. And honestly, Kane hadn't expected a simple servant to lead him to the client anyway. He sat down to wait, and Xena did the same. This place. It seemed Xena had already guessed where they were. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Finally, Kane thought. But the moment the door swung open, the man on the other side started screaming, "You people! Are you the pharmacists who can cure my master?" The shout was so loud it felt like it ruptured both Xena's and Kane's eardrums. It looked like this job wasn't going to be easy. Kane himself used to be a butler, so he knew this type all too well, a strict, short-tempered butler who would force them through all sorts of procedures and identity checks. By the time all that was finished, the master would be on his deathbed. Plus, how could they verify fake identities? First, Kane needed to control the situation, so he confidently asserted his skills to the man. The butler, Zeller, just screamed back, "What did you say? You dare act high and mighty with the Che family? Are you trying to fool me?" Suddenly, Kane was stunned to hear the name Che. His mind raced. The person he needed to heal was the head of the Che family? Model. This was a massive mistake. Jenna quickly tried to clarify, saying that's not what they meant at all. Since they hadn't even seen the patient yet, she had no proof, but Zeller just kept yelling. He roared that they were just making useless excuses. If they were selling shady medicine, they should just get lost. Kane muttered about the man's terrible manners. Deciding to escalate things, Kane started mocking the renowned Che family. He couldn't believe they would treat their guests this way. Hearing that, Zeller began to tremble with pure rage, which only made Kane smile. "Go on, kick us out." After all, he didn't really want to save their master anyway. Just then, Gina stepped in to de-escalate. "Please calm down, Butler Zeller. How do you know my name?" At this, Gina smiled, pulling back her hood as she spoke. "It has been a long time." In that same moment, Kane had a full-blown panic attack realizing this girl was friends with the Che family. Butler Zeller was equally stunned to see the young lady again. If Kane had known this would happen, he would have brought the other girl instead. Zeller, however, was overjoyed by the lady's sudden appearance. He immediately wanted to inform the young master, but Gina quickly stopped him, asking to keep her visit a secret. Of course, Zeller couldn't possibly deny her request. Jaina then turned to the butler. "Can you let this man see the master now? I brought him here specifically to provide treatment." And just like that, Zeller was suddenly bowing and apologizing to Kane. Though still annoyed, Kane agreed to see the patient. The butler was ecstatic. "Yes, of course. Please, follow me." As they walked, the halls were dark and gloomy. At last, the 3 of them arrived before the master's door. Zeller gestured carefully. "He is in here." After stepping inside and glancing at the man on the bed, Kane immediately ordered Jaina to wait outside with a stern warning. "Do not let anyone near this room." With the troublemaker finally gone, Kane could get to work. He could now properly examine the master's condition. And yep, just as he suspected, the patient was incredibly weak. And yet, his skin had a faint rosy color, and his pupils were unfocused but strangely clear. These were all symptoms of hypnosis fragrance. The antidote required a dozen different medicinal herbs, but the most important part was the precise mixing and adjustment. Without knowing the exact mixing method, creating the cure was impossible. Only someone who knew the secret of the cursed blood of venomous beasts could prepare it. After Cain gave the master the antidote, the man immediately woke up and called out his name. Cain, I can't believe it. Even after 25 long years, this old man still recognized him, so Cain simply offered a greeting. Long time no see, Sword Saint. In the past, during the Duban Civil War, this man had single-handedly defended a castle for 2 days, slaying more than 100 enemies in a row. He was the oldest living Sword Saint, known as the Mobile Fortress, Sword Saint Haley. Cain was completely stunned. A normal person would need half a day to recover. This guy was up in less than 10 minutes. And all the legendary warrior could say was, "Man, I'm tired." Haley then asked, "You healed me? I owe you." Cain wasn't surprised at all. The old man had always been like this. He simply told him that he was only repaying an old debt. Haley grew curious. Can't our relationship be a little less complicated? To be blunt, this time, Haley was the one in debt. And he had already prepared what Cain wanted, because back then, Haley couldn't give him what was owed. Cain felt a jolt of realization. That's right, decades ago, he had proposed a deal with this very man. For information and skills, it was a deal accepted for a common cause, but Cain had never actually received his part of the bargain. Because that deal was actually a total sham. What Cain truly wanted was a chance to survive. He planned to use the massive battle between the old man and that organization. But he was terrified his plan to manipulate the Sword Saint would be discovered. So Cain ran, never looking back. But now that it's come to this, he has no choice but to collect. Getting his hands on it could help Cain survive the next few catastrophes. Just then, Haley spoke up. "It took me 15 years to prepare what you requested." Both of them knew that was fast. It usually takes 20 to 35 years. But perhaps Cain had arrived too late. After finally creating it, Haley realized something. It wasn't something he should just be keeping casually. So he hid it in the safest place he knew. Hearing this, Cain immediately asked, "So where is it?" Haley told Cain the location without hesitation. But Cain's face just sank. "Are you kidding me right now?" Haley just chuckled and wished Cain a fun tour. Cain couldn't help but despise the old man. The place was so secure that most evil organizations couldn't even dream of getting inside. At that moment, Cain was truly screaming inside. He then suggested Haley bring it to him, but the old man just said, "I'm too tired." Hearing that phrase made Cain's blood boil. He cursed inwardly, knowing if he asked again, he'd probably get thrown out without his payment. Haley wasn't hiding his true strength because he knew Cain was a spy or because he had destroyed some evil organization. It wasn't because he was a hero of the Civil War, either. It was simply because he felt tired. But Cain's curiosity was eating at him. He had to ask Hale what happened, demanding a clear and honest answer. Meanwhile, Jenna stood just outside the doorway, a deep sense of dread creeping in. Was this just old age? No, it felt much bigger than that. What if this wasn't an illness at all? To get so sick, so suddenly, with absolutely no explanation. A long, deep sleep from which you can't awaken, the kind of poison that plunges its victim into an endless dream. Dream God's Fragrance. While Jenna wasn't an expert, she knew that name all too well. Dream God's Fragrance. It was the very same poison that had claimed her grandfather's life. Her thoughts raced. Someone was trying to assassinate Sir Hale. In the midst of that chaos, she saw a figure approaching. Sir Zeller? Impossible. She'd given strict orders that no one was to come near. He greeted her with a calm smile. "It's been a long time, Lady Jenna." She stiffened in shock. It was Sir Evan, grandson of the Sword Saint, and the heir to the Che family. He was also, for all intents and purposes, her fiancé. Jenna's eyes narrowed. Her expression turned cold, sharp as a blade. She silently stared down the man standing before her. Her fiancé. Evan, however, kept his calm demeanor, offering a gentle smile that looked almost friendly. Jenna remained silent, lost in her own thoughts. The Che family and the Javo family, the ties between their houses were forged back in the era of the very first Sword Saint. Back then, the Sword Saint needed a blade that could handle his legendary stone sword technique. So the Che Patriarch, the greatest smith on the continent, forged the stone cleaver. That blade became one of the 27 most famous swords in the land. And just like that, the bond between their two families began. It was a bond meant to pass through generations. Her own father, worried for the Giavo family as it declined after his own father's death, arranged a marriage pact as a desperate measure. It was nothing more than a promise spoken between the elders. Adding to the complication, her own legendary talent with a sword sent her traveling all over to restore her family's name, which made calling him her official fiancé difficult. And yet here they stood in the vast, empty hall. Jenna and Evan stood side by side, each lost in their own world. The heavy silence stretched on until Evan finally broke it. He asked awkwardly, trying to cut through the tension, "Is the tea to your liking?" Jenna just nodded, her voice low as she answered, "It's delicious." Evan smiled, that signature handsome look still there, and his voice softened with concern. "If you're uncomfortable standing, why not lean against the wall for a bit?" Jenna just sighed and gave a blunt reply, "Fine." Memories flooded Jenna's mind. With his brilliant swordplay and natural talent, he had become the captain of the knights, for the duchy's royal guard at the young age of 20. He was her fiancé. But remembering how he'd eagerly offered her tea, Jenna suddenly felt pressured, cornered. Drinking tea in the middle of a hallway? It was just plain weird, she thought to herself. But she still reluctantly took the cup from the ever-composed Evan. He simply leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, a nostalgic smile on his face. "It's been 15 years since we've really talked like this." Flustered by his easy warmth, Jenna replied with an icy tone, "So it has." Not letting the mood drop, Evan spoke again. "I'm truly grateful that you came all this way to help us." Jenna closed her eyes, sighing. Her voice was heavy with duty. "I'm only doing what needs to be done." Then, without warning, Jenna looked straight up at him. Her serious gaze locked onto Evan's as she asked, "Sir Evan, you know very well what kind of sickness the patriarch has, don't you?" Evan was visibly stunned. His expression darkened, his face grim. "How? How did you know that?" Jenna answered slowly, her voice soft but sharp as a razor. "If you personally went to find medicine for the family head, how could you possibly not know that what you really needed was an antidote?" A look of sad understanding crossed Jenna's face. He must have kept quiet to hide the fact that the patriarch was poisoned. The problem was, Hale was an experienced sword saint. How in the world could a man like that have been poisoned? Jenna held her teacup, her gaze shifting back to Evan. Her voice was soft but firm. "Will you please tell me what's going on?" Evan gave a bitter smile, shaking his head as if weighing his options. At last, Evan spoke slowly. "This is not something I should be speaking of, but since it is you, Lady Jenna, if you promise to keep this a secret, I will tell you." Jenna put her cup down on the table, her serious gaze proving she could be trusted. Jenna's voice was low and resolute. "I swear on my sword." Hearing that sacred oath made Evan pause. He stayed silent for a long moment, his eyes looking off into the distance. Finally, Evan began to speak. His voice was quiet, but it carried immense weight. "As you already know, Lady Jenna, the Duchy of Zuban once endured a brutal civil war. My grandfather's heroic efforts ended the fighting, but the Duke has lived in paranoia ever since. He's terrified that another war could erupt at any moment. So, he established a massive network of information. It spreads across the entire duchy, keeping a close watch on all the powerful lords and their families. Thanks to that, the embers of rebellion were nearly stamped out." Evan paused, a flicker of deep exhaustion on his face before he continued. "However, recently, the network had detected anomalies." Jenna's brow furrowed. "Suspicious activity?" she demanded, confused. Evan just fell silent. His eyes filled with a deep sadness as he finally spoke. "Yes," he began. "The Archduke fears it's a sign of civil war, and the servant he trusted most. My grandfather, a swordmaster, was asked to investigate." Jenna watched him, her voice cautious. "And what did he find?" Evan paused for a beat before letting out a heavy sigh. "He found a secret organization pulling the strings behind everything, an organization with unimaginable power." Jenna frowned, worried. Was Lord Hale poisoned by them? Is that what happened? Evan lowered his head, his voice exhausted but clear. "My grandfather fell ill right before reaching them. I'm convinced they're the culprits." Jenna gripped her teacup tighter, her mind reeling. "But I don't get it. He's someone I wasn't even sure I could defeat. Sure, he's gotten older, but for a master who had reached the state of man-sword unity, age isn't supposed to be a major factor. Lord Hale is a legendary swordsman, yet some group poisoned him so easily." She looked up at Evan, her voice low. "Do you know anything else about this organization?" Evan's gaze remained distant, his face worn with fatigue as he answered, "I do. I know 2 things. 1, they've been active in secret for a while. 2, they're planning to steal a treasure at tomorrow's royal ball, a treasure meant for the royal family. Palace security will be heightened, but we still don't know the enemy's true strength. So tomorrow's ball is still incredibly dangerous. So, Evan hesitated, awkwardly scratching his head, his voice trailing off. "I know this is sudden and maybe rude, but would you consider attending the royal ball with me?" Jenna was stunned by the offer. A ball invitation, in the middle of all this? It was unexpected. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks. She just stared at Evan, speechless. When she didn't answer, Evan started to get embarrassed, scratching his cheek and quickly explaining, I plan on using this event to lure that organization into a trap and wipe them out. But gathering forces quietly is difficult. And you, Jenna, as a renowned swordswoman, I hope you can help. Jenna looked at him, her mind racing with calculations. It was a logical request. She was a swordswoman, and as a woman, she could easily infiltrate the ball. But something still made her hesitate. Should she really get involved? She was on the run, trying to hide her identity. Going to the royal palace was reckless. But considering her family's debt to the Che family, refusing this request felt wrong. Besides, if that organization wasn't stopped, her hand clenched. They wouldn't just stop with Lord Hale. They'd target the one who healed him next. She wouldn't let her master be endangered. Taking a deep breath, she looked at Evan with pure determination. On the condition you keep my identity secret, I'll help. Before they knew it, morning sun streamed through the window. In a small room, two people were sleeping peacefully in each other's arms as sunlight filled the space. Still half asleep, Aziz mumbled, so warm, must be the fireplace. Then his eyes shot wide open. The Empress watched this, confused. Aziz scrambled backward, stammering shyly like a startled young girl. Why are you here? He asked. Chin in her hand, the Empress casually replied. It got cold, so I decided to use you for warmth. You're not as good as Lord Revold, but you're pretty warm. I'm satisfied. Aziz was completely terrified. His face drained of color as he screamed inside. The Empress stood coolly. No problem, right? You got warm too, didn't you? A blush spread across his face. He had to admit it really was warm, and fluffy, and soft. This was not okay. He realized with a jolt just how wrong this situation was. It felt like he was losing brain cells just by being near her. The Empress went to the window, gazing out in silence. Suddenly she spoke. A new day, and Lord Revold still isn't back. From behind, Aziz quietly asked, Are you going to wait any longer? The Empress sighed, looking into the distance. I want to, but I'm a busy person. Especially today, I have somewhere to be, so it's hard to wait. As Aziz folded the blankets, he got lost in his own thoughts. Finally, some peace. He wouldn't get dragged around by her anymore. Suddenly, the Empress clapped her hands, looking at Aziz. I have an idea, Aziz asked back, confused. An idea? You're scaring me. Smiling brightly, the Empress suggested. Hey, cute boy, want to go on a date with me today? Aziz froze, completely stunned. He couldn't believe a girl was asking him on a date. He could only scream in confusion. Huh? Now, he's panting, sweating, stuck on a long, narrow road. His exhausted eyes followed the girl walking in front of him, the Empress who was acting as his guide. But she'd also accidentally become his personal tormentor, still striding gracefully, as if she didn't even know the meaning of the word tired. Seeing how utterly carefree the Empress was, Aziz groaned internally. How much longer could this possibly go on? The memory of the exhausting morning came flooding back. Aziz had dragged himself through countless shops, 3, 4, maybe 5. He'd already lost count. His entire body ached. He had been walking for half the day, and it was somehow more tiring than fighting in the war. His feet felt like lead. Aziz angrily looked up, ready to complain, right at the exact moment the Empress turned around. Her eyes lit up with a teasing smile, and her gentle voice was practically designed to get on his last nerve. You poor weak thing, are you tired already? Annoyed at being the only one exhausted, Aziz couldn't help but snap back. How are you not tired at all? The Empress just let out a huge laugh. The amusement was written all over her face. Your stamina is even weaker than I thought. Are you sick or something? Aziz immediately straightened his back, desperately trying to reclaim a shred of his dignity, his voice firm as he countered her provocation. And I'm wondering what someone has to eat to have your kind of energy. The comeback surprised the Empress, but she answered with a calm, steady gaze. Eat plenty of rare and expensive delicacies, always get a full night's sleep no matter what, and train your body non-stop for about 25 years. Aziz listened in total disbelief. Her ridiculous answer made him blurt out the first question that came to mind. Are you a knight? The Empress, with a look of pure innocence, exclaimed. Huh? I don't know the first thing about swords. Her answer only made Aziz more confused. He thought to himself, if she's not a knight, then why would she need to train that hard? But the Empress immediately shut down his line of thinking. Good stamina isn't just for your health. It's the secret to maintaining beauty, you know. With that, she tossed her long crimson hair, her eyes glinting with pure arrogance. Eat well, sleep well, and have good stamina. Those are the essentials for maintaining this elegant beauty. Aziz looked at the Empress, a wave of anxiety washing over him as he felt completely outclassed. So outclassed, in fact, that he just wanted to disappear on the spot. But she didn't let him drown in his thoughts. The Empress turned and started walking, waving him over. "All right, hurry up and follow me." Full of questions, Aziz followed her lead. He was shocked when she led him right back to a shop they had visited that morning. Standing outside the entrance, Aziz couldn't help but mutter, "This is that clothing store she went into first." Despite his suspicion, Aziz opened the door and walked in, still completely clueless. Before he could figure out why they were back, he was met by the bright, eager eyes of the staff inside. The Empress turned to the shopkeeper. "This child is a little shy, so please help him out." The store attendant bowed respectfully. Of course, those words made Aziz freeze in place. Shy? Me? But before he could even argue, he was sucked into an absolute vortex of chaos. The shop employees immediately swarmed him like a tidal wave. One of them, with a brilliant smile, pointed to a corner and announced, "The changing room is this way, if you please." Aziz stood there stunned, stammering out, while the others just beamed at him. But in Aziz's eyes, those smiles looked as terrifying as a demon's as they all started closing in. Gently, but with sheer determination, they said, "We're quite used to this, so there's no need for you to be shy at all. Now let's go." Aziz struggled frantically, but no one paid any attention to his resistance. No, wait. At this point, only one thought was screaming through his mind. What in the world is happening? After what felt like an eternity of torture, Aziz finally emerged. An attendant beamed, bowing happily. "All done. Would you like to see yourself in the mirror?" Aziz had been completely transformed from head to toe. She stood there in an elegant black dress, her face carefully made up, her hair beautifully styled. She looked more stunning than the noblest of ladies. Staring at her own reflection, Aziz was in utter shock. A dress? So that means she knew all along that he was actually a girl in disguise? From behind, the Empress appeared, gliding forward in a magnificent red gown that hugged her every curve. Her fiery red hair only amplified her regal aura as she asked casually, "Are you finished changing?" Aziz turned to speak, but the Empress's dazzling beauty left her completely speechless for a moment. What is she thinking? She stared at the Empress, a storm of confusing emotions swirling inside her. Noticing Aziz's gaze, the Empress smirked and flipped her hair. "Sorry, sweetie, but my heart is already taken. No matter how cute you are, I can't possibly accept you as my lover. This beauty of mine. It truly is a sin." Those words were like fuel on a fire. Aziz stomped her foot and shouted back furiously, "Who wants to be your lover?" The Empress just raised an eyebrow in mock surprise. "You don't? Then why were you looking at me with such a fiery gaze?" Aziz just buried her face in her hands, defeated. I shouldn't have said anything. Oh, my head. Ignoring Aziz's meltdown, the Empress generously produced a platinum seal for the owner. Smiling gently, she said, "Excellent work. Just take as much as you need." The shopkeeper bowed low in response. Aziz stood nearby, his gaze unintentionally landing on a platinum seal. Held in the Emperor's hand, the carp symbol on it shocked her. With that seal, a person could withdraw unlimited funds. In a way, it was more precious than all 36 national treasures combined, and it belonged to the Cassandra family, the richest clan on the continent. Aziz was still reeling from the shock when the Emperor motioned for the carriage, prompting her to ask a servant, "Is the carriage ready?" The servant quickly replied, "The carriage is waiting outside." Hearing this, Aziz finally snapped back to reality. She hurried after them, asking, "Wait, where are we even going?" The Empress simply strode confidently toward the carriage and replied, "You'll find out when we get there. Why not be a little more patient, my pretty little boy?" That comment made Aziz furious. She shot back, "How long are you going to keep calling me a boy?" The Emperor stopped, turning with a genuinely confused look. "Huh? A boy should be called a boy, right? Is there a problem?" Aziz was speechless, realizing she still thought she was a man. And yet, she still made me wear a dress? Aziz could only sigh, watching the Emperor's confident, almost childish figure. She mused that although the Empress was arrogant and reckless, for some reason, she couldn't bring herself to hate her. They traveled from dawn until dusk. As they rode together in the carriage, moving to a new location, the Empress looked out the window and announced, "We're here. Let's go." A bit startled, Aziz replied, "Oh, all right." She quickly followed the Empress out of the carriage. The moment she stepped out, Aziz froze, staring at the palace before her. Its sheer luxury and splendor were beyond anything she'd ever imagined. Standing there in a daze, she wondered, could this be? The Emperor noticed her expression and asked with amusement, "What's wrong?" Is this your first time seeing the royal palace? Aziz just buried her face in her hands with a sigh. She was flooded with regret, realizing she'd been dragged to a royal ball. I should have refused earlier. Just then, the emperor rummaged around for something before suddenly pulling out a mask. Placing it over her beautiful face, she instantly radiated an air of mystery. Aziz asked in surprise, "Is it a masquerade ball?" The emperor replied casually, "No, it's just annoying when people recognize me." Aziz thought to herself. That makes sense. After all, she was a direct descendant of the Kasan Ra family, a status nearly equal to a nation's emperor. Of course she'd want to avoid any trouble. The empress's voice cut through Aziz's wandering thoughts, calling out to her. "Pretty boy." With no other choice, Aziz had no choice but to follow. Inside the palace, the extravagance was overwhelming. Countless nobles in lavish attire were gathered, chatting amongst themselves. But almost in unison, their eyes fell upon the empress and Aziz. She could feel every single stare on her. All Aziz wanted was a mask to cover her face. I should have worn one too, she thought. This is so embarrassing. Just then, two men walked past with completely opposite expressions. One grumbled loudly, "How incredibly arrogant." The other, calmer man, replied softly, "But she has every right to be. I've never seen anyone so beautiful." The first man shot back angrily, "But refusing every single dance invitation is just plain rude." The calmer man fearfully gestured for silence, whispering, "Didn't you see her arrive with Sir Evan? Rumor has it she's the fiancée from the J family. Messing with Sir Evan's partner is a good way to get challenged to a duel." Overhearing their conversation, Aziz processed the information. The J family was the house of a legendary sword saint. She'd heard that Sword Saint had a grandson. Could that woman be his fiancée? Just then, Aziz spotted a striking figure in the crowd. With just a single glance, she immediately recognized Zina. And at that exact moment, Zina turned and looked right in Aziz's direction. Before the ball had started, Zina was in a quiet room changing. The silence was so complete, she could hear everything. Zina could clearly hear her own heavy sigh. She frowned slightly, muttering to herself, "This is so uncomfortable." The magnificent gown she wore, though exquisitely tailored with perfect stitching, felt restrictive and completely alien to her. Deep down, Zina was screaming, wanting nothing more than to be in her familiar knight's uniform. But that thought was quickly suppressed. Zina remembered her conversation from the previous night. An image of Evan appeared in her mind, his words still echoing. This made Zina hesitate, as if she were trying to convince herself that she was making the right decision. Evan had made a request. "As you are a renowned swordswoman, Miss Zina, I was hoping you could help me." But the beautiful, uncomfortable dress just made her miserable. She thought to herself that to infiltrate a ball, she needed a ball gown. "I knew I shouldn't have gotten involved in this, especially without my master's permission. But I also can't let him know about my connection with Sir Evan." As she headed for the door to leave for the ball, Zina was still lost deep in her own complicated thoughts. Right now, her master was even skipping meals to focus on the treatment, but ironically, that gave her the time she needed to prepare. Slipping out undetected, Gina opened the door, her mind still racing, thankful that the Che family had a gown ready. Otherwise, preparing for the ball would have been a nightmare. Evan was already waiting for her. When the door creaked open, Evan started to ask if she was ready. But the words died on his lips, completely captivated by her beauty. A deep blush spread across his face as he stared, unable to look away. Gina was just as surprised to see him there waiting. Gina felt her own cheeks flush. "Sir Evan." Dressed for the ball, she seemed to shimmer as she asked with sparkling eyes, "Is something wrong?" Evan's face was now redder than a tomato. He quickly waved a hand, saying, "My apologies, I was distracted." With absolute elegance, Evan offered his arm. His expression was tender, his voice warm as he spoke. "May I have the honor of escorting you?" Gina just looked at his outstretched hand, then gently placed her own in his. "Delighted." Evan smiled brightly. "Let's go, Lady Jenna." But it was clear that something was still weighing heavily on her mind. Her expression was subdued as she gave a slight nod. A moment later, they were both on their way inside the carriage, heading to the ball. Gina gazed out the window, her eyes distant as she thought to herself. They were almost there. The royal guests would enter through the outer palace, meaning it would be crawling with the Night Brigade. The Royal Guard's security would be airtight. No matter how powerful that organization was, infiltrating would be nearly impossible. The real problem would start after the ball began. Jaina's eyes hardened with resolve as she pictured the scene inside the royal palace. Only a limited number of soldiers could enter the inner palace, and the ballroom itself would have very few knights on guard. That meant she had two objectives. First, keep an eye on the ballroom for anyone suspicious. Second, Protect the guests if something happens. Lost in her thoughts, she was startled by Evan's question. My lady, do you remember what happened 15 years ago? Jaina froze at his words, asking with genuine confusion. What are you talking about, Sir Evan? Evan didn't seem fazed by her forgetfulness. He just replied gently, I'm talking about the first time we ever met. She clearly never expected him to bring that up. Uncomfortable, Jaina looked down and mumbled, Oh, that. Evan wasn't trying to blame her, but he couldn't hide his disappointment. He sighed, then quickly tried to clear the heavy air in the carriage. He deftly changed the subject. Do you remember that I used to be such a weak child? Gina replied with a soft voice, but there was a clear distance in her tone. Still, hearing her agree seemed to encourage him. A huge smile spread across Evan's face as he continued. Back then, Lady Jenna told me that if I picked up a sword and trained hard, I would become stronger. A little embarrassed, Gina gave a soft laugh. I was just a child back then. Inwardly, however, Jaina was cringing hard. Back then, her world had a simple formula. Being weak just meant you hadn't trained enough. She only thought that way because of her grandfather's brutal training. You're weak because you haven't practiced enough. And Gina would always dutifully reply, Yes, grandfather. The memory only made her feel more awkward now. She was just telling him what her grandfather had taught her. How embarrassing. As she cringed, Evan looked out at the sunset and continued, After hearing those words from you, I started training with a sword, and because of that practice, without rest, I was able to become the commander of the Royal Knights. Gina was stunned by the power her childish words had. She asked in disbelief, Is that really true? Gina was completely floored by this revelation. Her mind reeled. The Choi family wasn't a house of swordsmen, which meant Sir Evan becoming the commander was an exceptional case. She had always assumed he was influenced by the sword saint, Sir Hale. She never imagined it was because of her. But even with all his achievements, Evan was humble. With my current level of skill, it's hard to say I'm truly worthy of my post, but I'm not ashamed. I am proud of the process that got me here. Evan's hand clenched, his voice growing firm with resolve. And so, I must take this chance to say something. He looked up, meeting Jenna's gaze directly before he continued. Will you officially agree to be engaged to me? The abrupt proposal left Yena completely frozen, her mind a total blank. She had no idea how to respond. Staring back at him in shock, her thoughts began to spiral. What should she do? How could she tell him? How could she tell him there was someone else she wanted to be with? That their betrothal was a thing of the past? His serious gaze left her speechless. Gina bit her lip, unwilling to hurt him. The tense silence was suddenly shattered by the coachman. Sir, we've arrived at the palace. Evan sighed, his eyes clouded with disappointment for a moment before he managed to smile. I'll wait for your answer later then. Jaina's hand clenched the fabric of her dress, wrinkling it. They were already entering the ballroom, which was alive with chatter and laughter. Their entrance turned quite a few heads. Evan leaned in close to Jenna's ear and whispered, Lady Jenna, I'm going to check security. Please wait for me a moment. Gina could only nod back, I understand. She stood there, watching as Evan walked away. Suddenly, a voice called out, Excuse me, miss. It was a man named Hiton. My name is Hiton. If you don't mind, he began, may I have the honor of knowing your name? His companion quickly chimed in, and might we have this dance? The sudden arrival of two strangers sent a jolt of panic right through Jenna. Gods, she had no time for this. She had to refuse, but gently. Gina forced a polite tone. My apologies, she said. I'm not feeling my best tonight, so I must decline your invitation to dance. She had to get out of there before more people gathered. Her eyes darted around, desperately searching for a place to hide, anywhere that was out of sight. And that's when her gaze locked onto Aziz, standing not too far away. What was she doing here? Before Jaina could process it, a voice boomed from the stage. The Archduke has something to say. Gina breathed a sigh of relief. In another corner, Aziz was panicking herself. What was she supposed to do? While Aziz was frozen with indecision, the Emperor quickly grabbed her hand, pulling her closer. On stage, the Archduke began his speech. Today marks the final ball of the year, he declared. I hope you all enjoy it to the fullest. Aziz turned, asking quietly, Did you know Jenna would be here? The Emperor's eyes were cold. Well, if I knew, then I knew, he replied cryptically. If I didn't, then perhaps I didn't. The baffling answer threw her off completely. Aziz turned back, confused. So which is it? Did you know or not? But as Jaina tried to get closer, she froze in absolute horror. It couldn't be. Why was Aziz with that man? The Emperor raised a hand, a silent command for Jenna to stay back. Aziz just kept pressing. What does that mean? A tremor ran through Jenna's body, completely beyond her control. Stay calm, she told herself. Don't fall apart, you're losing it. How could this have happened? If that man, the one who brought Aziz here, ever found out who she really was, the only thing awaiting their family would be total destruction. The Emperor suddenly shouted, hoping to draw Aziz's attention elsewhere. Is that what I think it is? Surprised, Aziz turned her gaze back toward the Archduke. His voice grew louder now, a hint of arrogance coloring his tone. Behold, he commanded, his voice echoing through the ballroom. Instantly, every pair of eyes in the hall snapped towards the stage. The Archduke's words were laced with an electrifying confidence. The legacy of an evil organization that once ruled the entire world. Aziz was completely shocked by the declaration. Her face went pale as she wondered, what did he just say? There had been countless ancient orders that tried to conquer the world, but almost all of them had failed. Even her own kingdom of Dorne had only managed to take half the continent. Even the great empire only ruled over 28 nations. But 1,000 years ago, one legendary group actually succeeded. They ruled the planet. Led by 13 apostles and superhumans who could stand against master swordsmen and archmages alike. They attacked the Tower of Truth with overwhelming power and wisdom, isolating the 12 temples and conquering the whole continent. But their arrogance insulted the gods. Cursed by the heavens, the organization vanished without a trace. The Dark Star. And at that moment, the Archduke slowly opened a box, revealing one of the continent's 36 great treasures. But Aziz was still lost in her thoughts. The final legacy of the Dark Star, a relic so shrouded in rumor it was barely a myth, the Book of Darkness. And it was right in front of her. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, a head butler was sizing up keys. You are a servant of the Che family? Kais replied with perfect deference. That is correct, sir. The palace butler looked pleased but continued his questioning. And have you learned the traditional etiquette of the empire? A faint light seemed to glow around Keyes as he bowed. Yes, sir. I served the royal family since I was a child. But Keyes's real thoughts were far different. To be precise, he'd served as a butler for the secret evil organization that manipulated the royals. Black Nolex. Yes, he had been a part of that group, and one could say the secrets of Black Nolex were their own form of traditional etiquette. The butler adjusted his glasses. And I'm told you speak 8 languages? Is that correct? Kais thought to himself. In truth, I know 35 languages, but it was best not to reveal too much. After a careful pause, Keyes answered respectfully. I learned them to avoid any breach of protocol, sir. The palace butler was deeply satisfied with that answer. Excellent, he said, smiling. Report to the White Eye Palace immediately. You will guide the guests there. Internally, Keyes was bursting with shameless joy. Perfect. On the outside, however, he maintained his elegant composure. Yes, sir. As he walked, his mind was already calculating. The White Eye Palace was the main reception hall for esteemed foreign guests. The butler pointed him in the right direction. You can see it if you just head straight that way. Keyes gave a respectful nod. Yes, sir. As he walked, he analyzed the assignment. It was the post where they sent servants fluent in foreign languages. Keyes walked on, cursing silently in his head. Damn it all, if it weren't for that old man, he wouldn't be stuck here pretending to be a common servant. Kane remembered his conversation with Hale, asking him, Is something wrong? Master Hale answered from his bed, confessing that after creating it, he finally understood. It wasn't something he could just casually keep around, so he hid it in the safest place he knew. But Kane had no patience, demanding, So where is it? It's in the central corridor of the palace, Lord Hale had said wearily. And now Kane, disguised as Keyes, was right there. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the floor, burying his face in his hands. Why would he hide it in the royal palace of all places? This was all that old man's fault. With tears of frustration welling in his eyes, he cursed him for all this trouble. The only saving grace was the royal ball. Kane's mind flashed back to their conversation by Lord Hale's bedside. What about this? He had proposed. During royal events, the great houses can send servants over to help, right? Just send me to the royal ball, that's all I ask. Lord Hale had listened carefully to Kane's desperate plan. After a long pause, he'd finally spoken. Kane, he said, do you want to make a deal with me? Kane remembered feeling utterly exhausted, and so, thanks to that deal, he'd made it into the palace. He just never expected the old man's conditions. But as a mere temporary servant, he couldn't get anywhere near the inner palace, let alone the grand ballroom itself. The biggest problem was that he was running out of time. As a precaution, he'd set up an elaborate locked room trick. It was supposed to create the illusion he was still in the old man's room. Kane grimaced, remembering the scene. Lord Hale had watched from his bed as Kane rushed around the room, "What in the world are you doing?" he'd asked. "You don't need to know," Kane had replied, his mind already drifting away. The whole setup would buy him one day, max. He had to get the item today and get back to the mansion. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted from the doorway, pulling Keys right out of his thoughts. "What? No servants allowed in the ballroom? Are you saying I can't bring the escort I want?" The annoyed voice of Lord Lost cut through the air, making everything tense. Evan simply bowed with a troubled look. "I'm sorry, my lord." Standing guard nearby, Keys quietly watched the situation, wondering what was going on. Why was security for the ballroom so tight? There might be some time left, but the sun had already gone down, and now he had to deal with this blowhard. Kais glanced out the window, sighing at his rotten luck. The sun had completely set. Annoyed, Keys realized there was nothing more he could do but wait. Lord Lost crossed his arms, his face a mask of cold fury. "Fine, I will forgo the matter of the escort. But even so, I am the head of a great house. You expect me to carry my own luggage?" Evan smiled, his voice perfectly calm. "In that case, I will assign a servant to carry your luggage for you. Would that be acceptable?" At this, Lord Lost seemed to calm down, his expression softening as he nodded. "Good. Since you know how to show proper respect, I will make an exception." Evan gave a slight bow. "Thank you, my lord." Then Evan turned. "You there?" Keys immediately bowed his head, waiting for the command. Evan gave the order. "I command you to serve Lord Lost for the entire duration of his time here." "Yes, sir," Keys replied respectfully. But as he lowered his head, a hidden smirk spread across Kane's face. What kind of luck was this? The guy had just given him a direct order, not realizing he was a temporary servant. His perfect cover. "Thank you," he thought. "Let's go." Lord Lost boomed, and his butler handed a box to Kiza. Kais quickly fell into step behind Lord Lost, following him right into the grand ballroom. The lord suddenly stopped and turned around. "You have no idea how important what you're holding is. This is a family treasure. One our house risked everything to obtain. If anything happens to it, I'll make sure you don't leave this palace in one piece." "Yes, I will protect it with my life," Keys replied with a deep bow. Inside, he was imagining feeding Lord Lost to the fish. Treasure? What a joke. It was probably just a golden statue of the fat pig himself. Lord Lost was already busy schmoozing with the other guests. Keys was surprised at how popular the guy was. How could so many people be gathered around him? Standing still was getting boring, so Kize started scanning his surroundings. And then he saw at the corridor Lord Hale had mentioned. That had to be it. But the target was bulky, making escape tricky. Still, he had a plan. He just needed to toss this offering to the king and slip away. But then Kize froze, seeing a familiar silhouette. As the figure came into focus, his face went pale. That hair. It looked way too familiar. No, it couldn't be. Impossible. That panther was supposed to be at home. The chance of her showing up here in a dress was less than zero. If the silver-haired panther was here, did that mean the golden-haired hero was too? A cold sweat formed as he saw him in a corner. Suddenly, a voice announced, "The Duke wishes to speak." This was it. The man Keys was waiting for had finally arrived. The Duke began cheerfully. "Today is the final ball of the year. I wish for you all to enjoy this day completely." While Keys silently cursed their endless chatter, he focused on his goal. And just then he saw a figure quickly move past him. At that moment, the head of House Lot knelt before the Archduke, saying, "My lord, I am overjoyed to attend this feast you have hosted. I consider it an infinite honor." But the Archduke merely smiled, replying that Duke Lot was always like this. He was laying the praise on far too thick. Watching from below, Keys thought to himself this fat guy was a real pro at bootlicking. It made sense that the head of a family had to know how to flatter the strong and manipulate the weak. That skill was absolutely crucial. Head Lot spoke respectfully, saying he had been lucky enough to acquire a surprise treasure for this very occasion. He wanted to present it to his Archduke. As Keys carried the box forward, he couldn't help but wonder. Huh? Wasn't this just his own golden statue? But Headlot kept talking, claiming he bought it from an adventurer. He said the man found it in the ruins of an evil organization that once plunged the world into absolute chaos. A very secret and mysterious item indeed. Hearing this, the Archduke became intrigued, stroking his chin in thought. He wondered aloud what kind of treasure it could be. As Kiza respectfully held up the box, he mulled it over. An organization that once caused worldwide chaos. He knew the Masterless Knights didn't have any treasures. This had to be from the ruins of the Zoran kingdom. Meanwhile, Head Lot just smiled slyly. He claimed that any scholar would have heard of it. That among all the artifacts on the continent, one stood above the rest. The guests in the hall began to murmur among themselves. Keys was just as surprised, wondering what on earth this guy was even talking about. Headlot's voice boomed. Behold, the legacy of the evil organization that once ruled the entire world. As he opened the box, Keys's eyes widened. The Book of Vile Darkness. The guests gasped in horror upon seeing the book. One of them even dropped their wine glass in shock. The glass shattered against the floor. Instantly, the ballroom erupted into chaos as panicked whispers filled the air. One person was so shocked they fainted on the spot. Kais just stood there frozen, his eyes glued to the open box. His mind raced back to a past both distant and near to the only organization that had ever managed to rule the world. The strongest, greatest, and most wicked organization, the Dark Star. And this was its final legacy, the Book of Vile Darkness. But this one, Keys didn't dare complete the thought, his gaze locked on the object. From below, the Emperor stood, his stern eyes looking up. A voice full of awe cut through the noise. Is that the Book of Vile Darkness? After speaking, the Emperor walked closer, his gaze sharp and unwavering. The Emperor's voice was calm but held an authority that made Keys flinch slightly. That voice, Keys thought. The Emperor continued, his tone turning ice cold. It sounded like a request, but it was an order that couldn't be refused. Archduke Dubon, if you don't mind, I'll be taking that. Headlot, clueless about the man's identity, shot back aggressively. How rude. Who do you think you are, speaking so disrespectfully to the Archduke? Hearing this, the Emperor simply let out a quiet laugh. His voice held a hint of amusement. Huh? I forgot I was wearing this. With a small smile, the Emperor gently removed his mask. When the Emperor's face was revealed, Headlot instantly turned beet red, clearing his throat in embarrassment. But he tried to hold on to his arrogance. Do you know where you are? You dare insult the Archduke just because you have a pretty face? His voice hardened as he continued. I, Lot, loyal servant to the Archduke, swear on my family's honor. I will not let you get away with this. Hearing that, the Emperor propped his chin on his hand, a thoughtful smirk playing on his lips. It's true, my face is rather exceptional, but I have more than just good looks. With that, the Emperor glanced over at the Archduke. His tone was half joking, half serious. Isn't that right, Archduke? Headlot was completely stunned. He watched as the Archduke slowly walked down towards the Emperor. Your Grace, he called out, but his words were ignored. The Archduke continued down the steps, stopped before the Emperor, and deliberately kneeled. Then, Archduke Dubon's voice rang out. Full of reverence and ceremony, he proclaimed, I, Dubon, ruler of the Western Mountains, bow before the sovereign of the 28 lands and 7 great oceans. The entire hall fell dead silent as everyone took in his words. The crowd was even more shocked than when they saw the Book of Vile Darkness. Many shuddered and backed away in pure terror. Archduke Dubon continued, his voice dripping with even more respect. The one true master of this world. His face was contorted with pressure, but he bowed his head and spoke each word with clarity. Your Majesty, the Emperor. The Emperor looked down, a satisfied expression on his face. A faint smile touched his lips, showing his pleasure at the Archduke's submission. The other guests, finally understanding the situation, were so terrified they dropped to the ground, shouting in unison, We bow before His Majesty, the Emperor. As for Headlot, he was now pale as a sheet. His mind was blank, and his heart was hammering, realizing he was the one who'd been shouting the loudest insults. The man trembled uncontrollably, his legs giving out as he collapsed in a dead faint. And the Empress? She merely laughed. Her voice rang out, full of power and a hint of amusement, saying, With my imperial authority, I don't think there will be any further problems, do you? Nearby, Kize shot Rachulat, a cold, judgmental glare. He didn't even bother hiding his disdain. The Empress ignored them all, continuing, I will take that action as consent. With that, she crossed her arms and turned to the Duke. And Duke, I'd like to hear your opinion on the matter as well. Being addressed directly by the Empress clearly startled the Duke. He obviously didn't want to agree, but the one asking was the Empress herself. Duke Dubon's face was strained, but he eventually gave in, bowing respectfully. What is mine is already yours, Your Majesty. I will gladly follow your will. Hearing the Duke's loyal words, Keys let out a small, mocking laugh. Of course he'd say that, Kais thought to himself. The Empress was the absolute monarch ruling over most of the continent. No one in the empire could oppose her, not even a duke. Here's a little context for you. The Dubon Duchy is ruled by the empire, so its people are imperial subjects. The duke's profession of loyalty clearly pleased the Empress. She rested her hand on her chin, looking down at him. I value your loyalty, she said, so it's only right that I compensate you. Next year, The duchy is exempt from paying tribute. The Duke bowed deeply. I am eternally grateful, Your Majesty. Kais was surprised by this reward, thinking to himself that it was truly a special form of compensation. Then again, considering the value of the Book of Malice, it was a more than fair exchange. Having gotten what she came for, the Empress happily turned to leave. Before walking away, she didn't forget to add a few words. Now, this uninvited guest will take her leave. I hope everyone enjoys the ball. Hearing this, the Duke went pale with fear, stammering, "Oh, how could you be an uninvited guest? That's impossible." With an indifferent expression, the Empress glanced back at him. "I came here without an invitation. That, by definition, makes me an uninvited guest." Her words sent a fresh wave of terror through the Duke, sweat pouring down his face. Before he could speak again, the Empress walked away. "From now on, I wish to enjoy my reading. I do not want any disturbances to my peace." The Duke bowed respectfully. "I understand, Your Majesty." The Empress then glanced at Keys and issued an order. "You over there. Pick up that box and follow me." Inside, Keys's heart was pounding with absolute terror. "Oh crap, she hasn't figured me out, has she?" He desperately didn't want to be caught, but he maintained a calm facade, bowing respectfully. "Yes, Your Majesty." And with that, Keys followed the Empress out of the ballroom. The rest of the guests bowed respectfully as the Empress departed. Aziz, however, was in complete shock over the true identity of his companion. His mind reeled. "Oh my God, she's the Empress?" Seeing Aziz standing there frozen, Henna approached him, her eyes filled with concern. She asked softly, "Aziz, are you all right?" Seeing his sister, Aziz quickly called out to Gina, feeling flustered by her gentle gaze. He pointed toward the departing Empress, asking, "That woman, is she really the Empress?" Gina nodded slightly, her voice soft but certain. "Yes, it's true." Aziz fell silent, thinking hard. The greatest enemy of the Dawn Kingdom in the past. It wasn't some priest from a forgotten temple or some nameless adventurer. It was the Empress herself. For the Dawn Kingdom, which once had the power to rule half the continent, the Empress who now controlled 2/3 of it was an extreme threat. Gina noticed Aziz's deep concentration and grew more worried. "Aziz, did you really come here with Her Majesty?" Aziz simply nodded. "Yes. Last night, she came to our house. She wanted to find you using the autumn map." Gina was stunned. "Find me?" Aziz quickly nodded to confirm, but even as he explained, Aziz himself was filled with doubt. Did she really come all this way just to find Gina? With the Empire's vast intelligence network, it was impossible she didn't know who Gina was living with. What if the Empress's true target wasn't Gina, but the person she was living with? Suddenly remembering, Aziz pulled a paper from his pocket for Gina. "Right, she asked me to give this to you." Gina took the paper and quickly opened it, revealing a letter. "What is this?" After reading just a few lines, Gina's expression turned incredibly grave. She said nothing else. Gina only left him with one sentence, "Aziz, I'll be back later," before quickly walking away. In a dark room, she carefully reread the letter. Aziz's words echoed in her mind. "Last night, she came to our house asking to find you using the autumn map." Gina thought it over. Even if she was a master swordswoman, or even a sworn sister to Her Majesty, it made absolutely no sense for the Empress to come all this way just to find her. The letter contained only 3 words. "I will wait." Those 3 short words only confused Gina even more. She couldn't make sense of it. What could the real reason be? Gina went to the place she was told the Empress was resting, but the moment she arrived, she was stopped by the guards. A voice, cold yet respectful, stops her. "The Emperor is resting inside, please return later." With a flicker of fear, Gina stands firm. "I came at Her Majesty's request." She pulls out a letter, showing it to the guard. After checking the letter, the guard confirms it's real and respectfully opens the door. He bows, saying, "Please enter." Stepping inside, Gina is stunned by the Emperor's mysterious and arrogant beauty. Light from the window shines down, highlighting the majestic aura of the woman sitting there. The Emperor speaks, "Come in." And there she is, a princess named Gina, absolutely gorgeous, dazzling and captivating. Dressed in a white gown with light, gentle makeup, her beauty captivates everyone around her, leaving them in silent awe. The Emperor sits with her legs crossed, every bit as beautiful as Gina. But Gina feels a chill. Why that expression? She'd never seen the Emperor look like this before. Terrified, the princess drops to her knees. "Forgive my rudeness. I, the head of the Giavo family and a loyal servant, bow before the ruler of 108 sword clans and 3,600 other families, the one true master of this world." Gina doesn't dare raise her head before such royalty. May the 99 demons protect the villain, One of the emperor's servants shouts. If you're going to kill me, just do it. I don't want to pray anymore, comes a conflicted voice. Even for a brilliant villain, she'd rather join a chaotic battle between swordsmen, mages, and paladins than get caught up in whatever this is. The emperor finally speaks. Between us, do we really need such formal words? Xena replies. Royal etiquette is mandatory. How could a mere servant like me speak so rudely to your majesty? A young man nearby thinks to himself, Tsk, you fool. Normally, that's the right answer. But with this empress? It's the wrong one. The empress continues, Lord Giavo, your words indeed make sense. But remember, I am the emperor. Nothing in this world can bind me. Her words are chillingly serious. That servant is internally cheering. That's right. No etiquette or law can chain this empress down. That was the very edict she issued 25 years ago, right after taking the throne when she was only 10 years old. The decree she passed after her coronation sent a massive shockwave through the empire. Many citizens argued against it. They cited tradition and law, demanding she retract it, but the young empress never once wavered in her decision. And since she had won the war for the throne and held total military control, no one dared to openly rebel. Just like that, the court officials were forced to pass the insane decree. Thus, the only emperor in the empire's history with absolute power was born. The servant silently mused. And thanks to that, secret organizations like the Hackno, who manipulated the royal family through tradition, were completely wiped out. Xena responds, I will remember. The emperor nods. You're learning, but that stubborn streak is part of your charm, so I'll overlook your rudeness this one time. Xena breathes a sigh of relief. Thank you. The man thinks, a normal person would have lost their head by now. Has the empress gotten nicer, or does she just have a soft spot for this girl? Her Majesty speaks again. Anyway, forget that. I've just heard some rather interesting news. Xena answers slowly and carefully. Your Majesty, I don't know of this news. You unfaithful girl. Is it about Adi? Though the Empire's intelligence has weakened over the last 25 years, there's no way it missed this. They had to have heard the rumors about the ice territory and the demon named Adi. If she asks about Adi, what am I supposed to say? But the Emperor continues. I heard a rumor that you're about to be engaged to the young master of the Che family. Is that true? Xena just freezes, her eyes wide. She's so stunned she can't even speak. The nosy servant outside perks up. An engagement? What's this about? She already has a fiancé? The Empress keeps going. I also heard you chose a child from a branch family as your heir. At the time, I wondered what you were thinking. But now I get it. You want to merge the two families, right? This is a big deal. If two families with sword saints unite, they could become the top sword clan on the continent. On top of that, since the Duchy of Duban is on the far western edge of the continent, having a loyal sword family there would let the empire expand its influence westward. And the Empress likes that idea very much. Her Majesty advises, anyway, uniting with a famous family like the Che is a good thing. Congratulations. Xena starts sweating bullets. Your Majesty. But the Emperor cuts her off. And to celebrate your engagement, I'll give you that. She points to a box held by a servant. He panics. Are you serious? A treasure from the legendary set of 36 isn't something you just give away, especially when it's the most powerful one of them all. And she would gift it just to celebrate her servant's engagement? Jaina stammered. Sister, this gift is too much for me. But the Empress just said, refuse? Why? Aren't we sisters? I have to give you at least this much to maintain my own reputation, don't you think? Oh, and about that little demon girl living with you, don't worry. After the engagement, I'll protect her under my name. With my authority, she won't have to hide and run ever again. She can live peacefully in some remote village. If you want, I can even provide her a home and a family. Jaina's heart pounded with fear. What? It was true. Her Majesty could do all of that. The price for opposing the Empire was utter annihilation. No one in the world, not even the 12 temples, would dare harm someone under the Empress's protection. If she got engaged, Adi wouldn't have to run anymore. Her master wouldn't have to sacrifice himself to protect Adi. And if that dark scripture was real, it could heal her master. But even with a gift like this, wasn't it enough for her? How could it be? She hoped she was mistaken, that she was misunderstanding everything. But Her Majesty's eyes made it perfectly clear. She would not accept any resistance, so Jaina could only fall silent and surrender. The gift was as heavy as a mountain. She was incredibly grateful to receive it. If you're happy, then I'm happy too. Now that you understand, you may leave. This was her last chance. If Jenna walked away now, there was no turning back. I, Jaina Java, will obey your majesty's will. There was nothing she could do. It was the Empress's command. The servant sighed in relief. He was saved. How dare that girl look the Empress straight in the eye? Did she have a death wish or something? The Empress just smirked. What a cute child. Don't you agree? The servant replied. How could a lowly person like myself dare to pass judgment on the head of the Gavo family? It was a smooth, flawless answer. The secrets of the Black Servant, the Bronze Throne, and the Golden Law of Demons were all working perfectly. The Bronze Throne, the essence of etiquette and communication, combined with the Golden Law of Demons, the pinnacle of psychological analysis, created the perfect servant who could navigate formalities with absolute precision. This was one of his ultimate combos. The Empress shot a sharp look at the servant. I thought you kept Miss Gavo around because you liked her. So the Empress knew he was living with that girl. And she only used that particular tone of voice when speaking to his other identity. How did your Majesty know? The servant coolly replied. This servant knows the Empire's traditional etiquette well, and even in the Imperial Palace, there are only a few like that. So how could the Duba Duchy possibly have a perfect servant who knows and can perform the Empire's traditional ceremonies so flawlessly? The servant tensed up, his nerves stretched taut like a bowstring. That was right. The Empire's traditional etiquette was more than just ceremony. From hand gestures and body movements to every strand of hair, even one's breath and gaze, had to be controlled to match the atmosphere. It's how the Black Servants once manipulated the royal family with just tradition and law. That is, until a certain emperor destroyed those traditions and laws, taking the entire organization down with him. And now, the person standing right in front of him was that very emperor. Not only that, she was also number 2 on his personal list of most dangerous individuals. He thought he was finally safe, since he had been hiding for so long. But the Empress just said, your face hasn't changed a bit, so how could I not recognize you? You just have a few more wrinkles. The man's mind reeled. Wait, did he disguise himself to look younger just to get caught anyway? It's been 25 years, hasn't it? 22 years, to be exact. The Empress corrected him. Not from the day you left, but from the moment I mobilized all my power and the Empire's intelligence network just to find you. And the Empire's intelligence network was absolutely terrifying. Even though it had weakened recently, there was still no other intelligence organization on the continent that could even compare to the Empire's. Yet she had used its full might to search for him, and only him, for 25 years. You have no idea how much trouble I went through, just to find you after you abandoned me, do you? Befriending the Kaysen family, becoming sworn sisters with that Gavo girl, holding secret meetings with the Dark Church, gathering the remnants of the Masterless Knights. That group even formed a new Knight Order. On top of that, I had to defeat all of my own royal knights just to come find you. Now when I go back, I'll have to listen to them nagging for at least 10 days straight. The man broke into a cold sweat. This was no joke. He thought it over carefully. She clearly knew about quite a few of the organizations he'd been a part of. It seemed she wasn't bluffing about using the full force of the Empire's intelligence to hunt him down. He was doing his best to hide his identity, but now he had to know why was Her Majesty looking for him, a man who was once just a butler. Sure, he admits he took advantage of the succession war to snag a few treasures, but he never touched the books, or the art. She couldn't possibly be hunting him down for 25 years over that, right? The Emperor simply replied, just a butler, huh? A butler who taught the Emperor politics, languages, and statesmanship? A butler who doubled as an expert tutor? The man sighed, admitting he only did it because hiring tutors for her was too expensive. And that's not all. He single-handedly stopped 13 assassination attempts. And those assassins were terrifyingly skilled, but he argues that half of them were trying to frame him, and the other half were trying to kill him. It was just self-defense. Being accused of assassinating royalty would have been a death sentence. And even with the Empire's entire intelligence network, for 20 years, finding any trace of him was like finding a needle in a haystack. All this, from a simple butler. So, should he make a run for it now? The two stood there, facing off, completely stumped. The Emperor finally said, "Forget it." Forget it? The servant was furious, practically rebelling. If she was just going to drop it, why list every single crime like that? Still, he had no choice but to bite his tongue and calm down. A veteran villain like him couldn't afford to lose his cool. He bows, saying Her Majesty's grace is as vast as the mountains, but she's not having it. You were my butler. She couldn't accept him just leaving without her permission. But she tells him not to worry. She won't make him pay for the theft. There would be no torture, no rotting in a cell, and no lifetime of slavery in the mines. He should have been relieved, but an uneasy feeling crept in. That sounded a lot like a public threat, didn't it? He sighed. This was no time to hesitate. One wrong move, and his life was over. So, time to face the music and spill the beans. What does your majesty want from me? The scheming emperor smiled. Kizeo, be mine. Kizeo's face froze in pure terror. Huh? What did she just say? The emperor spoke softly, offering him a position above all others, second only to her. He would never kneel to anyone else. He would have endless pride and glory, surrounded by unimaginable wealth, Kizeo stammered. Wait, just let me think about this. Please just give my brain a second. She then adds a little pressure, reminding him he wouldn't have to worry about that demon girl. No matter how strong the priests were, they would never dare touch a child under her personal protection. And if he was really worried, she wouldn't mind letting the child live in the palace. There had to be a catch. The queen's intentions were practically glowing in her eyes. Kichio kept thinking, but he just couldn't figure out her angle. Could your majesty give me some time to think? Fine. She'd already waited 22 years. A little longer wouldn't hurt. Kizeo was relieved. He'd said it without even thinking. He couldn't believe she agreed. Now was his chance to get out of there. He knelt before the emperor. I will take my leave then. With that, he turned and walked away, his heart soaring with joy. Perfect. Now he could just slip away for good. But then the emperor's voice rang out. I hope to have your answer by the end of today. And even if he runs again, she promises not to destroy the Javel family or execute the demon girl. But he knows exactly what can happen when she gets angry. Kizeo cried internally. This probably wasn't going to work. Outside the magnificent, glittering castle, under a bright moonlit sky, a beautiful girl approached. What was the emperor's real goal? It didn't matter. The real question was if the Book of Evil was genuine. All of the treasures, in the set of 36, were artifacts that transcended time. Some of them had powers, and even names, that were completely unknown. Among them, the rumors about the Book of Evil were especially vague. Some said it listed the identities of the 13 apostles. Others claimed it held some kind of invincible power. There were even rumors it contained records of future events. But now, with the Dark Star and the apostles gone, there was no way to confirm if any of the rumors were true. However, one rumor had been passed down for generations. It was clear, yet more unbelievable than any other. It was the reason the Book of Evil was the most coveted treasure of all. She suddenly remembered something. I can just ask my familiar. No matter the side effects of black magic, she now had his mana control bracelet. She had completely forgotten about that familiar, an omniscient Roma. Now that she remembered, she had to summon it and ask her questions. She looked around for someone, when suddenly, a voice cut through the air. What? Could it be Sir Javel? Turns out, 2 guards were gossiping nearby. As the girl searched around, a voice suddenly cut through the air, saying, What? Could that be Sir Javel? 2 guards were gossiping nearby. Oh my god, the Master Swordsman and Sir Evan? Both of them just walked into the ballroom together. Meanwhile, people were saying they looked perfect together, both swordsmen of the same age. You couldn't find a more fitting match. What a shame not to see it firsthand. Maybe good news was coming soon. But the young woman listening in knew that was just impossible. Xena would never get engaged. If she did, she'd have to leave her and Kizeo behind. Xena might not have realized it, but she. I can summon the bus from here. Suddenly, someone approached. It was Xena. And so, Xena and Aji met. Aji looked at Xena with concern, asking, Are you crying? Then, her voice rising with anger, she shouted, Who did this? Tell me who made you cry. Xena asked a strange question. It's fun being with him, isn't it? Aji was baffled. Huh? Why are you asking me that all of a sudden? Xena explained that when she was a child, her family had arranged a fiancé for her. The day before, she had visited her fiancé's family estate. She had attended the ball at his invitation, as his partner for the evening. Aji immediately shot back. You didn't refuse? Xena explained that even though it wasn't official, she had no choice. Refusing would damage the relationship between their 2 families. So what was that question about? Xena revealed she'd met with the Emperor, and His Majesty had made an offer if she officially got engaged to Lord Evan, he would protect Aji and Kizeo under his own name. The small girl protested. But Xena, you don't want this engagement. You're accepting just because he offered to protect us? It doesn't matter, Aji. The Emperor has decreed that I must get engaged, and he will never, ever change a decision he has made. Aji fell silent, then spoke words that made Xena freeze. Don't you love Kizeo? Even I can see it. The way you look at him is completely different from how you look at anyone else. Xena was stunned. So that was it. Now she understood why it hurt to think of him knowing she had a fiancé. But at the same time, she never wanted him to find out about her connection to Evan. The reason she refused to believe his time was running out, the reason she had been so angry with Aji earlier, and the reason her heart ached so much right now, it was all because of him. Aji's voice cut through her thoughts. "So you're just going to give up now?" she screamed. "You're really giving up just like this?" Xena could only hang her head in shame. "I'm so jealous," Xena whispered. "A demon. Loved by him from the very beginning. I only pretended to be your family because he wanted me to. A hero like me. How could I ever truly be family with a demon? You know, Aji, I'm not the kind person you've heard about. I'm not fair or righteous. I have my own ambitions. I'm just doing what I want. Fool." She was trying to play the villain. "So just forget this wicked person and live happily with him, okay?" But Aji just listened, her expression filled with pain. Yes, if she did as Xena said, she might be happy. But that wasn't what she wanted. Not like this. Her anger boiled over once again. "You idiot. The Emperor caused all of this. I will never forgive him." Aji turned and stormed away, leaving Xena to sit all alone in the castle garden. She thought, yes, this is for the best. As long as the rest of his life is peaceful, that's all that matters. Suddenly, footsteps startled her. It was the man who stood by the Emperor. Kizeo. Xena panicked. Why was he here? So when the Emperor mentioned her fiancé, when she accepted the royal decree, did he hear everything? "Don't come any closer," she pleaded in her mind. "I can't be by your side anymore." Kizeo held out his hand. Xena was bewildered. Why? In a situation like this, their hands touched. Kizeo and Xena danced together, a moment of pure bliss. "Straighten your back, raise your head, and look at me. Just relax. Let your body follow the flow." Under the moonlight, among 1,000 flowers, their colors seemed to deepen. Her pink dress shimmered in the crescent moon's glow. Dancing with this elegant man, it was a romantic scene few could resist, except for Cain. Xena was shocked to see his expression turn breathtakingly serious. Though he bit his lip in resignation, Cain was already crying on the inside. A few minutes earlier, he was on his way to meet Xena. He suddenly realized he had no idea what to do next. The reason? That red-haired queen had discovered his true identity. Now, escaping this place was harder than climbing to the heavens. If she mobilized the military, he was certain he'd be captured in a day. But there were far more important problems. Before he knew it, he'd arrived at the meeting point, pushing the door open. Cain saw a familiar woman at the water tower, huddled in a corner by herself. Cain guessed Xena hadn't seen him yet. This was his golden opportunity to get out of there. He was just about to move. But then, Cain felt the presence of a third person. His face grew grim. There was someone else here. It felt like a sword was pressed right against his throat. Cain knew he couldn't afford to panic. One wrong move, and his head would fly. He tried to turn naturally, hoping his plan was working perfectly. But then a crunch. A single dry leaf shattered under his foot, and the sound was just loud enough for Xena to spot him. So much for stealth. There was no escaping the queen's most loyal attendant. And now, the others lurking in the shadows had noticed him too. The tension was thick enough to cut. He had no other choice. Cain had no idea who those other figures were, but if he stayed close to this girl, they wouldn't dare make a move. So, Cain approached Xena, only to see her expression was just as strained. What was that look for? He hadn't done anything. Or maybe, she'd already sensed the others too? Of course she had. How could she not? As Cain refocused, he realized something critical. Xena was completely unarmed, no sword, no weapon of any kind. Cain was empty-handed as well. If they were attacked, his plan was brutal but simple. Use Xena as a human shield and escape. With no time to explain his strategy, Cain could only do one thing. He reached his hand out towards Xena. He hoped she'd understand his silent offer for a truce. And surprisingly, Xena took his hand, whether she truly got his meaning or not. And so, under the moonlight, the two began to dance. Cain kept whispering corrections to his partner, telling her to straighten her back, lift her head, and look him in the eyes. But for a warrior like Xena, this seemed harder than any battle. A thought crossed Cain's mind. Was it because they were defenseless and surrounded? Why were her movements so incredibly rigid? To keep their cover, Cain urged her to relax. They continued their strange dance, with only the moon as their witness. The ruse worked, allowing him to get a better look. There were about 5 or 6 of them, watching from the shadows. Even fully equipped, that was a fight he needed to avoid. If things went south, he would have to stick to his original plan. Cain figured there was no reason for them to target a temporary servant like him. Once he broke away from Xena, they'd surely let him go. For an imperial knight, the emperor's safety came first. With that in mind, Cain finally spoke. I'll handle things from here, so go to His Majesty. You don't need to worry about me. I'm not that weak. Xena froze for a moment. Then a look of resignation crossed her face. He was right, and she didn't want to just watch his happiness from afar. She wanted to be by his side, to be the one to bring him that happiness. It was what her heart truly desired. She gave a slight curtsy as a farewell, then turned and walked away. Everything was going according to Cain's plan. He was sure the stalkers would follow Xena. And now, he was free to leave. But after just a few steps, an immense pressure suddenly pinned his legs to the ground. First, Cain muttered a prayer to the 99 demons for protection. Then, one by one, the shadowy figures emerged, completely surrounding him. Elsewhere, inside the palace, the red-haired emperor stood on a balcony, as if waiting for something, or someone. Just then, a shower of feathers drifted down from the sky. Aziz appeared, back in her human form, and immediately confronted the emperor. How much longer are you going to summon me, Emperor? She asked. So, would you be happy if I called you Aziz? No. Demon King, the one who fulfilled 72 requests. Aziz froze. When did you figure out who I am? What a strange question. How could the emperor of this great nation not recognize you? She replied. Aziz instantly became guarded. It made sense. A monarch must know their nation's enemies, and it was stranger that she hadn't recognized the emperor herself. Though her John Kingdom had gained enough power in 3 years to sweep half the continent, its intelligence network was full of holes. Back then, the John Kingdom was infamous across the land, leading to daily skirmishes with temples and so-called heroes. But there were never direct conflicts with the emperor, so she had focused her intel on the battlefields instead. The only information she had on the emperor was a single portrait, painted when she was just 10 years old at her coronation. She hadn't recognized her at all. Aziz pressed on. You told me you were Xena's sister, correct? Adopted sisters. But yes, you are correct. Then take back what you said to Xena. And why? Because it's not what Xena wants. At this, the emperor let out a soft, enchanting laugh. And what good would that do? Young Master Cain is a fine man. He has loved one person for 15 years. A man that loyal is an incredibly rare find these days. He will certainly make Lady Ravai very happy. At this, Aziz's anger flared. This was all absurd. Why are you doing this? Why are you forcing those two together? That's not important. I'm doing it simply because I want to. And that, she said, is the only thing that matters. In that moment, Aziz realized the awful truth. Xena's marriage was orchestrated entirely by this red-haired woman. She argued fiercely to protect Xena, but all she got in return was a terrifyingly calm response. There is nothing in this world that I cannot do, even indulge in extravagant whims that could shake the very empire. Whether it's foolishly dismissing my most loyal retainers, or wrongfully suppressing a religion. The emperor scoffed, saying there was nothing he shouldn't do, and nothing he couldn't. To him, her words were utter nonsense. He then straightened up, reminding the Demon King of a simple fact. He was the emperor of the empire. She argued that his duty was to protect his people, but he called that a common misunderstanding. In his mind, rights and duties aren't always linked. The ruler must rule the subjects for the ruler to even exist, and the moment his subjects accepted his existence, they handed him the right to control their lives. Of course, he admitted, the people could always condemn him, and even had the right to drag him from the throne. So, a ruler only does what's necessary to maintain power, and all of that gets wrapped up in a pretty little word. That word is duty. So if they didn't like his rule, they were free to try and overthrow him. That was their right. Similarly, as long as he reigned as emperor, there was absolutely nothing he wasn't allowed to do. He blamed this whole situation on her ambition. Aziz was completely speechless, a chilling fear of the current emperor creeping into her heart. This was insane. The lives of tens of thousands could be decided by just a few words from this man, and he actually believed in such a twisted philosophy. Had her kingdom of Doan really fought a monster like this? Aziz finally snapped, screaming that she wasn't like him, that she didn't rule the kingdom of Doan. She yelled that she fought for more than just herself. But the emperor cut her off. Isn't that precisely why your kingdom was destroyed? He admitted she had noble ideals, but in the end, her so-called fight for the people was nothing more than her own ambition. Elsewhere, Cain had completely vanished into the night. His pursuers were searching frantically, but Cain was hiding by a tree, terrified because his plan was in shambles. Even for a small nation like the Duban Duchy, having a pack of assassins just wandering the palace was absurd. Besides, why were they so obsessed with killing him, a temporary servant? He pushed the question aside. Answers didn't matter now. He needed to find the royal knights, and fast. There's no way they could possibly be blind to this. But 10 minutes later, he was still alone. Kane clutched his head in pure frustration. He came to a grim realization he would have to deal with these guys all by himself. With no weapon, his only real option was to set a trap and lure them into it. That's never easy. But for someone like Kane, it was possible no matter the situation. He used 2 branches, tying them together to create a simple yet effective trap. After setting it up, he stalked his pursuers, then intentionally revealed his location, sparking the chase. He sprinted directly toward the trap. His enemies so focused on him they didn't watch their step. A series of loud cracks echoed through the night, and Kane allowed himself a small smile. That sound meant a few of them went down. Running carelessly in the dark is never a good idea. But reality was about to hit him like a truck. A blade suddenly appeared at his neck. He dodged just in time, tumbling into the grass, only to see one assassin was still standing, completely unfazed. Kane immediately bolted deeper into the woods. He recognized that guy's sword technique. It was clumsy, but it was definitely the shadow cut, the style of Tuan, which fell 15 years ago. Could this guy be a survivor? He was unarmed and had used all his traps. He couldn't win this fight. Kane sprinted for the palace exterior. He launched himself through a window, getting cut up by the debris from the shattered frame as he landed. But the assassin was right on his tail, attacking relentlessly. Kane was barely able to dodge a few more strikes. Then, a stroke of luck. He spotted 2 fallen soldiers, their bodies still holding 2 perfectly good swords. Kane quickly pulled the swords free. Just then, another assassin showed up. He was now trapped, 2 on 1. He decided to take out the one in front first, then deal with the one behind him, lunging forward to attack. But he couldn't finish the job. The second assassin joined the fray, pushing the situation to a breaking point. Kane used the chaos to his advantage, sending both assassins to meet their maker. He took a heavy breath and retrieved his swords. He noticed their assassination style wasn't the true style of the Tuan, not even close. And thinking back, if they were from that legendary group, they were far too weak. Was someone just teaching them the moves? That's when Kane realized the chaos of the fight had ended, replaced by a deep, unsettling silence. It felt unnatural, putting him on edge. He cautiously moved toward the corridor outside the Xena garden. After a refreshing stroll, Xena is in high spirits, but a voice suddenly calls out Lady Xena. The voice belonged to Evan. He asks if she was just admiring the garden, and she confirms it was beautiful. Xena's striking appearance clearly captivates the young man. He gets so flustered he can barely stammer out his words. He asks where she is headed, offering to escort her. She's going to see the Emperor, so he suggests they go together. And so, the 2 of them head into the palace. Walking the long halls, Xena thinks to herself that Lord Evan deserves someone better. Canceling their engagement could hurt her family's honor, but since it was never public, the fallout should be manageable. Still, how should she even bring it up? Her thoughts are shattered by the sudden, unmistakable smell of blood. Evan senses something is wrong. Too, a royal knight is always on guard here. A dark premonition creeps over Xena. A royal knight is bound by duty. They would never abandon their post without a direct order. To make matters worse, they find fresh bloodstains splattered all across the corridor. Xena and Evan come to the same terrifying conclusion, an assassination attempt on the Emperor. Meanwhile, with Aziz, she gets a scratch from the Emperor's weapon. The cause was a flash of red light from the Empress's hand, the whip of Ra, covered in sharp thorns. The Emperor uses it to snatch a man beside Aziz, sending him flying. A whip? Not a sword? And where did this guy even come from? Aziz frowns and looks down to see countless shadowy figures appearing below. In moments, both the Emperor and Aziz are surrounded. But the Emperor shows no fear, instead gripping her whip as if thrilled for the fight. She smirks sarcastically. It's been far too long since I've used this little toy. That chilling smile sends a wave of fear through both Aziz and the assassins. This woman's sadism is off the charts. The Emperor makes her move. She lashes the whip of Ra toward the assassins, forcing them to scatter. But it's no use. She perfectly times her attack and snares one of them. The whip tightens around his neck and slams him to the ground. After the brutal takedown, the Emperor casually asks Aziz, "What are you so surprised about? Did you really think the Emperor of this empire couldn't defend herself? That physical training I mentioned? This is it." She then tells Aziz to get back and not ruin her fun. Aziz doesn't bother to argue and turns to leave. From Xena's engagement to this insane attitude, she can't stand the Empress as a ruler. She'll let the Empress handle this herself. The assassins barely notice Aziz leaving. Their entire focus is on the Emperor before them. She continues her attack, whipping her weapon toward the captain. His hands are instantly bound by the whip. Then, she begins chanting a complex spell into the weapon. A massive wave of fire erupts along the whip's length, burning the assassin to a crisp. Aziz is shocked the whip moves on its own and can incinerate enemies. This is the Red Dragon Whip, the third of the great treasures. But that wasn't the only thing that surprised her. There was the strange language the Emperor muttered and the letters floating above the whip. From what Aziz knows, this power is exactly like Kane's. The Emperor's eyes seem to warn her, do not pry into the secrets of the Demon King's royal family. Just then, Xena and Evan arrive. Their appearance draws the assassin's attention, and they immediately charge Xena, only to fail. On Evan's command, Xena ducks, letting him drive the enemies back. I've got these two. Lady Xena, get to Her Majesty. Xena scans the room and spots an assassin directly in front of the Emperor. She just needs to take him out. She quickly draws a dagger hidden in her boot and lunges at the assassin. However, he dodges, forcing Xena to press her attack. The two clash, their blades ringing through the hall. They seem evenly matched, until Xena realizes he's aiming for her vital points with every strike. Could these be remnants of the Death Shadow? They were an elite group of assassins, far deadlier than the usual thugs. Even without a sword, Xena is resolved to protect the Emperor with nothing but the dagger in her hand. She lunges again but gets pushed back. It's tough to win with just a dagger, especially when two more assassins drop in from above. More flames erupt, turning the new arrivals to ash. It was Aziz, providing support. Evan also finishes his opponents and returns to Xena's side. Now only the female assassin Xena was fighting is left. Suddenly, she leaps onto a ledge and vanishes into the night. Xena knows something is wrong but can't give chase. Your Majesty, are you all right? Thanks to you and this girl, I'm perfectly fine. Evan then volunteers to lead them all to a safe location. But the moment they step inside the new room, the Emperor detects danger. Her voice is cold. What terrible acting. If you were going to lead assassins to us, you could have at least put on a better show, Lord Evan. Your Majesty, he stammers. What are you saying? All right, first question. With all this commotion, where are the royal knights and the guards? Evan explains that His Majesty wanted quiet, so he'd ordered them to tighten security on the outer palace. He then apologizes for his lack of professionalism, but the Emperor wasn't finished, firing off her second question. How did so many assassins manage to breach security in the outer palace? It was shameful to admit, but it seemed there was a traitor within their security forces. And for her final question, where were the royal knights who had been near her just moments ago? He figured they were likely killed by the assassins and their bodies hidden. But Aziz was in disbelief. All the royal knights were right there. No one could have stopped this many assassins. It was obvious an inside job was the only explanation. The Emperor continued. From my perspective, that makes you the prime suspect, Evan casually replied. Why would he, the grandson of a sword saint, ever harm his own colleagues? And how could he dare do something so disrespectful to Her Majesty? Besides, if he did it, why would he have fought the assassins earlier? Aziz actually found his logic sound, unable to find any flaws right up until the Emperor exposed his entire scheme. She claimed it was all an act. Evan had to sacrifice a few assassins to gain her absolute trust. And it made perfect sense. Those assassins were strange, using neither poison nor magic. If they were simply waiting for Evan, it all added up. Evan shot back. I had no way of knowing Your Majesty would be here today. How could I have possibly planned this? But that lie didn't fool the Emperor. She knew instantly he was lying because she wasn't the original target. The target was the Book of Evil created by Evan himself, designed to deal with infiltrating assassins so he could claim the glory and recover the book. That was Evan's original goal. Yet he continued to argue, asking why he would have asked Lady Javel for help. The Emperor cut him off. You intentionally made sure Lady Javel was unarmed to create this exact situation, didn't you? All to impress her. You hired those strange assassins. Why would I do something so obvious? That's exactly why you poisoned Sir Hale. Before a stunned Evan could react, the Emperor explained that suspecting a relative of being a poisoner is incredibly difficult. This was to ensure his grandfather couldn't uncover his plot after the incident was over. So he poisoned his own grandfather, planning to use their family bond to avoid suspicion after the old man passed away. But the plan was changed in a rush, leaving it riddled with holes. You should have abandoned the plan the moment I appeared. This time, Evan denied it and tried to use Xena as a shield. But Xena had seen his true colors. She held her sword steady, pointing it right at him. My lady, what's wrong? Don't tell me you suspect me, your own fiancé? Her reply was ice cold. I believe Her Majesty. I'm sorry, but I want you to consider our engagement non-existent. With those words, Evan covered his face and began to laugh like a madman. the hallway filled with his deranged laughter. Honestly, I never thought things would turn out this way. If your majesty hadn't appeared today, none of this would have happened. You're just unlucky. Now that it's come to this, I'll just have to silence you all. Evan pulled 4 hidden weapons from his pocket. He then launched all of them towards Xena and the others. She deflected them with her sword, but these daggers were enchanted. The magic allowed Evan to control them at will, ignoring their flight path. Xena immediately warned the Emperor to fall back, but it was too late. A poison mist from the weapons quickly enveloped the area, even affecting Xena, who was resistant to most toxins. Her entire body was paralyzed. Evan began to gloat. How does it feel? The sensation of being hit by a drug made from cursed blood, the strongest paralysis poison ever created, these techniques. Could it be? That's right. This is my true sword style, the sword of betrayal of the Night Swordmaster, ruler of the thieves in the shadows. The Night Swordmaster, history's most despicable swordsman, known for using poison. Legend says he defeated countless knights in his time. It was truly a sword style for common thieves, something the descendant of a sword saint should never use. Xena, realizing the truth, screamed, "How could you learn such a cowardly sword style? Lady Xena, you, of all people, should know what it means to be a hero's heir. But I could never learn my grandfather's swordsmanship. Do you understand? The sword saint's grandson had to travel everywhere to learn how to fight. The pain and the shame were unbearable. It turned out the Choi family was not a clan of swordsmen, so there was no family sword art to pass down. Furthermore, one must reach the state of nothingness to create a new sword style, and Sir Hale was still at the man-sword unity stage when he became a sword saint. He had nothing he could teach. Evan continued, "Through my own efforts, I climbed to the position of captain of the Royal Knights, and yet everyone looks at me and says I only got my position because of my grandfather. Is that why you did this? That's right. But what you're doing is wrong." Evan completely snapped, gritting his teeth. Wrong? No. This is what I had to do. To prove to those who mocked him, to those who never acknowledged him, that he had finally surpassed his grandfather, and to stand beside Xena with confidence. He knew everything was exposed now. He couldn't win her heart anymore, so he decided he would have her his way. Even if she couldn't love him, she would be his, forever looking only at him. Evan advanced on Xena, swinging his sword. But in that critical moment, his blade was sent flying by another. It was Cain. Moments earlier, while Evan was preparing his move, Cain had been outside the door, hearing everything. In that instant, he wasn't sure how to handle the situation. Based on the corpse's wounds and the assassin's suspicious noise, Cain had already figured out who the mastermind was. He just never expected Evan to use the sword of betrayal. While he didn't care if the Empress lived or died, her death here could easily get pinned on him by the Empire. So just before Evan struck, Cain had to show himself, throwing his sword and knocking the weapon out of Evan's hand. The surprise attack sent a jolt through the room. All 3 women stared at Cain's back with pure admiration, but all he felt were goosebumps. This was an absolute last resort. You again? Judging by that tone, Cain guessed Evan already knew his true identity, which also explained how he'd gotten into the ballroom so easily. Evan must have known his grandfather helped Cain, and likely planned to either kill him or frame him from the start. Cain shot back. Don't mistake caging a bird with owning it. That doesn't matter. Even if I don't own the bird, it can only look at me. Wrong. All a caged bird ever looks at is the world outside its cage. No. If I kill you and your little friends right now, that bird will only be able to look at me. The entire argument revolved around Xena. Cain was furious that Hale had raised such a reckless, arrogant fool. Xena asked softly, "Do you want to become a hero? I caused all this to become one. That way, even without a cage, I'll have the wings to fly with her." Cain immediately scoffed. Bats have wings too, but they can't fly with the birds. Understanding the deep insult, Evan leaped up and screamed, "If this succeeds, I will become a hero, and Lady Xena will love me." No. You will never become a hero. If you don't have wings, can you walk on your own 2 feet instead of trying to fashion fake ones? If you can't have it, can you be satisfied just watching from afar? And after you finally get it, can you give up everything else to protect it? Faced with these unanswerable questions, Evan was completely silenced. Cain, on the other hand, slowly advanced. He thought to himself, this kid knows nothing. A hero must overcome all kinds of hardships, never hesitating, always moving forward with unshakable belief. The life of a hero is truly a pitiful one. Standing right in front of Evan, Cain asked one final, cutting question. You think you can become a hero? Defeating enemies with a trash technique like the Sword of Betrayal, gaining merit through schemes like this. You really think that makes you a hero? Those are the very reasons you can never be one. But the words seemed to bounce right off Evan, who retaliated with a volley of sharp, hidden weapons. What do you know? Who are you to know anything about me and say those things? And that wasn't all. Evan instantly closed the distance with Shadow Step while Kane was off guard. What do you possibly know? This was the Shadow Cut's technique. Whatever skills this guy had didn't matter, losing his cool right now was not an option. Before Evan could land a single strike, Kane said, I have no intention of knowing anything more about you, but I do have a gift for you. He focused all his strength into his legs. Then, he locked his knees, straightened his back, and squared his shoulders. He used a warrior's shield bash, slamming it right into Evan's stomach with incredible force. The impact sent him flying into a wall, leaving him severely wounded. Xena watched from the side, completely stunned. Lord Evan was wearing armor, yet he was thrown back by such a simple movement. He was using basic motions with absolute perfection, unlocking the body's true potential, eliminating every wasted movement, and focusing every ounce of strength for maximum output. Kane's execution was flawless. The proof was Evan, who was now battered and bruised, struggling just to move a single inch. He screamed, refusing to accept reality, then unleashed another wave of hidden weapons. Kane focused again, ignoring the lingering pain, forgetting the tension and his own instinctual fear. One by one, he emptied his mind, gripping the shield. No heaven, no earth. No light, no darkness, no thought, no feeling. And just like that, each hidden weapon strangely shattered and fell apart. Xena saw it all. The movements he just used were all basic shield techniques, the kind of stuff you could find in any textbook. But that flawless sequence of movements, not even she could hope to imitate it. Evan was losing his mind, completely powerless against Kane. How? How can you use a skill that was impossible for me to learn? Kane didn't bother to answer. He just stared, watching his prey struggle before him. To become one with your weapon, that was the secret. A sword skill that unleashes a weapon's absolute limit. It was how the head of the Che family, a mere blacksmith, had become a sword saint. Even Xena couldn't believe her eyes. How could he possibly have learned Iron Soul? Kane finally spoke. Whatever the secret is, it's just a technique created by man. Just because you couldn't learn it doesn't mean no one else can. Kane's words left Xena absolutely stunned. It made no sense. Except for the highest state of mastery, all other sword realms focused on the form of the blade. That made learning the secrets of other sword styles nearly impossible. Yet he spoke as if it were simple. He knew the truth. Only those who dedicated their entire lives to evil could know the sanctuary of evil, a place cursed by the gods. It was there he received a demon's blessing, a gift that allowed him to learn and use any technique imaginable. But for Iron Soul, he didn't even need that blessing. Kane's voice cut through the air. Harmony begins by emptying yourself. If you have attachments, let them go. If you have desires, destroy them. If you have pride, throw it away. If you have hopes, abandon them. When you are truly empty, only then will Iron Soul reside within. His words were a revelation to Xena. Those eyes. She could feel it now. Deep within that emptiness was an abyss of pure despair. What in the world had he been through? She couldn't see the bottom of that hopeless abyss. But Kane's lesson was completely lost on Evan. He just burst out laughing. Ridiculous. Who on earth would ever abandon everything like that? But Evan had no idea what Kane had endured. No, you wouldn't understand. To give up everything, to follow a single path while your very being erodes away, constantly facing failure, defeat, and utter despair. Sometimes, only when nothing but emptiness remains can that loser finally touch. That final abyss, man and weapon as one. Love, honor, pride, swordplay. A fool unable to let go of these attachments. It will never see even a corner of that emptiness. At that, Evan went berserk, lunging straight for Kane. Of course, Kane knew he couldn't abandon his own final attachment, so a complete union was impossible. He could only truly use Iron Soul while wielding his shield, purely for self-defense. Even without a perfect union, the shield made by that old man allowed him to use his blessing, mimicking the master's own shield technique. It was just a copy, but with this shield and Iron Soul, he wasn't going to be beaten so easily. Unable to land a single blow on Kane, Evan's rage boiled over. You can't let go of your obsession, even as it destroys you. If that is your evil karma, then I will take it upon myself. And with that, Kane unleashed a decisive strike right through Evan's chest. The battle was decided. But then, Kane spoke. I have one question. Who taught you that sword skill, and created that fake book of evil? The betrayal sword of the Nightwalkers Guild, and the shadow cut of the Death Shadow. Who could possibly know two lost secret arts? They were fakes, but the forms were nearly identical to the originals. Who could create such a book? In response, Evan just smirked. My master, he's terrifying. He glanced at Xena, then back to Cain. Please, protect her from the Black Swordsman. With those final words, he breathed his last. Hearing that name, something clicked for Cain. The Black Swordsman, huh? Suddenly, he began to laugh like a madman. How long had he been waiting for this? Finally, another chance had arrived. The next morning, within a heavily guarded room in the Grand Castle, Cain was having a crucial conversation with the Emperor herself. Are you ready to give me your answer? But to her question, he gave a flat refusal. I must decline your offer. The Emperor couldn't accept it. To you, is the Empire also nothing but a cage? Wealth, power, honor, territory, status. They might be the life goals for many, but to him, they were all useless. For a bird that truly wants to fly, even the planet itself is a cage. What if I were to keep you here by force? Cain's reply was ice cold. Please, do not make me take on your karma. His resolve was absolute. The Emperor finally relented. Very well. My karma is needed for the good of the Empire. Go. Because I respect you, I will let you leave this time. Thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty. But before he left, she added a final warning. Remember, the eyes of the Empire will always be on you. But to Cain, such threats meant nothing. He had a clue now. This time, no one could stand in the way of his goal. He remembered a time when the Emperor was just a girl. I've figured out how to marry you. But Cain had shot her down instantly. I'm sorry, but the laws of the Empire would never allow that. She just laughed, saying if the law was the problem, she'd just have to punch it into submission. That didn't sound like a very good idea. He walked over to talk some sense into her. And before they talk marriage again, you need to grow up first, Your Highness. Just you wait, she shot back. When I grow up, I'm gonna be so cool and make you suffer. Yeah, but for now, you need to eat. Eat well, sleep well, and train hard. And you have to study hard, too. That's the only way you'll grow up fast. Back in the present, Aziz suddenly questioned the Emperor. Why didn't you act sooner? I'm sure you weren't actually affected by the night haze. She replied, there was no special reason. You really expect me to believe that? But the Emperor just smirked. When establishing a nation, do you know the first thing to do? It's to visit the Tower of Truth. Aziz had to agree. That made sense, since the sages rarely ever leave the tower. So by going there, one could get advice from countless wise men. And at this point, she revealed a little more. The very first piece of advice the sages always give is this. Create a unique language and writing system for your new nation. Originally, writing was created by dragons, so when humans create and use their own language, they can wield a fraction of the power hidden inside. Aziz immediately asked, is that power incantation? That's right. It's like borrowing power from gods, or making a deal to use a demon's magic. Incantations recreate the power of dragons. However, incantations are nothing like divine power or magic. Their strength is on another level entirely. It can even decide a nation's fate. But Aziz wasn't buying it. No matter how powerful incantations were, how could a few users possibly decide the destiny of an entire country? With that much power, how could just a few individuals manage it? Just then, the Emperor explained that it was possible. Because the power of an incantation comes from the people who use that nation's language and writing. But even then, Aziz didn't quite get it, so the Emperor had to spell it out for her. It's simple. When the people use their country's language and writing, a certain power gets transferred into the characters. In other words, that power condenses into incantation runes. This detail left Aziz absolutely floored. Power from tens of millions of people. If all of that power were to be condensed. Of course, most kings use incantations for the good of their nation, so their own magical power isn't that great. But even the leftover dregs are enough to create something like the 36 treasures, or the 28 legendary swords. But that's all just ancient history. The era where every nation on the 6 continents had at least one incantation user is long gone. The Empire's royal family lost their magic, but it wasn't because of decades-long conspiracies by servants, nor was it the War of Succession that killed most of the royal family, and it wasn't any past nation-destroying disaster. So how in the world could it have been lost? It was stolen. Not just the empires, but all the incantations from the entire world. They were all stolen by a single organization, and that group picked out the strongest spells and sealed them in a book. The mere thought of it made Aziz go pale. There was only one organization that could pull that off. That's right, that group is the most powerful evil on the planet, Darkstar. And that book is the Book of Evil. I'm telling you this as a warning. The Book of Evil isn't just a book, it's a malevolent force. Something that could bring about the end of the world. Remember, it's a forbidden item that you must never, ever desire or even think about. After that, Aziz slowly began to leave. Don't worry, I don't need it anyway. I hope you can keep your word, but just remember, things don't always go the way you want them to. Even I, an emperor, a stunningly beautiful woman, had my marriage proposal rejected. Anything is possible. The scene shifts to the hallway outside, with Aziz walking away, lost in her thoughts. How could the emperor know so much about something that was lost so long ago? And above all, if the incantations were stolen, then Cain. Where did he learn his from? Right on cue, Xena walked over to check on her. You're back, Aziz? Did anything serious happen? Aziz asked, surprised. Why would you ask that? Did something serious happen? During your conversation with the emperor? Not at all. At the same time, Cain came over with a suggestion. We're leaving this country, so get ready to go. But shouldn't you treat your injuries first? Despite that, he refused. No need, they're just minor wounds. That old man already drank the antidote, so he'll recover soon enough. The knights will handle the cleanup. And to prevent that angry queen from changing her mind, we need to get out of here as soon as possible. Aziz suddenly spoke up, asking, Where are we going? Cain fell silent for a moment, then said, Chosen Nero. In a city sewer, a figure suddenly emerged from below. He seemed to be one of the assassins sent after the emperor. Suddenly, a voice from nearby scoffed, Look at you. Absolutely pathetic. So, how did it feel meeting an old friend again? That foolish little brat must have finished his mission, right? Suddenly, he tosses a strange item to the assassin. Understood. Recover quickly. The invitations have been sent, so we need to prepare to greet our guests. He actually starts devouring someone's heart, absolutely disgusting. His body begins reacting strangely. When you're fully healed, come quickly. Number 23. The time for revenge is drawing near. And just like that, number 23 vanishes. In the past, when 3 nations, including the Duchy of Duban, fought over the Neve River, one tribe seized the opportunity. Using their brilliant negotiation skills and immense wealth, they successfully won ownership of the river. And with the royal family's backing, they launched a massive project on the Neve. Gathering supplies on a small island in the middle of the river, they built a city free from the influence of the 3 nations. The wealthiest city on the continent, a trading hub floating on the river Chudan Neo Lo, was founded by the Chudan people. However, in one of its grand mansions, something unexpected was happening. How are we ever going to pull this off? The goddess festival is almost here, and we still haven't found a goddess. Do you people even realize what this means? What can we do? We couldn't find any drop-dead gorgeous woman. You think just saying that makes it okay? Do you have any idea how much we'll lose if the goddess festival is a failure? But we can't just create a stunning beauty out of thin air. There's nothing money can't solve. If we can't find a girl, then find a pretty boy. Then we just make him dress like a girl. We must have a goddess, no matter what it takes. That's clearly fraud. Fraud is fine, as long as we're making money. All right, I'll give it a shot. Don't worry, I'll try anything short of human trafficking. And so, the day of the festival arrives. In this bustling city, the excitement is off the charts. Specialties of Chudan Neo Lo, Cain's group, after a long journey, finally arrives. Seeing Aziz so excited, Xena asks, Are you okay? I'm fine. Anyway, it was a tough trip, so let's just relax here in Chudan Neo Lo. However, Xena's expression reveals a deep worry about this journey. After the battle with Lord Evan, Her Majesty summoned me. I thought she was going to punish me for annulling the engagement. But instead, she told me a story. Before she took the throne, a butler left her side. He vanished without a trace. Even after using every method, she couldn't find him. So she had another idea. Instead of finding a butler, she sought someone multi-talented like him. There's only one person like that in the continent's history, the one who stole all knowledge from the Sage of the Blood Road, the greatest sage of the era, who then murdered his master in his pursuit of immortality, the creator of the Book of Evil, cursed by the gods to ruin. The absolute Lord of Evil, the commander of the Dark Star, follow him. If he is truly connected to that commander, and if he is plotting something to harm the Empire, kill him with your own sword. The words Her Majesty spoke to Xena now weigh heavily on her mind. Even if Her Majesty's suspicion is right, could I really kill him? Just then, Aziz calls out to her. These decorations look really special. Is there some kind of festival going on? Xena explains to her. Ah, the goddess festival is about to start. This festival is held every January in Chudan Neolo. The goddess festival? Are there priests? You don't need to worry. There are no temples in Chudan Neolo, and they don't specifically invite priests for this festival. Even so, Aziz's worry is written all over her face. Fair enough. It's not like the Chudan merchants to waste their money. Suddenly, a loud splash draws everyone's attention. Cain had suddenly plunged into the river right in front of everyone. Both Aziz and Zina immediately give chase. Aziz is frantic with worry. Why did Cain fall into the water? In a flash, Zina manages to pull him out. Together, they lift Cain onto the boat. His condition leaves Aziz completely stunned. He's not breathing. Seeing this, Zina immediately steps up to perform CPR. Within moments, Cain begins to breathe again, but his body is pale and cold. Zina urgently turns to the boatman and asks, "Are there any pharmacists or priests around here?" "Well, yes. I saw a priest at an inn, I know." "Then get us there, fast." Zina simultaneously gives an order to Aziz. He didn't fall into the water by accident and pass out. He passed out first, and that's why he fell in. The three of them rush Cain to the priest's location. The manager is confused by the chaotic scene. "What's going on?" Zina speaks up to explain. "I heard there's a priest here. Please get them for me." "A priest?" There were two, but they both went out. Hearing this, Zina's face darkens like a demon as she asks the receptionist, "What did they look like?" "A boy with dark skin, short, dark brown hair and green eyes, and a girl with blue hair, and eyes that look like a fox's." She has no choice but to ask Aziz to wait there while she searches for them. "Just in case. I'll go look for a pharmacist too." Zina rushes off to find the two, her heart pounding. "A pharmacist won't work. I need a priest." Finding a priest in these dark times was a massive risk, but a disease that literally rots the blood couldn't be ignored. He was a brilliant pharmacist himself. If medicine could have fixed this, he would have done it a long time ago. Just then, a scream rips through the air, followed by a sudden explosion that throws the whole street into chaos. Out of nowhere, a boy comes sprinting right towards Zina, but then he trips on a rock, going down hard. Zina just stares, stunned, probably wondering if he's even dead. She walks over to check on him, asking if he's okay. Despite the fall, he just sits up, already sporting a massive bump on his head. "I'm fine, thanks for asking," he says. But his bracelet catches Zina's eye. If that thing was real, suddenly, she speaks a cryptic phrase. "May the protection of the night soothe all pain. I am Zina." The boy quickly introduces himself as well. "Thanks to the peace that darkness brings, I'm Chit." That greeting instantly clicks for Zina. This boy is a priest from the dark church. Hearing this, Chit lets out an awkward laugh. "Oh, I'm just an apprentice priest." Then, a sudden realization hits Chit, and he goes pale. "That's right. I'm a disciple studying to be a priest." "So, an apprentice." "Never mind, I don't know that greeting," he suddenly backpedals. "I just heard it from a friend of a friend or something." Though Zina has done nothing, Chit is utterly terrified. "Please don't capture me. I don't want to be burned alive." He desperately pleads for his life. "I'll even switch sides. So please, just let me go, I'm begging you." Zina can only watch, completely bewildered by his reaction. The Dark Church is supposed to be a dangerous, demon-worshipping cult, but a priest willing to abandon his faith that easily? Just then, an angry mob rounds the corner yelling, "There he is! Get him!" The situation just makes Zina more curious. What is going on here? Seeing the mob, Chit immediately bolts, but she can't let him get away. She realizes she needs this priest, even if he is from the Dark Church. A little while later, the merchants seem to have lost their trail. It turns out Zina had pulled Chit into a nearby alley to hide. He's still shaking with fear, though. She asks him if they're safe now, then gets to the point. Why were the Judan merchants chasing him? But Chit has no idea. "I had just bought a dirty skewer and was about to eat when they suddenly came charging at me. It scared me, so I ran," he explains. "Then I got separated from my group, and now I'm completely lost. If they catch me, I'll be burned at the stake. I haven't even seen my master again. I can't let it end like this, so please, you have to help me." After walking with him for a bit, Zina makes a surprising discovery. Chit is deaf. He simply confirms, "That's right. When I was a kid, I drank some strange medicine by mistake. It made me deaf, but my body became incredibly strong in return." This makes Zina wonder, "Then how do you understand what I'm saying?" He explains his master taught him how to read lips. She's pretty surprised by this. It suddenly makes sense why their conversation has felt so completely normal this whole time. "You're really good at it," she says. "Of course," he boasts. "Even my strict master praises my lip-reading skills. Unlike those merchants who don't even know sign language." Xena observes that he seems to really cherish his master. I do, he confirms. Chit excitedly tells Xena, my master is an amazing person. No matter what I ask, he always knows the answer. He's generous, incredibly strong. He's just the best. Hearing this, Xena can't help but admit something to herself. To have a disciple like you, Priest Chit, your master must be very fond of you. The compliment makes him a little shy. No way, he replies. I'm a flawed disciple who only causes him to worry. I get scolded every single day. And he still likes you? Chit wonders. Of course, Xena tells him. That's just proof of how much he cares about you. Xena feels a pang of envy. She can't even publicly call herself a disciple. And what's worse, she's currently spying on her own master. The reason His Majesty gave her this mission is likely because her late grandfather was one of the 13 apostles of the Dark Star. Her ancestor, the first sword saint, couldn't bear to see the knight's spirit of chivalry corrupted by the horrors of war. So he gathered the best knights of his time, including the heirs of the dual sword style, and formed a secret order, the Masterless Knights. To carry on his will, the Djevil family has upheld the ideals of the Masterless Knights for generations. But as Masterless Knights without royal support, her family's power and influence slowly began to decline over the years. Her grandfather and the elders believed that perfecting the stone sword technique was the key to restoring their family's glory. But they failed to overcome the sword skill's inherent limitations. Then one day, a man appeared before her grandfather, offering to help revive their clan. That man was the commander of the Dark Star. Her grandfather agreed on one condition, that the Masterless Knights would remain independent. In return, he became the Dark Star's Apostle of the Sword. But even with that connection, Xena knows very little about the organization or the other apostles. She only has a few suspicions that the apostles are the leaders of organizations that were absorbed by the Dark Star, and that even the apostles themselves don't know the Dark Star's true purpose. Before her grandfather could uncover that purpose, the Dark Star and its 13 apostles suddenly lost their commander, and with that, they disbanded. That's the truth of the Dark Star's disappearance, exactly as her grandfather told her. His grandfather had even left the Masterless Knights to live a life free from the Dark Star's influence, but the poison claimed him in the end. But what if the Dark Star's commander had actually achieved immortality through some evil power? What if he was still alive, long after his empire fell? No, Gina shook her head, pushing the thoughts away. Healing him was the only priority now. She urged Priest Chit to hurry up. Back at the inn, Aziz was frantically caring for Kane. The pharmacist had already given up on him. Where was Jenna? She'd forgotten that when Kane was hurt, he actually felt pain. He was only human one day. He would get old, get sick, and die. She wished she were human too. Or maybe it would be better if they were both demons? The water flow master once said her body aged far slower than others of her kind. If that was true, how much time did they really have together? Just then, a knock came from the door. A voice called out, I heard a young girl left a message about a patient needing a priest. Did I come to the right place? Aziz immediately opened the door. Had Jenna actually found a priest? Before her stood what looked like a very experienced cleric. Well now, hello there, cutie. Is this my patient? Despite the greeting, Aziz was suspicious. This tiny girl was supposed to be a priest? Are you really a priest? The girl just smirked. Doubting me, little one? But shouldn't the patient be your priority? Even if you doubt me, you should be asking for my help for his sake. Defeated, Aziz had no choice but to ask for her help. The girl immediately ran inside the room. Aziz was still full of doubt, but with things as they were, she had to trust her. Suddenly, the strange priest burst out laughing. At first, I thought he might be your boyfriend, but I never guessed he was your dad. An exasperated Aziz cut her off. Stop saying weird things and just heal him. The girl shrugged. All right, I'm on it. Then, she suddenly ripped Kane's shirt open, stunning Aziz. What are you doing? Checking the patient's condition, obviously. Aziz stewed in silence. Of course a priest needed to check his condition, but why start by ripping his clothes off? The priest explained. To perform a truly thorough examination, it's always best to remove all of the patient's clothes. Then just his shirt will be fine. So I can't take everything off? No. At that, the priest let out a disappointed sigh. The patient's family is so uptight, she muttered. I guess I'll have to do the basic checks first. Her words made Aziz see red. You should have done the basic checks before taking off his shirt. Ignoring her, the priest simply took hold of Kane's hand. Yeah, I think I'm going to need to take his shirt off after all. Is that okay with you? Aziz finally spoke up to challenge her. I already told you his shirt was fine, she said. But the priest twisted her words. Right. And that means your family member is about to be undressed. Even if your family, she continued, It's only polite to step outside for some privacy, wouldn't you say? But Aziz refused. I want to watch the process. The priest, however, stood her ground, completely insistent. Actually, she said, if someone stares at me while I'm treating someone, I get embarrassed and can't do my job properly. So please, could you just step outside for a bit? With Kane's condition so critical, Aziz felt she had to agree to the strange request. Kane's situation was dire, so even if the request was weird, she had to go along with it. She didn't have any healing skills herself, after all. She just had to pray that his condition really was that serious. As she stepped outside, she was shocked to see Jaina and Chit had returned. Gina ran up to her, panicked. What happened? Aziz quickly told them everything. A priest who got your message is inside healing Kane right now. But Gina, who is that with you? Jaina made the introduction. This is Priest Chit of the Dark Church. But once again, Aziz felt a deep sense of suspicion. No matter how she looked at this guy, he didn't seem qualified enough to even be considered an apprentice. Jaina looked confused. Then why are you out here? To avoid getting in the way. How much longer should we wait? I think it's been long enough now. The three of them headed back into the room. Suddenly, Gina froze. Aziz couldn't believe what she was seeing. The priest was gone. And even worse, Kane had vanished without a trace. Gina's mind raced. The room was on the first floor, and Aziz had been standing guard at the door. The only escape route was the window, but a canal ran directly underneath that window. To escape, they would have needed a boat. And that meant one thing. The horrifying truth hit Jenna. This was a premeditated kidnapping. But she couldn't figure out if the kidnapper's goal was money. But what if? The target was me. The thought sent a wave of crushing regret through Aziz. Gina tried to reassure her. This is not your fault, Aziz. No, it is, she cried. I should have realized something was wrong sooner. At that moment, Chit spoke up to calm them. It's okay. No matter what mistake you make, the gods will always forgive you. Human beings are creatures that easily make mistakes, he continued. What truly matters is how you choose to correct them. Gina heard those same words when she made a mistake, spoken by her own master. Priest Chit was right. What mattered now was finding him, not wallowing in sorrow. Chit tried to reassure them both. He offered his full support, stating that helping people in need was the very will of Janet. Once they calmed down, they sat to strategize. The target was a small girl with the cunning eyes of a fox. They figured that the little priest was just bait. The real mastermind had to be someone else. Facing an opponent that cunning, even they could let their guard down. But then Chip cut in, interrupting them both. Sorry, but I think I know that little priest. He knew her? Chip beamed and confirmed it. Of course, she's in my group. But Zena and Aziz barely paid him any mind. Their thoughts were elsewhere. What if she already got the message? They needed the recipient's name, then they could use magic to find Kane. Immediately, the two women turned to Chit with predatory glares. So, he was a member of the kidnapping group? They demanded the ransom conditions. He must have approached them on purpose. Chit instantly denied what Gina was implying. Aziz pressed him further. So, meeting Gina was just a coincidence? You're saying that while you were following a complete stranger, your group just happened to plan a kidnapping? So you're telling us you knew nothing about the plan your own team hatched? Did they just leave you out? The rapid-fire questions flustered Chit completely. I was not left out of anything. So you're betraying them by telling us you're a member? He was asked. I'm not betraying anyone. He described the priest perfectly dark blue hair tied in braids and sharp, fox-like eyes. It was her. He argued that finding her meant finding his group, and if they cooperated, they'd find them much faster. Maybe it was all just one big misunderstanding. Surprisingly, Aziz actually considered his proposal. Zena was shocked. What are you thinking? Aziz replied, I don't think he's lying. First, Aziz apologized for doubting him. Chip just seemed relieved. It's okay, these things can happen. But then, Zena suddenly drew her sword. I also apologize in advance for my future rude behavior. It took a moment for Chit to realize what was happening. Huh? Rude behavior? It was clear Zena and Aziz intended to use force. Accomplice to the kidnapper, they declared. We require your cooperation for a moment. Aziz instantly bound him with magic. Hey wait, we can talk about this. Meanwhile, Kane groaned, rubbing his forehead as he opened his eyes, saw his current situation, and cursed. Damn it. He glanced around the pitch-black space. He must have overdone it trying to get out of the Dubon Duchy so fast. He thought it was the best plan, but his body just couldn't keep up with the constant injuries. With no time to wait for them to fully recover, ending up like this was only natural. But he had no choice. To keep the Empire from catching him again, he had to get to a place completely beyond their influence. That meant reaching Chudan as fast as humanly possible. He sighed, slumped on a throne made of stone. Besides, he had something he needed to find, and he needed a place where information was a commodity. Chudan was perfect for that. But the scene unfolding before him now was horribly familiar. It was that dream again. Seeing a figure emerge from the shadows, Cain spat, "Damn it. Are we starting with you this time?" A man in tattered clothes, holding two swords, slowly approached. As his face became clear, he asked, "Why did you betray me, Zai?" As soon as he spoke, dozens more figures appeared behind him, all of them covered in fatal wounds. A tall, silver-haired man questioned him. "Why did you lead us all into a trap, Zai?" His #1 instructor also appeared. "Why did you teach the hero my sword techniques, Cain?" The accusations began to pour in. "Why did you use that blacksmith to destroy our organization, Cain? Give us back our money and our dreams." "Kyo, why did you interfere with my plans, Lodi? Why come back just to steal the research, Levin? Why did you help that princess take the throne, causing all of our deaths? Hey, Kyo, the plague mutated because of you. Our destruction is your fault, Saiban." The crowd of ghosts swarmed him. "Why did you throw us into the storm? You're the most cowardly thief there is." They all condemned him. They accused him using every single secret name he had ever used. These were figures from the Masterless Night Order and the Dragon Slayers Society. They came from the Hidden Black Shadow, Ha Hong, the Black Storm Circle, Ghost Spirit, Black Slave, Cursed Blood, Red Bone, and the Action Guild. They were all gone now, but their ghosts were still loud. Cain spoke with ice in his voice. "Get lost, you pathetic dogs." Instantly, the crowd vanished like smoke. A sudden rain began to fall as another figure, holding a sword and shield, approached him. "I am your benefactor." Cain stared directly into the eyes of the red-haired man, completely unafraid. "I know you are, Light Sword Master." The swordsman stomped his foot in fury. "Then you!" His sword shot forward, stabbing through the back of the throne. Right next to Cain, the light swordsman glared and asked him, "Do you have any regrets about making me the common enemy of all 6 lands?" His expression was both strange and familiar. Cain didn't overthink it, he just let out a long sigh. In response to the question, Cain replied, "You're just another losing dog, so get lost." The swordsman instantly dissolved into a wisp of black smoke just like the others, drifting away into the surrounding darkness. Just then, long red hair appeared in the shadows. "You haven't changed a bit, have you?" A woman's voice called out. She was the only illusion to appear with a smile. Cain's attitude toward her was much softer, more relaxed. He leaned back in his chair and said, "Yeah, you're right." The woman came to Cain's side, her hand caressing his face. "You have no faith, and you've given up on love." "That's right," Cain said. She gently sat on his lap, adding, "You have no happiness and have forgotten sorrow." Cain agreed. "Correct." Her hand stroked his hair. "You even ignore loneliness." Cain didn't object, perhaps. Her face drew closer to his. "In this aimless, meaningless life," she whispered into his ear, "what is it that you're pursuing?" This was a question Cain had pondered countless times. He had no reason or purpose to exist except for one single thing: to continue living this aimless and meaningless life. He told the girl in his arms, "I want to live." She smiled and asked, "And what of your sins, your evil karma? Don't you feel any regret for your life?" To her surprise, he nodded. "Of course I do." His hand at his side clenched into a fist. He wouldn't let regret for his misdeeds affect him, and he certainly wouldn't waste time dwelling on it. That is precisely why he was a villain. He would never become a hero, but he wasn't just some common nobody, either. Cain faced the girl and commanded, "Begone, you ghost from hell." Before vanishing, she caressed his face one last time, but her words were savage. "Oh, greatest sinner in the world, I will wait for the day you regret your evil deeds." After she disappeared, no one else appeared. Cain made a cold observation. A fool who died for a promise that would never come true. If she wanted to resent him for his cowardly betrayal, then so be it. She was the only friend he ever had, the only one who chased the same dream. A while later, Cain woke up. Before him was a beautiful girl with long hair. "Oh, you're awake?" He sat up with a start, looking around. His mind was flooded with questions about his current situation. The sudden movement sent a sharp pain through his head. The girl quickly placed a hand on his forehead to soothe him. "Don't move so suddenly." She placed a light kiss on his forehead to transfer healing magic. She then pulled back and smiled at Cain. "Feeling better now?" He sighed internally. "Seriously, couldn't she just heal him normally?" Cain nodded at her. "I'm fine." He then slowly straightened his clothes. Cain looked around and guessed, "Am I on a ship?" Watching the girl put on her hood, he figured he must have been out for a few hours. What on earth happened while he was unconscious? The girl blushed, raising her hands to her cheeks. Oh, you're making me shy, staring at me like that. Kane calmly asked her directly. What are you doing here? The girl shrugged. As you can see, I'm healing you. Kane shook his head. That's not what I'm asking. Unless a natural disaster occurred, shouldn't you be at the North Pole right now? The girl giggled. What's this? Does a little sister need a reason to visit her big brother? Kane cringed internally at the massive age gap. He was way too old to be called her brother. She hadn't changed at all, the one who stood against the Winter Temple. One of the three great priests of the Dark Church, the one with absolute power, the supreme leader. Kane asked again, dead serious. How could you not need a reason, Pontifex? Meanwhile, back at the old location, Xena and Aziz had gotten all the information out of the kid they'd caught. She's the Pontifex? The boy, tied to a chair, nodded repeatedly. Yeah, that's right. Obviously, Aziz couldn't believe it. The conditions to become one of the three great priests were clearly defined, and age or appearance was not a factor. The one with the greatest martial skill would become the Holy Paladin, and they were granted the power of a god. The one with the deepest understanding of doctrine would become the head priest, and they were granted divine miracles. The one with the most unwavering faith would become the Pontifex, receiving prophecies from their god. This rule had not changed for thousands of years, ever since the age of myths. The Pontifex of the Dark Church wasn't just someone with overwhelming holy power. The church had expanded its influence to countless small villages, and its explosive growth in recent decades, enough to rival the Winter Temple, was all thanks to that Pontifex. During the war, he had received some intelligence about her, but he never imagined she would look so young. The more he thought about it, the angrier Aziz became. Thanks to the leadership of that Pontifex, the Kingdom of John had paid a heavy price to the Dark Church on numerous occasions. As his mood soured, Aziz unintentionally caused the magical bindings on the boy to tighten. The kid whimpered, Hey, could you maybe loosen this a bit? I think it's a little too tight. Both Xena and Aziz replied in unison, No. The kid could do nothing but cry. You guys are so mean. But Aziz was still lost in thought. But why would the hierarch leave the temple to come here? Chit cheerfully told her it was to meet his master. Aziz was surprised. Another new character. A master? Chit proudly introduced him. That's right, my super amazing master. No matter what I ask, he can answer it. And he's apparently the best. But Chit's constant rambling was giving Aziz a headache. Did this idiot even know what kind of situation he was in? Jenna asked him. So where is this master? Chit just shook his head, admitting he didn't know. The hierarch said if he waited in Chudan, he could meet his master, but she never specified exactly where. Or when, for that matter. Aziz told Xena, They say it's a prophecy from the gods. The kind of thing that can't be explained by simple logic. Xena understood this, and with this information, there was only one conclusion. The mastermind was this hierarch. Xena asked Chit, Is your master really that amazing? The boy grinned wide and replied, Of course he is. My master is the head priest, you know. This revelation shocked Xena and Aziz even more. Aziz quickly put the pieces together. So that was it. The head priest represents the teachings of the gods. He's the grand master of the entire faith. So it made sense for the hierarch to seek him out personally. But Aziz bluntly mocked Chit. So how did an idiot like this become the head priest's disciple? Talk about a critical hit to the heart. Chit started to sob but couldn't argue back. You're so mean, he cried out, his face an absolute mess as he tried to defend himself. With tears and snot running down his face, he choked out, I may be bad at studying, but I'm a good person. Then he couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into loud sobs. Aziz was stunned. Wait, why is this guy crying now? Jaina, however, didn't seem to care one bit, and just continued her questioning. So, the hierarch came here to find your master. Then why did she kidnap a member of our group? Aziz was actually scared by Jaina's calm demeanor. Was she really just going to ignore someone bawling their eyes out? Chit sniffled and said, I don't know. Though, he admitted he had a pretty good idea why. At that very moment, the hierarch was smiling, confessing her own motives for kidnapping Cain. I was afraid your treatment would be interrupted. Cain held his forehead in agony. My God, but that's kidnapping a patient. The hierarch just shrugged. I had no other choice. I was trying to heal you, but that girl you were with kept interrupting me. If your treatment had continued there, I probably would have been kicked out before I could finish. Cain was left speechless by her wild line of thinking. That would never happen, he muttered. By the way, how did you even get me out of there? The hierarch happily explained. Oh, a ship happened to be passing by the window, so I asked the crew to help me carry my beloved brother away. He curiously asked. And how did you get them to willingly help you? The hierarch proudly recounted the tale. I told them, please help me. My brother and I are being held here by kidnappers. So of course they helped me. Then I gave them a bar of gold, and they gave me the whole ship in return. Well, that explains it. Cain pressed his lips together, utterly speechless. 1 gold bar could buy 10 ships like this. Of course they were going to help. He stood up and scolded her. Money shouldn't be spent so carelessly. Haven't I told you that before? The girl simply disagreed. That wasn't careless at all. The hierarch flashed a brilliant smile. I used that money to save my brother's life. How can you say that? And on top of that, if you had just taken better care of your body from the start, then your cute little sister wouldn't have had to show up here. That line hit Cain hard. All right, you've got a point there. If you hadn't treated me, I'd probably still be hovering between life and death, the hierarch replied. Of course, I understand that my brother has his own difficult circumstances. I'm sure you were beaten up by some hero for an unavoidable reason, or maybe you accidentally fell off a cliff somewhere. That's how your body accumulated so many injuries. And even then, you still pushed yourself on a high-speed journey. Every word she spoke was a direct hit. It made him wonder internally. Have you been secretly spying on me? The hierarch just continued to nod knowingly. But no matter what the circumstances were, you should be kinder to your own body. Cain was screaming in his head. What kind of lunatic actually wants this? I was just doing everything I could to survive, and this is what happened. The hierarch just tilted her head and looked at him. If the followers knew their head priest had such a battered body, they would be extremely worried. Cain was on the verge of tears. He had zero faith. How could he possibly be a priest? Because of that title, he was stuck with an idiot disciple, and was even thrown in front of that ice domain monster. Seeing his foul expression, the hierarch asked loudly, or maybe you don't like the title of head priest. Cain's face immediately turned serious. How can this be about liking or not liking it? Being one of the 3 great priests isn't a position you can refuse, just because you don't want to. And besides, there's another problem. The hierarch just chuckled. If you feel the title of head priest is too heavy, she rubbed her hands together, looking at Cain. Just let me know, feel free. All you have to do is return the holy relic and its magic. Then I'll change your position immediately. But he instantly refused. Being the high priest was a glorious duty, a sacred responsibility bestowed upon him. How could he abandon that for personal reasons? What Cain truly wanted were the holy relic and the miracle, though the relic itself didn't really matter. But the miracle, that was something he could never give up. It was irreplaceable. Suddenly the pontiff called out, "Oh, by the way, big brother." She looked at him with an eager glint in her eyes. "Don't you have anything to say to your little sister after all this time, Cain?" Cain replied honestly, "Thank you for helping me." The pontiff waved her hand dismissively. "That's not it." He hesitated, then tried again. Then, "Thank you for your help." Still not satisfied, she pushed. "And?" Cain sighed in resignation. "I'm happy to see you again." Only then did she finally beam, letting him off the hook. "I'm very happy to see you too, big brother." Cain scowled at the girl. He realized manipulating this pontiff was even harder than dealing with the queen. Of course, he'd become a priest for an entirely different reason. Noticing his expression, she asked, "Are you uncomfortable being around me?" He quickly bowed his head, denying it. How could he possibly feel that way? A seasoned villain like him would never let his true feelings show. Cain braced himself, trying to maintain his poker face. That was all the opening she needed, and she pounced. "Then you'll go on a date with me today." His face froze solid, completely stunned. What? A moment later, he found himself in the middle of a festival, holding 2 meat skewers. How in the world did things end up like this? But since the pontiff herself invited him, he couldn't exactly refuse. Cain handed one of the skewers to her. "Here's yours." The pontiff smiled as she took it. "Thanks, big brother." As she ate, she said, "After you left so quietly, everything fell into absolute chaos." Cain grimly thought to himself that there was a good reason for that. Back then, on top of becoming the high priest, he'd been slammed with accusations of embezzling donations and taking bribes. Add to that the Frost domain and the Night Moon domain constantly trying to kill him, and a secret escape was his only option. The pontiff grabbed his hand and led him through the festival crowd, continuing her story. Priest Chit cried every single day, demanding to find his master. The Night Moon domain didn't even try to hide their annoyance, taking it out on everyone and causing all sorts of trouble. She tugged his arm. "I really had a hard time dealing with all of it." Cain awkwardly thanked her. "You went through a lot." Inside, however, he felt zero regret. In fact, he thought he'd done a great job running away. Truthfully, those 2 were the biggest reasons he'd fled in the first place. Every time he called for his disciple, the kid would tackle him and break a few bones, or accidentally add poison while cooking. He'd nearly met his maker several times. That idiot. The more Cain thought about it, the angrier he became. And the Night Moon domain was furious they couldn't catch him, yet the church kept throwing him right in front of the Frost domain anyway. The Frost domain, led by another high priest, no less. Finally, she asked the big question. Big brother, can you come back to the church? Cain's refusal was instant. I'm sorry. I have something I must do right now, so that will be difficult. The pontiff had expected this. Such a cold answer. But do you really have something to do? Or are you just afraid of your little sister discovering your true identity? The pontiff let go of his hand and walked ahead alone. In other words, returning to the church would make it hard to do what you really want. She called him out directly. The traitorous apostles of the Dark Star have all vanished. Your revenge is over. You don't need to keep wasting your life on it anymore. But Cain just replied, that doesn't matter. My life was going to be wasted anyway. There is only one thing I want to do. Cain looked her directly in the eye. There is nothing else. You know that better than anyone. The pontiff offered a small smile, meeting his gaze as a firework shot into the sky, exploding in a brilliant floral display. Bishop Chit, acting like a kid in the city for the first time, pointed with excitement. Oh, look! The fireworks are so beautiful. How do they even make those? Gina replied. I have no idea. Before long, the boy's attention was caught by something else. Oh, ice cream! He immediately bolted towards the vendor's stall. 1 vanilla ice cream, please. Aziz watched him with suspicion. Gina, should we really be trusting this idiot? Gina sighed, helpless. We have no other choice. Aziz asked angrily. He kidnapped someone, and now he's just casually enjoying a festival? Does that make any sense? Jaina simply replied. Well, the world is full of all kinds of people. She secretly wondered if Priest Chit's goofy personality was just an act. Then again, maybe he really wasn't that bright. Jenna patted Aziz's shoulder. Besides, I already checked their room, but I didn't find anything. It looks like this festival is our last real chance. Aziz voiced her nagging worry. But what if he's just pretending to be stupid? Or what if he has multiple personalities? Gina decided to change the subject. Our best option now is to split up and search. Aziz nodded. All right. She turned around. I'll head this way then. See you later. Gina called after her. You too, be careful out there. Amid the festival crowd, Aziz walked the streets alone. That idiot said the hierarch took him for treatment, but no matter how she thought about it, the story made zero sense. A hierarch can't treat a patient in front of their family, so he just kidnaps the patient instead? How is that logical? Aziz stroked her chin, deeply suspicious. She felt the treatment was just an excuse. The real goal was simply getting close to someone. Then, it hit her. Her expression turned grim. He said the hierarch's target was the high priest. The hierarch and that fool were waiting for him, and they just happened to run into them right after arriving? Could all of this really be a coincidence? Aziz was closing in on the truth. The Holy Knight used the Dark Church's night blessing, and then there's Cain. Could he also be the high priest? Just like with the ice and snow domain? At that exact moment, she spotted a familiar figure up ahead. Huh? Is that Cain over there? What in the world is he doing? Aziz saw Cain happily walking with the little hierarch. So after getting kidnapped, he's just hanging out at a festival with his kidnapper, sharing skewers, even holding hands? Aziz nearly lunged forward to bite them both, but she barely managed to calm herself down. No, stay calm. Think. Maybe he just needed to talk to the hierarch about something. Aziz stood frozen, watching them walk away. Or perhaps he took a mission from the Dark Church, or he was looking for them and just went along with her. She grit her teeth, clenching her fists. Yeah, that has to be it, right? He's not just enjoying the festival, is he? First, she needed to keep watching. With that, she quietly followed them, only to bump right into a drunk. The man immediately started yelling at Aziz. Hey kid, why are you standing in the middle of the road? Aziz, annoyed, shot back. Get out of the way. What is wrong with you humans? Her retort only made the man more agitated. What was that? You got a mouth on you, huh? Did your parents teach you any manners? As Aziz tried to squeeze past him, she saw Cain was already far away. This was the last straw. This idiot was making her lose Cain's trail. Done holding back, she began to chant a spell. Zenut, embodiment of storm and despair. I ask for a gust from Jadot. A torrent of wind instantly formed in her hand. Finally, Aziz unleashed the spell, Seho's dragon. The drunk was immediately blasted into the sky by the storm. He screamed like a pig being slaughtered. On the other side of the street, Cain was pondering the little hierarch's question. It doesn't matter. My life is going to be wasted anyway. Cain thought to himself. If he had come this far just for revenge, then he might have actually been swayed by the great hierarch's words. But he had endured all the pain, all the humiliation, and spent his life with evil organizations for a completely different reason. Suddenly, a long scream echoed from behind him. When Cain turned, he saw a man flying right toward them. The man was hurtling straight for the little hierarch. Cain dropped the meat skewer in his hand and dashed forward, grabbing the hierarch and pulling her aside. The man crashed to the ground and fell unconscious. Cain frowned down at him. Some drunk. Where did he even fly from? He asked the hierarch in his arms. Are you okay? She beamed, replying, Yep, of course. All thanks to my kind big brother. He coldly released her, then get down immediately. A kind citizen rushed over to check on the man on the ground. Hey buddy, you all right? But the little hierarch in Cain's arms refused to get down, instead hugging him even tighter. Cain called out in surprise. Hierarch? She whispered. Actually, your little sister here already knows that no matter how much I try to stop you, my big brother will never change his path. And even if you did stop, you could never go back to how things were. This is just my own regret, isn't it? Cain's heart ached. He knew the hierarch wanted him to deny it, but Cain chose the opposite. He nodded in response. That's right. It's an undeniable truth. It wasn't because he was the high priest, even if he were her real brother. He still wouldn't lie. The hierarch asked softly, You don't regret it? Cain confirmed it for her. I don't. So you're satisfied with it? This time he said no. The hierarch was silent for a moment, then her cheerful mood returned. I knew it. That's what makes you the absolute worst villain in the world. Seeing her happy again, Cain let out a quiet sigh of relief. You didn't know? Now the hierarch was willing to get down. How could I not know? From the first time we met, from the moment you woke me up, I knew. Cain resumed walking with the little girl. That's right. Right now, the hierarch is the only one he can't hide things from, the only one he can speak to freely, the only person who knows everything about him. He remembered a time long ago when they were just like this. The thought of time made Cain rub a few strands of his hair. His looks were degrading. Silver hair really didn't suit him at all. Should he dye it? He mainly used dye for disguises, but he had run out on the way here. The hierarch immediately made a terrible suggestion. Oh, do you want to try pink pigtails? Cain just glared at her. Did you really think he'd just accept that idea? Behind them, Aziz had finally caught up. She stared, completely bewildered by the way those two interacted. How was this possible? It was nothing like how he spoke to her or Gina. Just one look, and anyone could tell this was a conversation between old friends. The atmosphere was so warm, so genuinely friendly. Aziz bit her lip in anger. She thought they were family, that their bond should have been stronger than anyone else's. Jealousy flooded her mind. What exactly was his relationship with that woman? The priestess took Cain's hand, passing by a peculiar stall. The little girl stopped, her eyes wide with excitement. They had something special here. It was a diola, an ancient instrument with a 1,000-year history. Very few people knew how to play it anymore, and she was one of them. She'd learned for her sake, and for the priestess's. The priestess politely called to the shopkeeper. Excuse me, could we possibly borrow that to play? The owner looked at the child, shocked. Oh my, could such a little girl really play that thing? The priestess quickly clarified. My brother knows how. The owner eagerly agreed. Of course, no one buys it anyway, so go right ahead. The little girl turned to Cain. Then will you play a song for me, Cain? And he didn't refuse. All right. Earlier, after agreeing on a plan, Jaina and Aziz had split up to search. Jaina was a bit uneasy. She was worried about the girl going off alone, but finding him was the absolute top priority. Accompanying Jaina was the priest, Cheat. After buying ice cream, the kid returned with 2 cones in hand, looking around. Huh? Where did Miss Aziz go? Jenna explained it simply. We split up to find them faster. Cheat immediately understood. Oh, that makes sense. Looking at this carefree kid, Jaina's suspicions grew stronger. No matter how she looked at it, he just didn't seem like part of a team. Not a kidnapper's team, anyway. Gina called out to him, Priest Cheat, I hope you can understand my position in advance. With a mouthful of ice cream, the boy asked, Understand what? Gina didn't hold back. The one who took our friend is a member of your group, the priestess of the Dark Church. If that person does anything to endanger one of our people, then I can no longer guarantee the safety of one of her people. And that person would be you, Priest Chit. She tried to make her point as clearly as possible. It was a direct threat. She wondered if the pressure would make Priest Cheat crack and reveal his true nature. But to her surprise, Cheat immediately agreed. Yeah, okay. Taken aback, Gina had to ask, do you even understand what I mean? Cheat nodded. Sure do. You're saying if things go south, you'll use me as a hostage or just get rid of me, right? Gina stared at him. Aren't you afraid? But Cheat just looked confused. Why would I be? Gina painted a more graphic picture for him. I could have you burned at the stake. The pain would be unimaginable. Cheat replied casually. But that's only if your group doesn't find your friend, right? So what is there for me to be scared of? Gina rubbed her fingers together. It would be great if things go smoothly. Cheat just chuckled and agreed. Jaina thought to herself. She desperately wanted to find him right now, but she also wanted to trust this priest Cheat. If they could find him without any trouble, everything would end well. She couldn't believe she was being comforted by her own hostage. Chit walked into the crowd and called out to Jenna, "Let's go!" He eagerly joined the festival, looking all around as he walked ahead. Gina then heard him humming a song. Long, long ago, in a world forsaken by the gods, where demons were sealed away, 13 of the strongest conquered this world. The Nightwalker was trapped in endless darkness. Redbone was smashed to dust by a swordmaster. Cursed Blood fell ill from drinking poison. The dragon hunters were swallowed by dragons and vanished. Black Mist was scattered by the souls of iron and steel. The Black Servant was pounced on by a red lion. The Golden Ring lost its gold and shattered. The Black Storm was destroyed by demonic power. The Demon Soul was devoured by a demon. The Death Shadow was burned alive. The Masterless Sword rusted and broke. The Temple of Evil was frozen in ice. The Dark Star disappeared without a trace. 13 ran away, and now only one remains. The song's lyrics hammered into Jaina's head, one by one. As the second-to-last line was sung, she rushed forward and grabbed Cheat by the shoulder. But the song continued. The most cowardly and the most helpless one. That person lives on forever in endless sin. Jenna spun Cheat around to face her, her expression grim. Where did you hear that song? Chit answered honestly. This song? It's one the head priest always sings. A dreadful thought hit Jenna. What did that head priest have to do with this song? This couldn't be a coincidence. The first line of the song had to be about the 13 apostles of the Dark Star, and the phrase Masterless Sword clearly referred to the 12th Masterless Knights. The short lines in the middle likely hinted at the organizations of the 13 apostles. She could only guess a few, like Death Shadow, Demon Soul, Black Servant, and the Temple of Evil. The 12th line probably pointed to the Dark Church. If so, could that priestess be just like her? A descendant of one of the 13 apostles? And more importantly, that last line, the star. Dark Star referred to the Dark Star itself, and 13 who ran away meant the 13 apostles. Gina stared at Cheat. Who are you? It meant that after decades, one apostle was still alive. Gina asked Cheat urgently, who is the last one? The one who escaped? Bishop Chit struggles to explain that the master never spoke of such a person. Besides, it's just a song. 1,000 questions flood Gina's mind. The 13th organization, completely absent from the song, who could they be? And most of all, what is their connection to the dark starry sky? Gina tries to stay calm, but it's not working. She can't conclude anything with so little information. The only path forward is to find the priestess and confirm her suspicions. Suddenly, the clear notes of an instrument reach Jaina's ears. She turns toward the sound and sees him Cain, the very person everyone's been searching for. He's with the priestess Chit mentioned. One sings while the other plays, creating a melody that sounds like pure heaven. With a saintly smile, the priestess looks nothing like a kidnapper. Her voice is just absolutely captivating. Everyone nearby is drawn in. Aziz watches in shock, realizing it's a holy hymn, with Cain himself playing the accompaniment. He plays for the priestess with practiced skill, but inwardly, he's his own worst critic. Just as I thought, it's not perfect, but he knows it doesn't matter. He can learn any technique in the world, but he'll never surpass the third rank. He's painfully aware of that limit. At first, he couldn't keep up with her voice, but he absolutely refused to give up. Even if the world were ending, he would fight with everything he has to keep going. And then, the song ends. The surrounding crowd erupts in applause for them. Amid the cheers, Cain and the priestess offer a gracious bow. Cain looks slightly annoyed by the sudden, unnecessary attention. Was her song really that good? Just then, someone approaches from the side. The moment they speak, Cain's face drains of all color. Bishop Chit runs forward, crying hysterically with arms outstretched. Master! Just as the kid lunges, Cain deftly sidesteps, sending Chit face-planting into a market stall. Cain breaks out in a cold sweat. I knew you wouldn't be alone, he says, but why did you bring this kid? Chit glares up from the ground, full of resentment. Master, you're so cruel. It's been so long, and you won't even let me have a hug. The stall owner looks heartbroken by the scene. Well, heartbroken over his now demolished shop, that is. Oh, my merchandise. I just finished setting it up. Kane is absolutely fuming. Is she crazy? He thinks. A head-on charge like that is strong enough to take down a wild boar. Aziz has been watching the entire spectacle unfold. She wonders to herself, that guy. What in the world is his body made of? Then she hears the priestess's voice. Chit, a big girl like you shouldn't be so whiny. Instantly, Chit stops crying and beams. Yes, master. Aziz thinks she must have misheard. Huh, a girl? The priestess then addresses her directly. Priest. Chit, do you not see me? Chit looks over, completely baffled. Oh, priestess. When did you get here? The priestess asks with a hollow smile. You truly didn't see me? Sweating, Chit stammers out an excuse, desperately signaling Kane for help. Out loud, she says, it's just that I was so happy to see my master again. Kane just turns away. Nope, not his problem. You're on your own, he thinks. The priestess sighs tragically. And to think you abandoned me to wander off by yourself. I honestly can't believe you got yourself lost while trying to buy some grilled skewers. Truly. I don't know what to do with you, Priest Chit. Chit defends herself shyly. The skewers looked so delicious I got distracted. The priestess keeps pressing. Justifying your mistakes is a sin, you know. You should prepare yourself, Priest Chit. Chit hangs her head in defeat. Yes, ma'am. At that moment, Aziz approaches them. Coder, are you okay? Kane freezes. Why is she here? And right on cue, Jenna appears right behind her. Are you feeling any better now? Kane is completely startled. Oh, come on, another one? Surrounded by the four of them, Kane gets a terrible feeling. Wait, if I don't handle this combination right, Zhudan is doomed. As he's sweating bullets trying to think of a plan, the musical instrument vendor speaks up. Excuse me, I don't suppose your group would be interested in a little part-time work? The vendor quickly explains that there's a performance for the goddess festival coming up, but they are desperately short on people. The roles are for the goddesses themselves. Interested? Since it's an emergency gig, the pay is really high. Just as Aziz starts to refuse, saying they don't have time, the priestess calmly nods and accepts. We'll do it. After agreeing, she looks over at Kane. My brother will help me, right? The familiarity in her voice makes Aziz's blood boil. What is this nonsense, she thinks. The priestess of the Dark Church making a request like that? There is no way Coder would ever agree to something so absurd. But just as she thinks that, Kane proves her completely wrong. Kane agrees with the priestess instantly. Of course, Aziz suddenly feels like a total outcast. All she can do is scream Coder. In her mind, as they're all led into a private room to get ready. Costumes here. We need the costumes now. Bring the jewelry. Hurry up. Aziz silently watches the chaos erupt in the dressing room. It's nothing short of a total mess. Chit holds up a piece of fabric. I don't know how to wear this. Aziz thinks with pure disgust. It was hard to believe this person was a girl. But looking closely, she had a certain androgynous charm enough to fool anyone into thinking she was just a pretty boy. Aziz decided to break the silence, asking Chit, You said you were his disciple, didn't you? Chit tilted her head. You're talking about Master Kyo? Ah, it clicked. So the people of the Dark Church call him Kyo. She nodded and asked Chit how she became his disciple. Chit just shrugged and said, I have no idea. My master took me in during my coming-of-age ceremony. And according to church tradition, the person being celebrated is supposed to be the one seeking guidance from their superior. Aziz was still having trouble accepting any of this. Did this girl really have a coming-of-age ceremony? How could she be so dense? Meanwhile, Chit was lost in her own fond memories. Master is truly a wonderful person. He might sound rough, but deep down, he has a heart of gold. He once crossed an entire snowfield just for one sick person, and there were countless times he protected the faithful without a second thought for his own life. My master was once respected by so many people in the church. Aziz latched onto that one word immediately. Once? But Chit kept rambling on about some corrupt priests who framed him. They accused the master of taking bribes and selling church intelligence to the Winter Shrine, along with other baseless crimes. And because of that, her master was forced to leave the north. Aziz clicked her tongue. Really? The old story still seemed to hurt Chit. After the master quietly left, many people were devastated, including me, the pontiff, and even the lady of the Night Moon Domain. Aziz recognized that name. Night Moon Domain? You mean Xenia, the Dark Church's holy knight and the rival of the Ice and Snow Domain? Alongside the Ice and Snow Domain's champion, Xenia of the Night Moon Domain is one of the 3 most powerful holy knights. If it weren't for the power of the Night Moon domain and the pontiff's leadership, the Dark Church wouldn't have grown to what it is today. So that's Kyo for you, not just a head priest, but also a friend to the Lady of the Night Moon domain. Chit then shared a bit about their relationship. Xenia's a little hot-headed, so it's hard for her to show that she really loves our master. Aziz just nodded along. Is that so? Inside, though, she was thinking something else. From everything she'd heard, Xenia was a psychotic murderer with a terrible personality. Turns out, Chit was absolutely right. And as for how much she loves him enough to want to take his life. Aziz's heart nearly stopped. What was that feeling? A hallucination? What do you mean, love him enough to kill him? Chit just laughed. Sounds weird, doesn't it? Aziz frowned. Normally, when you love someone, you don't want to murder them. But Chit calmly replied, Xenia of the Night Moon domain really did say she loves Master enough to want to end his life. Aziz realized she wouldn't get any more intel about Xenia from Chit's tiny brain. All right, fine. Let's just drop this conversation. Chit giggled, telling her, I missed my master so much. To be the first one to see him return, I once waited in the snowfield all day long. Aziz felt a wave of pity for this girl's IQ. Was this simpleton some kind of demonically created homunculus? Even a snow bear would freeze solid if it stayed in the northern snowfields for more than 10 minutes. If this girl is human, that level of defense is just insane. Chit then added, but the one who's looking forward to Master's return the most is the Pontiff, because those two have a very special relationship. Aziz was instantly curious. A special relationship? Chit tried to remember. All I know is that the two of them have been sworn brothers for more than 15 years. That's it. Aziz thought to herself, sworn brothers? If they'd really been together for over 15 years, then that warm, friendly atmosphere made perfect sense. But then it hit Aziz. Wait, 15 years? Chit nodded innocently. Yep. The very first time I met the Master, I heard the Pontiff call him his older brother. Their relationship is probably even older than that. Aziz cut straight to the point. So how old is the Pontiff right now? The question made Priest Chit freeze. She scrambled to cover her tracks. I mean, the time they spent together just felt as long as 15 years. You know what I mean, right? Aziz gave her a suspicious look. No, I don't. Panicked, Chit bolted. Well, I have something urgent to do, so I'm leaving. Aziz called after her. Hey, wait. But the priest didn't even dare to look back as she sprinted out of the room. In another dressing room, two stylists were arguing over Xenia. This one suits her better. No, this one's perfect. Are you an idiot? This one is clearly superior. Xenia finally stepped forward and split them apart. I said, that's enough. One of the stylists jumped, startled. Hey, what's wrong with you? You scared me. Xenia stated her request plainly. I want an outfit that shows less skin. Both stylists immediately shook their heads. Revealing clothes are what suits you. Suddenly, their eyes landed on the sword at Xenia's hip. Wait a second. That is a seriously cool sword. They started talking. If she carried that blade and played the part of the goddess of war? Yeah, perfect. I'll go get the costume for that right now. The Pontiff, standing nearby, then spoke up. The role of the war goddess would suit you very well. The young girl stared at Xenia with her intense amber eyes. I have heard a great deal about you, Xenia. But she never expected her to be this beautiful. Jenna humbly replied, Is that so? The Pontiff just smiled. I was so surprised when I first heard about your exploits. If you wouldn't mind, could you tell me about the adventures you've had so far? The Pontiff prodded. For example, the conquest of the Shadow Mountains, perhaps? Jenna flatly refused. Sorry, but I really don't want to talk right now. Her bluntness just made the Pontiff laugh. Now that's strange. Jenna looked at the girl, confused. What do you mean? After finishing her laugh, the Pontiff replied, It seems like you have something you desperately want to ask me. This kid was just too smart. Jenna decided not to hide it. You're right. I do want to ask you one question. The Pontiff's eyes lit up with excitement. Oh? I wonder what kind of question it could be. Jenna spoke slowly. I heard a song from Priest Chip, and she said it's a song that you, the Pontiff, often sing. The little girl nodded. That's right, I love to sing. Even though Priest Chip is deaf, she still enjoys learning how to sing. At this, Jenna clenched her fists. Her brow furrowed as she questioned the Pontiff. Is the dark history really supposed to be a song? The Pontiff's smile never faltered. Jenna pressed the question again. Is the dark history really a song? But the Pontiff showed no sign of tension. She just cheerfully replied, Yes, it is. It's a song I wrote myself. Jenna was taken aback, instantly on guard. You wrote it? What do you mean? If that was true, This pontiff likely knew about the Dark Star. Then let me ask the author. Do you know anything about the Dark Star? The pontiff seemed to know quite a lot. Well, as the leader of the Dark Church, it's impossible for me not to know about a famous organization like the Dark Star. A clever answer that left Jenna speechless. Is that your answer? It was true. There were plenty of rumors about the Dark Star. The leader of the Dark Church then continued. And of course, I also know that your grandfather, Jenna, was the Apostle of the Sword. Your grandfather was hardly a good fit for the Dark Star. He was far too righteous to conquer the world. Hearing this, Jenna's face tensed up. This meant the girl also knew he died 25 years ago. Who? Who are you, really? The pontiff gave a mysterious smile. Is that what you want to ask? I feel like you want to ask something else, don't you? It was a direct hit. What she really wanted to know was whether he was connected to the Dark Star. But if the pontiff's answer was the worst possible one, she didn't think she could handle that despair. So, Jenna avoided the question burning in her heart. She pivoted. Why did the Dark Star collapse? The pontiff's gaze suddenly turned serious. The Dark Star was said to be the most powerful organization on the planet. What made it so? It was because of the power of the 13 apostles, their strength, wealth, authority, and magic, all thanks to them leading various organizations. They were the leaders in their respective fields, which is why the Dark Star was called the strongest. But despite possessing such immense power, in the end, it was destroyed by that very same power. Jenna listened intently as the pontiff told the story. Destroyed by its own power? The power of the 13 apostles? Could it be? Before Jenna could even finish the thought, the pontiff already knew what she was thinking. That's right. The Dark Star fell due to the betrayal of the 13 apostles. It made sense. If all 13 apostles turned against the Dark Star, even the strongest organization would crumble. Then they all disbanded. So, of course, the truth was buried. But not all of them betrayed the supreme commander of the Dark Star. Some apostles were merely bystanders, while others simply fled. And Jenna's grandfather was one of those who stood by and watched. Hearing this, Jenna was lost. Was that why he never told the family anything? The pontiff continued. The apostles destroyed the Dark Star with their betrayal, then disbanded and returned to their own organizations. But there was one secret they never knew. Among the 13, one was a direct disciple of the master of the apostles. This person secretly nurtured his evil ambitions, hidden from all the others. The 13th apostle of the Dark Star. He survived by abandoning his master on that final day and escaping. Jenna was completely stunned by this information. The supreme commander of the Dark Star had a disciple? The true leader of the Dark Star, a lord of absolute evil, the only one to rule the world, who held 90 secrets no one else had ever obtained. The planet's greatest villain, the commander of the Dark Star. So what kind of monster would his disciple be? The terrifying thought put Jenna on high alert. 45 years ago, in the battle with the Radiant Swordsman, he severed the gladiator's fire circuit, knew of the cannibal group, and the immortal heart secret technique from the demon soul. The secret of the Hale family's head, the key to the world, the dragon swordsman's secret, plus the dragon body transformation from the age of myths. There was no way one personally could notes of one. If he was the supreme commander's disciple, Jenna's mind raced, connecting the dots. Just then, the pontiff cut through her thoughts. But anyway, that's all in the past now. The apostles who betrayed the Dark Star in the past were all either dead or long gone. Even their organization was wiped out. Jenna couldn't believe it. But was that really the end? It had only been 55 years since the Dark Star's disappearance. The world's top organizations were falling one by one, and that was definitely no coincidence. She couldn't help but wonder, could the 13th apostle have destroyed those organizations to avenge their master? The high priestess gave Jenna a piece of advice. Don't trust my brother too much. He is an evil, deceitful man. Jenna's mind was a mess. If he really was the 13th apostle, and if he had avenged the other 12, then he was also the one who had poisoned their grandfather. While the two women were discussing Cain, he was packing a bag to escape. The exhaustion on his face showed just how badly he wanted to get out of this place. How did things ever get to this point? While those other kids were working part-time jobs every day to prepare for the Goddess Festival event, he was packing his bags, trying to find a boat for his getaway. The high priestess and that kid. No way. He would rather die than travel with those two. But why couldn't any boats set sail? Departures were halted until the festival was over? He'd just finished preparing his food supplies. Unbelievable. Stuck here because of a festival. As Cain was walking around trying to find a way out, he suddenly heard mocking laughter from a corner. Just give up. That's right. There's no escape. Kane's curiosity got the better of him, and he peeked around to eavesdrop. What was that? Where did those cheesy lines come from? But then he snapped back to reality. No. What was he doing? He shouldn't get involved in stuff like this. Just ignore it and get out of here. But then, the situation suddenly shifted. The playful banter turned into urgent pleas. Miss, what's wrong with you? What did you do? I didn't do anything. Hearing the commotion, Kane just repeated a mantra in his head. Don't get involved. Two men were checking on the girl. I think she has some kind of chronic illness. First, let's get her to a pharmacist. Got it, let's hurry. And just like that, Kane, who was just trying to mind his own business, got called out. Hey, over here, I need some help. But he kept playing deaf and blind. Maybe I'm just getting old, he muttered to himself. Can't hear a thing. The old man kept calling out. There's an emergency patient, but the two of us can't carry her. Please help us. Kane just hurried past, whistling to drown out the old man's cries. Oh, my lower back. At my age, it's hard to carry anything heavy. Finally, the old man played his trump card. If someone helps me, I'll pay you well. Kane's eyes lit up at the mention of money. Pay me well, you say? Perhaps I could help carry the patient. The old man was overjoyed. Please, as soon as possible. It'll be big trouble if she dies. Only then did Kane state his conditions clearly. All I have to do is carry the patient, right? If you two can get me a boat that can leave Chudian tomorrow and 100 gold, then I'll help. Hearing this, the two men flared up in anger. Are you kidding me? But Kane remained perfectly calm and reasoned with them. If the patient is in critical condition, then her life is measured in seconds. Compared to my conditions, the patient's life is more important, isn't it? The two men stuttered a bit at his logic. Well, fine. But only if the patient lives, and she has to be healthy. If anything happens to her, you won't get a single gold coin. Kane felt like he'd completely suckered them, a smug smile spreading across his face. Deal. What kind of luck is this? Let's get this over with. Kane walked over to the girl in the corner, and his face instantly changed. Huh? This kid? Why was her face so pale? Was this girl actually in critical condition? Was this all just a plan so they wouldn't have to pay him? Kane's expression turned grim. He turned back to question the two men. What did you two do to her? They quickly defended themselves. Nothing. We were just trying to introduce her to a part-time job. It's a direct order from the Merchants Guild. If we see anyone with outstanding beauty, we have to convince them to take the job. No matter what. Hearing about the goddess festival again just made Kane even more tired. Those girls from yesterday were bad enough, and now another person was being dragged into this? What kind of cursed festival causes so much trouble for everyone? He approached the girl and checked her pulse. She's not going to die on the way, is she? That would be a huge pain. He couldn't believe he'd gotten involved in this. Nobody had worse luck than Kane. But then, his eyes changed. It seemed Kane had just realized something. Seeing Kane just sitting there, the younger man urged him on. What are you doing? Hurry up and carry her. Kane calmly assessed the situation. If we move the patient by force, her condition could get much worse, very quickly. You still want me to move her? The young man immediately got nervous. He had no idea what to do, so he just went with Kane's plan. 200 gold, and in return, he'd heal the patient right there. Kane had just upped the price, making the young man suspicious. Are you even a pharmacist? 200 gold was a lot, but facing a life or death situation, they had no choice but to agree. Kane's mood instantly brightened. Excellent decision. He pulled a vial from his bag and poured the serum into the girl's mouth. With the job done, he didn't stick around. She'll wake up soon, he said, turning to leave. 1 dose is enough for anemia. 200 gold. Easy money. Kane was like a cunning fox. That price was an absolute ripoff for a single vial. Just then, the girl let out a soft groan. Kane noticed the movement she was awake. But then, a dagger flew straight at him. If he hadn't dodged, that would have been the end. The blade sliced a piece of fabric from his shirt. The other two just stood there, mouths wide open. Huh? What just happened? Kane was terrified, grabbing his neck, his face pale as a ghost. This is what you call getting paid in near-death experiences, right? His good deed was being repaid with an attack. Realizing the girl was just being defensive, Kane tried to calm her down. I don't mean you any harm. Just relax. He then noticed she seemed to be guarding herself from the other two men as well. Wait a second. Could it be she was chased into the alley until she passed out? That would explain the fear. Thinking this, Kane turned to the men. The patient is in a state of panic. Could you please leave for a moment? They didn't argue, quickly making their exit to escape the trouble. Please handle the rest. With them gone, Kane could finally get a good look at the girl. She definitely didn't look like a traveler. Judging by that knife throw, she was either an experienced mercenary or a highly trained swordswoman. Kane asked what happened before she collapsed, but the girl was still on high alert, so he tried to reassure her. He explained her condition in the belt, that severe anemia and exhaustion were what caused her to pass out. "I'm not tricking you, you can relax." Hearing this, the girl finally lowered her guard just a little. "So, you help me? But why?" The answer was obvious. Kane did it for the money. But saying that would kill the mood, so he just made something up. "Because you needed help. That's all." His answer seemed to move her deeply. "Just for that reason alone?" she asked, surprised. Kane, acting like a total drama hero, dropped a line that made her heart flutter. "Does there need to be another reason?" She was taken aback by his response. "Are you the kind of person who's just nice to everyone?" Of course not. He wasn't crazy who would offer free medical treatment. The girl then hit him with a tough question. "If I'm in danger again, will you save me?" Kane couldn't afford to break the cool guy image he'd built up. Besides, it's not like they'd ever see each other again, so he gave a generic, heroic answer. "If I can help, I certainly will." Kane then took another potion from his bag. She seemed to have calmed down now. "Time to give her some medicine and get out of here." He walked over to her. "If you feel faint again, use this." He told her, "You should rest for a few days to recover your strength." The girl took the vial, her heart filled with gratitude. Kane slung his bag over his shoulder, but he barely took one step before she called out, "Excuse me, can I go with you?" Kane's face fell. "What?" Later that afternoon, he was back in his room. His quiet rest was shattered by Chit's noisy entrance. "Master, how do I look?" "I'm playing the goddess of spring." Chit ran over, beaming, and gave him a huge hug, ignoring Kane's annoyed expression. Who in their right mind cast this idiot for that role? Doesn't anyone feel bad for the real goddess? "Get off me." Chit remained completely cheerful. "I look pretty, don't I?" Feeling cornered, he reluctantly patted her head. If he didn't compliment her, she'd cry, and then she'd throw a massive tantrum. Just then, more people walked in, not one, but 4 others. Jenna, the girl from earlier, the bishop, and Aziz. He saw Aziz dressed as the winter goddess. And Kane couldn't help but judge. A demon playing the winter goddess? What kind of joke was this? Aziz noticed his stare and shot him a warning glare. "Don't you say a word." Kane's gaze shifted to Xena, who was scratching her head shyly. "Do you think this outfit suits me?" She looked so beautiful that even the critical Kane had to admit it. Her role was the goddess of war? Those merchants actually have a good eye. At that moment, the shortest person in the group finally spoke up, the bishop smiling to get his attention. "If you keep staring at the other girls like that, I'll get sad, big brother." Kane continued his mental commentary. Now that's perfect casting. The bishop was definitely the best fit for the goddess of the Dark Night. Kane looked at the girl from the alley, just another burden in his life. Meanwhile, Chit was still clinging to him. "Just as I thought, you're the kindest person ever, master. You took care of a sick person and even brought her along. Model." The timid girl finally spoke up, asking Kane if he was free. He could tell she wanted to talk, but he was just plain annoyed. Why was this girl still sticking to him? He had tried to ditch her earlier when she first insisted on following, but then the merchant's colleagues showed up and recognized him as part of their group. So they used her eagerness to tag along to offer her this job, and that's exactly how she ended up right here. Of course, he made sure to demand an extra brokerage fee for the trouble. The priestess then said something that just added fuel to the fire. "Unbelievable. You go for a simple walk around town and manage to pick up another beautiful girl. You truly live up to your reputation, my brother." Chit chimed in as well. "As expected of my master." Gina and Aziz just shook their heads, completely exasperated. He couldn't believe this was happening. Kane almost wanted to cry. What in the world did he do to deserve this kind of reaction from them? He just had to accept it and let things play out. Kane quickly escaped the group of beauties, seeking some peace and quiet. He decided to go check out the stage, telling everyone to hurry outside. Under the dark night sky, people flooded the streets for the festival. An elaborate stage had been set up, glowing with brilliant, magnificent lights. Everyone was dressed in their finest clothes for the occasion. From a dark corner of a nearby building, Kane pressed against a window, watching the scene below. "It's so crowded," he thought. "Looks like it's about to start." The people who were once wandering the streets had now all gathered and taken their seats. They filled the rows of chairs that had been set up, all eyes fixed on the single figure illuminated by a spotlight. The lights made her look even more stunning, and the patterns on her dress glittered. Then, all the lights came on at once, introducing the goddesses of the night. It was Kane's first time seeing this, and it was eye-opening. So this is the goddess festival? The story begins long ago, when gods and demons still walked the land. 108 demons were reduced to 99. 100 gods became just 13, all because of the great war between them, a time when death was a constant presence in the world. And then, after a very long time, the final demon was sealed away, and the war finally ended. One by one, the gods left this land. Winter passed, spring arrived, and the world welcomed an era of eternal peace. However, after the gods had departed, one goddess was left behind, and this abandoned goddess was actually an evil one. She was lonely, so incredibly lonely. She was the goddess of the dark night. The performance told the story of the goddesses, and it was a perfect stage to showcase the beauty of the girls. As the priestess finished the performance, the crowd erupted in cheers that could shake the city. The atmosphere was more electric than ever before. After the ceremony ended, Cain headed back inside. He let out a long, deep yawn. Now, all that's left is the gondola parade of the goddesses. Just as he was about to go rest, someone tugged on his cloak. Of course, it was the girl from before. Cain sighed, too tired to even speak. What does she want now? The girl managed to get out 2 words. Go with, before the priestess, who seemed to be waiting for this exact moment, cut her off. Brother, there you are. Getting caught between these 2 girls at the same time, Cain felt his luck couldn't possibly get any worse. The priestess put on an innocent smile. What a wonderful atmosphere, don't you think? Did I interrupt your secret date? She teased. Cain looked like he was about to curse. Wonderful? What the hell do you want? Only then did he notice the girl in the black cloak again, but she had already run off and disappeared. The priestess just smiled, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Cain was totally powerless against this girl. He spoke first. Is there something you wanted to talk to me about? The priestess acted cute and clingy. You really are my brother. You get me so well. But it's a bit hard to talk about it here. I've prepared a place where we can talk in secret. Will you come with me? Hearing this, Cain was a little curious. Was it something important that they needed to discuss? But he knew this priestess wouldn't pull a meaningless stunt, so he agreed to go with her. Meanwhile, back in his room, an argument was already breaking out among the other girls. Chit pouted and shouted, Master is going with me. Gina, exhausted, tried to reason with her. Priestess Chit, this isn't something you can just force. But Chit was incredibly stubborn. Her obsession with her master was off the charts. No, I won't have it. It's been so long since I've gotten to see him. Aziz was getting fed up with her antics. You're not a child anymore. Jenna stood her ground, resolute. But he has to go with me. Aziz quietly agreed with her. That's right, Cain has to go with Jenna. Jaina, has he made a decision on this yet? Jaina admitted she hadn't asked Cain yet. This was just her own wishful thinking. Chit was furious. No, I told you, Master is going with me. But her words held no weight with Yenna and Aziz. Either way, I'm going with him, Gina stated firmly. Chit said in desperation, I guarantee you, Master will go with me. Please, just listen to me, Master is going with me. After calming down, Chit realized Cain had been gone for a while and still hadn't returned. Aziz then remembered their group's shortest member. Where's your priestess? Chit reported honestly. She left earlier, saying she had something important to do. Just as the 3 of them were wondering about the other 2, the girl in the black cloak returned to the room. Seeing her, Gina spoke up. Excuse me, but have you seen the person who is playing the part of the Dark Knight goddess from our group? The girl in black hesitated for a moment before answering. I saw her out there a little while ago. Aziz glanced at the girl, sizing her up. She seemed to be another one of Codner's pursuers. Just then, the ceremony official arrived to announce it was time for the parade. The woman playing the Dark Knight goddess had already set off. Once the notice was sent, everyone quickly complied with the order. They were all set to parade down the river on small boats. Aziz repeated her usual line, I want to go with my master, but no one paid her any mind. Aziz and Zena exchanged a few parting words. See you later, be careful, and try not to fall into the water. Cruising on a small boat amidst the cheers of the crowd wasn't half bad. Aziz stood out, a vision in her white dress. But as they continued on, the sky began to darken. Aziz felt a sudden chill, something terrible was about to happen. A dark shadow shot up from the water, lunging right at her. Aziz immediately unleashed her Xenos magic. Leaping high into the air, she glared down at the dark figure. How dare you? Then, thousands of arrows rained down toward her, but she quickly threw up a magic shield to block the attack. Right then, a combat net flew towards Aziz, wrapping around her shield entirely. She ripped the net to shreds with raw power and escaped. Aziz was stunned. Who were these guys? The arrows, the net, it was all prepared. This was clearly a planned, coordinated attack. After landing safely on a rooftop, her first thought was to reinforce her magic shield. But then footsteps from behind put her on high alert. Who was this? The man greeted her with a twisted, chilling smile. Long time no see, Demon King. His tone was familiar. He clearly knew her, but for the life of her, she couldn't place him. He slowly drew his sword, speaking to Aziz with condescension. That's right. It's no wonder you don't recognize me. He held the blade out right in front of her. The moment she saw it, she knew. It was the sword the light sword master used to slay 1,000 men. A dark blade, pulsating with pure evil. 45 years ago, during the Battle of the Bloodwind, it fell into the hands of 6 survivors, and it became the symbol of their title. Aziz whispered in disbelief, Blood Moon Grief. So that means, you're him. The man saw her realization and laughed triumphantly. That's right, Demon King. I am the last Red Moon Knight in this world. Years ago, a group of 6 knights were considered the top mercenaries alive. They accepted a contract from a distant kingdom and marched to war, leading other mercenary groups behind them, and they attacked the kingdom of John. It was there that Aziz, the Demon King, fought a brutal war against them. Because the Blood Moon Grief could slice through magic shields, the battle had not been easy at all. But in the end, she defeated them all. All except one, the knight who wielded the Blood Moon Grief. Her mana was depleted at the time, so she drank the blood of the fallen knights. Preoccupied, she couldn't chase after him. It was unbelievable that he'd survived such wounds, but what was with his appearance? All 6 of the Red Moon Knights had been over 60 years old. This man, however, was far too young. Still, the resemblance was completely uncanny. With her memory returning, Aziz confronted him. But what kind of trick did you use to pull this off? The knight let out a laugh. It's all thanks to you, Demon King. After I lost everything because of you, I wandered aimlessly, consumed by pain, fear, and absolute despair. It nearly drove me mad. This sword was all I had. I wandered through nightmares and hell, trapped in an endless frenzy, spiraling towards my own death. And then, I met him. He granted me the power of absolute evil. And with it, I reclaimed my youth and vitality. And within that vast, powerful evil, I escaped my madness and regained my sanity. No, I didn't just regain it, I mastered it. So, I'm actually grateful to you. You may have destroyed me once, but because of that, I was reborn as the Red Sword Master. After he finished his sob story, Aziz's expression hardened. She was bewildered. The power of evil? Absolute evil? A power that can restore youth? Could it possibly be the power of the Book of Evil? She gritted her teeth, suppressing her emotions. If the Book of Evil's power could really grant mastery over the mind and restore youth, then the person he was talking about had to be the master of the Book of Evil. But after such a transformation, was he here now for simple revenge? The knight kept up his insane laughter. No, I already told you. I'm grateful for what happened. Do you really think I'm shallow enough to come here just for revenge? Aziz couldn't predict his next move. She watched him warily, like a cornered beast. Then why tell me all of that? The knight's smile twisted, his plot laid bare. Because it was necessary. A villain like me never does anything without a reason. For example, buying time by telling a long, pointless story. As he pointed at Aziz, a magic circle flared to life beneath her feet. She realized it too late. Across on another building, she spotted a group of people. They had to be the mages casting the spell. But he wasn't done. The knight unleashed the Crimson Wind Demon, a spell that enveloped her magic shield as he casually approached. How does the Crimson Wind Demon taste? He mocked. Aziz's face went pale, her body trembling. That technique, it should have vanished long ago. How is this possible? The Crimson Wind Demon sealing art, a technique that neutralizes demons, dark magic users, and anyone with demonic energy. Aziz slumped to the ground, utterly powerless. The knight gloated over him. Surprised? Did you really think I wouldn't come prepared for you? The Demon King, the one who made a bet on 72 demands, wasn't a product of the fallen evil organization, the demon spirit. He was the ultimate biological weapon, inherited and perfected by the Black Storm Aziz. Meanwhile, on a magnificent parade boat, Xena wasn't feeling at ease either. She kept thinking about that girl in black. Did she know her? The way that girl looked at her, it was a mix of fear, worry, and some kind of hidden animosity. But for the life of her, she couldn't remember who she was. If only he were here with her, maybe her mind wouldn't be so troubled. Xena let out a heavy sigh. The festival gondola only had room for the boatman and the goddess. This was her one and only chance to be with him without being disturbed. What a disappointment. She longed to be pampered by him, but at the same time, she suspected he was the very enemy her family had been hunting for so long. It would be better if she was with him, at least until his time runs out. Maybe she should just keep hiding the truth, but what if he really is that apostle of the Dark Star? And then there's the matter of his remaining time. He knew her true identity, yet he still taught her his sword techniques. To achieve our goals, why don't we perfect our sword skills together, he had said. Cain had taught Xena his own style, but right now, she was just consumed by worry. 100 questions swirled in her head. If this was all part of his plan to destroy the Death Shadow and the Masterless Knights, then wasn't she just a useful tool to him? That single thought threw Xena's heart into chaos. She clenched her fists, trying to keep her emotions in check. But then, something else caught her attention. That smell. The water next to her boat suddenly began to churn. She looked down and saw it was covered in oil. Thinking fast, Xena dove into the water and swam away, just as the boat exploded into splinters. Shocked, she faced another sudden attack. Thousands of darts rained down into the water around her. Hidden assassins swarmed in, and Xena quickly drew her own sword. She sliced through them, leaving nothing but pieces. Xena gritted her teeth. She couldn't stay underwater for long. Ahead, more armed figures appeared. She backpedaled, her feet touching a cliff wall. She pushed off it, summoning the power of the Firestone Shadow Sword's 10th form, Crimson Flame Wind. The water's surface erupted in a massive explosion that shook the entire river. Xena used the force to launch herself onto the shore. From the rooftops above, another volley of arrows flew straight at Xena. She dashed for cover, deflecting and dodging every single one. Xena's mind raced. What kind of organization could predict her movements and set up an ambush this perfect? Looking around calmly, she saw the ground was already littered with bodies. What in the world was going on? An attack of this scale obviously wasn't just targeting her. First things first, she had to regroup with everyone else. Xena found a piece of wood big enough to shield her upper body from the sharp arrows. She turned and ran into a dark alley. Inside, another enemy was waiting. Without hesitation, Xena decisively sliced his bow in two. He jumped back and hurled an axe at her. Xena's senses sharpened. She watched its path carefully before batting the axe away. Her goal? Return to sender. And so, the axe embedded itself right in the mysterious man's chest. Xena took a look at his uniform, a brutal, win-at-all-costs fighting style, and that blood-stained helmet. Could it be the Blood Corps? But weren't they wiped out by the light swordsman? Just then, a voice called out from behind Xena. "Peerless swordsman, if you don't show yourself, I'll kill this little dog right now." Xena pressed against the alley wall, peering out to assess the situation. The girl in black was in their clutches. She'd been captured. She had to save her. Now. They had played right into Xena's compassion. She gripped her sword, not hesitating for a second. She lunged forward, a blur of motion, slicing at the hand holding the knife. The man was stunned by Xena's incredible speed. After the strike, she leaped back to her original spot. The captor dropped the girl in black, and Xena rushed to catch her. The mysterious man used the opportunity to escape. But then, another volley of arrows rained down, and Xena moved to shield the girl. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through Xena's abdomen. Blood began to trickle from her mouth. The girl in black had just stabbed her, and now she was slowly pulling the blade out. Xena collapsed to the ground in agony, her face turning pale. Was it poison? Xena looked at the person before her in disbelief. "Who are you?" The girl in black finally showed her true colors. "You don't remember? Have you forgotten us?" Number 7. Xena now saw her face clearly. Among the rookies in her class at Death Shadow, there was one who had been with her for an entire year. Number 23. Xena couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed. Back with Aziz, the knight leaned in close to taunt her. In the end, is this all the research of the demon spirit and the Blackstorm Demon King amounts to? Aziz was seething with rage, but could do nothing. Decades ago, an evil organization tried to conquer the world using Blackstorm magic. It all began with dark magic, with the Blackstorm's secret seal, a conduit used to transfer the power of demons. This organization used that secret to hunt mages, steal their seals, and build a terrifying reputation for themselves. But then their leader, the 48th Knight Phantom, unleashed a massive mana overload that annihilated the entire organization. Meanwhile, after a long time, another player emerged, one who aimed to rule the world by creating the ultimate warrior. Leventus, the 386th Watermaster and head of the demon spirit, performed cruel biological experiments to mutate humanity. But he hit a wall and fell into despair, until he accidentally secured funding from the royal family. He got his hands on the Blackstorm's research data, and from it, a twisted new idea sparked in his mind. Why try to alter humanity with all its limits? Why not create something entirely new? He began researching powerful magical creatures. By implanting magic seals directly into human hearts, he forged a new, non-human race with demonic, magic-infused blood. A new people was born. But the demon spirit organization imploded after a civil war broke out among its leaders. Everyone craving that power turned on each other. Most test subjects died or escaped, and even the research data was lost. But Leventus didn't stop his vile plans, and one of his subjects, Aziz, who had the seals of two great demons in her heart, couldn't stand by and watch her people suffer. So she played along, pretending to obey him just long enough for him to remove her magic sealing chains. Then she killed him and escaped with her kin. Together, they founded their own nation. The knight just scoffs. Leventus was an absolute fool, wasn't he? Who in their right mind unchains a wild beast? Aziz grinds her teeth, trying to break free, but the chains block her magic completely. She had to find a way out of these things. Suddenly, a dragging sound from below pulls her focus. She looks down to see the girl in black. Her face twists in absolute horror as she stammers out Xena's name. She watches as a dark-clad figure grabs Xena by the hair and hoists her up. The knight sees it all too. He sounds almost disappointed. I was hoping to test my skills against the master swordswoman, but she couldn't even handle a simple ambush. So in the end, is he the only one left who can match my skill? I do wonder about his sword work though, but he does have a pretty face. Hearing this, pure rage explodes inside Aziz. No, don't you dare touch Xena. Even bound by these magic sealing chains, she absolutely refused to give up. If she quit now, her family, her hero, she would never abandon the person she loved, trusted, and respected. Aziz poured every last ounce of her strength into this moment. Move, my magic, awaken my demon blood. I am the one who defies fate, the ruler of demons, the master of 81 monsters. Under her sheer will, the magic sealing chains begin to groan and shift, and then they shatter. The knight panics, screaming, "This monster, stop her right now!" But Aziz is focused, summoning her spirit. Zynoth, embodiment of storm and despair, I demand a gust from Redot. A massive storm begins to swell. The knight is sent flying by the force, shouting, "What are the mages doing? Chain her down now!" Aziz roars, Howling Dragon's Breath wind sphere, and launches it at the 20 mages. By the time they even see it, the sphere is on them. But her real target was Xena, who could only watch in utter shock at what Aziz had done. The dragon's breath surrounds Xena's body. Aziz lifts her into the air with it. Inside a protective barrier nothing could touch. Xena slowly opens her eyes and calls out, "Aziz." A look of pure happiness crosses Aziz's face. But Xena felt something was terribly wrong. The red moon appears right behind Aziz. He strikes her in the stomach, knocking her out cold. Xena screams with all her might, but there's nothing she can do. Red Moon orders his men, "After her, now." Aziz's breathing grows faint. "Quarter, please, take care of Xena." Guilt rips through Xena for being so helpless in this moment. "Aziz, why am I so useless?" The sphere slows its flight, gently landing Xena in a deserted area. She spots a nearby tree branch and grabs it, her only weapon. She has to get back to Aziz. And then, the sound of approaching footsteps. Xena is completely surrounded by enemies. She takes her stance. She's not leaving Aziz behind. They charge forward, attacking her without a second thought. Another one circles behind, but Xena instantly spins and takes him down too. Her weapon snaps in two. Against these numbers, she can't win alone. She knew it was going to end like this. A cloth suddenly flies down, covering her head. On pure instinct, she shreds it to pieces. A woman appears, bathed in the light of the full moon. It's Genia. "Fighting on such a beautiful, moonlit night," she says, "is truly tasteless." Xena is stunned. "Who are you?" Genia leaps down beside Xena, throwing a knife at their attackers as she starts her own deadly dance. "If you gentlemen wanted to see my dance so badly that you sent all these invitations, then I suppose I'll have to give you a proper show." Once again, Genia unleashes those daggers. She closes the distance in a flash, grabbing one of the attackers by the arm. As Xena kept crushing him, she finally realized who this was. This wasn't murder, it was pure annihilation. A martial art as fluid as a dance, a blessing from the Dark Knight. But it was different from the one he used. His movements back then were for self-defense and control, but right now, this was a dance of death. She understood now. This person was as strong as the ice and snow domains Lenin. No, even stronger in martial arts. The Holy Knight of the Dark Church, Night Moon Domain Xenia. Her performance hadn't even started. yet her audience was already out cold. Anyone who could use martial arts at this level was obviously powerful. But was this person truly that holy knight? Xenia walked over to the master swordswoman. Can you still move? Jenna stumbled slightly. It's no problem. Xenia pressed on. This is no problem? And on such a lovely night, too. You're not going to join the fight with your sword? Jenna was confused. Wasn't she the one who just said that fighting on a beautiful moonlit night was tasteless? What was she doing? Xenia placed a hand on Jenna's shoulder. The grace of darkness is always with us. Jenna's wounds began to heal before her eyes. Unbelievable. Even for a holy knight with healing abilities, this level of power was on par with a high priest. Xenia spoke. My skills are still lacking, so this is my limit. My apologies. Jenna was still completely stunned. Was this really the Night Moon domain? Someone was approaching them. Xenia frowned. Looks like my luck is running out. The Red Moon had finally found them. Is that the Night Moon domain? Jenna's sword was hanging from his hip. So they'd taken her blade. Worse, one look told her the leader was a top-tier swordsman, and he had the entire Blood Brigade with him. And here she was, without a sword. Red Moon burst out laughing. Look what we found. A master swordswoman and a holy knight. This is a perfect chance to kill two birds with one stone. Xenia spoke up. My role here is finished. I'm confident I could take your head, but a dancer must know her stage. Unfortunately for you, it seems your opponent isn't me. Red Moon was still laughing. Who else could be my opponent? The Demon King is already in my grasp. Or is it this master swordswoman with only a stick? A voice echoed. Right here. Kane climbed out of a nearby sewer. Kane was completely drenched. Just a few minutes ago, he was floating down a river. How did he end up here? Was this really a good spot for a secret meeting? He already had a good idea of what the bishop wanted to say. He was waiting for the high priest. If it was him, he'd surely know about the organization collecting the legacies and remains of the 13 apostles. For now, it was just Kane's guess. The high priest turned and said, They are the ones you have been searching for, the wielders of the evil scripture. The moment he saw the fake evil scripture, Kane was sure of it. An organization that could operate completely hidden from a veteran villain, like himself. This was the biggest reason he came to Chudan. The high priest stood up. But brother, their power is far greater than you can imagine. They have restored most of the 13 apostles' strength. If they had a few more years, they'd become as mighty as the old Dark Star organization. Kane thought so too. After all, they'd already taken over every organization he'd ever joined. And if they really possessed the evil scripture, and could use even half its power, conquering the world would be nothing more than a game. The high priest continued. Most importantly, unlike other groups, they know about us too. They won't be careless. So please, be careful, brother. Kane nodded to the high priest. I'll be careful. If he was going to get scared and quit now, he never would have started. But now, he finally knew the location of the evil scripture. Suddenly, the ship lurched, and Kane began to sink. Time for one of the 72 survival skills of a veteran villain. The underwater survival technique frog-style diving. This seemed far enough. Both of them surfaced from the water. Since this was an autonomous trading city, it wasn't under the Empire's control. That means its military power was weak, making it an easy target for infiltration, especially during a festival packed with tourists like this. Still, Kane never imagined the scale of their attack would be the entire city of Chudan itself. The high priest chuckled. They look like the Blood Brigade, don't they? Kane nodded. The Blood Brigade was made up of mercenaries. They were war fanatics, highly trained, and all members of Sikh Code. A mercenary group filled with the best soldiers from a chaotic era of war. They were the strongest on the continent. They don't fight head-on like knights. And while they use dirty tricks, they aren't weak in a direct fight like assassins. And they have none of the mercy of a holy knight. That's why they were nicknamed the monsters of the battlefield. Of course, that was 45 years ago. That title should have gone to that other monster. I think we should retreat for now, he said. His guess was that this brigade was just here to buy time. Dealing with them now would be a total waste of it. In this situation, he knew a fight was a guaranteed loss. The high priest thought to himself, this route is just too dangerous. Was there a better option? Turns out, one path led somewhere much safer. They both glanced at the nearby drainage pipe. That way, Kane offered that if she didn't like it, they could find another path. The high priest just replied, My wonderful, amazing big brother. She couldn't believe he'd brought her to a place like this. And yet, they both headed inside. It was dark, but they finally found a manhole leading out. Kane climbed up to scout ahead first. It was lucky no one was around, but if this really was the work of the Blood Corps, there was no way they would just leave an escape route wide open like this. Besides, Even if this was tied to the evil scripture, he wasn't about to back down now. He had waited 5 long years. He couldn't just throw away the clues right in front of him, because he was completely out of time to wait any longer. Just wait for me here, okay? You know I won't leave you alone. The high priest pretended not to hear a thing. I have no idea what you're talking about. Cain's face immediately turned red. Your Holiness, this is no time for jokes. The high priest just smiled back. Exactly, which is why we need to hurry up. You wouldn't ask your little sister to just stand here and watch her brother run into danger, only to abandon her all over again, right? I definitely won't regret this. The sounds of running and jumping echoed above. Cain watched from below, wondering where everyone was rushing off to. He froze the moment he saw Xena. The high priest hid her smile. Things look pretty serious. Have anything else you want to say? Cain felt the situation unfolding before him was beyond belief. Why would you hide this from me? The high priest simply replied, if I had told you any sooner, you definitely would have run for the hills. Cain never imagined the challenger could actually convince the hero to join her side. Hesitating now would only put them at a huge disadvantage. The only option left was to move forward. Then, he heard Xena's voice from before. Unfortunately, it seems your opponent isn't me. Shield in hand, Cain vaulted upwards, shouting, stay right where you are. He landed squarely on the river railing. It is I, Cain. May the tranquility of darkness always be with you. It's been a while, Lady of the Night Moon. Janir returned the formal greeting. It is a pleasure to see you again after such a long time, Priest Cain. Cain, however, did not share the sentiment. Xena, we have a lot to talk about. But let's deal with this first and talk later. Cain then asked Xena, what happened to Aziz? A voice cut in. Am I too late? You must be the Red Moon Knight. The man laughed. If you don't mind, I much prefer to be called the Red Swordsman. It clicked Aziz had been their target all along. Cain's annoyance grew. So the Dark had learned the secret from the evil scripture. If you've already hit your target, what are you still doing here? The Red Moon Knight explained. Are you asking because you truly don't know? For a great villain such as myself, how could I possibly miss the chance to take down the so-called ultimate swordsman? Cain grit his teeth in pure rage. Just for that? You absolute idiot. Have you lost your mind? The Red Moon Knight was taken aback by Cain's sudden outburst. Ah, that's right. Anyone else couldn't say that but you. You're the only one who truly has the right to speak to me that way. I know exactly who you are. There's absolutely no way I wouldn't know. How could I possibly not recognize you? In the past, you were the one who gathered the 13 apostles to rule this world. The supreme leader of the Dark Star, the most powerful evil organization, the one who restored a lost secret and passed it to the ultimate swordsman, the one who gathered all curses in the world and created the evil scripture. Isn't that your true identity, the commander-in-chief of the Dark Star? The Red Moon Knight continued his monologue. The entire world believed you were gone for good, but that wasn't the truth at all. On the very day that the Dark Star collapsed, you survived the betrayal of your own 13 apostles and managed to escape. And in order to reclaim the evil scripture they stole from you, you spent 15 long years searching through all of their organizations. Hearing all this, Cain simply burst out laughing. You actually believe that I'm the commander of the Dark Star. And yet, you dare bring this pathetic trash to confront me? The Red Moon Knight leveled his sword at Cain. I already know you've lost most of your power. And even if you hadn't, you still couldn't take down the Light Swordsman. What makes you think you could possibly defeat me? Cain knew he had a point. The 13 apostles, all master magicians and swordsmen, their betrayal had been a truly fatal blow. If the evil scripture had been complete, it would be another story. But it was still unfinished, which is why the Dark Star's commander was so grievously wounded. He'd lost almost all his power, barely clinging to life. The Red Swordsman, huh? And with that, Cain suddenly burst out laughing again. Just because you survived one fight with the Light Swordsman, you dare call yourself the Red Moon Knight? You act like you're some master swordsman. When you barely know a handful of sword techniques, what do you take these techniques for? They're what a real swordsman needs, to break past the natural limits of their own talent. But for a hero like her, even if she didn't have a single sword skill, with that monstrous talent of hers, she would still be known as the ultimate swordsman. In other words, without talent, all the sword skills in the world won't make you a real swordsman. You're just good at hiding in a pile of corpses. It was just to save his own neck. How could he dare mention the Light Swordsman in front of him? Does this guy truly have no idea what's going on? Or is he just pretending not to know? Hong Yue rages, telling him to wipe that smile off his face. Even if he's the commander of the Dark Star, he has no right to be arrogant here. Cain can see he still doesn't get it. Do you honestly think that? The firefight technique he taught the peerless swordsman. Chigu's demise after fighting the light swordsman, did he really think that was all a coincidence? Who was it that drove a sword through the light swordsman's heart? Has he already forgotten? That arrogant, third-rate mutt from 45 years ago? The one who swept across the battlefield with thrown swords, creating a storm of blood, his hands made savage by a creeping madness. A madness from his own heart demon. The light swordsman, who was once the hero of 6 lands. To deal with him rampaging across the battlefield, 1,000 elite mercenaries were mobilized. The gladiator's heir even emerged from 15 years of seclusion to issue a challenge. So many people believed they could defeat that lawless swordsman. However, the light swordsman, he only fell after taking down the gladiator's heir and all 1,000 mercenaries. They say only 6 people survived that fight. But the gladiator's heir and his swordsman lived. And Cain knows exactly how. So you were the one who defeated the light swordsman in that battle. But Hong Yue still can't believe it. Impossible. The last heir of the gladiator, Kaiju Set, had already fallen to him 45 years ago. Cain himself nearly died back then. So he tricked Chigu and the light swordsman into fighting each other to create an opening. To survive, he leaped from a cliff. Hong Yue is trembling. But that doesn't matter. Facing both him and the entire Blood Legion is a fight he can't possibly win, not unless the light swordsman himself was resurrected. And that's true, because Cain is a third-rate villain. Even though he learned countless skills from a demon's blessing, a god's curse ensured that every single technique he acquired was capped at the third-rate level. But that's precisely why he can do this. The key to the dragon swordsman's world, the iron soul of the mobile fortress, the demon swordsman's shadow cut, the gladiator's firefight, the night swordsman's sword of betrayal, the first swordsman's stone sword, the twin swordsman's sword song, the state of selfless ego, the formless and the heart demon, the very thing that led countless warriors to ruin, a madness that he should never be able to touch. By using a special forbidden drug, he can awaken and wield the power of the heart demon. His arrogance made him think only the cyclone could ever stand against him. If that is your evil karma, then open the door of the selfless ego, awaken the soul of no self. Roar, sword of the formless. Open your eyes, power of the heart demon. I will show you the only one in this world who can bear your karma, the one and only cyclone. Rise, cyclone sword. It flies toward Hong Yue's men. He screams at them, dodge, do not try to block it. But it suddenly changes course, slamming into the man standing opposite him. He's knocked out cold. Cain smugly recalls the weapon. He launches it again, 2 shields ricocheting off each other in a deadly dance, aimed right at the Blood Legion. They strike hard, then rebound again and again. Hong Yue is now covered in blood. No matter what he tries, it's completely useless. Unlike the scraps of metal the light swordsman used, these 2 shields are master-class weapons forged from the 7 secrets of the Dark Hidden River, and they were tempered by that legendary old sword saint. Hong Yue orders his men, half of you, form a shield wall. The rest, fire arrows at him, now. A shower of arrows rains down on Cain. Ulaban the unbeatable. He deflects every last one. Yuvanok the all-victorious. Cain closes in with a flurry of strikes. Hong Yue finally sees the whole picture. Those are the twin swords of the legendary twin swordsman. And when Cain wields them, even without infinite stamina or peerless skill, he can unleash the cyclone sword. The cyclone sword technique starts with a blade of fire. The firefight skill amplifies the force from impacts stored within the user's body. And naturally, there's a limit to the force one body can store. So what would happen if you could store that force in a tool instead? Instead of a person, you could charge a weapon with that power and launch it. And because of firefight's amplification, the weapon becomes progressively harder to control. But Iron Soul and the Eye of Truth solve that problem by entering the state of no self. The Eye of Truth's limits are removed, allowing for perfect predictions, which are then combined with the movements of the Dark Knight's blessing. He can perfectly transfer force to the 2 shields, using the King's copper rotation to control his heart rate, staying calm to control the weapon. Then he adds the golden law of the demon and the key of the world to perfectly read everything from his opponent's movements to their 5 senses. He uses Sword Song to handle multiple weapons at once, and applies Shadow Cut to increase their velocity. The result is a guaranteed fatal blow. This is the very technique the light swordsman used, the Cyclone Sword the strongest, and worst sword skill since the Age of Myths. Hong Yue's sword falls to the ground. Cain stands over the defeated Blood Legion. Still alive? He remarks. That's a first-class swordsman for you. The Cyclone Sword doesn't use the wielder's own strength. Instead, it amplifies the opponent's own power to defeat them. Cain himself is simply. It's just reflecting his and the mercenaries' power right back at them, Hong Nguyen says. The Light Swordmaster's secret art is unteachable. So how can he possibly wield that technique? The Gale Sword. Cain just laughs. Doesn't he know? The Gale Sword is a skill, not some secret art, and the Light Swordmaster was a Mind Demon Swordmaster. Hong Nguyet is completely stunned by this. If that's true, where did he learn the Gale Sword? A swordsman who doesn't grasp true mastery can't create a skill, which means someone else must have created the Gale Sword and passed it on just to maintain the sole successor tradition. A master who tried to murder his own student. And to survive, that student forced his master into a demonic state. Cain smirks, saying a true master swordman created this skill. He asks if Hong Nguyet knows who he really is yet. He's just a third-rate villain, Cain says. Suddenly, Hong Nguyet howls with laughter. All right, congratulations, Commander of the Dark Star. He admits that he underestimated Cain, but warns him that he's only the 5th-ranked apostle, even for the Commander of the Dark Star. He says Cain can never defeat the one who holds the Book of Evil, nor can he possibly take on his wicked karma. I'll be waiting for you in hell, Commander of the Dark Star. Kuda. And with that, Hong Nguyet takes his own life. Gina is shocked to see him do it. Every last member of the Blood Legion is gone. Gina tries to process it. The Red Swordmaster belonged to the organization that has the Book of Evil. But more importantly, why was the name Kuta mentioned? Cain looks up at the sky. Kuta? Right. Of course they wouldn't know, because it's a secret known only to 2 of the 13 apostles of the Dark Star. No one would have guessed that the commander himself, the leader of the 13 apostles who once ruled the world, was also just another apostle of darkness. And the truth is, the true master of the 13 apostles hid behind the commander's back, and when the Dark Star fell, the master used his number 1 apostle as a decoy, a sacrifice so that he himself could survive. That decoy was Kuta, Lord of the Shadow Mountain's root, who was destroyed for trusting humanity. But Cain has no sympathy, not a shred of sadness or regret. He's someone who pursues evil for his own goals, and he'll even use demons to get it. He would even betray his own master. No matter how pathetic or cowardly, he'll keep on living as a third-rate villain. A massive explosion erupts behind Cain. It seems they're burning the entire port to cover their tracks. A thorough cleanup, as expected. Whoever's behind this is no amateur. Just possessing the Book of Evil makes them more dangerous than anyone on the planet. The reason he created the Book of Evil wasn't for something like immortality or magic. Inside it is the desire he's pursued his entire life, the very thing that made the last dragon vanish 1,000 years ago. It made demons seal themselves away, and even forced the gods to flee this world. It is absolute power, the power to decide the fate of this entire world. But even after collecting every single spell, he still couldn't complete it. After that, he was betrayed and forced to wander the world alone. But that doesn't mean it's impossible now. It's possible the new owner of the Book of Evil knows the final key to its completion. The final key to the Book of Evil is the demon race. Jenna watches from below. My beloved master, how can you be so adorable that it makes me want to destroy you? Somewhere, a monster in a human body was born. Nothing in the world could bring her happiness, and only when she killed or destroyed something could she finally feel joy. Her parents feared her and sold her into slavery, which is how she ended up at the demon sanctum as a test subject. One day, while undergoing all sorts of experiments, an internal conflict broke out. She should have died in that conflict. But then, a man saved her and brought her to an orphanage. At the time, the Dark Church was taking in countless orphans to expand its power, and she was one of them. However, even after becoming a fighter, she lived a dull life, filled with nothing but slaughter and destruction, until the day she met the man who had saved her again. His name and his scent had changed, but she recognized him instantly. She loved him so much she wanted to kill him. She considered him a revered master. Just then, the head priest approaches. You're looking at my brother with those eyes again. Gina is a bit startled. You've arrived. I won't allow you to do anything to my brother. Gina immediately drops to her knees. How could I ever dare to go against your will? The priest then asks, May I ask a favor of you? I am well aware of your malice, so I won't ask you to get rid of it. Instead, just this once, please ignore that malice and your power. Please use it to help my brother. Normally, the 3 high priests cannot order each other, as their ranks are equal. However, the hierarch was no mere high priest. He was the keeper of the dark will in this world that the gods themselves had abandoned, all except one, who intentionally stayed behind Janak, the Dark Night goddess, the only deity who blessed evil. This was the last thing she could do for him, for her brother. With most of her power lost to a seal from 1,000 years ago, there was little more she could do to help. She begged him to forgive her, for even as the apostle of sin, She was powerless to help him. An evil god who could not bless him. A dark night goddess who cursed him, a mortal. His sworn sister who loved him more than anyone else. The scene shifts to a ship sailing across the open sea. A cloaked figure spoke. How strange. Not that what you think really matters anyway. The one who defeated the Apostle of War had to be that veteran third-rate villain. His true identity was irrelevant. If he were to give up here, he never would have defied the temples to hunt for the key in the ruins of the Zon kingdom. In the end, their final showdown would happen right where it all began. The second-rate villain versus the third-rate villain. Which one of them would be the one to complete the final chapter? It was time to start the festival, the one that would decide the world's fate. A festival made exclusively for them, the villains, a place brimming with darkness. A woman dangled a skull just above the ground. So boring, she sighed. I'm so tired of eating humans. She looked up at the newcomer, whose hands were slick with blood. She had to ask him, are you even human? A human who places no value on his own life. What are you doing here? What could you want from me with that body of yours about to give out? The only thing he could want was life. But his words took her by surprise. I want you. You, the last great archdemon in a world where all other demons have vanished. I want the power you've stockpiled for 1,000 years. Your heaven-defying body. Your fear. And your wisdom. Your authority, everything about you. She was absolutely floored. You want me? Not just my power? Even the human who held her master's seal would never have dared. Interesting. So what exactly do you plan to do with me? He just smiled. First off, how about we try conquering the world? Her expression soured. How utterly disappointing. In the end, you're no different from the rest of them, you foolish human. You'd really throw your life away for such a fantasy? He just chuckled. If I couldn't pull it off, then I never would have come to you in the first place. She could tell he wasn't lying. Interesting. What makes you so different from the others? If I help you, what's in it for me? He then told her he would give her the one thing she'd been searching for. The one thing she'd been seeking for 1,000 years. She was stunned. What? Do you even know what you're saying? Of course, he said. I am the one who will collect the 108 secrets you seek, and I will give them all to you. So? What's it going to be, Lord of the Shadow Mountain's root? Eat me and spend the next few centuries collecting them yourself? Or help me and shoulder all the evil in this world by my side? She thought for a moment, then she began to laugh. She laughed like she had never laughed before. A burning excitement and fierce joy, a feeling completely new to her. To tempt her, an archdemon, with evil itself to corrupt her. He was a true villain. Sweet dreams, human. If you give me all the evil in the world, I will gladly become your right hand and conquer it with you. And with that, she broke 1,000 years of silence to join forces with the villain. This was the birth of the evil organization, which pursued all wickedness. It was the dawn of the Dark Star. Sometime later, a smirk played across her lips. Is this really how it ends, human? How will you take responsibility for this catastrophic failure? Here, look, the proof of our failure. And don't you dare blame some divine curse or claim they stole the spell while we were gathering it. The spell was merely a means to an end. I collected more than enough, in fact, far more than we needed. And my power isn't so weak that it can be suppressed by gods who fled this world. No, there was only one reason. The reason they couldn't complete the Book of Evil was their own evil. Because in the end, they still hadn't managed to obtain all the evil in the world. The number 2 villain fell silent, then frowned right at her. Could you maybe give me one more chance? She was furious. Another chance? You're asking for another shot after this spectacular failure? He replied simply, yes. It's because I failed that I want another chance. If you want a price for this failure, I'll gladly give you my soul. But would that little morsel truly satisfy you? She suddenly burst out laughing. You really are a cunning and wicked human, knowing full well. Failure and destruction were the only outcomes, yet foolish, weak humanity still dared to charge forward on its own 2 feet. Sleep well, and go gather even deeper evils. A second chance would be granted to him, a chance to attain all the evil in the world. Until he completed the Book of Vices, that being would wait for him. In that desperate moment, betrayed by his own apostles, what dangers did she face just to give him one more chance? And what was her sacrifice? Before he left, she asked him, can you promise that you'll find me again? A promise from a villain. A foolish question, she thought. But he simply added, if you wish it, then I swear it on my soul. With that, he turned and left. As she watched his back fade away, she whispered, you are such a liar. Then, the castle began to collapse around her, the second in command of the villains. She was already weakened by a divine curse, and now had to face traitorous apostles. It was nothing short of suicide. Even if she miraculously survived, recovery would take an eternity. And yet, she chose to stay behind. No, he had forced her hand to give himself another chance to collect the 10 evils. This was why the commander of the Dark Star had to fall, but even that wasn't enough, because they would never stop hunting for this artifact. The only way to survive was to retrieve the Book of Vices. This would stop them from chasing him. They would surely turn on each other, coveting the other's Book of Vices. And just like that, he escaped and survived, leaving the crumbling Dark Star and his very first apostle behind, betraying his promise to her. Cain shot up in bed, breathing heavily. Another dream? Even after 55 years, the feeling was still painfully real. A voice called, "You may enter." An old man slowly stepped through the door. "You saw it again?" Cain asked. "How was your trip?" The old man chuckled. "A trip? I don't know if I'd call it that, but thanks to you, I had a wonderful time. A near-death experience is always a good lesson." Cain was already tired of this guy. The man was the master of 16 treasures, the mage with the most spells in existence, and the only one who could use spatial teleportation. Spoke. "Anyway, the young master is looking for you, so you should hurry." Cain got out of bed and followed to her chambers. This house was enormous. They crossed a courtyard before Cain found himself standing at the bottom of a grand staircase. "Did you have a pleasant dream, young master?" she asked with a scowl. "I don't dream." Cain was already getting annoyed. This kid hadn't changed a bit in 25 years. The young master continued. "So, my second request has been fulfilled, correct?" Cain nodded. "That's right. Only one final request remains." He thought to himself, what's with that expression? After all, he was the one who saved her. The Kassan family, the wealthiest in all 6 lands, had granted him the right to ask for anything. It all started 25 years ago. The imperial family, wanting to conquer the 6 lands with their wealth, planned to kidnap this rich little girl. Back then, he was a member of the organization that infiltrated the Kassan family, posing as a stable boy. But just as he was about to complete the mission, he discovered a nasty little secret he was to be eliminated immediately after. After learning the truth, he ran, taking the kid with him. And this was his reward from the young master for saving her life. He had decided how to use his final request. "My last wish is for Master to take me to a certain place." Flinched. "Where are you going this time? Are you asking me to take you to Ragnia again?" Cain shook his head. "No need to worry, it's not that dangerous this time." The young master interjected. "No." Cain didn't understand. She hadn't said a word when he used his first request to fund the Demon Soul Society, and this favor wasn't even that difficult for the old man. The young master spoke with a serious tone. "This is related to dark forces again, isn't it? I will consider this an extension of the second request. It is not a favor, it's a transaction, on my honor. So you will be silent and accept it." Cain sighed. "Fine, this kid was still as difficult as ever." "Do as you wish," he said. The young master asked, "When will you leave?" If he could, Cain would leave right now. But Master looked exhausted, so it would have to be tomorrow. The old man just smiled. "Your consideration moves me to tears." As the afternoon sun set, Cain stared blankly at his own hands. "Thank you for helping me this far." The young master replied, "Wasn't this just a transaction?" Just laughed. "Well then, I shall begin. Please be ready. O Aviner, ruler of greed and treasure, what I desire are golden wings, forged from the scales of a dragon, to cross time and 1,000 miles in an instant." A black hole materialized at Cain's feet as light began to pour from it. Cain was preparing to travel to another place. Elsewhere, Gina was running desperately as flames engulfed a figure right in front of her. It was Aziz. Hearing her call, Aziz turned to look at her. Gina charged headfirst into the inferno. Aziz just smiled without a word. But Gina couldn't reach him. Suddenly, Cain's voice echoed in her ear. "Do you want to save Aziz?" Gina couldn't even guess who he was. The Shadow's master? Her own teacher? Or the descendant of a gladiator? The one who defeated the Light Swordsman? The high priest of the Dark Church? The commander of the Dark Star? Or the man who poisoned her grandfather? But right now, rescuing Aziz was the only thing that mattered. Cain tells her there's one thing she has to do. Startled, Gina grabs her sword, ready to face the dangers ahead. A rabbit, startled by Jaina, darts away. She realizes a dream kept her from sensing anything around her. It's been 3 weeks since Aziz was kidnapped. Her mission was to borrow the autumn map from His Majesty and find the location of those dark forces. She commands Leto, "Show me where the one I seek is." She steels herself, determined to find them soon. But then something comes flying right at her. Gina snaps into a defensive stance, parrying the attack. What in the world? Her attacker at Sivi. The two now stand face to face. leaving Jaina utterly speechless. Chevy speaks first, her voice low. It's a shame we have to meet like this, Swordmaster. Jaina silently studies Chevy, taking her measure. This woman is one of the continent's only 9 mages and a former hero. A hero tired of the world, now living in seclusion in a valley of ice and snow. Jaina finds herself lost in deep thought. She had fought Sevi before, but she doubted this attack was about their past. Suddenly, a strange realization hits her. Wait a minute. Chevy just appeared here out of nowhere, right near the Dark Forces location. Could it be? To confirm her suspicion, Jaina demands, "Are you helping the Dark Forces?" Getting no reply, she presses, "How could a former hero do such a thing?" Jaina's words make Sevi's face darken. She's silent for a moment, then suddenly lets out a cold, bitter laugh. A hero? Just how foolish are you not to have realized it yet? With that, Chevy raises her hand, and a blue light begins to glow. She launches razor-sharp icicles at Jenna, shouting, "Beiji, god of endless snow and ice slash." The ice spears rocket towards Jenna, but she manages to block the onslaught just in time. It's clear Chevy has no intention of backing down. Chevy relentlessly hammers Jenna with spell after spell. While dodging, Jenna spots a huge chunk of ice rising from beneath the snow. With no time to react, she's impaled straight through the stomach. The shock of pain forces her to drop her sword. Her body staggers as she struggles to her feet. Jenna clutches her side, glaring at Sevi with pure rage, but she's given no time to recover. Chevy unleashes another spell. Beiji, Blizzard. A fierce snowstorm descends, and Jaina shields her eyes from the blinding ice. Peering through the storm at Sevi, a single thought cuts through her mind: she wasn't this strong before. Had she really gotten that much stronger? After a moment's thought, Jaina grips her sword with renewed determination. Realizing she can't just keep taking hits, Jenna lunges towards Sevi with a slash, but Sevi instantly teleports behind her. The move leaves Jenna stunned. Ignoring her shocked expression, Chevy coldly casts another spell, Beiji, First Form Blizzard. The attack slams Jaina hard against a nearby tree, and the impact makes her collapse. Seeing this, Chevy finally speaks again. "A moment ago, you asked why I'm helping the Dark Forces, didn't you?" Jenna is shocked to discover that ice magic has her completely trapped. She looks up, her eyes filled with confusion. Chevy continues coldly. "The reason is very simple. Because I despise humanity." The words hit Jaina like a bolt of lightning. She can't believe it, asking in disbelief, "What?" Chevy's cold gaze doesn't waver. "I was a hero once, just like you. I had comrades, a swordsman, a mercenary, a mage, a thief, and a priest. A strange party, wasn't it?" For a moment, Chevy's eyes turn razor sharp. "But when my comrades and I fought the dark storm, I lost everything." Chevy's voice drops low. "But as a hero, I believed we had made the right choice." Though exhausted, Jaina manages to ask, "Then why?" Chevy replies, "Over time, that belief faded away. When I helped them with one thing, they expected 2. When I helped with 2, they expected 3. In the end, all that was left was the honor, the title of hero, and nothing more." Chevy looks Jaina straight in the eye and asks, "Swordmaster, why must we save them?" Jaina's gaze becomes firm as she answers, "Because it is our responsibility, the responsibility of the powerful." Hearing this, Chevy laughs out loud. "Responsibility? Because of that responsibility, the moving fortress lost his child, and I lost my comrades and my friends. What more must we sacrifice?" Chevy's words leave Jenna speechless, her expression pained. Chevy continues in a low tone, "If I were my old self, I would have kept enduring. If I hadn't learned the truth, I would have just lived my whole life bearing the world's ridicule." Jaina asks, confused, "What do you mean, the truth?" Chevy replies, "You went undefeated for 15 years, didn't you? But that record was broken. One loss to Evan, and another to number 23, correct?" Chevy's words leave Jaina with no room to argue. She can only stare, completely bewildered. Chevy's voice drops. "Haven't you ever thought something was strange? You, who defeated so many powerful enemies, suddenly suffered such a bitter defeat at that specific moment in time." Chevy's words spark a flicker of doubt in Jaina's mind, and she realizes it might be true. It wasn't just Evan in number 23, there was also Lennon of the Ice Domain. She was even threatened by a Soma she ran into on a mountain. Could all of these events actually be connected? Jaina's face slowly turns pale, her brow furrowing as the new, terrifying realization sinks in. She thinks to herself the enemies she beat before were anything but weak. She can't even use the excuse that she got rusty after putting down her sword. But she couldn't explain those events either. After all, her sword skills only awakened after meeting him. So what was the reason? Seeing Gina's confused expression, Sevi's voice turned even colder. When you realize the truth, you'll finally understand me. Ice began to form around Sevi's hand, ready for another attack, but she continued speaking with raw anger in her voice. My whole life, I've been a puppet playing the hero for the gods. At this, Gina's calm facade finally cracked. Fear took its place as she frantically stabbed at the ice trapping her, trying desperately to break free. Sevi's eyes were colder than any blizzard, her voice a low growl. And now, I'm sick of it. She swung her arm. A sharp ice arrow shot toward Gina, its chilling light seeming to tear through space itself. Terrified, Gina squeezed her eyes shut, screaming internally, "No!" Suddenly, a figure blurred past like the wind, stopping right in front of Jaina and shattering Sevi's attack with ease. Broken shards of ice rained down onto the snow. Jenna opened her eyes, shocked that someone had saved her. The person wore mysterious black armor, and with just a flick of their wrist, Sevi's ice magic vanished before they landed softly nearby. Gina's eyes widened in astonishment. Lady Night Moon. Seeing her attack nullified by this newcomer, Sevi's face soured. She clicked her tongue, speaking coolly. Lady Night Moon, is it? Sevi knew this was bad. A saint duelist, the natural enemy of a mage. This was a huge disadvantage. It was a shame, but she had to retreat and wait for another chance. After weighing her options, Sevi spoke. Her voice was loud, meant to grab their attention. Swordmaster, I'm leaving now, but trust me, we will meet again very soon. Now for a quick explainer on the magic system. The term sorcerer is a general name for mages, magicians, and archmagi. Sorcery is the general term for the 3 tiers of magic. Magecraft is the lowest level of sorcery. A mage is someone who can only use magecraft. Magic is a higher tier, and a magician can use both magecraft and magic. Magicians are incredibly rare. It's common knowledge that only 9 exist across the 6 continents. Archmagic is the highest tier of all. So far, no archmagus has ever appeared. Aziz, however, is a prime candidate due to his potential to command demons. Before leaving, Sevi didn't forget a final warning for Gina. I hope by then you'll understand what I've been trying to tell you. With that, Sevi's form faded into nothing. She left nothing but an empty space in the white snow, leaving only Lady Night Moon and Jaina behind. Lady Night Moon stepped closer. With worried eyes and a gentle voice, she spoke. The protection of the night soothes all pain. Are you all right? Jaina bowed her head gratefully in response. I am thankful for the peace the night brings. Thank you for your help. While Lady Night Moon was breaking the ice with her bare hands to free Jaina, Gina's mind was still reeling from Sevi's words. What reason for her failure was Sevi talking about? And what did she mean by being a puppet for the gods? Lady Night Moon's playful pout cut through Gina's thoughts. It's been a whole month since we last spoke, you know, and here you are, lost in thought, forgetting all about little me after I went through all the trouble of saving you. Startled, Jenna quickly replied, I'm sorry. She used her sword as a crutch to stand up, asking, But how did you even get here? Lady Night Moon answered softly, We've been traveling together from the very beginning. After a moment of thought, Jaina steadied herself, a suspicious look in her eyes. You've been following me since Chudan Niolo? Lady Night Moon just smiled and nodded. Yes, you could say that. Jaina's brow furrowed as she asked with disbelief. But why? Lady Night Moon quickly replied in a gentle tone. My mission is to record the path, that you, the great swordmaster, walk and report it back to the Order. With a look of disappointment, Jaina sighed. Fine. With that, Jaina began to walk, leaving Lady Night Moon behind, her mind a mess of thoughts. The reason they hadn't told her, it was probably so she could focus on the mission, correct her own mistakes, and receive help only during a true crisis. After a few steps, Jaina suddenly turned back and asked, Do you know where the head priest is? Lady Night Moon shook her head. Unfortunately, even I don't know that. Without getting the information she needed, Jaina could only let out a sad sigh. Then let's just focus on finding the base of that dark force. Agreeing with Jaina's proposal, Lady Night Moon was quick to respond. Let's do that for now. The two walked from morning until twilight, when Lady Night Moon and Jaina were leaning against a tree, panting from exhaustion. Suddenly, Jaina's eyes widened at something she saw. A fortress had appeared in the distance. Jaina was completely shocked, her thoughts racing. It was the Dark Citadel, the fortress of the evil Dark Star organization, which had vanished along with their collapse. Jaina stood frozen, staring at the fortress, her mind wandering. She never imagined that this dark power would be using this place. Was Aziz somewhere inside? Unconsciously, Jaina's hand clenched tightly on the tree trunk. She thought to herself, I want to attack right now. but I have to be patient and wait for him to arrive. A pained expression crossed Gina's face as she mumbled, "Just wait a little longer, Aziz. I will definitely save you." At that very moment, Aziz was lying unconscious on a floor inside the dark citadel. Aziz slowly opened his eyes, a wave of dizziness washing over him, his body feeling completely drained as he staggered to his feet. Aziz's legs wobbled as she struggled to keep her balance, the faint light in the dark room forcing her eyes to squint just to see her surroundings. 4 cold walls created a suffocating, silent space around her. It was enough to make the Demon King Aziz herself shudder. Her eyes scanned the room as she wondered, "Is this a prison?" She glanced down at her wrist. There, she discovered a dark iron shackle clamped tightly around it. A strange, cold energy radiated from its surface, and a sharp pain shot through her head. It felt like 1,000 needles stabbing her brain. Aziz clutched her head, trying to steady her breathing as she mumbled to herself. "How long was I out?" Just as she was trying to calm down, a sudden clanking sound echoed. On instinct, Aziz raised her hand. Her gaze locked onto the shackle on her wrist, where dark chains were slowly beginning to emit a strange, demonic light. Aziz was stunned, her thoughts racing. Is this the power of the demon sealing chain? She couldn't stop asking herself who were these people, and how did they dare to capture her? Then, a memory surfaced. The voice of the Red Moon Knight echoed in her mind. "Then why did you tell me that story?" "That's right. Because it was necessary." Aziz's eyes shot open, pure shock and rage written all over her face. "He kidnapped me because it was necessary," she thought. "Do they want my magic power?" Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the iron door, the horrifying shriek of heavy metal grinding against metal. The door slowly creaked open, revealing a figure enveloped in an ice-cold aura. Number 23 approached Aziz, a set of keys in his hand. Seeing him, Aziz gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with fury as she growled, "You!" But number 23 didn't answer, and simply walked right up to her. His ice-cold hands reached for the lock on her shackles. With a click, the lock sprang open, and the chain clattered dryly to the floor. Number 23 still said nothing. He just motioned with his eyes for Aziz to get up. His cold indifference was infuriating, and she cursed him silently. "You're really not going to say a single word to me?" Number 23 simply turned and walked away, his footsteps echoing down the long, cold corridor. Aziz had no choice but to follow, taking in the soaring stone walls and their intricate carvings. The vast space was imposing, but also incredibly gloomy. She wondered if this was a castle or some kind of fortress. After walking through what felt like endless corridors, number 23 stopped in front of a massive door. As the heavy door swung open, Aziz froze in shock, screaming internally. A bathroom, warm steam billowed out, making the air thick and heavy. Before Aziz could say a word, number 23 had already shut the door, leaving her alone inside. Baffled, she looked around the room. What was this about? There were even fresh clothes laid out. Were they telling her to take a bath? Outside, number 23 stood waiting, arms crossed, his expression calm but completely detached. After washing up and changing, Aziz stepped out, her eyes fixed on number 23. But he didn't even bother to speak, just turned and quickly walked away. Aziz followed him down the long hallways, her mind swimming with questions and confusion. She kept observing her surroundings, wondering, is this a castle or an entire city? Suddenly, a massive door began to open before them. Her silent guide stopped, stepped aside, and coldly gestured for her to enter. Despite a flicker of fear, Aziz stepped forward. As the door shut behind her, she realized she was standing in a huge room. In the center was a long, impeccably set dining table. A man sat in the middle of it all, a wicked smile playing on his lips. He spoke first. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Demon King." Aziz glared back, her voice dripping with annoyance. "Is this how you meet people? By kidnapping them?" The man replied in a low yet polite tone, "My apologies for the inconvenience." Without hesitation, Aziz walked forward and took a seat. The man smiled faintly, his sharp eyes fixed right on her. His voice was steady, but carried a hidden weight. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cabin. Apologies for the delayed introduction. But perhaps, to you, the title Master of the Dark Demonic Beast is a little more familiar." His words hit Aziz like a physical blow. She was stunned. Her mind raced back to the legends of a sword that granted its wielder unparalleled power at the cost of their own destruction. If he truly was the master of that sword, a flood of questions washed over her. Was this man the Demon Swordsman? The most mysterious figure in the world. No one knew his name, no one had ever seen his face, but he was the only one who could wield that blade, without being destroyed by it. Cabin leaned forward slightly, his face becoming clearer. That smile was anything but friendly, putting Aziz on high alert. Aziz finally spoke, her voice cold and firm. Demon Swordsman, what do you want with me? Kaban didn't hesitate for a second. I want to make you an offer. Surprised, Aziz asked. What kind of offer? Kaban just smiled. Of the 13 apostle seats, he offered her the very first one, the Apostle of Darkness, in exchange for her cooperation. The prize for accepting? Unimaginable power. But hearing the absurd proposal, Aziz could only manage a wry smile as she prepared her answer. Is that all it takes to tempt you? Kaban's deep voice made another offer. What if I told you that you could rebuild the John Kingdom and revive your lost demonkin? Aziz's eyes flew wide open at the massive proposition. Seeing that look, Kaban's smile widened as he continued. For someone like you, who defied the entire world for your people, there's absolutely no reason to refuse this offer, is there? Aziz looked down, her voice tight with annoyance. You think I'd believe that nonsense? Kaban shot back. Oh, this is no nonsense. Not when I have this book. And with that, he revealed the Book of Vile Darkness, leaving Aziz absolutely stunned. She stared at it, her mind reeling. The Book of Vile Darkness. Kaban rested his chin on his hand, lazily explaining. The Book of Vile Darkness was created by the Dark Star by gathering all forms of magic. It holds unparalleled power, making other treasures look like mere toys. But the Dark Star couldn't complete it, and that's why he fell betrayed by his 13 apostles. At that time, the Book of Vile Darkness was shattered into pieces and fell into their hands. 47 years ago, I stumbled upon a fragment. I've spent the past decades collecting the pieces, but even after successfully restoring it, I still can't complete it. Confused, Aziz quickly asked, why? Kaban was quick to solve the mystery for her, because the most crucial key needed to complete it is impossible to get. A key? Aziz wondered to herself, her face a mask of confusion. Kaban continued. The commander of the Dark Star tried to complete the book using magic that rivaled the power of dragons, but even that wasn't enough. To complete the Book of Vile Darkness, one needs magic that surpasses the power of the gods. It would be a colossal amount of magical energy, equal to the demons that were sealed away. Aziz was completely shocked by his words. She stayed silent, but a thought was already forming in her mind. The only beings with such abundant magic are demons, and demon kin like her. Aziz's hand subconsciously clenched tighter. And right now, since no one can find the demon's sanctuary, she's the only one who fits the description of that key. She remembered her conversation with the Empress. I'm telling you this to warn you. The Book of Vile Darkness isn't just a book, it's a wicked thing, something that could bring destruction to the entire world. Remember that it is a forbidden item you must never be greedy for or even pay attention to. Aziz silently wondered. Empress, is this what you meant? That the Book of Vile Darkness must be stopped? Suddenly, Aziz realized something. She blurted out, wait a minute, so the thing needed to complete the Book of Vile Darkness is a demon? Kaban's expression turned grave as he said, that's right. That is why the gods sent down the prophecy of destruction. The gods did not want a power that could break the laws of the world to be born. That's why they cursed the commander of the Dark Star and destroyed the magical creatures that had the potential to become the key. It's why the Lord of the Shadowroot Mountain was eliminated, and it's why the demon race became extinct. Hearing those words, Aziz fell silent, thinking to herself, that's right, it might have been the right thing, to eliminate the risk of the world being destroyed. But they were my people, my brothers and sisters. Even though they were discriminated against, they had their own lives. They could laugh, cry, and despair. But just for that, my demon kin, Aziz's eyes turned fierce, a dark thought slowly starting to form. Kaban suddenly spoke, cutting through Aziz's train of thought. Don't you want revenge? Aziz asked in surprise. Revenge? Kaban smiled wickedly and said, if you cooperate with me, not only can you get revenge, but as the #1 apostle, you can also rule the world with your demon kin. Now, I think you've had a change of heart, so I'll make my offer again. A bright smile appeared on Kaban's face as he stared at Aziz, who still had an unfriendly expression. He pressed on with his proposition. What do you think about working with us? And that's where we'll stop for today's summary of the chapter. If you have any thoughts on what might happen next, definitely drop them in the comments. And don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and hit that bell for more videos. Until next time, take care. See you later.